Chapter 1. The Unrequited Love. Bang. Zhiqiu, it's done, boasted Yang Hongwei as he kicked open the door to dormitory 206. With my voice acting skills, calling a role for someone else is a breeze. But let's skip the morning session. You'd better attend the compulsory class this afternoon. Master how is not to be trifled with. If we get caught, our attendance grades will be in jeopardy, Yang Hongwei cautioned. Losing attendance points would likely spell disaster for my finals. In my final year of university, not only is my virginity intact, but it would be a shame to falter academically. As one of the most economically prosperous cities in the nation, Huahai City boasts Huahai Media University, which enjoys ample resources and decent living conditions, featuring four-person dormitories arranged with bunk beds and desks underneath. Upon hearing the commotion from his roommates, Zhiqiu closed his laptop and stood up to accept the disposable meal box handed to him by Yang Hongwei. Thanks, Wei Ge. I've nearly wrapped up my work, so I should be skipping classes less frequently from now on. Yang Hongwei nodded nonchalantly, while another roommate, Xie, inquired with concern, Old Four, are you all right? Zhiqiu paused. What could possibly be wrong with me? Nothing. It's good if you're fine. The two exchanged glances and quickly waved their hands, but their expressions suggested a lack of conviction. Realizing their apprehension, Zhiqiu couldn't help but chuckle. You guys aren't still worried? I'm contemplating a breakup. Are you? I moved on from that long ago. The reason I've been skipping classes a lot lately is due to other commitments, not because of her. Xie chuckled. Well, that's a relief. As long as you're not troubled by romantic woes, it's all good. Who would have thought that this academic prodigy would turn into a master of skipping elective classes and selectively attending compulsory ones? It's quite out of character. Xie, a native of Huahai City, claimed his family owned a large supermarket chain, and upon graduation, he was set to inherit a fortune. According to him, university life was meant for indulgence, making class skipping a daily routine. Yang Hongwei chimed in, as long as you moved on, that's what matters. I've always said that Xin Yuan was rather insipid. She's not worth your time. Zhiqiu smiled faintly, not feeling the need to defend his ex-girlfriend as he opened the meal box to eat. Having traversed into this reality for over a month now, Zhiqiu was gradually acclimating to his new life. Indeed, he had become part of the wave of transmigrators. Originally a moderately successful novelist in his previous life, he unexpectedly awoke after another all-nighter to find himself inhabiting the body of a fourth-year student at this identically named Huahai Media University. After the initial days of panic, disbelief, and confusion, Zhiqiu came to accept his new reality. He had evidently crossed into a parallel world where the current state of affairs, economy, and technological advancements were almost indistinguishable from those of his former Earth. However, upon merging with his predecessor's memories, Zhiqiu developed a strong sense of frustration towards his former self, who, to put it charitably, was stubborn, and to put it bluntly, rather inflexible in terms of appearance. There is no comparison. I am far superior to my previous self, who lived in a perpetual cycle of day and night with a complexion that left much to be desired. From the front, I resemble Takashi Kaneshiro, while from the side, I bear a striking resemblance to the unremarkable Louis Koo. Even from behind, I echo the youthful visage of Edison Chun, exuding a delicate and melancholic charm, undeniably a handsome figure. With such an astonishingly high standard of beauty, I should have possessed an inherent advantage in the realm of university courtship. Yet, I found myself hanging precariously from a tree. What rendered Zhiqiu utterly speechless was the fact that I had been unceremoniously dumped. The instigator of this debacle was none other than the green tea BTCH Chun Yuan, as described by Xie. Both she and my previous incarnation hailed from the same small city and attended the same high school, eventually gaining admission to Huahai Media University, where the former was merely a devoted companion in unrequited love. Though Huahai Media University is indeed a prestigious institution, my former self could have easily secured a place in one of the top 5 universities in the country, based on his college entrance examination scores. However, in the throes of youthful infatuation, he resolutely chose to follow his high school crush and fill out his application for this particular school. While he initially found joy in being with her during university, this bliss was short-lived. In their senior year, his artistic ex-girlfriend abruptly ended their relationship, citing her impending debut as a reason to avoid romantic entanglements. Merely a day later, the entire dormitory witnessed that green tea BTCH, beaming with delight. Stepping into a Lamborghini parked at the school gate, it was then that my previous incarnation awoke from his stupor, realizing that his heartfelt devotion had been in vain. Unable to accept this harsh reality, he sought solace in alcohol for the first time. Unfortunately, with his meager tolerance, one night of drunkenness led to my arrival in this world. After merging with his memories, Zhiqiu resolved to cast aside his self-pity. His recent reckless truancy was merely a momentary lapse, a struggle to come to terms with his new circumstances. This lifetime's family cannot be deemed affluent, both parents are ordinary workers, and my mother has even lost her job, taking on odd jobs to make ends meet, while I have a younger sister currently in high school. Zhiqiu's eyes. My former self performed decently academically, yet his emotional intelligence left much to be desired. In retrospect, the signs of the impending breakup had long been evident, particularly in his ex-girlfriend's later cold demeanor. To my astonishment, this foolish boy harbored the delusion that their relationship was merely a fleeting phase, spending his living expenses and hard-earned tutoring money to purchase an iPhone 13 Pro Max as a gift in a misguided attempt to win her affection. As anticipated, the green tea BDCH accepted the gift with delight, rewarding him with a fleeting kiss, one so light that not even a trace of lipstick was left behind. Yet, just a week later, she resolutely called it quits. After integrating those memories, I realized that these foolish actions were indeed my own. The sensation of that supposed kiss remains vivid in my mind, and every time I recall it, I feel an intense anger boiling within. At that moment, the wealthy heir Zhiqiu continued to scoff. Word on the street is that the green tea BTCH has latched onto a second-generation rich kid, which is how she secured her chance to debut. Old for, in my opinion, such a person is unworthy of you. Zhiqiu maintained a calm demeanor, while two of his roommates continued to express their indignation on his behalf. I heard that the green tea BTCH only possesses a modicum of beauty. Her talent is hardly noteworthy in the realm of the arts. If one truly aspires to become a star, dear C, you possess far greater marketability than she does. With that visage of yours, merely stepping onto the stage would elicit tears from those young ladies, clamoring to bear your offspring. Though the two spoke in exaggerated tones, there was an undeniable kernel of truth in their words. Zhiqiu had initially been captivated by the artistic former girlfriend of the high school belle from small town. To win her favor, he diligently practiced the guitar, achieving a level of singing that allowed him to hum a few notes with reasonable competence. Upon entering university, he joined the Literary and Arts Association, performing on several occasions, thereby gaining a modest reputation at Huahai University of Media. While the wealthy heirs Zhiqiu and Yang Hongwei continued their disparaging remarks about the green tea personalities, Zhiqiu casually tossed the empty takeout boxes he had, swiftly cleaned into the trash, interjecting with a smile, "All right, I'm truly fine, there's no need for your concern. There are countless flowers in the world, why cling to a single blossom? This matter is in the past. I shall consider it a moment of blindness on my part." Upon hearing this, Zhiqiu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with excitement akin to finding a kindred spirit, "Indeed, there are countless flowers in the world." Well said. Exactly, see, you've had an epiphany. In a surge of enthusiasm, Zhiqiu delivered a resounding slap on Yang Hongwei's back, declaring loudly, "Excellent. To celebrate Sis' rebirth, I shall treat tonight. Let's invite the dormitory leader. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Chapter 2. The comical roommates, upon hearing the suggestion from the affluent second-generation scion, Zhiqiu, Yang Hongwei's eyes lit up, yet he astutely remarked, "The celebration is merely a pretext. The true intention is to exploit Lao Si as a wingman, isn't it?" Zhiqiu chuckled heartily, neither confirming nor denying. Just a little side benefit. After all, Lao Si possesses a face that attracts women. The last time we visited the bar, the ladies flocked to us like moths to a flame, and the quality. Simply exquisite. Those high-caliber women. It's unlikely I could engage them, even if I approached with the utmost confidence. Yang Hongwei scoffed, "Only handsome individuals can truly engage. With your looks, it borders on harassment." "Come on," Zhiqiu retorted, wounded yet undeterred, casting an eager glance at Zhiqiu. "What do you say, Lao Si? It has been ages since our dormitory gathered." Observing the antics of the two, Zhiqiu felt a wave of exasperation. Among them, only the dorm leader, the oldest, displayed any semblance of normalcy. The other two were undeniably eccentric. The second-generation wealthy heir, Zhiqiu, bore a visage that hardly warranted the term handsome, possessing a face marred by pimples, a generous assessment at best. Yet, his monetary prowess ensured he never lacked companionship. Yang Hongwei, the third in line, had a name that exuded strength, yet he was a quintessential introvert. His vast digital library spanned the annals of history and geography. Despite his boastful demeanor, he was merely a keyboard warrior, unable to muster a single word in the presence of an attractive woman. Even as a senior, he remained a solitary figure. In truth, Zhiqiu's previous incarnation was not much better, a quintessential sycophant. With his current perspective, he recognized how many foolish actions were merely self-indulgent gestures, appearing juvenile in the eyes of those who had more awareness. As for the bar incident they recounted, it indeed held some truth. He had been coerced into adding several alluring women on WeChat, only to delete them later out of ignorance. Though Zhiqiu had not attended classes for over a month, the mental exertion had left him weary, so a brief respite was welcome. He did not refuse, saying, "All right. However, let's forego the bar. Perhaps a quieter venue would suffice." Zhiqiu, well aware of Zhiqiu's aversion to raucous environments, had merely suggested it tentatively, and upon hearing the agreement, he beamed. "No problem. I'll take care of it." With plans set, Yang Hongwei flopped onto his bed, casually scrolling through his phone. "It's updated. That self-absorbed author has released 4 chapters today. What a bonanza!" he exclaimed. "What?" Zhiqiu quickly retrieved his phone, murmuring, "The female lead has taken a liking to someone else? I wonder what that absurd author is thinking. Will the protagonist snatch away the love? That sounds thrilling." As he mused on the narrative, Yang Hongwei had already immersed himself in the fantastical realm of the tale. Meanwhile, Zhiqiu opened the Orange Reading app, his face lighting up at the sight of unread chapters. The dormitory 206 fell into a serene silence, with no one noticing the peculiar expression on Zhiqiu's face. Indeed, the novel discussed by Yang Hongwei and Zhiqiu is none other than Zhiqiu, which was once hailed as one of the 3 great wonders of online literature in Zhiqiu's previous life, with Zhiqiu as its author. In his former existence, Zhiqiu was an author known for his relentless dedication. After traversing into this new world, he was pleasantly astonished to discover that online literature was thriving. Yet the realm still lingered in the romanticized phase of chivalric tales, characterized by swordplay, deep-seated vendettas, and the classic ethos of wandering heroes. Upon realizing this, Zhiqiu, driven by his professional instincts, found it intolerable. This world's endearing readers had yet to endure the trials of life and the enlightening lessons of resilience, akin to the proverbial 30 years of hardship followed by prosperity. They were, in essence, ripe for the picking. Presently, the balance in Zhiqiu's bank account could even tug at the heartstrings of a seasoned robber. As a member of the time-traveling cohort, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, the first step toward his financial ambitions was to return to his original craft. As for the moniker of a self-absorbed author, it was entirely fortuitous. When registering as an author online, his previous pseudonym, Zhiqiu, was already taken. After several unsuccessful attempts with similar names, he, in a fit of frustration, randomly chose the pseudonym Fangxin Zhonghuafan, a term he had once encountered in his past life, and, astonishingly, it was accepted without issue. It was evident that the novel's innovative concepts quickly distinguished themselves amidst a plethora of traditional martial arts works. Now, with over 20 chapters updated and following a successful round of recommendations, it had firmly secured a place within the top 3 of the new book rankings, with its unstoppable momentum suggesting that it would soon eclipse the preceding titles. At this juncture, as the narrative reached its zenith during the grand climax of the Seven Veins martial arts tournament, the fervor in the book review section surged to its first pinnacle. "I'm astounded. The Divine Sword Thunder Control technique. How formidable it is. Lu Sueki truly is the foremost young disciple. The 9 heavens' mystical abyss, transformed into divine thunder. Radiant celestial might summoned by the sword. How does the author's imagination flourish so? A cultivator can directly invoke the thunder of heaven and earth. How extraordinary! In comparison, What are the wind godlegs and the cloud-dispersing palm but mere trifles? In the afternoon, the recently reclusive Zhiqiu made his appearance in class, drawing many curious glances. At Huahai Media University, he had become somewhat of a minor celebrity, initially due to his striking appearance, which had led to whispers of him being regarded as a campus heartthrob. However, the original persona's understated nature, tinged with a touch of self-doubt and sensitivity, had limited his social circle to his classmates. Now, the glances directed at Zhiqiu were decidedly more numerous, albeit laced with sympathy, given that many had witnessed the spectacle of his ex-girlfriend departing in a luxury car, followed by the unilateral announcement of their breakup, a situation easily decipherable by astute observers. In a city like Huahai, where opulence often blinds the senses, such scenarios were not uncommon. In the face of these ambiguous gazes, Zhiqiu maintained an air of tranquility, his mindset remarkably composed. He navigated the afternoon classes without incident, and, after class, joined by the dormitory leader, the four of them sauntered down the path. The flamboyant, wealthy heir, Xie, and the subtly reserved Yang Hongwei were already shoulder to shoulder, laughing and eagerly anticipating the evening's activities. As Zhiqiu strolled through the campus, observing the vibrant, youthful faces around him, he gradually shed the surreal feeling of detachment in this environment saturated with the intoxicating essence of youth, finding himself unwittingly more open and expansive. Suddenly, as if by some unspoken understanding, the cacophony around began to diminish, and the gazes of the crowd converged upon a singular point ahead. In a moment of daze, Zhiqiu found herself intrigued, lifting her head to seek the focal point, effortlessly identifying the source of the collective attention. A captivating figure entered her view. Even after enduring countless digitally enhanced images of beauty in her previous life online, a flicker of astonishment danced in the depths of her eyes at this moment. With delicate brows like the wings of a butterfly and skin as smooth as cream, the most striking feature was her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, serene yet expressive. Those shadowy orbs held a tranquil demeanor, while the softly upturned lashes at the outer corners lent an air of playful charm to her otherwise cool and elegant presence, blending the two contrasting qualities seamlessly. Her elongated figure was elegantly draped in a well-tailored, understated off-white lightweight coat, which gracefully concealed her astonishingly long legs. Given that she wore white flats, Zhiqiu easily deduced that her height was likely close to 170 centimeters. The phrase "like a fallen fish" or a swooping goose had always seemed exaggerated to her. Yet, upon beholding this enchanting beauty, she found herself understanding its essence. In ancient times, there was the tale of King Zhou of Shang, who, in his quest to elicit a smile from a beauty, ignited wars. Zhiqiu mused that if the aesthetic sensibilities of fish and geese were akin to those of humans, their overwhelming reaction upon witnessing such a beauty would hardly be surprising. Just as her thoughts wandered, the proud, swan-like beauty approached her with unwavering grace. Chapter 3. Yu Caiwei, it is Yu Caiwei. Yang Hongwei whispered. The camaraderie between the two men suddenly subdued as the alluring figure of Yu Caiwei approached. The three occupants of the dormitory grew tense, their hearts racing as she drew nearer. She is coming. She is approaching. Ignoring the myriad of gazes, both obvious and subtle, Yu Caiwei confidently strode to where the bewildered Zhiqiu stood. "May I have a moment to chat?" Her voice was melodious, as clear and delightful as pearls cascading onto a jade platter. Zhiqiu was jolted into awareness, glancing around to find his three dormitory mates staring at him with puzzled expressions. A profound silence enveloped the scene, creating an atmosphere of peculiar stillness. Is this stunning beauty seeking my attention? After a 2-second pause, Zhiqiu finally grasped the situation. The serene countenance of the enchanting woman awaited his response, her expressive eyes seemingly beckoning him to speak. For a fleeting moment, Zhiqiu wondered if he were imagining things. As he thought, he detected a subtle hint of annoyance in the depths of her gaze. "Oh, that sounds fine," he replied, though the circumstances felt rather bewildering. Although it was mealtime after class, many passing students instinctively slowed their pace, their eyes drawn to Yu Caiwei, who radiated like a celestial body surrounded by admirers. Noticing a shadow of displeasure and resignation flickering in Yu Caiwei's eyes, Zhiqiu surveyed their surroundings and, tilting his chin slightly, gestured towards a nearby ancient-style pavilion. "Let's converse there." Yu Caiwei glanced at the pavilion, offering no refusal, and gracefully made her way in that direction. A gentle breeze danced through her sun-kissed hair, which shimmered like gold, and her attire billowed elegantly, exuding an aura of cool sophistication. Zhiqiu could not help but marvel once more at her exquisite beauty. She would undoubtedly stand out among the finest of actresses in his previous life. Disregarding the fervent curiosity emanating from his dormitory companions, Zhiqiu followed closely behind. In the brief span of a few meters, he contemplated the reason behind her approach. Did they have an acquaintance? Upon reflection, it seemed they indeed did, though their connection felt rather superficial, leaving him with a vague recollection. As he pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yu Caiwei's silhouette, which captivated him instantly. Unlike her frontal view, her slender, graceful figure presented an entirely different spectacle. Most striking were her long legs, perfectly encased in fitted trousers. His eyes traced the delicate curve from her pristine ankles upward to her slender calves and well-proportioned thighs, culminating in an astonishing arc. At that moment, whether she sensed the scrutiny from behind, her figure quivered slightly, and she quickened her pace. Zhiqiu felt a warmth rise to his cheeks and promptly diverted his gaze, assuring himself that his admiration was purely aesthetic. The short distance was soon traversed, and with a faint blush adorning her cheeks, Yu Caiwei wasted no time in stating, "Chen Yuan has withdrawn from the concert in your duet." Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback before the realization dawned upon him. Chen Yuan, the name of his ex-girlfriend, who had always exuded an air of insincerity. What Yu Caiwei referred to as the graduation gala at Huahai Media University, scheduled for 2 weeks hence. Typically, the annual graduation event is orchestrated by the campus's Arts Association under the guidance of faculty mentors, and Yu Caiwei holds the nominal title of minister within this association. The graduation gala hosted by Huahai Media University each year is an opulent affair, usually held in the first semester of the senior year, when students are still predominantly on campus due to ongoing classes. By the second semester, many students have embarked on internships, making it increasingly difficult to gather a cohesive group for performances. Moreover, Huahai Media University boasts a plethora of distinguished alumni, including stars, directors, and media moguls, many of whom return for the gala, providing current students a valuable opportunity to showcase their talents to the broader society. After all, being noticed by a prominent alumnus could potentially expedite one's career by a decade. As for his ex-girlfriend, Chen Yuan, who possesses a certain level of artistic competence, she had initially planned to collaborate with him on a musical performance for the gala. However, in a bid to distance herself from Zhiqiu, she unilaterally announced her withdrawal from the performance. From her perspective, as her debut approaches, participating in the gala has become an optional endeavor. Sharing the stage with a male counterpart could easily ignite rumors that might displease her financial backers. Yu Caiwei pressed on with a question. "Do you have another collaborator for your performance?" This inquiry required no contemplation, and Zhiqiu promptly replied, "No." His previously limited social circle consisted mainly of a few dormitory friends, none of whom possessed any singing talent. The prospect of replacing the visually appealing male-female duo with 2 males was hardly appealing. One could only imagine the scene of 2 burly men on stage, passionately gazing into each other's eyes while performing. Yu Caiwei's tranquil gaze, akin to autumn waters, seemed to anticipate Zhiqiu's response. She continued, given the time constraints. "The school's mentors have indicated that if the performance cannot be executed in its entirety, it will be canceled, especially since several distinguished alumni are expected to attend." Zhiqiu pondered briefly and grasped his predicament. Chen Yuan had certainly left him with a conundrum. Initially, he had been indifferent about participating in the gala. However, the fact that news of his dismissal by Chen Yuan had seemingly spread, coupled with her unilateral withdrawal, made it appear as though he was being manipulated. Caught in a dilemma, Zhiqiu fell silent. Yu Caiwei's enchanting eyes flickered, and her slightly parted crimson lips murmured, "If you lack a collaborator, I could." Could I sing solo? Zhiqiu interjected suddenly, catching Yu Caiwei off guard and causing her to retract her incomplete sentence. Yes, the original plan was for a duet, but it was never mandated to have two performers. You wish to sing solo? Zhiqiu nodded, his expression relaxed. I am unfamiliar with other suitable female singers at the school, and finding a last-minute partner with whom I lack rapport would likely lead to a lackluster performance. It would be better to sing solo. This time it was Yu Caiwei's turn to fall into silence, her beautiful eyes quietly gazing at Zhiqiu. His words had taken her somewhat by surprise. The Zhiqiu she knew before was a man of few words, somewhat introverted in personality, his eyes seemingly holding no other girl apart from his now ex-girlfriend Chen Yuan. Yet the confident and easygoing demeanor before her now was something she had never witnessed before. Merely this change in temperament made him appear as if transformed, strikingly refreshing to behold. Her luminous eyes momentarily dazed. Yu Caiwei regained her composure and softly said, "That song isn't suitable for a male vocalist." "That's hardly an issue," Zhiqiu replied without hesitation. "Then I'll choose another. I'll perform an original composition this time." Now Zhiqiu could clearly discern the look of astonishment in Yu Caiwei's limpid, water-clear eyes. Before she could respond, he continued with assurance, "Minister Yu, there's no need for concern. It's merely a simple graduation song. I won't make a mess of it." Witnessing Zhiqiu's composed and confident expression, Yu Caiwei found herself inexplicably choosing to believe in him. "Very well. I'll speak with the school faculty about it." Chapter 4. Embarrassing past. After Zhiqiu reunited with the three dormitory mates, he was immediately subjected to a playful yet aggressive interrogation by Jun and Yang Hongwei, who ensnared him in a metaphorical chokehold. Confess freely or face severe consequences. "What did Yu Caiwei say to you?" They pressed, their expressions reminiscent of jealous dogs, envious and restless. Even the dorm leader, Zhou Hua, regarded Zhiqiu with keen eyes. "Wait, I can't breathe." Zhiqiu managed to wriggle free from the two boys and retorted, "What nonsense is this? Chen Yuan withdrew from the graduation gala and my performance. Yu Caiwei, the president of the school's literary association, merely inquired about this matter." The trio remained skeptical, with Yang Hongwei questioning, "Is that true? Then why were you two sneaking off to speak in private?" Believe it or not, Zhiqiu rolled his eyes, ignoring them as he strode toward the school cafeteria. Jun and Yang Hongwei exchanged glances and hurried to catch up. Jun chuckled, "All right, I believe you. But seriously, do you not have any feelings for her?" "That is after all, Yu Caiwei." Yang Hongwei chimed in, the quintessential beauty of Huahai Media University, undoubtedly a goddess. Chen Yuan might have a chance at stardom, but Yu Caiwei is already being hailed as a leading figure among the new generation of female singers. The dorm leader nodded in agreement, adding, "I've heard her background is quite impressive." As they conversed, Zhiqiu quickly gleaned a wealth of information about Yu Caiwei. Indeed, she could be regarded as a goddess. Her figure was exquisite, her appearance flawless, and although she was still young, her singing prowess was rumored to rival that of some renowned divas. It was no wonder that nearly everyone had cast furtive glances in her direction. Within the confines of the school, they could still exercise restraint, but outside, one could only imagine the fervent fans rushing to her side. Yu Caiwei's formidable background was no mere rumor. When she first enrolled as a freshman, she caused quite a stir at Huahai Media University. A wealthy senior pursued her relentlessly, yet she remained unmoved. It was said that this affluent suitor wielded considerable influence locally, and in a fit of rage after being spurned, he uttered some threats. However, to everyone's astonishment, the following day he appeared contrite, bowing in apology before promptly withdrawing from the university. Since then, no bold suitor dared to test the waters with Yu Caiwei again. In her sophomore year, Yu Caiwei officially signed with one of the top entertainment companies in the country, Huahai Media, and her debut single, Rain Butterfly, captivated the entire music industry. Although Zhiqiu was not well acquainted with this enchanting figure, he had indeed encountered her on several occasions. The first was during orientation for new students when Yu Caiwei arrived at the school nearly at dusk, and her breathtaking beauty naturally drew eager seniors who offered to assist her. Yu Caiwei declined the assistance of a group of seniors with glinting eyes. resolutely dragging her heavy suitcase alone, only to tragically twist her ankle on the first floor of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Zhiqiu had just finished escorting Chen Yuan back to her dormitory, and, seeing the predicament, could not turn a blind eye. He readily offered to help carry her luggage up to the third floor. Coincidentally, the other residents of Yu Caiwei's dormitory were all absent, and as a newcomer without acquaintances in the school, she appeared to be quite alone. Thus, Zhiqiu, embodying the spirit of benevolence, decided to accompany her to the infirmary. Since enrolling, Zhiqiu, who harbored a passion for playing the guitar, had joined the only association he found appealing, the music club, where Yu Caiwei was also a member. With her cool demeanor and his somewhat reserved personality, their interactions were sparse, and they seemed to have forgotten the minor incident of moving luggage, exchanging merely polite nods when their paths crossed. Their second encounter occurred within the confines of the literary association. One evening, after practicing late, Yu Caiwei found herself inadvertently locked inside a rehearsal room, only to be discovered by Zhiqiu as he passed by. He effortlessly opened the door, once again rescuing her. After a barely audible thank you, she dashed away like a fleeting breeze toward the restroom at the end of the corridor. That night, a broken bulb cast a dim light over the hallway, and Zhiqiu, uncertain if his eyes deceived him, thought he glimpsed a small patch of glistening moisture at the crotch of her white casual pants, which tightly enveloped her long legs. It was evident that Yu Caiwei was not financially constrained. From Zhiqiu's limited understanding, she was not one to indulge extravagantly. Yet, that luxurious pair of casual pants had not been seen on her since. He dared not dwell on it further. Apart from these two fleeting exchanges, their conversations during the association's sparse activities were minimal, barely qualifying as acquaintances. The impact of Yu Caiwei's proximity was palpable, as Zhiqiu and Yang Hongwei continued to chatter animatedly about her even after they had seated themselves in the dining hall. Returning Zhiqiu's meal card, Zhiqiu felt a pang of embarrassment. He had spent his living expenses on gifts for Chen Yuan, and now, even affording a meal had become a challenge. For the past week, he had relied on Zhiqiu's card. This was intolerable. He had to find a way to earn money quickly. Just then, a sudden exclamation from the neighboring table interrupted his thoughts. Yu Caiwei had confirmed her participation in this year's graduation evening performance. Astonishingly, she would be singing her renowned piece, Glimmer, as the closing act. It was essential that she close the show, otherwise, after experiencing her performance, the audience would find the subsequent acts rather dull, leaving little for others to showcase. Whispers of excitement filled the air, and the response from Dormitory 206 was swift, with Yang Hongwei hastily retrieving his phone to check the official Weibo account of Huahai University. There, prominently featured, was the announcement: outstanding student and freshman singer Yu Caiwei would perform the piece Glimmer at the upcoming graduation ceremony. The comments under the pinned official WeChat account have surged dramatically, reaching hundreds in a remarkably short period. Among them, the comment from the verified user, Huahai Media Entertainment, has garnered the most likes, announcing that Li Wenrui, the general manager of Huahai Entertainment and a graduate of Huahai Media University, will return to the campus for the celebration to witness the grandeur of his alma mater. Wow! Exclaimed the affluent second-generation heir, Zhiqiu, upon seeing this comment. Yu Caiwei has confirmed her performance, and even the general manager of Huahai Entertainment will be present. The scale of this graduation gala is indeed impressive. Zhiqiu lifted his gaze from his phone to the focused Zhiqiu, who was indulging in his meal. By the way, fourth, weren't you supposed to perform at the gala? Now that Chen Yuan has withdrawn, has your act been canceled? Not at all. Zhiqiu replied after swallowing a piece of chicken, silently marveling at the remarkable quality of the university's cafeteria, which rivals that of external restaurants. It's not canceled. It's better this way. I'll perform solo. Chapter 5. The absurd scoring system. The three roommates showed little surprise upon hearing Zhiqiu's decision to perform solo. They were well aware of his singing abilities, though his skill was undoubtedly incomparable to Yu Caiwei's, given that the event was primarily a student performance. The audience would likely be lenient. Getting through it without much fuss shouldn't be an issue. After leaving the cafeteria and returning to their dorm, Zhiqiu and Yang Hongwei, the more flamboyant of the group, began preening themselves. Zhou, their dorm leader, had a childhood sweetheart and thus dared not indulge in such frivolities. By 8 in the evening, the group didn't venture far. Just outside the gates of Huahai Media University lay a cultural and creative street, home to a quiet bar named July. Stepping inside, warm amber light spilled elegantly across the wooden walkways between seating areas. At the bar's front, a resident singer crooned an unfamiliar melody. Zhiqiu gave a slight nod of approval. The bar's tasteful decor and ambience were evident. Patrons included not only students from the nearby university, but also a fair number of stylish urbanites. Most spoke in hushed tones, making it an ideal spot to unwind or gather with friends. Jun seemed acquainted with the owner, exchanging a brief greeting with a bearded man before leading the trio to a central table. "Brothers, order whatever you like," Jun grinned, casually selecting fruit platters and snacks, while he and Yang Hongwei discreetly scanned the female clientele like stealthy radars. Zhiqiu ordered a stronger cocktail. Whether in his past life or now, his alcohol tolerance had never been impressive. Yet tonight, for reasons unknown, he felt an uncharacteristic willingness to let himself get drunk. Once the drinks arrived, Jun had already locked onto a target. "Check it out. 3 o'clock direction, 2 women in black stockings. Thoughts?" Yang Hongwei took a sip of his drink, his gaze flickering subtly toward the right before he grimaced and forced down the liquid. "A bit heavy on the makeup, but the legs are a solid 70. He added, "Extra 5 points for the stockings. Total 75. Not bad. Damn it. See Yun Kombuth. You got a whole system for this, huh? I'd say at least 80. If girls like these only score 75, how many of my exes even passed?" Yang Hongwei shook his head sagely. Second brother, trust the judgment honed through countless, rigorous observations. "Stop calling me that." See Yun scoffed. Never heard someone glorify that hobby so poetically. "Fine. If these two are only 75, what does a 100 look like?" Yang Hongwei perked up, momentarily abandoning his surreptitious glances toward the 75-point duo. Setting down his pretentious cocktail, he declared smugly, "You wouldn't understand. Based on my research, there's only one person I've seen who is a perfect 100. Who?" Upon hearing such an existence, Jun's interest was thoroughly piqued, playing along eagerly while dorm leader Zhou also became intrigued. Yang Hongwei's gaze turned solemn as he lowered his voice mysteriously and uttered 3 words, "Yu Caiwei." At this name, Jun froze momentarily before nodding deeply in agreement. Yang Hongwei launched into an eloquent analysis. Her looks go without saying. "Based on my extensive data analysis and comparisons of countless women, Yu Caiwei's height should be 169 centimeters with measurements. Though often dressed casually, they're undoubtedly impressive. Her proportions are flawless. Those legs could easily model for a living." Finally, Yang Hongwei concluded, "Others scoring 75 do so because that's their limit. Yu Caiwei scores 100 because the scale only goes that high. It's not even the same league." "I agree." Jun was utterly convinced. Though his wealth ensured no shortage of girlfriends, in terms of theory, he was no match for the secretly suave Yang Hongwei. "Since that's the case," Jun continued, "forget about the unattainable Yu Caiwei. Can you help get the numbers of those 2 75-point girls?" Yang Hongwei, who had just been basking in Jun's admiration, choked on his words, awkwardly reaching for his drink. "Are you kidding me?" Though bold in speech, the thought of actually approaching those 2 stylish, poised women would likely leave him breathless with nerves. "Damn it, why don't you go?" Yang Hongwei shot back, frustrated. Jun rolled his eyes. "I'm not confident either. See that designer bag? Girls like this aren't the bar type. Money alone won't sway them. One failed attempt, and there's no second chance. In my opinion, for high-level games like this, money isn't the key. It's all about looks." At this point, the 2 chatterboxes fell silent simultaneously, their gazes shifting to Zhiqiu, who was idly plucking the cherry from his cocktail and popping it into his mouth. Zhiqiu paused, immediately grasping their intentions, and stated firmly, "If you want to play, do it yourselves. Don't drag me in. Come on." Jun and Yang Hongwei wailed in unison. "Fourth brother, we're begging you, just this once." Jun put on a pitiful act, reaching for Zhiqiu's hand. only to be shaken off with a shudder. Second brother, don't force him. Honestly, I doubt fourth brother has the confidence either. Let us not put him on the spot, Yang Hongwei goaded, deploying reverse psychology. Yet, no matter how they cajoled or pressured him, Zhiqiu remained unmoved. It wasn't that he lacked interest in beautiful women. It was just that his own circumstances were still unresolved, leaving little room for such distractions. Dorm leader Zhou Hua sipped his beer leisurely, enjoying the spectacle. Then, Jun had a flash of inspiration. Fourth brother, if you get their numbers, I'll wipe your debt from swiping my meal card clean, plus I'll treat you to a week of meals. Fifth floor cafeteria, anything you want. Silence. The fifth-floor restaurant of Huahai Media University's cafeteria was staffed by professional chefs, renowned for its exquisite flavors and correspondingly steep prices. Most crucially, Zhiqiu's pockets were currently emptier than his face. 3 weeks have passed, waiting. Zhiqiu uttered a remark and rose to approach the two elegantly conversing urban ladies. In truth, the former Zhiqiu, a prolific author, possessed little experience in romantic pursuits. Yet, his confidence stemmed from the realization that ever since he entered the establishment, the gazes of the two ladies had frequently wandered in his direction. Moreover, he sensed that several other women in the shop had discreetly scrutinized him multiple times. This unprecedented and intriguing experience left Zhiqiu in a state of reflection. Being handsome, it seems, is simply unavoidable. Chapter 6 Prelude to Social Death from the Perspectives of Zhou Hua, Jun, and Yang Hongwei. Zhiqiu approached with an unruffled demeanor, bowing slightly to exchange a few words with the two young ladies clad in black stockings before gracefully seating himself beside them. To their astonishment, the trio engaged in lively conversation, as if they were long-time acquaintances. The two beauties occasionally shook their heads, stifling giggles behind their hands. After nearly 10 minutes of animated discussion, Zhiqiu returned to the table with an air of ease, flashing his phone screen, displaying a contact named Tingting in front of the gaping Jun. All set, third floor of the cafeteria at 3 o'clock. Before Jun could fully grasp the situation, Zhiqiu turned off his screen and reclined back in his chair, picking up the unfinished cocktail on the table. Jun, momentarily forgetting to ask for the two ladies' numbers, incredulously remarked, "Is that all it takes?" Yang Hongwei, equally bewildered, added old four. "You're not just trying to con a meal with a random number, are you?" Zhiqiu rolled his eyes, dismissing their concerns. It dawned on Jun and Yang Hongwei that they knew Zhiqiu's character well enough to trust he would not stoop to such deception. Most crucially, given the delighted expressions of the two black-stocking beauties, they themselves could hardly believe that the phone number was a fabrication. "Fourth brother, I was wrong. Fourth brother, teach me." In the next moment, the two comical friends tossed their dignity aside, nearly falling over themselves to cling to Zhiqiu's leg. Even Zhou Hua, the dorm leader, found it hard to believe. While the outcome was not surprising, the process had been remarkably fluid. It must be noted that although Zhiqiu was handsome, the clientele of such upscale bars generally possessed a degree of financial independence and worldly experience. Mere looks could seldom sway them. Initially, Zhou Hua had estimated Zhiqiu's success rate to be around 60 or 70%, yet his recent performance had been nothing short of that of a romantic maestro. "Old four, you have truly changed," Zhou Hua mused, astonished. "Wait a minute," Yang Hongwei interjected, puzzled. "Old four, you have always been singularly focused on your looks. Your skills in wooing women are even less refined than mine. How have you transformed so dramatically after your breakup? Could a poignant romance really catalyze such growth? Should I consider trying it myself?" Jun, lost in thought, seemed genuinely inclined to contemplate Yang Hongwei's suggestion. "All right, enough." Zhiqiu, exasperated by their incessant questioning, reluctantly explained his method for acquiring phone numbers. Once he concluded, an air of silence enveloped them, their disbelief palpable. "If you doubt it, go ahead and try for yourselves." Zhiqiu leaned back, donning an expression that suggested experience is the best teacher. Naturally, Zhou Hua would never engage in such antics. As for Yang Hongwei, the timid suitor lacked the courage to make such a bold move. It was unrealistic to expect a significant breakthrough in such a short time. All right, the wealthy second-generation Jun, however, was eager to act. He considered himself somewhat of a seasoned veteran with a thick skin, ready to put his newly acquired technique to the test. Soon, Zhiqiu pinpointed his target, downing half a glass of wine in one gulp before striding toward a woman whose presence and grace rivaled that of the two alluring ladies in black stockings he had just encountered. With head held high and chest out, he approached her, smiling as he leaned in for conversation. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Then, under the gaze of the three onlookers, Zhiqiu dejectedly returned with a chair, plopping down onto it with a sigh. Was that it? Had he succeeded? Yang Hongwei asked, bewildered. No. The outcome was painfully evident. Zhou Hua, intrigued, inquired, what did you say to her? Why did you bring back a chair? Ziyun Muomuo. I followed the method taught by Lao Si. I asked her, is anyone sitting here? She glanced at me and replied, no, you can't take the chair. This script was all wrong. Yang Hongwei and Zhou Hua were taken aback, their faces quickly flushing with suppressed laughter. Zhiqiu, however, remained composed. The method has been imparted to you. The master opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Yang Hongwei patted Zhiqiu on the shoulder, trying to stifle his laughter. I realized that the greatest difference between us and Lao Si lies in our expressions. In truth, the rationale was insignificant. If a girl found you appealing, she would willingly allow herself to be charmed. Get lost. Ziyun Fumu. Observing the ruckus, Zhiqiu couldn't help but smile, feeling a gentle warmth in his heart. These friends were expressing their concern in their own distinctive manner, hoping to help him move on from a past relationship. After all, they understood how deeply invested Zhiqiu had been in that former romance. In 2 lifetimes, such pure friendship and brotherhood were experiences Zhiqiu had seldom encountered during his previous reclusive existence. The four continued to banter for a while when suddenly, Yang Hongwei's gaze darted to a particular spot, and he became animated. That table at the back. Look, a stunning beauty. The other 3 paused, as Zhiqiu's position faced away from the direction Yang Hongwei indicated. Yet, the exaggerated description piqued his curiosity, and he turned to take a look. In a relatively secluded corner, 2 casually dressed women sat opposite each other, engaged in conversation. The woman facing Zhiqiu exuded a mature elegance. Though she appeared to be of certain age, her impeccable maintenance suggested a life of affluence. Meanwhile, the slender figure with a cap, whose face was obscured from Zhiqiu's view, emanated an undeniable allure. One could instinctively sense that beneath the cap lay a stunning beauty. Ziyun, skeptical, remarked, we can't see her face. If she's truly a perfect score, is she at the level of Yu Caiwei? That seems a bit exaggerated. Yang Hongwei, visibly excited, responded. She turned her face slightly just now. While I couldn't see her clearly, I assure you on my honor, there's no exaggeration. Do you even have honor? Zhiqiu was tempted to scoff, yet he couldn't deny that Yang Hongwei's assertion might indeed hold some truth. In fact, it was often the women who possessed such captivating poise and figure that left one in awe. Yang Hongwei shook his head in wonder, lamenting, to think that 2 goddess-level figures comparable to Yu Caiwei could appear in the small city of Huahai. How rare. At this moment, Zhiqiu's interest was piqued, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. With a mischievous grin, he teased, Old four, do you not consider yourself a master? If you can procure the phone number of this stunning beauty, I shall truly be impressed. A month of unlimited dining on the 5th floor of the cafeteria shall be your reward. A promise is a promise. Very well, as you say. Zhiqiu, having consumed nearly half a glass of cocktail, felt a slight buzz and, swept up in a moment, decided to take a bold step. After all, it was merely a phone number. A few audacious words could easily secure a month of complimentary feasts. If it succeeded, it would be a delightful gain. If it failed, there would be no loss. Such a risk-free venture was certainly worth pursuing. Chapter 7. The scene of social death in the dormitory. Under the admiring gaze of his 2 companions, Zhiqiu rose decisively and made his way to a secluded corner of the bar. Although that table was situated in a rather obscure spot, it nonetheless drew considerable attention. The reason for this was the striking beauty who wore a cap that obscured much of her face. Many gentlemen within the establishment covertly directed their glances toward that table, deterred from action for two primary reasons. Firstly, a sense of inadequacy lingered among them. The aura of quiet nobility radiating from the slightly older woman made many men hesitate, weighing their own worthiness against it. Secondly, the two individuals appear to be engaged in an earnest discussion, exuding an unmistakable "I am busy, do not disturb" vibe, which any sensible person would recognize as a poor opportunity for flirtation, with the likelihood of failure soaring to an alarming 99%. Zhiqiu, whose pockets were likely emptier than anyone else present, was determined to be the obstinate one. He was not so self-absorbed as to believe that his moderately handsome visage alone could persuade the lady to willingly share her contact information. Yet under the influence of alcohol, he felt emboldened to engage in behavior that bordered on the audacious. His approach did not go unnoticed. The male patrons in the bar regarded him with admiration, cool detachment, and a myriad of complex expressions. However, Zhiqiu remained undeterred. As he drew nearer, the mature woman facing him paused her conversation, clearly having discerned his intentions. Her elegantly groomed eyebrows furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with both displeasure and resignation. Unfazed by her demeanor, Zhiqiu cut to the chase, employing the same line he had just used moments before. "Excuse me, may I take this seat?" The pretext for his intrusion was pathetically flimsy. No rational person would seek out a stranger in a corner to share a table when there were plenty of other seats available. "I'm sorry," a cool, melodious voice interrupted him. The tone was polite yet distant, devoid of any discernible displeasure, reflecting the speaker's refined upbringing. Yet, Zhiqiu found himself questioning his sobriety. The voice seemed hauntingly familiar. Where had he heard it before? "We are in the midst of a discussion, Zhiqiu." The voice now carried a note of surprise, the previous aloofness dissipating yet remaining as enchanting as ever. Upon hearing his name, Zhiqiu instinctively lowered his gaze and was met with a pair of eyes that shimmered like a clear spring. These eyes he had last seen merely 4 hours prior, in a resting pavilion along the path from the main teaching building to the dining hall at Huahai Media University. "Director Yu." Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively addressing Yu Caiwei by her title in the literary association. After the initial astonishment, Yu Caiwei quickly regained her composure and inquired, "What brings you here?" Her question trailed off as her delicate nose crinkled slightly, for Zhiqiu had consumed a substantial amount of a high-proof cocktail, and the scent of alcohol was unmistakably strong as he leaned slightly forward to speak. "Vivi, do you know him?" At this moment, the mature woman's expression relaxed as she inquired, "Classmate?" Yu Caiwei slightly nodded. The mature woman acknowledged her with a nod and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, the trio from dorm 206 seemed to sense something awry. Upon closer inspection of the so-called perfect beauty, they were utterly dumbfounded. There was no one who could rival Yu Caiwei's beauty. All along, it had been the same person. Zhiqiu found the current predicament rather amusing, though his composure had evidently evolved since those earlier days. He glanced at Zhiqiu and calmly stated, "I know her number. She's on the 5th floor of the dining hall." With that, he naturally offered Yu Caiwei an apologetic smile before returning to his original seat. Zhiqiu and Yang Hongwei's faces flushed, and even the typically composed Zhou Hua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What a situation this was. "My apologies for the interruption." Despite Zhiqiu being the one acting brazenly, the trio from dorm 206 couldn't fathom why they felt compelled to utter such words. Hastily apologizing and retreating to their seats, the mature woman and Yu Caiwei maintained their calm demeanor, observing Zhiqiu and the others as they settled back in their distant seats. With just a few exchanged words, they had gleaned the essence of what had transpired. If they were not mistaken, it seemed the group had been engaged in some trivial game akin to a daring adventure. The mature woman cast an intrigued glance at Zhiqiu and suddenly asked, "Is that boy who just spoke familiar to you?" Yu Caiwei neither confirmed nor denied, replying, "He is from the Literary Society. We belong to the same club." The mature woman did not pursue the matter further, instead remarking, "He is quite handsome, surpassing many male artists in our company in terms of looks." Yu Caiwei merely offered a non-committal The mature woman smiled slightly, stealing another glance at Zhiqiu before redirecting the conversation back to their previous topic. On the other side, the admiration for Yi Zhiqiu among the trio from dorm 206 had reached monumental heights. Yang Hongwei exclaimed, "Fourth brother, one word, impressive. You dare to flirt with Yu Caiwei." Xie Jun chimed in, "Now, I believe our fourth brother has undergone a complete transformation." Yu Caiwei now had quite a number of fans. If they were to discover her connection with him, it could spell trouble for the fourth brother. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled. The earlier incident had little impact on him. Indeed, Yu Caiwei was beautiful, but he had long since transcended the naive phase of being rendered speechless by a pretty face, especially since he sought nothing from her. Furthermore, having been enriched by the influence of another brilliant civilization, this was the wellspring of Yi Zhiqiu's confidence. Although their social standings appeared disparate, deep down, he did not perceive himself as inferior, enabling him to engage in an equal exchange and even tease her lightly. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu sensed that Yu Caiwei bore no resentment toward his earlier behavior. Amidst their conversation, they remained oblivious to the entrance of stylishly dressed man and woman into the establishment. The table at which Yi Zhiqiu and her companions were seated offered one of the finest views for observing the performances within the establishment. As two individuals surveyed the room, their gazes naturally fell upon the quartet. The woman, upon spotting Yi Zhiqiu, appeared momentarily taken aback and turned to her elegantly attired male companion, whispering something to him. The man, clad in a designer suit and possessing a certain charming demeanor, glanced at Yi Zhiqiu before striding forward with the woman towards their table. "Yi Zhiqiu, what brings you here?" A voice, strikingly familiar, echoed through the air, causing Yi Zhiqiu to instinctively pause and slowly turn around. The couple approaching from behind were none other than the strikingly beautiful female companion who had just greeted her. Chen Yuan. Chapter 8. Green Tea, in all honesty. Chen Yuan possessed a commendable appearance. Her fair skin and height of approximately 1.65 meters, coupled with fashionable attire, would likely earn her a score exceeding 80 in Yang Hongwei's rather pedantic grading system. It was no wonder that she had previously captivated Yi Zhiqiu completely. At this moment, as Chen Yuan approached, she was indeed surprised to discover that it was Yi Zhiqiu. She was aware that Yi Zhiqiu had previously shunned bars, even those of a more refined nature, hence her earlier inquiry. Habitually, she unconsciously adopted a condescending tone. Yi Zhiqiu merely experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. Her gaze quickly returned to calmness. Rather than responding to Chen Yuan, she directed her attention to the arm of the young man beside Chen Yuan, who was entwined with her embrace. Quite intimate, indeed. At this juncture, the young man beside Chen Yuan was also observing Yi Zhiqiu, his seemingly indifferent demeanor harboring a hint of disdain. The other three occupants of dormitory 206 recognized Chen Yuan immediately and rose from behind Yi Zhiqiu. "Yi Zhiqiu, I am posing a question to you," Chen Yuan stated, breaking the bizarre silence that lingered for several seconds, her patience waning. Yi Zhiqiu cast a glance at Chen Yuan's face, her lips barely moving as she uttered a few words. "None of your business." Upon hearing this, not only was Chen Yuan taken aback, but the members of dormitory 206 were equally astonished. Is she really that bold now? Chen Yuan furrowed her brow, her tone icy as she replied, "Yi Zhiqiu, there is no need for such hostility. After all, we are classmates, and we need not be devoid of friendship." "Friendship?" Yi Zhiqiu scoffed. "No thanks. I have no desire to be disturbed." Chen Yuan's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, her expressions fluctuating as she stood there, utterly taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's unyielding response. The notion that one could remain friends after a breakup was not something Yi Zhiqiu would entertain, especially not with someone so insincere. Yi Zhiqiu had not yet stooped to the level of allowing herself to be thoroughly undermined, only to later greet the individual with a facade of grace. Moreover, she harbored no lingering affection for Chen Yuan. Yet, as someone who had once been deeply invested in a relationship for several years, encountering the person who had usurped her love standing before her inevitably stirred feelings of unease within Yi Zhiqiu. Thus, it would be better not to see them at all. "Darling, are these your friends? Care to introduce them?" Suddenly, a somewhat frivolous voice interrupted. The young man beside Chen Yuan spoke up. Chun Yuan's expression became awkward as she hesitated to respond, but Zhiqiu suddenly comprehended the situation and mocked. So that is how it is. She then turned her gaze toward the young man, offering a sardonic smile. Chun Yuan's ex-boyfriend. The young man was momentarily taken aback, while a fleeting look of panic crossed Chun Yuan's face as she tightened her grip on his arm, exclaiming, "Fei Gu, I have long since broken up with him." Nothing ever happened. The young man, known as Fij, nonchalantly smiled, suddenly reaching out to embrace Chun Yuan's shoulder, and with a grin that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "Ah, so you are the impoverished lad Chun Yuan spoke of earlier, the one preparing to perform on stage with her at that graduation soiree? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Hongfei, the Deputy General Manager of Tianhong Entertainment." Chun Yuan quickly interjected, "Brother Fei, I no longer have any association with him. As you are aware, I have withdrawn from the performance at the gala." A blatant provocation. Xiajun said coldly, "Li Hongfei, don't get too arrogant. This isn't your family's company." As part of the same circle of wealthy heirs from prominent enterprises in Huahai City, Li Hongfei was well aware of Xiajun. However, though Xiajun's family background was respectable, it paled in comparison to the colossal influence of Tianhong Entertainment behind Li Hongfei. With a slight raise of his brow, Li Hongfei retorted, "Was anything I said incorrect? I sincerely apologize if my words have inadvertently wounded your feelings, dear classmate." The atmosphere in the establishment grew increasingly tense. Like drawn swords and nocked arrows, Yu Caiwei, seated in the corner discussing matters with her agent and aunt, a senior executive at Huahai Entertainment, casually glanced toward Zhiqiu's table. In that instant, she immediately recognized the identity of the woman being embraced by a young man. Chun Yuan, Zhiqiu's former lover. In an instant, Yu Caiwei comprehended the situation unfolding across from her. Amid her concerns, her gaze incessantly darted in that direction, rendering her unable to focus on the matter at hand. "What's wrong, Wei Wei?" With a grace that epitomizes the allure of a mature woman, Song Mei gazed at her niece and gently inquired. Yu Caiwei slightly shook her head, her voice remaining as cold and distant as ever. "It's nothing, Aunt Mei." Having watched her niece grow since childhood, not even the slightest flicker of emotion could escape Song Mei's keen perception. She turned her gaze towards the direction Yu Caiwei had been looking. Upon seeing the young man, she was momentarily taken aback and uncertainly remarked, "Is that Li Hongfei, the scion of Tianhong Entertainment?" It is said that Li Hongfei is an undeniable scion, lacking in both learning and skill. Relying on his family's resources, he has engaged in dubious relationships with several young celebrities within the company. Previously, he even caused a scandal by getting one of these young stars pregnant, which escalated to a court case, though Tianhong Entertainment managed to suppress the matter. "Is there a dispute with your classmates? Would you like to go and take a look?" Yu Caiwei paused for a moment, gently shaking her head, and replied, "No need." "Aunt Mei, let's continue." Song Mei offered a faint smile, refraining from further comment as she redirected her gaze. As others encroached upon their space, Zhiqiu, not one to be trifled with, retorted with sarcasm, "Oh really? Do you believe that after 4 years of being with Chun Yuan, she sought you out for no reason? Isn't it simply about being able to elevate her to stardom? Are you not aware of this in your own heart?" Li Hongfei's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger flashing through his eyes. Zhiqiu's words struck a chord, and the contrast between the two was even more pronounced as they stood side by side. He stood at a height of 173 meters, and even with the height-enhancing insoles, he still fell short by nearly half a head compared to Zhiqiu's towering 182 meters. To prioritize appearance over substance is nothing short of self-degradation. Though adorned in an ostentatious designer suit, one might appear polished, yet Zhiqiu, clad in simple jeans, a white t-shirt, and a solid-colored sweatshirt, embodies the quintessential protagonist of a youthful manga. Judging solely by external appearances, even Chun Yuan, in her most misguided state, would undoubtedly choose Zhiqiu. Li Hongfei narrowed his eyes, yet before he could utter another word, Chun Yuan, visibly agitated, interjected. "Zhiqiu, enough. What right do you have to say such things?" Chun Yuan exclaimed in a hushed but frantic tone, a mix of anger and urgency lacing her words. "Our relationship has long been severed. Kindly refrain from bothering me in the future." Should you engage in any actions that tarnish my reputation, I will not hesitate to have the company's lawyer issue a formal notice. Fearing that Yi Zhiqiu's words might adversely affect her benefactor's perception of her, and consequently jeopardize her debut plans, Chen Yuan was resolute in her confrontation. Fij, let us not allow this impoverished wretch to dampen our spirits. Let us go for a drink, for I am utterly fatigued. With that, she transformed her demeanor, embracing Li Hongfei's arm with an alluring charm, pleading sweetly. Li Hongfei let out a scoff, casually delivering a playful slap to Chen Yuan's rear, ensconced within her form-fitting skirt, raising an eyebrow in a deliberate display of dominance as they departed together. Chapter 9. Who can't show off? Yi Zhiqiu observed with a cold, expressionless demeanor as a man and a woman departed. He was no longer the naive youth he once was, fully aware that a woman like Chen Yuan, who epitomized the green tea stereotype, was hardly worth his affection. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of revulsion towards the two. Old 4. Pay them no mind. It is better to part ways with such a woman sooner rather than later. Today has afforded us a clear view of her true nature. The dorm leader, Zhou Hua, reassured him. Yi Zhiqiu nodded, but the light-hearted atmosphere had been thoroughly marred by the earlier interruption. Xie Jun spoke coldly. Li Hongfei, nicknamed Brother Fei, is notorious in our circle for being a spendthrift, indulging in gold-digging green tea types and obscure starlets. I suspect his connection with Chen Yuan is merely a fleeting dalliance. Yi Zhiqiu nonchalantly replied, it's simply a matter of mutual consent. Truth be told, he had encountered such scenarios in his past life, but he had never anticipated that it would one day transpire in his own experience. Meanwhile, as the evening peak approached, the establishment was nearly at full capacity. After Li Hongfei and Chen Yuan settled at a table not far from the group of 4 in room 206, they casually scanned the surroundings. When Li Hongfei's gaze fell upon the corner where Yu Caiwei and Song Mei sat, he paused abruptly. One cannot deny Li Hongfei's discerning eye was as keen as Yang Hongwei's. As a seasoned lecher, he immediately deduced that the woman whose profile was only partially visible was indeed a rare gem. Typically, he would approach such a prospect without hesitation, often flaunting his Lamborghini keys on the table while subtly showcasing his 7-figure watch, a tactic that had proven successful time and again. However, with Chen Yuan by his side, he found it inappropriate to shift his affections to another table so brazenly. Yet, the sight of such a rare quarry made it excruciating to remain idle. The struggle was palpable as he engaged in conversation with Chen Yuan, his attention drifting sporadically towards the enchanting figure across the way. The more he observed, the more convinced he became of his assessment. The woman before him was indeed a paragon of beauty, far surpassing Chen Yuan in every conceivable aspect. At that moment, the resident singer on the stage finished her song and was expressing her gratitude. Li Hongfei's eyes lit up, rising from his seat under Chen Yuan's watchful gaze. He approached the stage. Hello, I would like to sing a song for my girlfriend. May I borrow your guitar? He inquired politely, yet with an unmistakable authority. As a singer accustomed to the bar scene, she quickly discerned Li Hongfei's status as a significant client, one not to be trifled with. Such occurrences were commonplace in the lounge, and the resident singer welcomed the opportunity for a brief respite. Li Hongfei took the singer's place on stage. His actual height was modest, and no adjustments to the microphone were necessary. A clear cough resonated through the high-quality sound system, capturing the attention of most patrons within the establishment. In the corner, a beautiful woman seemed to have her attention drawn towards him, casting a glance in his direction. Li Hongfei felt a surge of joy within and assumed a pose he deemed the most charming. I am interrupting. This song is dedicated to a girl in the audience. Although it was their first encounter, her beauty left an indelible impression on him, and he hoped she would appreciate it. Chen Yuan, filled with delight, mistook Li Hongfei's words as directed towards her. Despite her slight confusion regarding the notion of a first meeting, she brushed it aside, considering their acquaintance to be too brief for deeper contemplation. What was the purpose of debuting? If she could truly attach herself to this affluent heir, the significance of her debut would diminish. Such were Chen Yuan's thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, when Li Hongfei spoke those words, his gaze had already drifted past her, fixated intently on the captivating Yu Caiwei seated in the corner. Li Hongfei was indeed capable of playing the guitar and singing, having been raised in a family involved in the entertainment industry, where acquiring skilled teachers was merely a matter of desire. Regrettably, he lacked the dedication to endure the hardships of mastery. Even his guitar skills were primarily a means to attract women, and it was the only pursuit he had maintained for any duration. Yet, often, women succumb to this charm: a modicum of talent, a touch of romance, and a financial advantage. Based on Li Hongfei's experiences, these three strategies rarely failed. Unfortunately, it appeared that the stunning beauty merely glanced at him before turning away. Undeterred, he strummed the guitar strings and began to sing with heartfelt emotion. The audience, unaware of the underlying dynamics, had mixed reactions. However, most found favor in the romantic gesture of a man serenading on stage. "Wow, how romantic! His girlfriend must be incredibly fortunate," one woman remarked, captivated by Li Hongfei's strumming hand adorned with a Richard Mille watch. "It sounds somewhat pleasant, just passable, not as good as the previous resident singer, but still commendable." To ears attuned to professionalism, like Yu Caiwei's, the performance was fraught with errors, filled with superfluous embellishments and a contrived delivery that starkly contrasted with her musical philosophy. Additionally, Li Hongfei's occasional glances towards her only served to furrow her brow in displeasure. Song Mei sighed helplessly as she observed her niece, who had faced such situations countless times due to her beauty. In the 206 dormitory, Yang Hongwei spat in disdain, scoffing, "What a show-off, with that level of skill. How dare he take the stage? Ulfor would have him finished in no time." Zhou Hua and Xie Jun nodded in agreement. Yi Zhiqiu, indifferent to the unfolding scene, drained the last sip of her cocktail, feeling the warmth of the alcohol gradually take effect, her thoughts drifting into oblivion. As the song concluded, Li Hongfei felt a sense of disappointment. His intended target had only glanced at him initially, thereafter appearing indifferent. This was far from advantageous for his plans of approaching her. He casually handed his guitar to the resident singer and, with a darkened expression, descended from the stage. As Li Hongfei passed by the table where three individuals from dormitory 206 sat, he cast a glance at Yi Zhiqiu. An inexplicable irritation welled up within him, stirred by the strikingly handsome face of the latter. He approached the quartet, his voice icy as he addressed them. "I have heard that you intend to perform at the evening gala of Huahai Media University. I presume your singing abilities are commendable. Care to showcase your talent on stage?" Li Hongfei's gaze was frigid and challenging as he fixed his eyes on Yi Zhiqiu. "Are you daring enough? Allow me to witness your skills." This was nothing short of blatant provocation. Li Hongfei had indeed received training from esteemed mentors, while he had yet to reach a level of professional expertise. He was not far from it. Yi Zhiqiu could sing, yet his prowess was undeniably inferior to Li's. If Yi Zhiqiu were to ascend the stage and falter in his performance, it would lead to his humiliation. Conversely, if he chose not to respond to such a challenge, it would only serve to diminish his stature. The other three could no longer tolerate the situation. Xie Jun sprang to his feet, indignation evident in his voice. "What is wrong with you?" Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted Xie Jun. Yi Zhiqiu rose slowly, placing a reassuring hand on the agitated shoulder of Xie Jun, deliberately avoiding a glance at Li Hongfei. With a slightly ethereal gait, he made his way toward the stage. Chapter 10. The Journey of the White Dove. "Excuse me. May I borrow your guitar?" Although Yi Zhiqiu's steps were somewhat unsteady and his voice carried a hint of intoxication, his gaze remained relatively clear. The resident singer hesitated. She had overheard the conversation between Li Hongfei and the four individuals below after the previous performance. As the resident artist, it was her duty to maintain the atmosphere of the venue, and she felt responsible for ensuring that any discord did not disturb other patrons. Deep down, she was quite willing to lend the guitar to the tall and handsome young man before her. She didn't think much of the previous singer's performance. It had been rather greasy. Casting a desperate glance towards the owner, she noticed the bearded proprietor nod slightly in approval, which eased her tension, and she promptly passed the guitar to the young man. July, the owner, had indeed noticed the altercation between Xie Jun's friend and Li Hongfei. He considered Xie Jun a friend, and assisting in such a minor matter was no trouble at all. "Thank you, I appreciate it." With a smile that made the resident singer's heart race, Zhiqiu took the guitar and casually settled into a chair. Unlike Li Hongfei's relaxed posture, he sat slightly hunched, his back arched. A month had passed since his last haircut, and his slightly long bangs fell over his forehead, casting fragmented shadows across his lowered gaze under the dim light. Zhiqiu sat there simply, yet there was an inexplicable aura about him that captivated the attention of nearly all the customers in the establishment. Yu Caiwei, who had been discreetly observing the situation, was taken aback to see Zhiqiu take the stage, seemingly ready to sing. "Does your friend sing as well?" Song Mei inquired with curiosity, gazing at Zhiqiu on stage. Yu Caiwei did not respond, her eyes fixated on the center of the stage. "White Dove, Journey?" Without any embellishment, Zhiqiu uttered the title of the song as his fingers glided over the strings. Upon hearing the somewhat peculiar title, not only the occupants of Dormitory 206 and Li Hongfei, but also Yu Caiwei and Song Mei were momentarily taken aback. "Is there such a song?" Song Mei turned to Yu Caiwei, uncertain. Yu Caiwei shook her head slightly, just as the melancholic strumming of the guitar filled the air. Listening to the unfamiliar melody, the three from Dormitory 206 exchanged bewildered glances. They had heard Zhiqiu perform before, but this song was entirely unfamiliar, leaving them puzzled about what he intended to sing. "What song is this?" Li Hongfei, now seated, casually asked Chun Yuan, who had leaned in closer. Chun Yuan was equally astonished, replying, "I don't know. I've never heard him sing it before. It must be some obscure piece." Li Hongfei snorted softly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Zhiqiu on stage. A few simple chords formed a gentle, sorrowful melody as Zhiqiu began to sing. "I have come from afar to this unfamiliar place, as if I have slumbered for countless years. I have come to this place against all odds. Gazing out, the spring scenery is no longer ordinary." With no excessive vocal techniques, his narrative-like tone resonated throughout the venue. As Zhiqiu's voice resonated, Li Hongfei nearly burst into laughter. "Is this what one calls singing?" The moment Zhiqiu spoke, he felt a sense of victory in his heart. Meanwhile, upon hearing the melody, Song Mei's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "A folk song? Or perhaps an original?" Her professional instincts as a manager were ignited, and her interest was piqued, prompting her to listen intently. Zhiqiu maintained his head bowed, softly singing, "Oh, time flows like water, oh, the road of yesterday is already far away, white dove, white dove. Flying across the moment of the rainbow, he is far away, do not cease your pursuit of him." At this line, Song Mei's eyes widened in shock. "This song?" Yu Caiwei, who had remained silent, pressed her lips together, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhiqiu on stage. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a profound silence, with only Zhiqiu's melancholic voice echoing in the air. All the patrons ceased their conversations, quietly observing the young performer, their thoughts drifting with the melody. White dove, flying through the splendid realm like flowing water, until everything is possessed, still flying toward the north. In truth, Zhiqiu's vocal technique was not significantly superior to Li Hongfei's. His voice bore a slight rasp. Yet, none present felt that Li Hongfei's earlier performance could be compared to this song. The gentle tune and slow melody had the power to touch the heart. Zhiqiu dismissed Li Hongfei's provocation, singing this song solely for himself. Having traveled from afar to this unfamiliar place, how different was his experience? His parents from a previous life were still alive, yet he had departed. If another Zhiqiu occupied his body, he too would have initially felt bewildered, wouldn't he? Fortunately, although his past life was not one of immense wealth, it held some modest accomplishments. Even if he truly vanished from this world, his parents would not be left destitute. Now, gazing ahead, he faced a brand new life, where the path was either fraught with thorns or vibrant with colors, and it was up to him to traverse it. Let him be like a white dove arriving from afar, gliding through this splendid realm, leaving behind the hues of another world. To sing this song was, in a way, a farewell to the previous Zhiqiu. If at this moment, the immersed Zhiqiu were to look up, he would see a scene entirely different from before. The patrons, regardless of gender, were enveloped in silence, with some sensitive female listeners seemingly stirred by the melody, their eyes brimming with tears. Li Hongfei wore a grim expression, while Chen Yuan unconsciously gaped, regarding Zhiqiu as if he were a stranger. The trio from dormitory 206 displayed expressions of disbelief, excitement, and exhilaration in varying degrees. Yu Caiwei, with her clear, sparkling eyes, remained entranced, staring at Zhiqiu on stage, lost in thought. As the soft notes faded, Zhiqiu gently brushed his fingers across the piano strings. After a brief silence, he lifted his head, his expression returning to calm. "Thank you. I appreciate your help." "Huh? Oh." Returning the guitar to its rightful owner, Zhiqiu made her way back to her seat. The resident singer accepted the guitar, and at that moment, realization dawned upon him, his gaze towards Zhiqiu swiftly igniting with fervor. "Marvelous. Such an exquisite performance. My friend, you are truly remarkable. Your singing has moved me to tears." "What is the title of this song?" "I couldn't catch it at first. It seems to be called The Journey of the White Dove. I can't find it online. Could it be an original piece?" The belated yet fervent applause accompanied by murmurs erupted as the audience generously bestowed their admiration. However, to Li Hongfei's ears, this praise was unbearably jarring, striking him like slaps across his face, darkening his expression to the utmost. Chapter 11. The most lethal pretense is the invisible one after a prolonged silence. The atmosphere gradually eased. Song Mei cast her gaze toward Zhiqiu at the adjacent table and curiously inquired, "Wei Wei, is your friend also studying in the arts?" She continued, "That song was quite impressive. It undoubtedly qualifies as a masterpiece in recent folk compositions." Yu Caiwei shook her head, pausing momentarily before responding. "He is majoring in media studies." Song Mei expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "It seems he is quite the prodigy." Though Huahai University of Media may not be the pinnacle of academic institutions, the media studies program is highly competitive. Zhiqiu's admission into such a program certainly indicates a commendable level of intelligence. With this revelation, it was no surprise that he could craft lyrics as simple yet poignant as those in The Journey of the White Orchid Dove. In her mind, Song Mei had already constructed an image of Zhiqiu. Yu Caiwei's gaze flickered, though she remained silent. She was aware of Zhiqiu's commendable academic performance and had previously witnessed his musical talents in their shared club. Yet she had been oblivious to his creative prowess until now. Since meeting him today, she felt an indefinable change in the young man before her. Song Mei, driven by her professional instincts, became increasingly intrigued. It is remarkable that someone without formal training can achieve such a level of artistry. Your friend is undoubtedly a raw gem. One wonders if he has aspirations to debut. If a company were to sign him and cultivate his talent, he could very well become a renowned singer. Come on, Wei Wei. Let us meet this talented individual. Song Mei, decisive in her actions, rose promptly and strode toward Zhiqiu's table. Yu Caiwei, taken aback, adjusted her hat's brim slightly lower and followed suit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hongfei, who had been humiliated after provoking Zhiqiu, was already in a foul mood. Yet, he was unwilling to leave in defeat. Discovering that the object of his attention had taken the initiative to approach Zhiqiu only deepened his frustration. How could it be that when he performed, Zhiqiu merely glanced away in disinterest, yet this young man received such warm attention? Unbeknownst to him, the actions of Song Mei and Yu Caiwei delivered a devastating blow to his ego. Typically, Chen Yuan would have noticed Li Hongfei's discontent, but after hearing Zhiqiu's performance, her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her momentarily oblivious to Li Hongfei's feelings. As Yu Caiwei and Song Mei approached, the group at table 206 was taken aback. Song Mei wasted no time, presenting Zhiqiu with an exquisitely crafted business card. With a smile, she introduced herself. "Hello, Wei Wei's friend. I'm Song Mei, the Vice General Manager of Huahai Entertainment and currently also Wei Wei's manager. I apologize for the interruption, but may I ask if that song you just performed was your original work?" Zhiqiu glanced at Yu Caiwei, noticing her clear, spring-like eyes fixed upon him. "My aunt," Yu Caiwei stated plainly, succinctly revealing their connection. After a moment's contemplation, Zhiqiu replied, "Yes, it is my original work. After all, having created it and presented it to the world for the first time, in a sense, it could indeed be considered his own creation." Although uncertain of the stature of Huahai Entertainment or the influence this individual held within it, Zhiqiu politely accepted the business card offered to him, receiving an affirmative response. Song Mei's smile grew more sincere as she remarked, "I greatly admire your talent, Mr. Yi. Have you ever considered pursuing a career as a singer? If so, we at Huahai Entertainment would be honored to sign you. Rest assured, the terms of the contract would be among the most competitive in the industry." Was this an invitation to debut? Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback. What had once been an offhand remark from Yang Hongwei had now materialized into reality. His 3 roommates from dormitory 206 were equally exhilarated. To debut as a singer, and under the same label as Yu Caiwei, no less. The mere thought of their dormitory producing a star filled them with pride. Jun, who had some insight into the industry, noticed Zhiqiu's hesitation and added, "Huahai Entertainment is one of the top 4 entertainment companies in the country, with formidable resources." Zhiqiu, however, had already made up his mind. With courteous composure, he replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Ms. Song. But at present, I have no intention of signing with any company. My apologies." Song Mei was unsurprised by his response. After all, career decisions were not made lightly. Still, she persisted, "I understand. Should you ever reconsider, please don't hesitate to reach out. Huahai Entertainment will not disappoint you." Zhiqiu nodded slightly. Truthfully, with Huahai's backing, through promotions and releases, establishing fame would hardly be difficult. Yet he disliked constraints. What came after fame? Beneath the glamour, artists were mere instruments for capital, bound by relentless schedules and fleeting relevance. Once their star faded, they were discarded without sentiment. Moreover, if he truly wished to walk this path, he need not submit to another's dominion. With an entire luminous civilization as his foundation, he could forge his own way. A faint shadow of disappointment flickered in Yu Caiwei's eyes when he declined. Suddenly, she asked, "Is this the original song you will perform at the graduation ceremony?" Zhiqiu answered instinctively, "No." His rendition of White Pigeon's Journey had been a spontaneous outpouring, fueled by the warmth of wine and emotion. He had never intended it for the stage. All eyes turned to him once more. His roommates were stunned. Young Hongwei exclaimed, "So you're performing an original at graduation? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Zhiqiu sighed. "You never asked. Was that really the issue?" When he had mentioned Chun Yuan's withdrawal and his solo performance, no one had imagined it would be an original composition. The realization dawned. If this wasn't the song, then did Zhiqiu have another original piece? Song Mei's interest reignited. Eagerly, she pressed, "What genre is it? What is the title? Would you mind sharing?" Having just listened to an exquisite piece by her, I am eager to discover the nature of Zhiqiu's other creations and whether they maintain such a high standard. Yu Caiwei gazes at Zhiqiu with bright, expectant eyes. Zhiqiu, feeling rather solitary, decisively states, "I haven't decided yet." The crowd is once again taken aback. What does "I haven't decided yet" mean? With less than 2 weeks until the graduation gala, to say one hasn't decided is quite perplexing. Is it possible that you could compose another song within this short span? Observing the skeptical looks from the crowd, Zhiqiu feels unjustly accused. Little do they know, when he says he hasn't decided yet, he merely means he hasn't chosen which song to perform. Chapter 12. First, address the issue of dining song. Mei cast a deep glance at Zhiqiu. Yet before she could utter a word, her brow furrowed slightly. Zhiqiu had just showcased a moment of brilliance, drawing the attention of many, particularly from the women in the establishment, who subtly diverted their gazes towards them. Yu Caiwei, now genuinely possessing a considerable fan base, found several eyes shifting towards her, obscured as she was by a cap that concealed much of her face. As they attempted to ascertain her identity, Song Mei understood that they could not linger any longer. Although the clientele in such a premium venue generally exhibited high standards, being recognized could still pose risks. After all, this was an establishment where alcohol flowed, and one could never be certain of encountering overly enthusiastic fans, which could lead to undesirable consequences. "Then we shall take our leave," Song Mei remarked with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Yu Caiwei. As she clasped her hand and led her towards the exit, Yu Caiwei sighed silently, reluctantly following, her demeanor betraying a hint of wistfulness. Meanwhile, Li Hongfei, upon noticing the two leaving the premises, felt a surge of impulsive urgency and abruptly stood up to follow suit. He was already feeling suffocated within the confines of the establishment. Oh, are they leaving so soon? Chun Yuan, emerging from her reverie, quickly hurried after them, curiously glancing back at Zhiqiu intermittently, as if she had something to express. However, upon stepping outside, Li Hongfei was met with the sight of Song Mei already seated in a Porsche, with Yu Caiwei occupying the passenger seat. Under the car's interior lights, Li Hongfei caught a clear glimpse of Yu Caiwei's visage, causing him to shudder. So, it is her, the illustrious beauty from Huahai Media University. A goddess in her own right, was someone he certainly recognized. Yet, this realization only served to clear his mind, deflating his spirits. With Yu Caiwei's background, she was not someone he could afford to be reckless around. Zhiqiu remained oblivious to the departure of Li Hongfei and Chun Yuan, and he paid no heed to Chun Yuan's hesitance, even if he had noticed it. At that moment, the performances within the venue had paused, and the burly owner of July Bar, along with the resident female singer, approached their table to extend greetings. "Ah, June, aren't you going to introduce us?" The bearded bar owner chuckled, while the resident singer gazed at Zhiqiu with adoration. Xie Jun grinned, gesturing towards Zhiqiu. "What do you think? I hope he hasn't embarrassed you?" "My buddy, the talented gem of Huahai Media, Zhiqiu." After introducing Zhiqiu, as well as Zhou Hua and Yang Hongwei, Xie Jun turned to the trio and said, "This is Lu Dahuzi, the owner of July, a venture pursued for leisure." Lu Dahuzi couldn't help but exclaim, "Your friend is remarkable, handsome, and an excellent singer. His performance tonight has surely compelled many to indulge in spirits, significantly boosting our sales." As a gesture of gratitude, he declared, "Tonight, drink to your heart's content, and I shall waive the bill." "Thank you." Xie Jun's eyes sparkled with delight, feeling an immense sense of pride. The cost of a night's drinking was trivial to him, but being offered a complimentary evening was a different matter entirely. It was a matter of honor. Upon hearing Lu Dahuzi's words, Zhiqiu felt a sudden inspiration and inquired, "Lu, are you still seeking resident singers here?" Lu Dahuzi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You wish to become a resident singer?" Zhiqiu nodded affirmatively. "What choice do I have? The first payment for Zhu Xian has yet to be settled, and, currently, his pockets are as bare as his expression. Although he won a bet and is treated to a month of meals by Xie Jun, this situation cannot persist indefinitely." Xie Jun, upon hearing this, offered, "Old for, if you're short on funds, perhaps I can lend you some?" Zhiqiu shook his head, preferring to resolve matters independently without burdening others. The camaraderie among brothers should not be entangled with financial concerns. Continuing, Zhiqiu remarked, "Yes, but it may not last long, probably around 10 days. Of course, it largely depends on whether you, Boss Lu, have any requirements for your venue." Xie Jun chimed in, "Brother Lu, my friend here is quite exceptional, handsome, and possesses a remarkable singing talent. An entertainment company is already eager to sign him as a singer. You wouldn't regret inviting him, as you witnessed the response earlier." Upon hearing Xie Jun's words, Lu the bearded's eyes sparkled with interest. He recognized that Xie Jun had no need to deceive him, and the resident singer nearby was nearly envious to the point of transformation. This venture could indeed be lucrative. Lu the bearded quickly made a decision, declaring, "Certainly, Brother Yi, as a friend of Jun, you are also a friend of mine, and I have no qualms in inviting you. I have 2 resident singers who perform in rotation every 2 days." Pointing to a female resident singer, Lu continued, "If you, like a Jun, also have classes at night, I won't require you to be a resident singer. Just performing that song from earlier will suffice. At least 4 nights a week, singing that song once during each of the 3 peak hours, 9, 10, and 11 in the evening." Regarding compensation, Lu pondered briefly before stating, "The salary for resident singers here is 500 yuan per evening for 4 hours. Brother Yi, to be candid, I have high hopes for you. But given industry standards, if you sing 3 songs, how does a salary of 400 yuan sound?" Zhiqiu glanced at Xie Jun, who subtly nodded in agreement with the proposed amount. In truth, the prevailing market rate for resident singers is such, and earning 500 yuan a night is quite commendable. Zhiqiu would be singing 3 songs between 9 and 11, effectively spending only 2 hours at the venue. Earning 400 yuan for less than 20 minutes of singing is a level of income that would elicit envy from most resident singers. After all, to put it bluntly, resident singers are merely working. No one regards them as major stars, and the contrast with those singers who command exorbitant fees for performances is stark. Lu the Bearded himself may not genuinely believe Zhiqiu will become a big star, but he has no financial constraints and sees no harm in giving Jun and this potential star a chance. All right, thank you, Boss Lu. Zhiqiu readily agreed. Lu the Bearded's terms were quite favorable. He wouldn't have to come in daily, allowing him to continue working on Zhu Xian without neglecting his primary focus. By the way, Brother Yi, Lu suddenly recalled something. Have you registered the copyright for that original song? Not yet, Zhiqiu replied. This was the first time he had sung the song today, leaving no time to register it. The resident singer beside him kindly reminded, Mr. Yi, it would be prudent to register this song at your earliest convenience to safeguard your creative work. Otherwise, should someone with ulterior motives claim it, your performance in this bar could be deemed a commercial activity, resulting in infringement. I've heard numerous accounts of original artists suffering such losses. Zhiqiu nodded. He was certainly aware of the significance of copyright, yet this was his first encounter with the emphasis and protection afforded to it in this parallel world. Chapter 13. The Editor's Dilemma. In the bustling office of Orange Reading Company in Shangjing City, the editorial department erupted in excitement. Zhu Xian had claimed the top spot on the new releases chart and even broken into the top 20 of the overall rankings. Gasps and cheers filled the air as colleagues exchanged astonished glances. Incredible. This momentum is unstoppable. It's definitely this year's breakout hit. It must be some veteran author's pseudonym. Unbelievable. Amid the chatter, many eyes turned toward a young woman seated near the entrance, their gazes brimming with poorly concealed envy. Shen Wanwan's cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her heart pounding. A literature enthusiast and top graduate in Chinese studies, she had chosen to dive into the world of online publishing after graduation, landing a coveted position at Orange Reading, the industry's leading platform. Yet, after over a year of toil, reality had doused her literary fervor with cold disappointment. Lacking resources and plagued by lackluster book performances, repeated failures had gnawed at her confidence. Her family, too, disapproved of her abandoning a stable teaching career. A girl should settle down. Become a teacher, find a good match. Clenching her teeth, she refused to surrender. And in her darkest hour, she stumbled upon Zhu Xian. At the time, only a few chapters had been posted. Though the premise, Vendettas, a slaughtered village, held some novelty, the unknown author's name left other editors indifferent. Yet, inexplicably drawn, Shen Wanwan had reached out despite cringing at the writer's narcissistic pen name, securing the contract. To everyone's shock, Zhu Xian blossomed into a masterpiece. After its first promotional round, its popularity skyrocketed. Now, topping the new releases chart and ranking 18th overall, even Shen Wanwan found it surreal. Wanwan, the editor-in-chief, wants to see you. Under envious stares, she hurried toward the office with barely contained excitement. Knocking lightly on the ajar door, she entered upon permission. The big bad wolf of an editor-in-chief, stern, bespectacled, and slightly portly, glanced up warmly. Ah, Nguyen. Come, have a seat. Overwhelmed, she sank into the plush leather sofa. Its luxurious embrace nearly coaxing a sigh of contentment from her. Catching herself, she straightened subtly, maintaining decorum. Unfazed by her fidgeting, the editor-in-chief smiled. Wanwan, Zhu Xian has reached 18th place overall, an outstanding achievement. You made an excellent acquisition. The team has decided. Your year-end evaluation will be an A, with top-tier bonuses. Thank you, Chief. Shiwen Wanwan was filled with elation upon hearing such splendid news early in the morning. It was truly a double blessing. As a newcomer with little to show for her efforts, her annual performance evaluation the previous year had been a mere C, resulting in a pitiful year-end bonus. This book, Zhu Xian, felt like a lucky star, she thought with a sweet sense of joy, observing the radiant expression on the face of the youngest member of the team. The chief editor smiled warmly and remarked that Zhu Xian had now exceeded 300,000 words, and the new book period was nearing its conclusion. The team had high hopes for this work and planned to grant it a prominent recommendation slot after the new book period ended. Thank you, Chief Editor. Wan was overwhelmed with good news, feeling slightly dizzy. It is essential to understand that for a book to achieve success, besides quality writing, visibility and traffic are critical. In this era, even the finest wine fears being hidden in a deep alley. A prominent recommendation means showcasing the book on the most visible sections of the Chengzi reading platform, where over 1 million titles are serialized. Those who previously received such recommendations were invariably masterpieces from distinguished authors. If Zhu Xian gained the traffic from a prominent recommendation, Wan's income would undoubtedly experience an explosive surge. The chief editor paused thoughtfully and inquired, Wan, how much do you know about the author of Zhu Xian? That arsonist of affection? Wan was taken aback, her expression falling as she replied, not much. This arsonist was quite reticent. Aside from a few words exchanged during the signing process on QQ, her messages typically went unanswered, with the rare reply being a simple MM. Such an admission barely conveyed knowledge. She was utterly uninformed. The chief editor pressed his temples in frustration. Beyond discovering from the signed identification that this arsonist of affection was merely 21 years old and went by the name Zhiqiu, there was little else to uncover. There were doubts among the editorial team regarding whether this individual was a well-known traditional literary figure using a nephew's identity to write web literature. After all, if he were still a student, he likely hadn't graduated from university at the age of 21. The chief editor found it hard to believe that a student could compose prose filled with Taoist philosophy, such as heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. Wan looked at the chief editor with a sense of grievance, silently lamenting her own helplessness. Here she was, a proper editor, nearly transformed into an eager admirer, reaching out to this self-absorbed author who ignored her. The chief editor sighed, expressing his resignation. His updates have been somewhat erratic lately, fluctuating in frequency and impacting the reader's experience. Please attempt to contact him to ascertain the status of his manuscript. The chief editor's expression grew serious. At the very least, after receiving the prominent recommendation, there must be no interruptions in updates. Understood. Wan responded instinctively, a jolt of determination coursing through her. The chief editor nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before stating, I will make the necessary arrangements. The tasks for the other contracted works can temporarily be delegated to other colleagues. During the promotional period, you must wholeheartedly safeguard this. Author, do you understand? Yuan slightly parted her lips in surprise, but nodded nonetheless. Dazed, she exited the chief editor's office, disregarding the envious gazes of others, and with a thud, collapsed in her seat, her petite face falling in despair. This is disastrous. That fellow sometimes delivers an explosive update of 10,000 words, yet on the slowest days, he barely manages over 2,000. It's as if he is teetering on the brink of an abrupt hiatus. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Dedicated maintenance. After a lengthy monologue, the other party took 5 hours to respond with a mere "oh." How is she supposed to maintain that? Should she crawl through the internet and threaten him with a knife to write? Yuan was on the verge of tears as she timidly opened the QQ interface on her computer. Her mouse hovered over a gray avatar named A Leaf Knows Autumn. Chapter 14. Arrogance, are you there? The delicate, fair hand of Yuan danced across the keyboard as she typed these 2 words and hit send. Staring at the gray avatar, she paused for a few moments, contemplating before continuing her message. The novel Zhu Xian will have a promotional opportunity after its initial release. After sending the message, Yuan stared blankly at the screen for a while, letting out a sigh. It was barely past 9 o'clock. She wondered if the other party had awoken. She knew many authors caught up on sleep during the day, only to write with fervor at night. She pondered whether Zhiqiu was one of them. Casting a glance around the office at her colleagues, who were engrossed in their work, Yuan sighed quietly. Just as she resigned herself to the likelihood of waiting 4 or 5 hours for a response, suddenly, a cartoon avatar bounced in the bottom right corner of her computer screen. A reply. Yuan's heart fluttered as she quickly clicked on the recently opened chat interface. Okay. Thank you. As expected, the response was succinct and to the point. Yuan pouted slightly, but persisted in her message. It's best not to pause updates during the promotional period. Otherwise, it significantly affects the outcome. May I ask how many chapters you currently have prepared? The other party seemed to have some free time that morning and replied promptly. None, just as she feared. Sure, Nguyen internally lamented as her youthful fingers hovered over the keyboard. I will do my best to keep updating. The other party sent another brief message before their avatar turned gray. Sure, Nguyen gazed at the words in the chat box, nearly moved to tears. Please don't just try. I should have insisted on no interruptions and updates. Meanwhile, Zhiqiu casually exited QQ, preparing to begin writing. He had a habit of closing all communication software while writing to avoid distractions. In recent times, Zhu Xian had garnered an increasing readership, although many traditionalists, devoted to classical martial arts literature, criticized the novel. Its innovative style captivated numerous readers. The ongoing debates between the conservatives and supporters only served to elevate the novel's popularity, hastening its ascent to the top of the new book rankings. Yesterday, he had classes during the day and performed at July Bar in the evening. After returning, he barely managed to update 2 chapters, which took him close to midnight. The plot of Zhu Xian had now progressed to the investigation of the demonic sex abnormalities at Kongsang Mountain, where Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki fell into the abyss of the dead. In their perilous situation, the two remained steadfast, developing feelings for one another. Zhang Xiaofan later fell into the Blood Drop Cave, where he encountered Bai Yao once more. In the increasingly vibrant comment section, the discord between the Bai Yao faction and the Sueki faction had begun to surface. At this point in the story, the Sueki faction held a slight advantage, with the Bai Yao faction trailing closely behind. Strictly speaking, Zhiqiu leaned a bit more towards the Bai Yao faction. Yet he knew that this debate would yield no resolution. It had raged on for over a decade in his previous life without conclusion. Aside from the factional disputes, the comment section was filled predominantly with pleas from readers urging the author to update. Read quickly. Update faster. 2 days ago, there were still 10,000 words. Yet yesterday it was so brief. The author appears feeble and lacking in substance. My assessment is complete. I concur. Not only is there an air of self-absorption, but the brevity is striking. How can one be so terse? Every time Zhiqiu encounters such comments, the corners of his mouth twitch in irritation. By heaven's conscience, he simply lacks the habit of stockpiling manuscripts, writing only as much as he feels inspired to. However, in terms of daily word count, his output is far from meager. Yet, human nature is such that if yesterday he produced 10,000 words and today only 2,000, readers remember not the former abundance, but the latter scarcity. Zhiqiu chooses to disregard such remarks entirely. In the past, he indeed felt anxious about updating, but the current Zhiqiu has vowed to no longer be a writer who bends to the demands of consistency. He writes as he pleases, producing as much as his mood permits. Such is his audacity. That being said, Zhiqiu nonetheless utilized his free morning to compose 3 chapters. Just as he finished uploading them and was about to shut down his computer, a small window popped up in the bottom right corner of his screen. It was a notification from Penguin detailing some local trending news, which he initially intended to dismiss until he froze in shock. A performance had captivated all the women present. A folk music heartthrob was spotted at a CAF in Huahai Media University. Zhiqiu has always scoffed at such sensationalist headlines aimed solely at garnering attention. Yet this time he found himself intrigued. Beneath the headline was a blurry photograph. In dim lighting, a young man donned in a white shirt cradled a guitar, his slightly long bangs obscuring half of his face, emanating a melancholic yet pure aura. Could this be him? Zhiqiu was taken aback and clicked on the link, revealing a 30-second video. It appeared to be filmed by a patron, the image not particularly clear, showcasing himself performing at a July gig. As he watched, he noticed there were already over 30 comments below the video. How can one determine if he is handsome when the face is unclear? Wow, that young man has long legs and a great physique. Requesting a frontal photo. What's the name of this song? I've never heard it before. I can vouch for this being a student from Huahai Media University. After skimming through the comments, primarily from various netizens, Zhiqiu dismissed them and closed the window. Following a reminder from the singer at the July gig, Zhiqiu had registered the copyright for his song yesterday. As for the delay, it was due to financial constraints. Zhiqiu had not anticipated that registering the copyright would cost nearly 200 yuan. Thankfully, the payment for his performance in July was settled that day, or he would have struggled to afford even that amount. Suddenly, a notification tone from WeChat drew his attention. As he opened the message, he raised an eyebrow upon seeing the sender's name. Yuan, are you there? Yuan, I'd like to discuss something with you. This Yuan refers to his former green tea girlfriend, Chen Yuan. Zhiqiu could not be bothered to respond and promptly blocked her. Just as he slipped his phone into his pocket, another notification chimed. Enough already. Zhiqiu frowned slightly, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a TA message from Chen Yuan. Wei Guang, the school has approved your solo performance for the graduation party. Wei Guang, the mentor in charge of the event would like to discuss it with you in person. Please reply when you have a moment. As Zhiqiu gazed at the adorable cartoon girl holding a microphone, it took her a while to recall who it was. Yu Caiwei. It seemed she had added her on WeChat when she joined the literary society in her freshman year. Yet this was their first exchange of messages. Yu Caiwei's moments were utterly blank, devoid of any photos that might reveal her identity, causing Zhiqiu to nearly fail to recognize her. Zhiqiu found the mentor's request quite reasonable. After all, the mentor bore responsibility for the event, and it was entirely normal to learn about the students performing in advance. Zhiqiu. All right, is it a convenient time now? Wei Guang. Yes, it's at Office 306, Yuan Building. Chapter 15, The Other Side of the Goddess. The Yuan Building stands as one of the largest educational edifices at Huahai University of Media, serving as the primary instructional hub for the Department of Arts. At this moment, within the confines of the dean's office on the third floor, the silver-haired Professor Lu Minkong, the dean of the arts department, gazes helplessly at the young girl before him and inquires, "Are you satisfied now?" with a blush adorning her cheeks. The girl playfully clings to Professor Lu's arm and gently shakes it, exclaiming, "I'm satisfied. You are the best, Grandpa." If any of her classmates were to witness her demeanor at this instance, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for she is none other than the illustrious Yu Caiwei. No one could have anticipated that the goddess, known for her aloof elegance, would possess such a playful side. Moreover, the esteemed Professor Lu Minkong, a prominent figure in the industry, is, unbeknownst to all, Yu Caiwei's grandfather. All right, enough. Lu Minkong interjects. If you keep this up, my old bones may very well fall apart. Spare me, please. Yu Caiwei playfully sticks out her tongue and releases her grip, saying, "Grandpa, he mentioned that he is available now and would like to visit you." Lu Minkong nods, adopting a serious tone. Let me make this clear. While students are permitted to perform original songs at the graduation gala, those songs must undergo my scrutiny. If your decision to participate in the gala has led to any issues with your original program, it is acceptable to cut one. However, if my review does not pass muster, I will not be lenient. Yu Caiwei obediently nods, assuring him, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I have listened to his original song, and it is quite good." Lu Minkong remains non-committal, giving a slight nod, as he recalls having some impression of this student. He appears quite decent, and from what his old colleagues in the Information College have mentioned, his academic performance is commendable. Yet, he has encountered many young individuals brimming with confidence about their so-called original creations and remains skeptical that a student majoring in media studies could compose a truly exceptional song. With this thought in mind, Professor Lu Minkong teasingly asks, "Do you harbor feelings for this young man? When has our dear Wei Wei ever been so concerned about a male classmate?" Yu Caiwei retorts with a slight pout, "That's not it. The graduation gala performance is quite significant. I simply do not want him to lose this opportunity due to external factors." Professor Lu Minkong remains uncertain of her sincerity, chuckling lightly, "In my opinion, it would be beneficial for you young people to communicate more. You never really connected with boys since childhood, and we all worry about how you will find a husband in the future." Grandpa, Yu Caiwei's delicate, porcelain-like face turns crimson, and she stomps her foot in urgency. All right, I shall cease," Lu Minkong quickly concedes, recognizing her genuine distress. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, the male dormitory and Yuan building are situated opposite each other. It has now been 15 minutes since Zhiqiu made his way to the vicinity of Office 306. As he approaches, a melodious piano tune suddenly fills the air. Following the enchanting sound, Zhiqiu's eyes brighten as he gazes upon Yu Caiwei seated at the piano. Her posture is poised, and the morning sunlight cascades over her swan-like neck, bestowing a golden sheen upon her skin. Her graceful figure sways gently in rhythm with her playing, particularly the sight of her long legs elegantly bent upon the piano bench, capturing attention in an extraordinary manner. As the sole passion of his past life, Zhiqiu possessed the ability to play the piano, and he could not help but marvel at the exceptionally high level of Yu Caiwei's skill. When he knocked on the office door, the sound of the piano ceased. "Come in." Professor Lu Mincan's voice resonated with warmth and steadiness. Upon entering the office, Zhiqiu offered a slight nod to Yu Caiwei and greeted, "Hello, Professor Lu." Professor Lu scrutinized Zhiqiu for a brief moment before smiling. "You are Yi, correct? I have approved the program for the evening gala, yet the necessary review remains essential. Could you kindly share the title of your original song?" Yu Caiwei turned her body, her sparkling eyes fixed on Zhiqiu. "All right," Zhiqiu pondered for a moment. "Let me think of the song title." "Think." Both Lu Mincan and Yu Caiwei were taken aback, exchanging glances. "Haven't you already composed a song? Why the delay? Is the title still undecided?" "Eureka! Zhiqiu asserted earnestly. The song shall be titled Farewell." "Farewell." The title indeed sounds fitting and aligns well with the theme of the graduation gala. However, Professor Lu inquired skeptically, "Do you have a score?" "None," Zhiqiu replied candidly, as he had not prioritized the graduation performance. Thus he had no intention of preparing such materials. Professor Lu was taken aback. With merely a week until the performance, this young man claimed originality, yet had failed to produce even a score. How could this be perceived as reliable? Understanding their concern from their expressions, Zhiqiu promptly stated, "It's complicated. I don't possess the score, but the song is firmly lodged in my memory. Allow me to sing it for you." Casting a glance around, Zhiqiu shyly asked, "Professor, might I borrow a guitar?" "Absolutely." Without waiting for Lu Mincan to respond, Yu Caiwei eagerly interjected. Rising calmly, she approached the wall, carefully retrieving a guitar and handing it to Zhiqiu. "Thank you," Zhiqiu said politely as he accepted the instrument. Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she coolly nodded. Witnessing the exchange, Lu Mincan opened his mouth, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes, yet he chose to remain silent. Zhiqiu examined the somewhat vintage guitar in his hands, noticing the engraved letters Marin, presumably the brand name, though he paid it little mind. After tuning it briefly, he was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite sound quality, far superior to his own guitar, which had cost over 1,000. "Farewell." Strumming the chords, Zhiqiu began to sing. "I'm afraid I may not have the opportunity to bid you farewell, for perhaps we shall never meet again." As Zhiqiu's voice filled the room, Professor Lu Mincan, who had initially harbored doubts, sat up straighter, his eyes suddenly alight with interest. "I will forever remember your face. I will cherish the memories you've given me. These days shall never fade from my heart." As the song reached its chorus, Lu Mincan's eyes grew increasingly bright, his gaze towards Zhiqiu brimming with unconcealed admiration. Beside him, Yu Caiwei had long pressed her lips together, her sparkling eyes unblinking as they remained fixed upon Zhiqiu as he played and sang. Beneath the morning sunlight, Zhiqiu, clad in a white shirt, appeared serene as he gently strummed and sang. A certain confidence and effortless grace seemed to radiate from him like magic, and for a moment, Yu Caiwei found herself utterly entranced. As the song concluded, the melancholic melody faded, and Zhiqiu set down his guitar. That's roughly how the song goes. Repeating the chorus once more would bring it to an end. Several seconds passed before Lu Mincan, emerging from the song's emotional depths, exhaled deeply, his expression gradually transforming into excitement. "Excellent. This song, it's absolutely perfect." Chapter 16. The professor's appreciation as a professor in the arts department. Lu Mincan possessed a discerning eye. Initially, he held little expectation for Zhiqiu's original songs, thinking that, considering his granddaughter, a mediocre quality would suffice. However, he was genuinely astonished by the piece Zhiqiu had just performed. The melody was simple, lacking ornate embellishments, Yet the emotional expression was profoundly resonant. Professor Liu, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "It is imperative that our arts students witness what constitutes a truly excellent song. Yi, my dear student, Zhiqiu, this song is remarkable. I wholeheartedly approve." Amidst his exhilaration, Lu Mingkong felt a twinge of curiosity. Although he had encountered the young man named Yi Zhiqiu before, he had never recognized such talent within him. Yi Zhiqiu smiled modestly and replied, "Thank you, Professor." However, Lu's expression turned serious as he added, "Both the lyrics and composition are commendable, indeed a rare gem. Yet your vocal prowess leaves much to be desired." Yi Zhiqiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nearby, the bright-eyed Yu Caiwei couldn't help but stifle a laugh, only to regain her composed demeanor upon noticing Yi Zhiqiu's glance. Yi Zhiqiu, feeling somewhat helpless, believed his singing skills were quite respectable among amateurs. But the standards set by the industry expert Lu Mingkong were undeniably high. "You possess excellent innate potential. It is merely that you have not undergone systematic training." Lu Mingkong pondered aloud. "How about this? With a week remaining until the performance, you may come to me after your afternoon classes for guidance." "Absolutely. Thank you, Professor," Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed, elated by the offer, fully aware that receiving mentorship from someone of Lu Mingkong's stature was an exceptional opportunity. This inclination to nurture talent stemmed from Lu Mingkong's genuine appreciation. Given his current position, few could persuade him to lend his expertise. After a moment's reflection, Zhiqiu SHY inquirit, "Professor, may I come by during your free hours in the daytime?" Although Lu Mingkong found the question somewhat peculiar, he had no objections. At that moment, Yu Caiwei interjected, "Your major has no evening classes. What will you be busy with?" Yi Zhiqiu hesitated briefly before responding candidly, "I need to earn a living. The owner of July has invited me to perform there 4 nights a week." Yu Caiwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she softly inquired, "Is it that song, The Journey of the White Dove?" Yi Zhiqiu nodded, and Lu Mingkong's interest piqued. He eagerly asked, "The Journey of the White Dove? Is that another of your songs? What genre is it? Sing it for me." With no reservations, Yi Zhiqiu picked up the rustic guitar once more and began to sing. The more Lu Mingkong listened, the more his admiration deepened. Upon the conclusion of the song, he remarked, "Please send me the sheet music for these 2 songs." Yi Zhiqiu readily agreed. That evening, at the July Lounge, ever since Yi Zhiqiu began his residency, the owner, Lu Dehuzi, was pleasantly surprised to discover a significant increase in the establishment's revenue. Navigating the subtle advances of some female patrons, Yi Zhiqiu took to the stage to perform. As he did habitually, in an unnoticed corner, a woman wearing a baseball cap quietly observed Yi Zhiqiu on stage. After effortlessly completing her performance for the evening and exchanging pleasantries with her employer, Yi Zhiqiu was about to leave when suddenly a figure obstructed her path. "Chen Yuan?" Yi Zhiqiu furuit herberais. Chen Yuan confronted her directly. "Why didn't you reply to my messages? You even blocked me? What's wrong with you?" Yi Zhiqiu chose to ignore her, turning to leave. "Wait." Chen Yuan, taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's brusque attitude, quickly reached out to stop her. Yi Zhiqiu, growing impatient, replied, "I have nothing to discuss with you. Don't contact me in the future, no matter the reason." Chen Yuan softened her tone. "Zhiqiu, there is no need for us to be like this. Can we talk calmly? I promise I won't take up much of your time, just 1 minute." Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhiqiu replied coldly, "Speak quickly, or spare me your nonsense." A flicker of anger crossed Chen Yuan's eyes, but she suppressed it and said, "Actually, I'm here to ask for your help. I've looked into it, and the song The Journey of the White Orchid Dove is your original work, right? Could you transfer the copyright to me?" Before Yi Zhiqiu could respond, Chen Yuan hastily added, "I know this request might seem excessive, but I want to ask for it without compensation. I can offer you 3,000 yuan. Your family isn't in dire straits, so this could alleviate your burden." Listening to Chen Yuan's incessant chatter, Yi Zhiqiu felt a mix of disbelief and anger. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Chen Yuan paused, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment, and quickly said, 5,000. "I can give you 5,000. This price is quite generous for a studentess' original work." Get lost. Yi Zhiqiu fully grasped the nature of the woman before her and was too weary to engage further. As Zhiqiu turned to leave, Chen Yuan, genuinely anxious, grasped her hand pleadingly. Zhiqiu, I'm about to debut. It's my dream. You know how crucial a good song is for a newcomer. I was wrong before, but we share a bond, don't we? Please, I really need this song. Zhiqiu unceremoniously shrugged off Chen Yuan's hand, intent on departing, when suddenly a voice accompanied by a fragrant breeze reached her ears. Zhiqiu, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Zhiqiu froze and turned to find it was Yu Caiwei. At that moment, Yu Caiwei was dressed similarly to their last encounter. A baseball cap shielding much of her face, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Yuan quickly released her hold on Zhiqiu, her expression returning to calmness. But upon seeing Yu Caiwei, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. I'm here to perform, Zhiqiu replied, somewhat perplexed. Didn't we just discuss this morning? Yu Caiwei seemed to realize her inquiry was somewhat inappropriate, her cheeks flushing as she admitted, I forgot. Fortunately, the dim lighting in the bar concealed the change in Yu Caiwei's complexion from Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Yuan, witnessing the apparent familiarity between the two, was momentarily taken aback, forgetting her original purpose, her gaze flitting back and forth between them. Zhiqiu, uninterested in engaging in trivial conversation with Chen Yuan, turned and stated directly, the copyright is not for sale. If you wish to sing the journey of the white orchid dove, the fee for copyright usage is 300,000. Chen Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Wait a moment. Zhiqiu posed, a smile breaking across his face as he added, 300,000 is the price someone else offered. If you wish to sing it, the fee is 600,000. Not a penny less. In her frustration, Chen Yuan found herself at a loss for words. You will regret this. Casting a glance at Yu Caiwei beside Zhiqiu, Chen Yuan ultimately refrained from saying anything further, shooting Zhiqiu a resentful look before storming off. Watching Chen Yuan's departing figure, Zhiqiu maintained an utterly calm demeanor. Chapter 17, sending you back observing Chen Yuan storm away in a fit of anger. Yu Caiwei calmly inquired, Did you just have a quarrel with her? Zhiqiu shrugged and replied, No, we broke up a long time ago. There's no argument left to be had. She wanted to purchase the copyright for my song The White Orchid Dove's Journey for 5,000 yuan, but I refused. I casually quoted a price of 600,000, which drove her away in a huff. Yu Caiwei nodded thoughtfully, pausing for a moment before continuing. Your folk song is one of the few exceptional works in recent years. It is worth that price. Zhiqiu was taken aback by Yu Caiwei's compliment and stammered. Thank you. Since they were not well acquainted, Zhiqiu had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Minister Yu, I'll take my leave now. Yu Caiwei nodded coolly, saying nothing as she headed outside. As they both stepped out of the July CAF, Zhiqiu was surprised to discover that Yu Caiwei was walking the same route towards Huahai Media University. Isn't she a celebrity? Does she not have anyone to accompany her? Although puzzled, Zhiqiu did not propose to walk together for fear of giving the wrong impression. Upon reaching a dimly lit path, two swaying figures approached. As they passed, Zhiqiu caught a whiff of strong alcohol. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly halted and turned back. Hello, beautiful. What brings you out here so late? Care to join me for a drink? The two drunken men leered at Yu Caiwei, their eyes betraying a mix of admiration and greed. Zhiqiu turned around to witness this unsettling scene. With a sigh, he retraced his steps. Leave her alone, or I'll call the police, Yu Caiwei said, her voice as icy as ever, her gaze unwavering. Come on, let's just have some fun. One of the drunken men insisted, attempting to reach for Yu Caiwei. Yu Caiwei frowned slightly, ready to react, when her gaze suddenly shifted past the drunken man, causing her to halt. With a sharp clap, the man's outstretched hand was brusquely swatted away. Get lost, Zhiqiu said, positioning himself protectively in front of Yu Caiwei. Hey, who do you think you are? The two drunken men barked, their tempers flaring. Zhiqiu replied coolly, Herr boyfriend, I've already called the police. You might want to reconsider your actions if you don't wish to spend a few nights in detention. Fuming, one of the men attempted to charge at Zhiqiu, but was restrained by his companion. Unperturbed, Zhiqiu maintained a cold stare at the two. You got guts. Just you wait. They spat, glaring at Zhiqiu before begrudgingly retreating. Once the two men had distanced themselves, Zhiqiu turned to Yu Caiwei, who appeared unfazed, her eyes sparkling, seemingly more exhilarated than frightened. Thank you, she said. This is the third time Zhiqiu has heard this word from Yu Caiwei. Are you planning to head back to the dormitory? Zhiqiu inwided. Came the expected reply. With a hint of resignation, Zhiqiu said, I'm also on my way back, so I can accompany you since it's on the way. Yu Caiwei squinted her eyes slightly, responding rather quickly this time. All right. The two walked side by side, maintaining a distance of 3 fists apart. Zhiqiu had no intention of initiating conversation. The only sound on the quiet midnight road was the clear rhythm of their footsteps, enveloping the scene in silence. This is the third time you've helped me since our freshman year. Yu Caiwei suddenly broke the silence. Zhiqiu was taken aback and chuckled. It's just a small matter. I didn't expect you, Minister Yu, to remember. The first time was when I moved my luggage upon entering school, right? The second time was, abruptly, Zhiqiu seemed to recall something and hastily fell silent. After he stopped, unseen by him, Yu Caiwei's delicate face flushed suddenly. Once again, silence enveloped them, this time tinged with a hint of awkwardness. They walked in silence for nearly 5 minutes when Yu Caiwei appeared to have composed herself and remarked, I heard you sing tonight. Your vocal skills have improved significantly since the first time. Zhiqiu quickly replied, I've been practicing lately. Perhaps it's because I've been singing more. However, I still can't compare to someone like you, Minister Yu. After all, you are a professional. Yu Caiwei smiled slightly and suddenly asked, You think I sing well? Have you ever heard my songs? Zhiqiu was taken aback. He had merely spoken offhandedly. He had never heard her sing. Why was she being so serious? Sensing his embarrassment, Yu Caiwei did not press further and continued. However, I am quite surprised. You seem to have changed quite a bit lately. I didn't expect you to write songs, and they are quite good. Today, Professor Lu Minkan mentioned he would use your 2 songs as case studies for the art department students. Zhiqiu laughed nonchalantly, saying, Isn't change a good thing? People are bound to evolve. Is it because of her? Chen Yuan. Yu Caiwei's voice was so soft that Zhiqiu almost thought he misheard. Glancing sideways, he saw Yu Caiwei's exquisite face partially obscured by the brim of her hat, rendering her expression unclear. Zhiqiu candidly replied, It has nothing to do with anyone else. I simply came to terms with things myself. Yu Caiwei softly acknowledged. For some reason, Zhiqiu felt her tone was noticeably lighter. Once the topic opened up, the awkward atmosphere between them gradually dissipated, and they strolled along, engaged in casual conversation toward the girls' dormitory. No distance is insurmountable, and upon arriving at the base of the girls' dormitory, Yu Caiwei turned and gently said, Thank you for tonight. It was nothing. Zhiqiu waved his hand dismissively. You're too polite. I still need to trouble you with the graduation party. Yu Caiwei's beautiful eyes squinted slightly with joy, and she suddenly said, Since we are friends now, you could just call me by my name. Referring to me as Minister Yu is too formal. Oh, all right, Zhiqiu readily agreed. After a brief moment of silence, Yu Caiwei finally spoke. All right, I'm heading up now, goodbye. Zhiqiu waved her hand and turned to leave. Yu Caiwei cast a lingering glance at Zhiqiu's retreating figure before turning towards the staircase of the dormitory, only to suddenly freeze in place. At the foot of the stairs stood a girl clad in shorts, her strikingly fair skin exposed, staring in astonishment at Yu Caiwei. A flush crept onto Yu Caiwei's cheeks as she awkwardly approached the curvaceous girl. The girl, regaining her composure, hastily discarded the garbage bag she had been holding into the bin, her gaze fixated intently on Yu Caiwei. Yao Yao, before Yu Caiwei could utter another word. The girl in shorts impulsively shoved her up the staircase. Go on up. Chapter 18. The book review section erupts within the confines of the dormitory. The 2 most renowned beauties of Huahai Media University sat in stark opposition. One, with a cherubic face and an alluringly voluptuous figure, bore the countenance of a youthful girl, while the other radiated an aura of icy elegance, her breathtaking beauty almost suffocating to behold. Yet at this moment, the exquisite visage was marred by a look of exasperation. Speak. In the solitude of the dormitory, Tong Yao assumed an inquisitorial stance, declaring, confess for leniency, resist for severity. Yu Caiwei, still grappling with her final vestiges of resistance. Feigned ignorance, what are you talking about? Tong Yao let out a triumphant hum, asserting, I saw it all. That boy was Zhiqiu, wasn't he? I've met him at the Literary Society. Why did he escort you back? Are you two together? Has romance blossomed? When did this happen? How come I was left in the dark? As Tong Yao unleashed her barrage of inquiries, Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed crimson with each passing moment. Yu Caiwei protested. What are you insinuating? I simply went to July for a drink tonight. Upon exiting, I encountered two drunken ruffians who were harassing me, and he happened to come to my aid and offered to escort me back. That's all there is to it. Really? Tong Yao regarded her with skepticism. Is that truly all? Regaining a modicum of composure, Yu Caiwei retorted, Yes, that's it. Tong Yao chuckled mischievously. I don't believe you. I know you keep pepper spray in your bag. How could you be frightened by two inebriated fools? Moreover, once he brought you back to campus, you were already safe. Why did he insist on accompanying you to your dormitory? With each of Tong Yao's statements, Yu Caiwei's face grew ever more flushed. Tong Yao continued, After so many years of friendship, don't think I'm unaware of your feelings for that boy. No way. Unable to contain herself, Yu Caiwei instinctively defended. There's absolutely nothing. Really? Tong Yao, embodying a mischievous imp, mercilessly exposed. Don't think I can't see through your ruse. You might fool others, but not me. Since the beginning of freshman year, have you ever initiated a conversation with any male student? No, you haven't, except for that guy. And although you're sometimes busy, you always cancel your engagements to attend events at the Literary Society when he is participating. At this juncture, Yu Caiwei's face had nearly turned as red as a baboon's behind, prompting her to throw herself onto the bed and bury her face in the pillow. Triumphant after her sleuthing success, Tong Yao gleefully patted Yu Caiwei, saying, I didn't say anything when that guy had a girlfriend, but now that it's over, why not just go for it? He just broke up with Qin Yuan from the department. He is in a vulnerable period. This is your chance. With a grand flourish, Tong Yao proclaimed, Why care about the opinions of others? Your agency is your own. You need not fear the scrutiny that stars face regarding romantic entanglements. Just go for it. At the very least, he is handsome. If it doesn't work out, you can always part ways later. Yao Yao. A muffled, bashful groan emerged from beneath the covers, as Yu Caiwei buried her head deeper into her bedding, obscuring her expression from view. Observing her friend's current state, Tong Yao chuckled heartily, teasing her a few more times before finally relenting. In the stillness of the night, Yu Caiwei found herself curled up in her dormitory bed, unable to find solace in sleep, her mind consumed by the words of her close friend Tong Yao. Her thoughts drifted back to their farewell at the Qingshan bar in July, where she recalled the image of Zhiqiu performing with heartfelt melodies in the office. Soon after, she was reminded of that embarrassing night during her freshman year when she was trapped in the practice room, only to be rescued by Zhiqiu, before hastily fleeing to the restroom in a flustered state. As these memories flooded her mind, Yu Caiwei felt a wave of heat surge through her body, instinctively tightening her legs. In the following days, Zhiqiu incorporated into her routine a visit to Professor Lu Mingcan for guidance. True to his esteemed reputation in the music industry, each of Lu's brief sessions provided Yi with profound insights. Over the course of several days, Zhiqiu's vocal skills improved remarkably, gradually aligning with the standards of a professional singer. Whenever Yi sought Lu's counsel, Yu Caiwei often found herself present as well, and the shared experience from that fateful night had fostered a certain familiarity between them. To Zhiqiu's surprise, on the day of the graduation gala, her novel Zhu received an extraordinary boost, catapulting into the top 10 of the Orange Reading Platform's overall rankings. Achieving a place among the top 10 is no small feat. Orange Reading, with over 20 years of operation, boasts an array of exceptional literary works. Each entry in this prestigious list is a classic in its own right, and while Zhu had yet to reach its conclusion, it had already secured its position among them. Zhiqiu was taken aback, especially given the myriad of tasks demanding her attention. Her updates have been sporadic at best, ranging from a meager 2,000 to a substantial 10,000 words, barely managing to maintain a consistent flow. The novel's success could only be attributed to the formidable allure of the Xinxia world and the enchanting power of sword flying within the realm of low martial arts fiction. At that moment, the fervor in the Zhu Xian review section was palpable and distinctly different from previous days. The most animated discussions revolve around the poignant scene on Liubo Mountain, where Lu Sueki and Bai Yao were punished to kneel alongside Zhang Xiaofan. The top comment read, "Are you even human, author?" However, heartfelt reflections were also abundant, with the most popular remark highlighting the contrasting expressions of love. Lu Sueki braving the rain alongside Zhang Xiaofan, sharing his burdens, while Bai Yao sheltered him, shielding him with her umbrella. This passage was deemed a stroke of genius, subtly portraying the two characters' affections for Zhang Xiaofan in their utmost forms, one with silent concern and the other with overt declarations. Beneath this lengthy critique lay a multitude of supportive comments. "I cried when Lu Sueki said, 'I will be here to accompany you.' So touching. Why does my heart waver as a Bai Yao supporter?" The anticipation for the next chapter was palpable, as readers clamored for more. Yesterday, there were only 4,000 words. And now it's late evening without an update. Even a production team, Donkey Woon T, take such a break. Suddenly, vigilant readers noticed a significant pop-up notification. A reader named Wang Daxiao generously tipped the book 100,000 orange coins, declaring, "Update quickly. If you post a chapter today, I'll tip another 10,000 coins." Waiting online, the comments section erupted instantly. "Oh my, young Master Wang is reading this book? The first Golden Alliance leader has made an appearance." Young Master Wang is quite generous, throwing out 10,000 without a second thought. "Hey, narcissistic author, did you see that? Aren't you going to release more chapters swiftly?" At that moment, Zhiqiu, rehearsing for the graduation party, heard a notification sound from her phone. Upon glancing at the message from editor Shi, she contemplated for a moment, logged into her author backend, and sent out a new chapter. Many online viewers, witnessing the emergence of a new chapter, felt a surge of joy and hurriedly clicked in. Thank you to young Master Wang for the generous donation of orange coins. However, I have matters to attend to today, so please don't wait. Oh, and this chapter is free. Wishing you all a pleasant weekend, boom. The readers who had been eagerly awaiting an update were completely overwhelmed upon reading those 3 sentences. And the comments section exploded. Chapter 19. Is Yu Caiwei a bookworm? As dusk approached, the open-air stage at Huahai Media University was bustling with activity. A vibrant scene filled with eager spectators. After submitting a unilateral leave request through the mobile author platform, Zhiqiu, undeterred by the storm of comments and the animated icon of the editor in the background, continued to prepare for her performance. In truth, there was little preparation needed. She merely required the university's designated makeup artist to apply a light dusting of powder, ensuring her complexion wouldn't appear overly sallow under the harsh stage lights. As for the rehearsal, being a solo performer, she needed only to find a corner to hum a few notes, quite a contrast to the hurried pace of the other performers, making her seem almost like an anomaly amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, in a makeshift lounge backstage, Yu Caiwei sat before a mirror, receiving the attentive service of a specialized makeup artist. As a rising star of the new generation, headlining the evening's finale, mingling with the throng in the cramped backstage would have been inappropriate. Thus, when her manager, Song Mei, proposed to cover the costs for a private lounge, the school had no objections. Suddenly, as the makeup artist fussed with her hair, Yu Caiwei, engrossed in her phone, let out a dissatisfied huff and set it down in frustration. Song Mei, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the screen and quickly understood. Reading again? She remarked, exasperated. "I truly do not comprehend what you youngsters see in these martial arts novels. Frankly, I've never heard of any female singer in the industry who enjoys such tales." Yu Caiwei pouted, correcting her. "Aunt May, it's not martial arts, it's Xinxia." She sulked. This narcissistic author has become increasingly lazy. Today, they shamelessly decided to stop updating. They only posted 4,000 words yesterday. How infuriating. To outsiders, Yu Caiwei exuded an air of cool elegance. But in the presence of her elders, such as Song Mei and Lu Minkong, her demeanor transformed into one of endearing childishness. Song Mei chuckled helplessly, her curiosity piqued. Is it that book, Zhu Xian? I see you open it at the same time, every day. But why refer to the author as a narcissist? With a faint blush on her cheeks, Yu Caiwei turned her phone around to show Song Mei the cover page. The author's name read, Fang Xin, arsonist? Song Mei murmured the name in astonishment. One absurd pen name. In stark contrast to the frenetic activity backstage, the audience area outside was teeming with people, buzzing with excitement. The attendees at the Huahai Media University graduation gala included not only students, but also numerous journalists and distinguished alumni who had returned for the occasion, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a grand concert. At this moment, in the VIP section of the audience, a meticulously groomed young man in a designer suit turned to his companion. Dad, the performance hasn't started yet. I'm going to take a look around. This well-coiffed young man was Li Hongfei, the privileged heir whom Chen Yuan had recently befriended. The composed, middle-aged man beside him, clearly a person of high status, nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Li Hongfei's face brightened, and he quickly exited to join Chen Yuan, who had been waiting outside, leading him directly into the backstage area. Li Hongfei and Chen Yuan entered the backstage area, instantly capturing the attention of many. Look, ISNT that the young master of Inghong Entertainment, Li Hongfei? Indeed, the person beside him is our talented Chen Yuan, rumored to be in a relationship with Li Hongfei, and both are preparing to debut. What? Wasn't Chen Yuan previously with Zhiqiu, who was about to perform? Hush, you just found out? This news has long been circulating. Alas, Zhiqiu is quite handsome, but what a pity. What a pity for what? Handsomeness cannot feed one. A penniless youth and a wealthy heir from Inghong Entertainment. Who wouldn't choose the latter? Whispers filled the backstage area, with glances toward Chen Yuan rife with disdain, coldness, and even contempt, but more were tinged with envy. In this era that values wealth over virtue, especially among these art students, reality has become starkly apparent, and they understand the difficulties of making a debut. Listening to the murmurs, a flicker of self-satisfaction crossed Li Hongfei's eyes, yet his gaze roamed the backstage area. Today, Yu Caiwei would be the closing act, and Li Hongfei's intention was to find an opportunity to engage her in conversation. The thought of Yu Caiwei's exquisite beauty and flawless figure ignited a fire within him. However, having never met Yu Caiwei, Li Hongfei's gaze suddenly fixed on a direction. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he strode towards Chen Yuan. What a coincidence! Li Hongfei sneered as he approached Zhiqiu. Isn't this the penniless lad? I suppose Huahai Media University is running out of talent if you think you belong on stage. Li Hongfei's voice bore no pretense, and everyone in the backstage area heard him clearly. A hush fell over the crowd, and Chen Yuan's expression turned slightly awkward. Li Hongfei had inadvertently included her in his derision, as this was supposed to be her duet with Zhiqiu. In the face of the crowd's ambiguous gazes, Zhiqiu remained remarkably composed, casting Li Hongfei a look of bemusement before calmly responding. Whether I belong or not is uncertain, but do you, a defeated foe, truly think you do? At this remark, Li Hongfei's expression darkened significantly. A defeated foe? Wasn't Zhiqiu's girlfriend snatched away? How had Li Hongfei been reduced to a defeated opponent? The gossip among the onlookers ignited fervently. Li Hongfei scoffed. You wouldn't naively think that writing a few songs makes you impressive, would you? Let me enlighten you. This is an age of capital. Without money, power, or support, do you really believe you can rise to prominence? A penniless wretch like you could write songs for a lifetime and still remain in this pitiful state, earning less than the cost of a single wheel of my car. Silence enveloped the area. Though Li Hongfei's words were harsh, they often reflected reality. Some are born into privilege, while the culmination of your struggles might merely serve as the starting point for others. Even more cruelly, in many cases, you may not even reach that starting line. Suddenly, Zhiqiu stood up, towering over Li Hongfei by a full 10 centimeters, his presence exerting immense pressure that subdued Li Hongfei. My future is none of your concern, Zhiqiu said calmly. Rather, it's you, young Master Li, who should be worried. How pitiful it would be if someone of your caliber couldn't even be elevated by money. How domineering. The onlookers were inwardly stunned. This was a blatant slap in the face. No one had expected the usually reserved Zhiqiu to be so bold. University students, though aware of the harsh realities of society, had yet to experience its full cruelty. Moreover, a sense of camaraderie among alumni meant that many still voiced their support for Zhiqiu. Hodi, well said. Exactly. What's there to flaunt, you spoiled heir? No one knows what the future holds. Get out. The voices rallying behind Zhiqiu grew louder, and Li Hongfei's face twisted in humiliation. Suddenly, the clamor gradually faded, then ceased altogether as the crowd's attention shifted toward a certain direction. Puzzled, Zhiqiu turned, only to hear a cool, melodious voice speak from behind him. Zhiqiu, do you have a moment? Chapter 20. A secret that must never be revealed at this moment. Yu Caiwei had adorned herself with makeup and donned an elegant white gown, standing there as if she were a divine goddess, exuding an aura of sanctity that rendered her untouchable. The onlookers were momentarily entranced. Although Zhiqiu felt a sense of bewilderment, she managed a response. Oh, all right. The crowd stood in a daze as they watched Zhiqiu follow Yu Caiwei into her exclusive dressing room, while Li Hongfei's eyes turned red with envy. Upon entering the dressing room, Yu Caiwei continued her makeup touch-ups, and it was then that Zhiqiu noticed another person present. Professor Lu Mingkong sat upon the sofa, and upon spotting Zhiqiu, he smiled and inquired, "So, the performance is about to begin. Are you feeling nervous?" Zhiqiu shook her head and replied, "I'm merely going to sing a song to fill the time. Why would I be nervous? If anyone should feel anxious, it would be a star of Caiwei's caliber." Closing the show, having met frequently in Professor Lu Mingkong's office, they had gradually begun to address each other by their names. "I'm not nervous," Yu Caiwei stated with a calm expression, her tone as cool as ever. "Impressive." Zhiqiu expressed her admiration, noting that this young woman possessed a remarkable composure. During a previous encounter outside a bar, she had remained unfazed when accosted by two drunken men. Professor Lu Mingkong laughed heartily, saying, "As long as you're not nervous, just perform at your usual level. To be honest, I hold very high expectations for your performance tonight." Upon noticing Zhiqiu's puzzled expression, Lu Mingkong elaborated. Huahai Media University, as a prominent local institution, has gathered many outstanding alumni and leaders for today's graduation ceremony. The school places significant importance on this event, which serves as an excellent opportunity to showcase both the institution's educational prowess and the students' talents. I mention this not to pressure you, but because among tonight's performances, aside from Weiwei's, I believe yours will be exceptionally remarkable. Lu Mingkong urged, "Just do your best. This is also an opportunity for you." Understanding the weight of the occasion, Zhiqiu realized why Huahai Media University held such significance in this event. After all, the quality of student performances reflected on the school's reputation. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Zhiqiu inadvertently caught sight of a familiar interface on the mobile phone resting on the table, and in astonishment, she blurted out, "Zhu Xian?" Having just completed her makeup, Yu Caiwei turned around and asked, "You read this book too?" Before Zhiqiu could respond, Yu Caiwei continued, "The author hasn't updated today. It's simply dreadful. I've already sent a request for an update." Zhiqiu felt compelled to swallow the words she was about to utter. Once the subject of Zhu Xian came up, Yu Caiwei seemed to ignite with enthusiasm, continuing to voice her grievances. "The author is so lazy. Yesterday, they only updated 4,000 words, and today, just before the update, they claimed they had something to attend to. In my opinion, they're just making excuses to slack off. Why not request a day off in advance?" Facing Yu Caiwei's expectant gaze, which sparkled with the desire for affirmation, Zhiqiu felt a pang of discomfort. Could she possibly agree? That would be akin to slapping her own face. She forced a chuckle and attempted to defend. "I wouldn't say that. This is the author's first missed update. Have you noticed that, although his updates are inconsistent, the average number of words he writes daily still surpasses that of most authors?" "Not at all." Yu Caiwei pouted in dissatisfaction, expressing her skepticism about his seemingly frivolous pen name, asserting that he is indeed a person who only sporadically commits to his craft. Zhiqiu fell silent, sensing that this young woman harbored a profound resentment towards the author. It would be best to conceal the fact that he was, in fact, the author of Zhiqiu. Meanwhile, Lu Mincan, intrigued by the fervent discussion between the two youths, cast a curious glance at the screen of his phone. "Oh!" Lu Mincan exclaimed softly, picking up his phone to closely examine the novel synopsis. "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder." Lu Mincan's eyes sparkled with interest as he marveled. In just a few concise characters, this encapsulates a profound truth. An author capable of crafting such a sentence is certainly not ordinary. Yu Caiwei, intrigued, inquired, "What does that mean?" The makeup artist nearby also turned her gaze towards Lu Mincan with curiosity. Lu Mincan, evidently well-versed in classical literature, smiled as he explained. Fodder dogs were crafted from straw in ancient sacrificial rites. The phrase, "heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder," can be simply understood as the natural world viewing all beings equally, showing neither favoritism nor malice. Everything unfolds according to the natural course of events. This statement subtly conveys a philosophy of the Tao follows nature, which is why I assert that this author is remarkable. They must be a seasoned writer. The last statement was directed at Yu Caiwei. Neither good nor bad for anyone. Yu Caiwei echoed, musing, "It does seem that way. Otherwise, how could the protagonist fall for someone who loves another right from the start?" As she pointed to the author's name, Lu Mincan squinted with keen interest. However, upon discerning the name, he was momentarily taken aback. Fangxin Zonghua Fan. Is that the author's pen name? His eyes reflected a mix of disbelief and uncertainty as he looked towards Yu Caiwei and Yi Zhiqiu. Yu Caiwei nodded affirmatively, while Yi Zhiqiu's expression was one of utter bewilderment. This revelation seemed to profoundly challenge Professor Lu Mincan's worldview. After a considerable pause, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly, saying, "I truly cannot comprehend. You young people baffle me." Yu Caiwei scoffed, her face adorned with disdain as she retorted, "Grandfather, you may not be entirely wrong. In my view, even if this author possesses experience, he is undoubtedly a lecherous old man." Yi Zhiqiu found himself regretting the whimsical choice of his pen name for the first time. Meanwhile, outside the stage, the evening event was on the verge of commencing, with the dignitaries in the front row taking their seats. Numerous reporters recognized the identities of the prominent figures seated at the center of the leadership table, eagerly capturing the moment with their cameras. Mayor Chen Ping of Huahai City and President Liu Jifeng of Huahai Media University were among the notable leaders present. Yet, the media's excitement peaked at the sight of two middle-aged men nearby, Li Wenrui, the owner of Huahai Entertainment, and Li Dapeng, the owner of Inghong Entertainment. Insiders may be aware of their deeper connections. Li Wenrui is the maternal uncle of Yu Caiwei, who is signed under Huahai Entertainment. Meanwhile, Li Dapeng is the father of the second-generation heir, Li Hongfei. Despite sharing the same surname and both being in the entertainment industry, their relationship is far from cordial. In fact, their companies can be described as bitter rivals. This animosity is precisely why the media reporters are so exhilarated. Rivals in such a grand setting. It would be even more delightful if some newsworthy events were to unfold. Just before the competition was about to commence, Mayor Chen, with a smile, inquired, "Old Liu, it's that time of year again for the graduation gala at the Media University. As the principal, could you enlighten us about the splendid programs we can expect?" Chapter 21. This performance is truly remarkable. Principal Liu chuckled. "Which year has my Media Academy's program ever disappointed you, Old Chen? However, I must say that this year's most popular segment is undoubtedly the final act. Just look at how many fans have begun to show their support." Mayor Chen glanced toward the back and replied with a smile, "The Media Academy and Huahai Entertainment have indeed nurtured talents well. Yu Caiwei is truly exceptional." Li Wenrui from Huahai Entertainment nodded in agreement. Principal Liu continued with a grin, "Let us not forget about Inghong Entertainment. This time, President Li has generously arranged for a team from the company to perform as a gesture of goodwill. On behalf of the Media Academy, I extend my gratitude to President Li." "Not at all. It was a mere formality," Li Dapeng replied with a hearty laugh, then suddenly remarked, "In my view, the times have changed. It's no longer sufficient to merely stand there and sing monotonously. I believe that President Li from Huahai should consider diversifying his approach. Why not sign Yu Caiwei to our company? The potential for success would be limitless. Upon hearing this, Li Wenrui's expression turned frosty. Yet he restrained himself from retorting on the spot due to his composure. Principal Lu sighed internally, sensing the tension brewing between the two. Major Chin, seemingly oblivious to the subtle atmosphere, jovially inquired, "It seems President Li has some insightful thoughts. Please do share." With an air of self-satisfaction, Li Dapeng proclaimed, "What era are we in? The digital age. Only performances that captivate the audience will find a market. Take the singers from President Li's company, for instance. No matter how well-crafted a song may be, if it fails to resonate with the audience, what purpose does it serve? In the end, substantial investments could simply go to waste." Li Dapeng's discourse was relentless, and the insinuation was clear to all present. Li Wenrui let out a cold snort, dismissively stating, "Have you even considered what kind of works your company produces? Can that even be called music?" Li Dapeng chuckled, responding, "The ability to generate profit is the ultimate truth. Everything is for the market." Indeed, both Huahai and Yinghong rank among the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. While Huahai has long been entrenched in the music industry, Yinghong boasts a wealth of experience in film and television, making their strengths quite comparable. However, in recent years, Huahai Entertainment's ventures in music have faced significant setbacks, with Yu Caiwei being a rare success story. Conversely, Yinghong Entertainment, while strong in the film market, harbors ambitious aspirations to catch up in the music arena. The girl group performing as a guest at today's graduation ceremony is a lavishly crafted singing and dancing ensemble from Yinghong Entertainment. Amidst the heated debate, Mayor Chin maintained his composure and cheerfully asked, "Old Lu, you are the expert. What is your perspective on this matter?" Principal Lu sighed quietly within and replied, "The market is indeed crucial, as both music and art ultimately serve to sustain livelihoods." Li Dapeng's expression brightened at this acknowledgement. However, Principal Lu continued, "That said, the pursuit of artistic integrity does not always align with market trends. In situations where this occurs, I personally believe one should not compromise their artistic standards for the sake of marketability. For instance, while some vulgar works may find market favor, I would never condone media students engaging in such creations." Principal Lu's sentiments were nuanced, yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. He did not endorse Li Dapeng's market-centric ideology. Li Dapeng wore a displeased expression as Mayor Chen chuckled, remarking, "Old Lu certainly possesses remarkable insight. I have learned much." The performance was about to commence, and, as customary, the leader's speeches were delivered before the evening's entertainment officially began. Recitations, skits, folk dances, and choral performances unfolded, showcasing the commendable professional caliber of the students from Huahai Media University. Each act was quite polished, with some rivaling professional standards. However, in this information age, young audiences have been exposed to a plethora of sensational online performances, resulting in a rather lukewarm reception to the live acts. As the show progressed, the English Red Entertainment girl group made a special guest appearance. The moment 7 stunning women clad in ultra-short shorts and revealing tank tops graced the stage, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Pulsating music, entrancing gazes, and provocative movements such as chest thrusts and hip sways captivated the student audience, whose exuberant whistles and screams at the performance's conclusion surpassed the enthusiasm of any previous acts. This exemplifies the discerning nature of the market. Li Dapeng looked smug, while Li Wenrui from Huahai Entertainment maintained a composed demeanor, revealing nothing of his thoughts. In contrast, Principal Lu exhibited clear signs of displeasure. To these academicians, who hold their artistic pursuits dear, the earlier performance could more aptly be described as mere posturing rather than genuine artistry. Mayor Chun, ever the cheerful figure, displayed no discernible attitude. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Zhiqiu returned to Yu Caiwei's dressing room, feeling quite content. The room, furnished with a sofa and refreshments, provided a far more comfortable retreat than the public waiting area outside, prompting Zhiqiu to settle in. Yu Caiwei, seated across from her, glanced at Zhiqiu and asked, "Where did you go just now? I want to watch the performance. I'm the third to last act, so there is still time." Yi Zhiqiu replied. The English Red Entertainment girl group's performance? Yu Caiwei inquired further. Yes, came Yi Zhiqiu's prompt affirmation. What did you think? Yu Caiwei's voice remained cool and melodious. They looked stunning. No, they were quite impressive. Yi Zhiqiu almost let slip her thoughts about the 7 pairs of long, fair legs that had just danced before her, quickly correcting herself. After all, they are professionals and their skills are commendable. Is that so? Yu Caiwei's expression remained serene, her tone devoid of emotion. Suddenly, Yu Caiwei stood and declared, I need to change. Please step outside. Yi Zhiqiu posed. Caught off guard as she popped a grape in her mouth, her thoughts drifting to Yu Caiwei's recently adjusted performance attire. Yu Caiwei's gaze was piercing, her beautiful eyes seemingly imbued with a chilling intensity that sent a shiver through Yi Zhiqiu. For reasons unknown, Yi Zhiqiu hesitated, swallowing her retort. Understood, she said with resignation, complying with the request to exit the room. Following the dynamic dance of the English Red Entertainment girl group, the evening's performances resumed their standard rhythm, swiftly approaching the finale. The next act would be Yi Zhiqiu's solo performance. In the audience, Li Hongfei's face was dark and cold as he spoke to the men beside him. Once that kid finishes singing, I want you all to immediately shout get off the stage. Make it as harsh as possible. Stir up the crowd's emotions and get them to join in. Spare him no dignity, understood? These men were Li Dapeng's drivers and lackeys who had accompanied him inside. Naturally, they complied with the young master's demand. Understood, young Master Li. Leave it to us. We'll make sure that kid is utterly humiliated. Soon, the host on stage finished the introduction. He's coming. Lao Si's performance. Listen up, brothers, when the time comes. Scream your loudest to cheer Lao Si on. In a corner of the audience, Yi Zhiqiu's 3 roommates were brimming with excitement, with Xie Jun barking out orders. Chapter 22. A heart-wrenching performance dressed in black casual trousers and a white shirt. Complemented by guitar, Yi Zhiqiu's stage setup was arguably the simplest among all the performances. Yet, as he took the stage, he immediately captivated everyone's attention. Handsome, with a tall, slender figure and sharply defined features, many in the audience momentarily lost their focus, mistaking him for a prominent celebrity. His original song, Goodbye, was dedicated to the graduating students. Through the microphone, Yi Zhiqiu's calm voice resonated throughout the venue. Woo, Zhiqiu, go for it. Don't embarrass Dorm 206. The sudden outburst from his 3 roommates, particularly the loud cheers from Xie Jun and Yang Hongwei, startled those nearby. Upon hearing the name Yi Zhiqiu, whispers spread among the audience. Is he really Yi Zhiqiu? I heard Night Run was supposed to be a duet. Did you not know? His ex-girlfriend, Chun Yuan from the Art Academy, ran off with a wealthy air. Now he has left to perform solo. Look, that's the guy in the front VIP seat, the heir from Ing Hong Entertainment. Wow, how tragic. Yi Zhiqiu is far more handsome than that guy. What was that girl thinking? Sigh, can good looks fill your stomach? As the audience murmured, the leaders at the front were equally engaged in conversation about the ongoing program. Mayor Chun remarked with a smile, an original song? It's quite rare to see such bravery at a gala performance. Old Lu, your media college has such talent. Our school is abundant in talent. Old Chun, you just haven't come by often enough, Principal Lu replied nonchalantly, though he too harbored doubts. Had he not heard of any students with such abilities before? Principal Lu glanced towards Professor Lu Minkong, who was overseeing the gala. Lu Minkong succinctly stated, This is a remarkable piece. I have high hopes for him. Oh, the moment his words were spoken, interest peaked among those nearby. Lu Minkong was a prominent figure in the music industry, known for his discerning taste, and receiving such praise from him was no small feat. Professor Lu, you're exaggerating. Suddenly interjected Li Dapeng from Ing Hong Entertainment. In my opinion, originality is merely a gimmick. What can an immature student possibly compose that is worthwhile? I've seen plenty of greenhorns like him. Every year, numerous graduates submit songs to our company, and the quality is often disheartening. Li Dapeng Skufa, concluding. They blindly experiment without understanding the market. How could their creations be any good? I suspect this student's work will be no different. The more Li Dapeng spoke, the darker Lu Minkong's expression became, just as he was about to respond when another voice chimed in. I disagree with Mr. Li's perspective. Everyone turned to see Li Wenruwei, who calmly stated, "I believe that disregarding market factors, songs written from the heart are the most genuine. Such emotions are truly precious." This was a direct clash between rivals. The words of the two executives perfectly represented the ideological conflict between Huahai Entertainment and Inghong Entertainment. It had begun. Mayor Chen suddenly remarked, his curious gaze directed towards the center of the stage. Perched upon the high stool, fingers gliding over the strings, with eyes gently lowered, Zhiqiu's crystalline voice resonated throughout the venue. "I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell, for perhaps we shall never meet again. Tomorrow I depart from this familiar place, and the thought of parting brings tears to my eyes." The moment the first lyrics were sung, the once restless and clamorous audience fell into an involuntary hush, all ears attuned to the performance on stage. "I will etch your face into my memory. Cherish the thoughts you've left me. These days shall forever remain in my heart, never to fade. I cannot promise if I shall return. Without turning back, I walk on." Gradually, silence blanketed the audience. Many soon-to-graduate students felt an inexplicable lump in their throats. There were still 6 months left. The lyrics were straightforward, yet why were their eyes blurring? It seemed they hadn't yet figured out how to say goodbye before scattering to the winds. What once felt like a distant future had suddenly arrived at their doorstep. As Zhiqiu's melancholic voice returned to the refrain, "I will etch your face into my memory. Cherish the thoughts you've left me." Many sensitive girls in the audience covered their mouths, tears spilling forth. Even the usually boisterous trio from dorm 206, Xiejun and Yang Hongwei, fell silent. Among the leadership seats, Lu Minghong beamed with pride. Principal Lu wore an expression of astonishment and excitement, while Mayor Chun's gaze brimmed with admiration. The performance concluded amidst the quiet, occasionally punctuated by muffled sobs. Zhiqiu, composed as ever, rose and bowed slightly. Unlike previous acts, applause did not immediately follow. The audience remained ensnared in the song's emotion. Even the senior year hosts momentarily lost for words. Then, jarring shouts pierced the silence. "Get off the stage. Trash song sounds awful. Yeah, get down." In the prevailing stillness, the voices were gratingly conspicuous. Having finished his performance, Li Hongfei's lackeys, ever dutiful in executing their master's orders, now shouted with fervor, even pumping their fists in an attempt to incite the crowd. Young minds were easily swayed. They had experience in such manipulations. But soon, their jeers faltered. Glancing around, they met the furious glares of the audience and froze in alarm. Several boys clenched their fists, ready to confront them. "Idiots, sit down," Li Hongfei hissed, seething with rage. The cronies shuddered and hastily complied. Then, thunderous applause erupted, the audience clapping with such fervor their palms nearly stung. Zhiqiu, Zhiqiu, the crowd roared, many female students gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. How had they never noticed before? This Zhiqiu was so talented. The way he played and sang just now was unbearably handsome. From the leadership seats, Mayor Chun watched Zhiqiu's composed retreat and remarked, "This student is extraordinary, old Lu. Although I am not a professional, this song has truly resonated with me, evoking memories of our student days 3 decades ago." Principal Lu laughed heartily, commenting that the lyrics do not merely seek complexity, but convey genuine emotions. Indeed, a rare and remarkable piece of work. By the way, which department of the arts is this student from? The composition department, perhaps? Principal Lu glanced towards Lu Mingqian. Lu Mingqian shook his head, providing an unexpected answer that astonished everyone. He is not an arts student, but rather from the media department. Mayor Chan was momentarily taken aback and chuckled, saying, "Isn't that your school's flagship program? Not from a professional background. Old Lu, it seems you have misjudged." Principal Lu was equally astonished, his gaze towards Zhiqiu growing increasingly appreciative. Backstage, in Yu Caiwei's private dressing room, Songmei reminded Wei Wei, "It's your turn for the next program. Do touch up your makeup." Yu Caiwei responded absent-mindedly, not putting down her phone until Zhiqiu's figure had completely vanished from the live broadcast screen. At that moment, a mysterious sparkle flickered deep within the beautiful, water-like depths of Yu Caiwei's eyes. Chapter 23. The Future Uncertain. We are all dark horses after Zhiqiu's solo performance. The audience found themselves enveloped in an unexpected atmosphere of farewell typical of graduation season, resulting in a rather lackluster response to the subsequent act. However, when Yu Caiwei emerged from backstage, adorned in a flowing gown reminiscent of the goddess of the Luo River, the ambience transformed into sheer ecstasy. Ah, the goddess. Yu Caiwei. Yu Caiwei. Her admirers extended beyond the confines of the school, drawing numerous fans who had come from afar. At that moment, media reporters, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, fervently clicked away with their cameras, turning the venue into what resembled a concert for Yu Caiwei. Yu Caiwei did not disappoint, enchanting everyone with her renowned song, Glimmer, leaving the audience entranced. Observing the radiant Yu Caiwei on stage, Zhiqiu could not help but marvel at the existence of such a flawless woman, with an impeccable visage and a figure that could only be envied. Her voice was truly a divine blessing, justifying her title as the new generation's queen of song. In the audience, the second-generation heir Li Hongfei gazed at Yu Caiwei with rapt attention, his eyes filled with adoration, utterly captivated. The hopeful and dreamy essence of Yu Caiwei's song dissipated much of the somber atmosphere left by Goodbye. As the performance concluded, applause surged to a crescendo once more. Old Lu, this year, the Communication University has produced quite a number of talents, Mayor Chen remarked, impressed by the outstanding performances of both Zhiqiu and the already renowned Yu Caiwei. Haha, it seems the city's educational funding is indeed well allocated. Principal Lu laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy, for in addition to Yu Caiwei, the emergence of Zhiqiu was an unexpected delight. At that moment, Li Wenrui from Huahai Entertainment interjected. Little Wei's performance certainly garnered a positive response from the audience. It appears that producing quality work and engaging with the market are not mutually exclusive. What do you think, Mr. Li? Li Dapeng's expression darkened as he snorted disdainfully, choosing to remain silent. Others exchanged wry smiles, well aware that Li Wenrui's comment was a veiled jab at Inghong Entertainment, subtly hinting at the vulgarity of the previous dance that featured excessive thigh exposure and suggestive movements. According to the tradition of the Communication University, before concluding the gala, there's a segment for outstanding graduates to share their thoughts, typically featuring the two most popular performers. Before the host could even speak, the audience erupted into cheers. Zhiqiu. Yu Caiwei. Zhiqiu. Yu Caiwei. From the rest area, Zhiqiu glanced helplessly at the crowd, noticing that his roommates, Yang Hongwei and Xiejun, were particularly animated in their shouts. Well, it seems there is no need for a selection. The two hosts, observing a nod from the leaders, directly invited the duo to the stage. Zhiqiu rose without hesitation, while Yu Caiwei, positioned closer to the stage, arrived first at the foot of the stairs. Yet, instead of ascending immediately, she paused as if awaiting something. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Zhiqiu was equally puzzled. Just as he approached her, a delicate hand gracefully positioned itself in front of him. Was her gown too long, requiring assistance to navigate the steps? The realization dawned on the crowd, and in an instant, the male members of the audience succumbed to a wave of fervent jealousy. Though understanding, I still feel an overwhelming sense of envy. This is indeed an opportunity to engage with Yu Caiwei. Upon realizing this, Zhiqiu did not dwell on it further, and, gentlemanly, he gently supported Yu Caiwei. In the fleeting moment their hands met, both bodies trembled slightly, as if electrified. So smooth, so soft. Accompanied by a hint of coolness, a thought flickered through Zhiqiu's mind. Meanwhile, Yu Caiwei felt her hand enveloped within a pair of warm, large hands, the heat emanating from them causing her heart to tremble subtly. Her expression remained composed, yet from a discreet angle unnoticed by anyone, her delicate ears had already turned crimson. Ascending the steps, within a mere 10 meters, Zhiqiu suddenly wished that the journey would not conclude so swiftly. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Observing the two, an involuntary sentiment arose within the hearts of all present, and numerous reporters, as if awakened from a dream, directed their cameras towards them. As their hands parted, both Zhiqiu and Yu Caiwei were enveloped by an inexplicable sense of emptiness. The female host, having extricated herself from the inexplicable chemistry, quickly spoke, for years have flown by in the blink of an eye. As outstanding representatives, soon to graduate from Huahai Media University, may I ask what thoughts you both have, or any messages for your fellow graduates? Expressing gratitude towards the school and teachers for their nurturing, Yu Caiwei's remarks were conventional, yet garnered enthusiastic applause. When it was Zhiqiu's turn, the female host gazed at him with anticipation. And even Yu Caiwei was fixated on him, as everyone was eager to hear what the recently celebrated Zhiqiu would articulate. Zhiqiu inyard chocolate, completely unprepared for this segment. Taking the microphone, he scanned the audience. Their expressions varied. His roommate's fervent gaze suggested excitement, Professor Lu Minkong's encouraging demeanor, and the central figure, presumably Principal Lu, wore an approving look. Beside Principal Lu sat another leader, smiling amiably, though his identity remained unknown. Ultimately, Zhiqiu met with Chen Yuan's inscrutable gaze and Li Hongfei's resentful stare. The words of thanks have already been expressed by classmate Yu, so I shall not reiterate. Zhiqiu's calm voice resonated throughout the venue as he continued. The following words are dedicated to my fellow classmates hailing from small towns. Just now, someone told me face to face that a poor fellow like me, no matter how hard I strive, could never afford even 2 of his car tires. My life's endpoint does not even equate to his starting point. Zhiqiu's tone was devoid of emotion, as if recounting a matter entirely unrelated to himself. However, many students with similar backgrounds in the audience felt their emotions stirred. Is this truly the case? On the leadership table, Principal Lu Minkong, and others wore grim expressions, while Li Wenrui cast a contemplative glance at the second-generation heir, Li Hongfei. Zhiqiu continued, to be honest, I had never tasted coffee before the age of 18, nor had I even seen it until I came to Huahai City for university. I spent 18 years simply to sit here with you and enjoy a cup of coffee. Quite old-fashioned, isn't it? Upon hearing this, many felt a pang of emotion, with some sentimental female classmates discreetly wiping their eyes. But is our fate truly predetermined? Must we resign ourselves to it, akin to the so-called philosophy of lying flat? Should we even descend into self-doubt and despair? Zhiqiu's voice, once serene, now resonates with a hint of turbulence. No, I do not subscribe to such a notion. What I wish to convey is that while we cannot choose our beginnings, we can indeed determine the course of our lives. We strive not to alter the world, but to prevent it from altering us. After a decade of arduous study, our admission to Huahai Media University is a testament to our excellence. Why should we so easily dismiss ourselves? Why can we not turn the tides in our favor? If someone tells you to accept your fate, I say, to hell with that. Zhiqiu spoke with fervor, even unleashing a curse, yet at that moment, no one paid it any heed. Among the audience, many young men held their breath, as if a surge of passion were about to erupt, their eyes ablaze as they gazed at Zhiqiu on stage. After her outburst, she paused, casting her gaze over the audience, her voice resolute and clear, resonating in every ear. Life may be as fragile as an ant, yet we must harbor the ambition of a swan. Fate may be as thin as paper, yet we ought to possess an indomitable spirit. The universe remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses. This is my message. Thank you. Chapter 24. A tremendous response. Zhiqiu spoke from the depths of his heart, reflecting on his past life as a mediocre undergraduate, drifting aimlessly in a bustling metropolis for several years, utterly disconnected from its splendor and vibrancy. Eventually, driven by curiosity, he embarked on the path of an author, encountering countless setbacks before finally witnessing a glimmer of success. Through relentless effort, he gradually acquired a home and a vehicle, establishing his foothold in the vast city. While he may not compare to many, for him, it represented a significant leap in his life. The atmosphere was one of profound stillness. None could have anticipated that Zhiqiu would utter such words. The trio from dormitory 206, classmates, gazed in astonishment, mouths agape. A crisp round of applause erupted from the leadership table, startling everyone as Mayor Chen of Huahai City stood to applaud. In the next moment, thunderous applause engulfed the entire stage. Well said. Incredible. Wow, you've moved me to tears. Mayor Chen, filled with admiration, looked at Zhiqiu, whose expression had returned to calm, and remarked, "Life is as fragile as an ant. One must aspire to soar like a swan. Our existence is delicate, yet we must possess an indomitable spirit. This younger generation is formidable. We are growing old." At that moment, Principal Liu and Lu Mingkong were equally exhilarated, their faces glowing with pride. The impact of Yi Zhiqiu's words was immensely powerful, eliciting an overwhelmingly enthusiastic response from the audience. The host attempted to regain control, but the scene teetered on the brink of chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu had regained his composure when suddenly he felt a soft, cool touch in his hand. Like a startled fawn, he instinctively recoiled. Turning in astonishment, he saw the serene, slightly flushed face of Yu Caiwei. That touch had been Yu Caiwei's hand? What did she possibly want? Unsure, he cast a doubtful glance at her, but found no clue in her expression. Perhaps it was merely an accident, he thought, shaking his head to dispel the absurd notion. As the audience's fervor finally subsided, the graduation party came to a close. On the way back with his dormitory mates, Yi Zhiqiu truly experienced the sensation of stardom. Everywhere he turned, he was met with admiring, adoring gazes, and more astonishingly, several blushing young women approached him to exchange contact information. "Impressive, old four," Xie Jun exclaimed. "You've really outdone yourself today." Yang Hongwei remarked, "I must admit, I wasn't moved to tears by your singing, but your words nearly had me in tears." Zhou Hua, the dorm head, nodded in agreement. "You did not bring shame to dormitory 206. That night, within Yu Caiwei's dormitory. So handsome. How could someone be that attractive?" Yu Caiwei watched in exasperation as Tong Yao squealed in delight. And that last statement was so inspiring. Tong Yao exclaimed, bouncing over to Yu Caiwei, causing a ripple of excitement. Why? What did you feel standing next to Yi Zhiqiu when he said those words? Were you not mesmerized?" Yu Caiwei's expression faltered, and she awkwardly replied, "I didn't feel anything particularly special." "You're lying." Tong Yao dismissed the notion, asserting that she was oblivious to the fervor of the female spectators beside her, each one seemingly eager to leap forward. "That may be true for them, but I would never behave in such a manner," Yu Caiwei retorted, her cheeks flushed, attempting to feign indifference. However, an unexpected wave of nostalgia washed over her, recalling the sensation of Yi Zhiqiu holding her hand, prompting her to reach out impulsively. Had she not regained her composure in time, it could have led to a considerable uproar. Yet, she would never admit it. With a sigh, Tong Yao confided, "Once upon a time, I held no particular feelings for Yi Zhiqiu, yet inexplicably, I have come to recognize his allure. Is it true that it is the talented men who are most captivating?" Yu Caiwei feigned exasperation. "You may indulge in your infatuation at your leisure." Unbeknownst to them, the performances at the graduation gala of Huahai Media University, along with Yi Zhiqiu's poignant remarks, had swiftly begun to circulate online. Meanwhile, Lin Chong, a programmer at a prominent enterprise, dragged his weary body back to the newly purchased apartment in the dead of night. 5 years post-graduation, he had grown numb to the late hours, living a life akin to that of a beast in order to establish himself in the bustling metropolis. Fortunately, as his experience burgeoned, so did his income, finally illuminating a path to stability in the city. The only lament was that, nearing 30, he remained a solitary soul. After completing his evening routine, Lin Chong once again powered on his computer. The hours spent gaming before sleep was truly his moment of joy. Suddenly, a news notification from QQ caught his eye. Legendary campus singer moves all to tears with original song goodbye during graduation season. Contemporary news outlets were fond of sensational headlines. Lin Chong shook his head, muttering, "Crying over a song?" Nowadays, the internet is rife with trite melodies. Merely avoiding plagiarism is a feat yet, despite his skepticism. He found himself inexplicably clicking on the link. The video appeared to be a well-edited clip from a live performance, with commendable clarity. The singer was rather handsome, reinforcing Lin Chong's suspicion of a publicity stunt. However, the moment the singer's voice resonated, Lin Chong was rendered speechless. He sat motionless, absorbing the 3-minute video, his gaze drifting far beyond the screen. As the video concluded, he silently clicked to replay. When the male vocalist sang the line, I will forever remember your face. The man, struggling in the metropolis and approaching 30, was already in tears. The song stirred a torrent of memories from his graduation season. There were countless farewells left unspoken. But the most profound regret remained that girl. She was his sole romantic experience, his first love. Post-graduation, due to her parents securing her a position in another city, the two immature youths found themselves at an impasse, ultimately leading to their separation. The demanding nature of his postgraduate career left Lin Chong little time for romance. Yet the image of that girl occasionally flickered in his mind. He had heard she was still unmarried, having recently received a promotion and relocated to this very city due to her outstanding performance at work. Lin Chong was not devoid of thoughts, yet he had been evading them, lacking the courage to take that crucial step. After 3 full cycles of hesitation, he inhaled deeply as if steeling his resolve, then opened WeChat and tapped on the profile picture he had never deleted. Lin Chong, are you there? I heard you transferred to Huahai City. Lin Chong, if it's convenient, would you like to have dinner together? Lin Chong, all these years since graduation, I've never forgotten you. Having sent the words he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, Lin Chong felt as though a weight had been lifted from his chest. He exhaled slowly, only for tension to swiftly reclaim his expression. Almost instantaneously, a reply arrived. Xiao Shui. Sure, tomorrow evening. Xiao Shui. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to say this? Disbelief flickered in Lin Chong's eyes before being swiftly overtaken by overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, the ripple effects of the song Goodbye continued to unfold in countless places. Chapter 25. The everyday shenanigans. In the book review section the day after the graduation party, there were no classes. Yet Zhiqiu found herself compelled to sit in front of her computer after a day of hiatus. Upon opening the messaging app, the animated avatar of her editor, Sure too, indicated an influx of unread messages. Sure too, are you taking a break today? Is something amiss? Sure too, do you need me to request a leave for you? You can still maintain your perfect attendance for the month. This was the first message she received shortly after announcing her hiatus, followed by another one over an hour later. Sure too, if it's a financial issue, your earnings this month are substantial. I just applied to the company. I can expedite the payment for you. At that moment, she was preparing to go on stage. Hence she did not reply. The latest message arrived a mere 15 minutes ago. Sure too, good morning. Zhiqiu smiled faintly. Her editor was truly considerate, often checking in on her well-being and even contemplating her attendance record. Nonetheless, she remained resolute in her decision not to compromise her principles for the sake of perfect attendance. She casually typed a response. Zhiqiu, it's not a financial issue, thank you. Zhiqiu, I will update as scheduled today. Ding ding ding. Sure too's avatar bounced with rapid responses, but Zhiqiu had already closed the chat window. In her rented apartment in Jing City, Sure Nuanyuan, seated at her computer, awaited a reply but was met with silence. She angrily shook her small fist, then sighed in relief. Oh my, this self-absorbed author is truly difficult to please. As she continued typing into the afternoon, Zhiqiu stretched lazily and uploaded the latest chapter. To her surprise, numerous fans eagerly anticipated the update, and the book review section quickly became lively. It's updated, it's updated. The hiatus monster has returned. I nearly reported a missing person. I've never seen someone take a break right after receiving tips. 10,000 words? Not bad, but I still need yesterday's update. Observing the humorous comments from her readers, Yu Caiwei. The notion of making up for missed updates was utterly impossible. As long as she remained sufficiently indifferent, they could not compel her. Perhaps due to the weekend leisure, the discussions in the review section grew increasingly animated. A strong suggestion for the author to establish a reader group. Agreed. We need an organization. Agreed 10086. Let us discuss the plot and assist the author in writing better. This lazy author, I'll create it for you. Group number XXXXX. Join, and the group master will take care of you. Reading the enthusiastic responses advocating for a group, Zhiqiu felt utterly speechless. Join a reader group? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. The notion of discussing plots was a mere facade. Only a fool would believe it. If she joined, she would undoubtedly be bombarded with demands for updates all day long. Where would she find a moment of peace? However, These readers were akin to lords. Neglecting them too much was also unwise. After pondering briefly, Zhiqiu decided to post a pinned reply in the review section. Due to insufficient phone storage, I will not be adding a reader group. Everyone can follow my Weibo account XXX. Upon seeing the author's response, the readers erupted in excitement. The lazy author is indeed present. Everyone, charge forth. What do you mean insufficient storage? I'll give you a 1 terabyte memory stick. Regardless, my friends, let's first follow on Weibo. In just over 10 minutes, Zhiqiu was astonished to discover that his Weibo followers had surged by more than 50,000. It seems the fans of Zhu are indeed numerous, as many enthusiasts eagerly searched and came across Zhiqiu's Weibo nickname. They couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Zhiqiu had temporarily altered his nickname to Zhiqiu to avoid being recognized. His new moniker, the dream of 900 million girls, was met with disdain. The blank Weibo page left the restless fans with nowhere to comment, prompting them to storm back to the review section. I am disgusted. Dog author, compensate me for my lunch. What the hell is the dream of 900 million girls? Could you be any more narcissistic? Such shamelessness exists in this world. Disregarding the review section, Zhiqiu proceeded to Professor Lu Minkong's office as usual in the afternoon. Although the evening gala had concluded, Professor Lu did not cease his mentoring. Zhiqiu was more than pleased to have guidance from a distinguished teacher, thriving in the learning process. This visit was in accordance with their previous agreement, as he brought along the scores for goodbye and the tour of the White Dove for the professor. Upon entering the office, he noticed that Yu Caiwei was absent today, but another middle-aged man was present alongside Lu Minkong. This man was none other than the individual who had occupied the center of the stage during the gala, Principal Liu Jifeng of Huahai Media University. Good day, Principal Liu, Zhiqiu greeted, turning to Lu Minkong. Teacher Liu, I have come to deliver the scores. Principal Liu's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhiqiu enter, exclaiming to Lu Minkong, Old Liu, your esteemed disciple has arrived. Thanks to Yi, our school's funding for the coming year has significantly increased. Lu Minkong could not conceal his satisfaction, yet he replied, Do not exaggerate. Goodbye was entirely completed by Zhiqiu alone. I merely offer a couple of pointers regarding his singing. Principal Liu was taken aback. He had assumed that Zhiqiu's song had been guided by Lu Minkong, only to realize that it had been accomplished solely by Zhiqiu. His esteem for Zhiqiu rose accordingly. Lu Minkong continued, Zhiqiu has brought honor to the school. You must not neglect the contributions of such a talent. It is only right to show some appreciation. Indeed, Principal Liu chuckled heartily. I am aware of your excellent academic performance, and you will undoubtedly be among those awarded a scholarship this year. The school will also confer upon you the honor of outstanding graduate in recognition of your contributions. How splendid! Zhiqiu's eyes brightened as he accepted with delight. Do not underestimate the title of outstanding graduate from Huahai Media University. It is invaluable and cannot be purchased with money. Additionally, Lu Minkong said with a serious tone, Zhiqiu, may I inquire about your future career plans? Zhiqiu was taken aback, and Lu Minkong continued, You are studying media, yet your musical talent is equally remarkable. Have you considered which path you wish to pursue? You need not rush to respond. If you are inclined toward the musical career, you might contemplate remaining at the university to become my graduate student. I believe there is still much I can teach you. When Lu Minkong uttered these words, Principal Liu wore an expression of astonishment. Lao Lu, is this a rare exception this year? You haven't recruited graduate students in a decade. Even 2 years ago, when that Shin businessman offered $1 million to secure a place for his son, you refused. Lu Minkong snorted dismissively. A decayed tree cannot be carved. What use is there in admitting someone who lacks the desire to learn and merely wishes to leverage my reputation for their own gain? Zhiqiu is different. She possesses genuine talent, and I am naturally inclined to teach her. Zhiqiu was equally surprised, not expecting Lu Minkong to hold her in such high regard. However, she refrained from responding immediately, for making hasty decisions would be a disservice to others. Zhiqiu responded thoughtfully, Thank you, old Lu. I will give it serious consideration. Chapter 26. The pretense of non-update. As Zhiqiu exited Lu Minkong's office, he found himself pondering a profound question. What kind of person did he aspire to become? With the rich legacy of numerous splendid civilizations from his past life as his foundation, he was confident that financial constraints would not be a future concern. Yet what then? Would he merely exist as a carefree, lethargic individual drifting through life? In his previous incarnation, he would undoubtedly have nodded in agreement, for that had been his desire. However, the current Zhiqiu was determined to pursue a different path. Having been granted a second chance at life, he felt an insatiable yearning for something beyond mere wealth. He longed to experience vistas he had never encountered, to explore myriad possibilities, and to leave his indelible mark upon this world. As for how to achieve this, Zhiqiu had yet to devise a concrete plan. Writing novels might serve as one avenue, but it seemed that Professor Lu Mingqian had illuminated another potential path for him: music, or perhaps the realm of artistic creation. Lu's expertise was among the most distinguished in the country, and with his guidance, perhaps such aspirations could indeed materialize. Lost in contemplation, Zhiqiu found himself back at his dormitory before he realized it. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he decided to cast aside his musings. Why overthink? Ultimately, beyond his ambitions, following his heart and living authentically was of paramount importance. The future would unfold naturally. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon opening WeChat, he was greeted by a message from Yu Caiwei, whom he had not seen in a day. Wei Guang, your song Goodbye from last night, along with that heartfelt message, has gone viral. Taken aback, Zhiqiu quickly typed a response and then opened the trending topics on Weibo, where he was astonished to find the top trend boldly proclaiming, "The universe is uncertain. We are all dark horses." Scrolling down, he discovered the second trend was the tear-jerking graduation anthem, Goodbye. The third trend featured Yu Caiwei's performance at the evening gala, titled Weiguang. Further down, keywords like Huahai Media University Graduation Gala emerged, indicating that this had become the most discussed topic of the moment. Curious, he clicked on the hashtag for Goodbye, where he found a plethora of heartfelt comments from netizens. As a fellow graduate, many expressed how the song brought them to tears, reminiscing about their own relationships that had dissolved due to distance after graduation, wondering how their former partners were faring. We cried, we laughed as we said goodbye, yet we knew our farewell was far from final. Thank you, singer, for giving me the courage to reconnect with her after 5 years apart. We are together again. In addition, there were numerous critiques regarding the song and its performer. This is true originality. It resonates with the heart. The singer is incredibly handsome. Is there a way to contact him? Admittedly, some pointed out minor imperfections in the singing technique. However, this was relative to the excellence of the song itself. Those nitpicking from above, the singer's level is already top-notch for an amateur. In emotional songs like this, vocal technique is secondary. The topic continued to gain momentum, and Weibo's official response was swift. They promptly launched a discussion under the hashtag graduation season in your eyes. Zhiqiu watched the netizens' comments with great interest. Most were praising the song and its singer, proving that certain emotions truly transcend boundaries. Finally, after some thought, Zhiqiu decided to join the conversation. Using his account dream of 900 million girls, he posted his first Weibo, graduation season in your eyes, the sword not yet properly fastened, yet already thrust into the rivers and lakes. May you return from 1,000 sails, still the youth you once were. After revealing his Weibo handle in the book review section, Zhiqiu had amassed nearly 100,000 followers, all avid fans of Zhuxian. The moment this post went live, it immediately caught their attention, and the comments surged. The author likes Goodbye too? Me too. Damn, these lines. Straight to the heart. Too real. Just graduated, and suddenly, work, rent, the pressure hits like a tidal wave. No surprise from a novelist. Effortlessly profound. At first, the comments were normal, but soon, they took a sharp turn. Brothers, don't be fooled by this dog author. How long has it been since his last update? A full 7 hours. Even a workhorse wouldn't rest this long. Instead of updating, he s flexing on Weibo. Was yesterday s break fake too? So love fades, huh? Fine, no votes for me then. Update now. Update now. Update now. Before long, fans spontaneously formed a brigade, flooding the comments with demands for an update. Staring at his screen, Zhiqiu was dumbfounded. This generation of readers, utterly unreasonable. One moment, they're chatting normally. The next, they're screaming for updates. Weibo's topic feature automatically pushes participating comments to those following the hashtag. Zhiqiu's casually pinned lines struck a chord, quickly drawing massive reposts. However, many who clicked into the comments were baffled by the sea of update now. What is going on? Did this blogger piss everyone off? Not surprising. Just look at that username. Begging for a punch. Upon discovering that Dream of 900 Million Girls was also a novelist, many passers-by were intrigued and searched for Zhiqiu, only to fall irreversibly into the rabbit hole. Unintentionally, Zhiqiu had just advertised his book. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion in Shanghai, a young man draped in designer lounged on an imported sofa, idly scrolling through Weibo. This was none other than the infamous young Master Wang, the only son of China's wealthiest man. Despite his status, he was surprisingly down-to-earth, often engaging in online banter as a Weibo celebrity. What the hell? Suddenly, the languid young Master Wang bolted upright, furious. You take my 10K tip and then stop updating. Now you've got time to browse Weibo instead of writing? Those few chapters this morning weren't nearly enough. A man of peculiar persistence, where others would retreat after cold rejection, he only grew more determined. No update? Fine, I'll tip again. Let us see if money can't make you right. As he spoke, young Master Wang swiftly flicked his fingers, distributing another 100,000 orange coins, accompanied by a message. Stop browsing Weibo and support me instead. The esteemed leader of the Golden Alliance has spoken, and the previously scattered voices in the book review section seem to have found their guiding force, igniting fervor once again. In contrast, Zhiqiu remains remarkably composed and unperturbed by the commotion. Little does she know, within the confines of the girls' dormitory, Yu Caiwei, after sending a WeChat message to Zhiqiu, is engrossed in scrolling through Weibo. Upon encountering a line pinned by the author of Zhiqiu in praise of the song Goodbye, she is momentarily taken aback. It is undeniable that this individual possesses genuine talent. After reading the author's enthusiastic commendation of the song, Yu Caiwei's impression of the writer has improved somewhat. Reflecting for a moment, she opens the Orange Reading app, just in time to catch a barrage of comments announcing that Wang Deshao has generously gifted 100,000 orange coins. Without much deliberation, she clicks with ease. Ding! The reader Weiwei generously rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins, stating, "Goodbye is a splendid song," and the author's discernment is quite commendable. The review section erupted once again. Chapter 27. How insane can an author be when tempted by beauty? Vivi? Surely, she must be a female reader. Everyone come and see. There is indeed a woman here. Oh, don't be so naive upstairs. She might very well be more endowed than you. What a jest. Newsworthy would be if she were smaller. The appearance of the second golden leader, who is presumably a female reader, sent the entire review section into disarray once more. Upon seeing the generous tip from reader Vivi, Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback. If memory serves, he had noticed that Yu Caiwei used this very nickname on the Orange Reading app that day, coupled with the charming cartoon girl avatar. She was almost indistinguishable from her WeChat profile picture, save for the absence of a microphone. It seems almost certain that the one tipping was indeed Yu Caiwei. Miss, what have you gotten yourself into? Zhiqiu lamented ignarely. 100,000 orange coins equates to a staggering 10,000 yuan, and after the platform deducts 30%, he was left with a mere 7,000, and taxes still had to be accounted for. At this rate, he would hardly see 7,000 in hand. If this little heiress truly intends to reward him, she ought to inform him. He would dash to her dormitory at once. Zhiqiu's heart ached. For the first time, he felt a slight wavering regarding his decision to conceal his identity as an author. But the young lady's intentions were undoubtedly kind. Moreover, it appeared she was prompted to tip due to the author's praise for the song Goodbye. In a twist of fate, the instigator turned out to be none other than himself. Zhiqiu found himself both amused and exasperated. He could disregard Wang Deshao, but Yu Caiwei was a different matter entirely. After some contemplation, he decided to respond using his author account. Thank you, Vivi, for your generous tip. Starting tomorrow, I shall deliver a week of explosive updates. Please stay tuned. P.S. Do you also enjoy the song Goodbye? I believe the creator is nothing short of a genius. Zhiqiu shamelessly lauded himself once more. Umph. An explosive update tomorrow implies there will be none today, right? In the girls' dormitory, Yu Caiwei noticed the author's reply and, in a haughty manner, muttered to herself, "A genius, you say. I shall let it slide, given your good taste." Shortly thereafter, upon discovering there would be no updates, Yu Caiwei set her phone aside, no longer concerned with the fluctuations in the review section. Meanwhile, a reader who had been self-indulging was incensed once again upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu's emergence. So this author has been lurking, only to surface when a female reader appears? Wang Daxiao tipped 200,000 coins to hold updates, yet a female reader's tip prompts explosive releases. How utterly absurd. The world has certainly deteriorated. One forgets loyalty in the face of beauty. Women are mere stumbling blocks on the path of writing, only serving to hinder your keystrokes. Author, wake up. One might inquire, how insane can an author be when tempted by beauty? Isn't it supposed to be explosive updates? The more insane, the better. Bring it on. This generation of readers. Yi Zhiqiu was at a loss for words and chose to disregard the outburst. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and sent a message to Yu Caiwei. Yi Zhiqiu, the author mentioned that explosive updates are forthcoming. I look forward to it. Ding. Yu Caiwei's reply came swiftly. Caiwei, I saw it, but that fellow isn't very trustworthy. We shall see. Yi Zhiqiu felt a surge of frustration. Was her reputation truly that tarnished? She replied resolutely, it will certainly happen. In the following week, as the graduation party and other events concluded, Yi Zhiqiu, with ample time at her disposal, did not falter in her promise and unleashed a torrent of creativity. With an astonishing average of nearly 20,000 words updated daily, the abundance of content initially thrilled her readers. The derogatory term dog author in the reviews vanished, replaced by a chorus of admiration for the esteemed author. However, as the narrative progressed, readers began to realize that the plot was veering into unexpected territory. When the storyline reached the poignant moment of Bai Yao sacrificing herself to save Zhang Xiaofan, the review section erupted for the third time, as anticipated. The number of readers had surged beyond comparison, and the topic swiftly ascended to the trending searches on Weibo. Across Weibo and the review section, comments condemning the author proliferated. What? No way. Bai Yao actually died? How could you dog author? Please have a heart. This is madness. The author has truly lost it. I was wrong. Esteemed author, I can pretend I didn't see that. Please revise. Wang Daxiao, the reigning champion among readers, upon reading the latest chapter, wasted no time and directly sent 1,000,000 orange coins, accompanied by a single word, revise. Yi Zhiqiu's messaging platform was inundated with messages from her editor. Sure to. Did Bai Yao really die just like that? Sure to. Can you revise it? The readers' reactions were intense. Many might abandon the story. Sure to. Just a personal suggestion. I hope you will consider it. In front of her computer, Shi Nuanyuan's eyes were red as she sat frozen, staring at the screen. Upon seeing the chat box light up, she hastily wiped away her tears. I cannot, replied Yi Zhiqiu. Shi Nuanyuan was in a frenzy, yet utterly helpless. Revise the story? What a joke. Yi Zhiqiu was well aware of the phenomenon triggered by this plot twist, yet she remained resolute in her decision. A small, mischievous part of her relished the thought. She too had felt deeply affected by the storyline and believed such profound experiences must be shared with her cherished readers. Upon noticing Wang Daxiao's generous reward, Yi Zhiqiu felt a tinge of helplessness and replied in the review section, there will be no revisions. I cannot. Nor do I wish to. I will contact the back end to see if the reward can be refunded. To her surprise, Wang Daxiao responded generously, no need. Just continue with the updates. In light of the author's response, readers were left in a state of lament, reluctantly accepting this new reality. Yet, amidst the sorrow, there were many rational readers. Though the plot stirred discontent, the author's writing was truly exceptional. The most tragic circumstance is to endure a lifetime for a belief, only to discover that belief has betrayed you, like a meticulously crafted world collapsing in an instant. I concur with the above sentiment. Zhang Xiaofan, who had devoted his life to the so-called path of goodness, ultimately realized it was merely an illusion, and upon uncovering the darkness within goodness, He was thrust into opposition against his own faith. In truth, the development of the storyline was entirely reasonable. In the eternal cycle of life and death, a woman, undeterred by the cataclysmic powers surrounding her, resolutely steps forward to rescue her beloved, fully prepared to sacrifice everything for love. "Why are you so foolish?" she cries, as she gazes into the depths of an ancient well, where she sees only him. These were the words once posed by Yao to Zhang Xiaofan. Yet he had not the chance to respond. Upon reading this passage, I was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain my tears. Forever a devotee of Bai Yao, I find myself in deep resentment towards the author, amidst the trending discussions and fervent reviews. The readership of Zhu Xian has not only remained steadfast, but has soared to new heights. Originally ranked third in the overall list, it now triumphantly ascends to the pinnacle. Chapter 28, Bitten by a Dog, with Zhu Xian topping the charts. The book review section was filled with jubilant cheers. Zhiqiu also received his first royalty payment that day. Gazing at the nearly six-figure sum in his bank account, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He had finally earned his first substantial income. However, his good mood was soon tainted by something utterly distasteful. The top spot on Orange Reading's all-time ranking had long been held by a martial arts novel titled Bloodstained Jianghu, reigning supreme for nearly a decade. With Zhu Xian claiming the throne, Bloodstained Jianghu was inevitably dethroned, reluctantly settling for second place. The author of Bloodstained Jianghu, Tang Long, was a man in his 50s and reportedly served as a vice president of a local writers' association. Previously, during Zhu Xian's meteoric rise, Tang Long had made several snide remarks belittling the novel. This time, he could no longer restrain himself and openly tore off all pretenses. The disgrace of martial arts novels. On Why Zhu Xian Infuriates Me. A work of pure dross. This was the title of an article Tang Long posted on Weibo, beneath which sprawled a lengthy critique spanning thousands of words. He mercilessly tore apart Zhu Xian from every angle. Plot, narrative, characters, leaving no stone unturned in his condemnation. As a long-established veteran author with over 1 million Weibo followers, Tang Long's posts sent shockwaves through the platform. Many of his loyal readers chimed in with agreement. Yet, Zhu Xian's fanbase consisted largely of passionate young readers who refused to take this line down. They stormed Tang Long's Weibo, engaging in heated debates. And the controversy quickly drew widespread attention. In the book review section, fans bombarded the page with messages. "Author, how can you tolerate this blatant disrespect? They're just jealous. Aren't you going to clap back at these slanders? Don't worry, author, we've got your back." When editor Stone forwarded Tang Long's Weibo post to Zhiqiu, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. He had no idea what he'd done to provoke Tang Long's ire. Instead of focusing on his own writing, the man resorted to tantrums simply because his old work had been dethroned. Though his indignant readers were seething with anger, Zhiqiu couldn't be bothered to engage. He simply posted a single line on Weibo: "If a dog bites you, do you bite it back?" The moment Zhu Xian's fans saw this, they erupted in delight. "Damn, that's savage. Ha ha, the author's absolutely ruthless. True, humans shouldn't stoop to biting dogs. Makes perfect sense." Naturally, Tang Long was closely monitoring Zhiqiu's Weibo. No matter what the latter said, he had prepared a lengthy rebuttal, ready for a grand debate. The truth was, Tang Long was consumed by envy. Over a decade ago, Bloodstained Jianghu had been his magnum opus, a peak he had never surpassed since. With his readership dwindling and his crowning achievement now overshadowed, he finally snapped. When he saw 9 Billion Girls' Dreams reply on Weibo, Tang Long nearly choked on his fury. After barely regaining his composure, his eyes bloodshot, he penned yet another verbose critique, over 1,000 words long. The title alone betrayed his rage. This author lacks both talent and virtue. Heed this elder's advice. Go back and educate yourself. Tang Long had long since discreetly inquired about the origins of this so-called hard arsonist. Upon confirming the individual was no literary heavyweight, he felt emboldened to speak with such finality. The feud escalated. Numerous netizens and avid readers closely following this war of words soon witnessed another update on Zhiqiu's Weibo. A rogue in his twilight years remains a rogue, not a venerable elder. Moreover, I believe the greatest virtue of age lies in restraining the urge to criticize the young. The fan base erupted in delight once more. Ha ha ha. Old rogue, this dog author's tongue is vicious, brutally bold. I love it. Yet, veteran readers of Zhu Xian soon spotted an intriguing detail in Yi Zhiqiu's post, derailing the comments section yet again. The young? Who you? Calling yourself young? Such blatant affectation. No way, dog author, drop the act. Aren't you a 30-something slob? Wait, he might actually be young. Just look at that flamboyant pen name. I don't buy it. Photo proof. Photo proof. Photo proof. Watching his absurd readers spiral into chaos, Yi Zhiqiu could only sigh in exasperation. Meanwhile, Tang Long, who had intended to occupy the moral high ground, found himself seething once more. His strategy had backfired. He had assumed writers carried at least a trace of scholarly refinement, yet this hard arsonist had launched into unrestrained vitriol without hesitation, defying all expectations. Could the author truly be some upstart youth? The thought gnawed at Tang Long, stoking his resentment. How dare you achieve in youth what took me a lifetime to grasp? Shifting tactics, Tang Long redirected his critique to the novel's content. Youth lacks depth. Your writing is juvenile. You claim this is chivalric fantasy. Yet where is the chivalry? All I see are demons, ghosts, and sentimental dalliances. No heroism to speak of. Enough. Yi Zhiqiu, initially disinclined to engage, felt his patience fraying under the relentless provocation. He fired back on Weibo. Why must chivalry be defined by vengeance and bloodshed? Why can't love and devotion embody heroism? You preach chivalry, yet have you ever practiced it? If we must dissect it, true heroism lies in serving the nation and its people. Your so-called chivalry is mere clan feuds, hardly nobler than romance. This is why idleness breeds folly. A welcome discourse that seeks common ground, but sanctimonious lecturing? No. Kindly remove yourself from my sight. You're staining the view. The response sent shockwaves through the community. Not only did Zhu Xian's fans rally behind Yi Zhiqiu, but even some of Tang Long's followers conceded the validity of his argument. Many had criticized Zhu Xian without reading it, swept up in the backlash. Now, the young author's words carried undeniable weight. True heroism lies in serving the nation and its people. What piercing insight! This is the essence of chivalry. Tang Long prattled on about it, yet failed to embody it himself. Pathetic, seeking common ground. Well said, author. In the hearts of different individuals, the notion of a hero varies. Why must one insist on singular supremacy? As Yi Zhiqiu engaged in a heated exchange with Tang Long online, Yu Caiwei, seated in Lu Minkong's office, cast a disdainful glance at her phone. Intrigued, Lu Minkong inquired, "What is it?" Pouting, Yu Caiwei handed her phone to Lu Minkong and remarked, "There is someone named Tang Long disparaging Zhu Xian on Weibo, embroiled in a quarrel with the author." Lu Minkong, recalling the book that famously declared, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder," took the phone and began to peruse the unfolding drama of their dispute. After a thorough 10 minutes, he found himself incensed. This Tang Long was lacking in clarity. He demonstrated no virtue befitting a senior. While the young author may have a fiery temperament, his arguments were indeed sound. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Minkong stated, "Wei, how does one navigate this Weibo? Please assist me in registering an account." Chapter 29. The Heroic Journey in the Following 2 Days. The verbal skirmish between Yi Zhiqiu and Tang Long on Weibo not only showed no signs of abating, but rather intensified. Despite being the vice president of a local writers' association and possessing numerous connections cultivated over the years, Tang Long found himself rallying many within the literary circle to denounce Yi Zhiqiu. However, Yi Zhiqiu, undeterred and resolute, engaged fiercely, employing unconventional tactics. Faced with a barrage of eloquent criticisms, he retorted with unabashed candor, matching the collective fervor with remarkable tenacity. Initially, many fans expressed concern for the author's well-being. Yet Yi Zhiqiu continued to update his work without a single day missed. The readers, relieved, enthusiastically rallied behind their author, waving virtual flags in support on Weibo, creating quite a lively scene. As the days passed, the controversy surrounding Zhu Xian unexpectedly attracted a plethora of curious new readers. solidifying its position at the top of the charts and infuriating Tang Long, realizing that their verbal exchanges were inadvertently serving as advertisement for the opposing side. Tang Long shifted his strategy, boldly challenging Zhiqiu to a battle of wits, determined to drag him into deeper waters. At this pivotal moment, an enthusiastic netizen discovered that yet another prominent figure had spoken out, this time in support of the Zhu Xian author. Lu Mincan remarked, "Although Zhu Xian has its imperfections, it undeniably stands as an excellent piece of work. I am particularly fond of the line, 'Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder.' The author possesses remarkable talent." Lu Mincan, a titan in the music industry, had his Weibo post swiftly verified by the official account, which further amplified the news. The online community erupted in excitement. A celebrity had publicly expressed support for Zhu Xian. Although he hailed from a different field, Lu Mincan's stature in the music realm far surpassed that of Tang Long in the literary world. The situation escalated when shortly after Lu's post, literary figure Qin Duan retweeted it, adding a comment that stirred even more intrigue. "Upon the recommendation of an old friend, I learned this line, and I was profoundly struck. May I humbly inquire of the Zhu Xian author if there is a subsequent line to 'Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder'? If you could enlighten me, I will be immensely grateful." 900 million dreams of girls. In Jingjing City, within a garden-like courtyard adorned with pavilions and towers, an elderly gentleman with graying hair instructed his assistant to publish the Weibo message before dialing a number on his phone. This esteemed figure was none other than Qin Duan, a luminary of the Chinese literary scene. "Old Lu, are you satisfied now? Tell me, did you genuinely not know who this author is? There must be a subsequent line, and not knowing it is truly vexing." The online community was taken aback. Who was Qin Duan? Just a single phrase from him could lead to the inclusion of works in school curriculums, and he was still very much alive. What made him all the more admirable was his genuine literary integrity. Not only did he shun arrogance, but he had also mentored numerous newcomers in the literary field, earning immense respect. Although Qin Duan did not explicitly state it, his inquiry was quite revealing. The line lauded by a literary giant was mercilessly disparaged by Tang Long. This was a true instance of poetic justice. Meanwhile, Zhiqiu, intrigued, took a moment to research Qin Duan's achievements and was equally astonished. Indeed, he is a man of true literary stature. Among the learned, Zhiqiu is held in the highest esteem, responding candidly on Weibo. Grateful for the recognition from old Lu and old Qin, there's indeed a continuation to his statement. "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. The sage is unkind, regarding the common people likewise." Within the serene courtyard of the capital, Qin Duan was leisurely tending to his flowers when his assistant approached with a tablet in hand. "Old Qin, the continuation of the dream of 900 million young girls on Weibo has been revealed." "Oh," Qin Duan exclaimed, "did they provide the latter part? Quickly, recite it for me." The assistant read aloud, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. The sage is unkind, regarding the common people likewise." A thunderous realization struck Qin Duan, rendering him momentarily frozen, oblivious to the nearly emptied watering can in his grasp. The words resonated deeply, echoing profoundly. After a prolonged silence, he muttered, "The sage is unkind, regarding the common people as mere fodder." What sort of extraordinary author could craft such lines? The reaction among the online literary audience to Zhiqiu's words was relatively muted, merely likening them to the preceding sentiment. Yet, in the eyes of certain individuals, it was akin to a bombshell, leaving them utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Lu Mincan and Qin Duan publicly expressed their support for each other, causing Tang Long to panic. Wasn't this young man merely a soft target? Why were these industry authorities rallying behind him? Blinded by jealousy, Tang Long did not relent. Instead, his fervor intensified. However, Lu Min observed that he dared not attack old Qin directly, so he resorted to tagging Zhiqiu on Weibo, taunting him. "Are you afraid? Do you dare to compete?" The poetry contest on the Orange Reading website had old Qin as one of the judges. Each participant was to compose a poem for evaluation. "Are you bold enough to accept and determine the victor?" As the quarrel escalated, Zhiqiu surprisingly maintained his composure. considering it merely a diversion from the monotony of daily life. As for any competitive challenge, he thought it foolish to engage. Poetry? I'm not skilled. From afar, a large stone appears. Up close, it is indeed a large stone. Truly, the stone is large, undeniably a large stone. Does this count? This is my level. Yet my written works surpass yours. If you are dissatisfied, take issue with me. In the past 3 days of vitriol, even literary giants had entered the fray, solidifying this heated battle at the pinnacle of Weibo's trending topics. Many amused onlookers, upon encountering the poem dream of 900 million young girls, erupted in laughter. What a comical line about a large stone. Can the author be any funnier? One could not deny the structure of the poem was quite meticulous. Rigorous one. Hilarity ensued as spectators relished the sight of Tang Long, who was seemingly unable to contend with Yu Zhiqiu's wit. Seeing this, Tang Yun felt a surge of delight. The failure to respond only underscored the truth of Yu Zhiqiu's poetic inadequacy, presenting an opportune moment to strike while the iron was hot. Tang Yun swiftly issued another challenge. Cowardly wretch, I have submitted my entry. Await your chance to face me. Should you triumph, I shall publicly apologize before the media. Next, Tang Yun directly attached a poem he had composed, coincidentally centered on the very theme of chivalry that sparked their debate, and surprisingly, it was of decent quality. Numerous fans of Zhu Xian cried foul, accusing Tang Yun of having prepared this in advance given his decades of experience writing martial arts novels. Otherwise, how could he have produced a poem so swiftly? Upon seeing this, Yu Zhiqiu let out a derisive snort. This old fool clung to him like a stubborn burr, relentless in his provocations. Tired of the endless bickering, Yu Zhiqiu responded directly on Weibo. I had intended to spare you some dignity. But since you insist on forcing your way into the spotlight, don't blame me for humiliating you. Since you prattle on about chivalry, allow me to enlighten you on what chivalry truly means in my eyes. Behold, the gallant S-journey. Study it well and learn. Chapter 30. Yu Caiwei invites a song, Old Qin. An assistant, brimming with excitement, burst into the study, tablet in hand, while Qin Duan was engaged in calligraphy. What could possibly evoke such fervor? Qin Duan maintained a calm demeanor, his brush gliding steadily across the rice paper. The author of Zhu Xian has responded to Tang Yun's challenge on Weibo. Composing a poem, the nearly 40-year-old assistant exclaimed, his voice quivering with anticipation. Oh, what is the title? Qin Duan inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had read the mysterious author's Shirtu poem, taking it lightly. Yet he could not dismiss the notion that someone capable of penning lines such as the sage is indifferent, treating the common folk like straw dogs could lack poetic prowess. Without further ado, the assistant solemnly presented the tablet to Qin Duan. Maintaining his composure, Qin Duan set down his brush, donned his reading glasses, and accepted the tablet. Initially indifferent, this assistant, one of his disciples, still lacked sufficient composure. After all, it was merely a poem that had stirred such excitement. Having encountered countless poems himself, and having penned many, he doubted any author could produce verses that would truly astonish him. Xia Kiskivi Koxing. Qin Duan murmured the title. Zhao Ka Iman Huying, Vugu Shvank Suaming. Yin An Zhao Bai Ma, Sata Zu Liu Xing. Upon reciting the first couplet, Qin Duan's expression turned serious. Shibu Shairen, Lin Libu Liu Wing. Shile Fuyiku, Shan Zhang Shan Yuming. At this juncture, a tremor crept into his voice. Xian Guo Xin Lang Yin, Duo Xian Si Qian Heng. Xian Zizan Zu Hai, Zisang Guan Hu Xing. Sambe Turano do Edo Living. After experiencing a dizzying rush, his spirit soared. Hu Thao Wei Hin Cui, Andan Xian Thinking. Kion Ki Yu Ar Shuong Shi, Suon He Do Liang Cheng. Zong Si Xia Gu Viang, Buchan Shi Shang Ying. Shaning Shu Ji Xia, by Shoutai Xinjing. Having recited the remaining verses in one breath, Qin Duan's face flushed, his gaze fixed intently on the poem displayed on the screen. Excellent. What a splendid Xia Kuxing. Such is the essence of chivalry. Suddenly, Qin Duan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming loudly. After a prolonged moment, as his emotions began to settle, Qin Duan pondered briefly before dialing his old friend's number. Old Liu, who is the author of Zhu Xian that you mentioned? This person possesses extraordinary talent. Can you find out? I wish to pay my respects. No, rather, I wish to meet this individual. What? You don't know either? What on earth is happening? Just check that Weibo for yourself. In Huahai City, Lu Mingkong, having hung up the phone, sat bewildered in his office, perplexed by his long-time friend's excitement. It seemed to relate to the author of Zhu Xian. Lu Mingkong opened the Weibo app he had just learned to use, and upon seeing the poem that had skyrocketed to the top of the trending list, he too was left astonished. Meanwhile, the quarrel between Tang Long and Zhiqiu had become insignificant, and no one cared about Tang Long's feelings any longer. In brief, since the emergence of the poem Xia Kexing, no one would dare to assert that the two individuals are on the same level. In the book review section of Zhu Xian, the phrase 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles leave no trace, resonates profoundly. I am utterly humbled. This time, I genuinely kneel in admiration. The author possesses the skill to compose poetry, but chooses to refrain from it, demonstrating a level of disdain. When they do take action, it is nothing short of a masterstroke. My mother inquired why I was kneeling while gazing at my phone. To the esteemed author, I offer my sincerest apologies for having once contemplated sending you a blade. I stand in line to apologize to you, esteemed author 10086. The reader Wang Desha generously rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins, exclaiming, "Incredible!" At this moment, Zhiqiu has chosen to remain low-key, regarding his achievements with a sense of humility. As for whether Tang Long will fulfill his promises, it is of no concern to him. In a rather upscale private CAF outside of campus, Zhiqiu pushed open the door and stepped inside. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly identified a slender figure donning a duckbill cap, and he proceeded towards that table. "I apologize for the wait," Zhiqiu said as he approached. "We arrived early." "Zhiqiu, please take a seat. Is it all right if I call you that?" Song Mei, dressed in a casually elegant suit that exuded an air of sophistication, welcomed him warmly. Zhiqiu nodded nonchalantly and seated himself across from Yu Caiwei. Today, it was Yu Caiwei who had reached out via WeChat, mentioning a discussion regarding a potential collaboration and bringing along her manager, Song Mei. Since the graduation gala, it seemed Yu Caiwei had learned of Zhiqiu's status as a fan of Zhu Xian, as she frequently messaged him to discuss the storyline, fostering a growing camaraderie between them. "Zhiqiu, would you care for a drink?" Without broaching the subject of their meeting's purpose, Song Mei enthusiastically inquired. Ye Zhiqiu, disinterested in deciphering the myriad flavors represented by the letters on the menu, ordered something at random and turned a curious gaze towards Yu Caiwei. "How many times have you had coffee?" Yu Caiwei suddenly asked. Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that she referred to his earlier statement at the graduation gala about spending 18 years to share a cup of coffee with her. He was surprised she remembered. With a chuckle, he replied, "This is my second time. I actually prefer carbonated beverages." Yu Caiwei nodded thoughtfully, and Zhiqiu directly inquired, "So, what collaboration do you envision with a major singer?" Without beating around the bush, Yu Caiwei replied, "I am preparing to release my first album and wish to acquire the copyright or usage rights for your song Goodbye. You can set the price, as long as it's reasonable. I have no objections." Yu Caiwei was quite straightforward, yet such negotiations rarely unfold so openly. Her manager, Song Mei, looked on helplessly. Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Which song?" Song Mei responded, "The Goodbye from the graduation gala. I wonder if Zhiqiu would be willing to part with it." Zhiqiu expressed his confusion. "That song. Isn't particularly suited for a female vocalist, is it?" Song Mei clarified, "The original may not be, but Weiwei's vocal prowess is exceptional. She can certainly adapt." Song Mei elucidated that Weiwei's new album revolves around the theme of youth, yet it still lacks one song. Despite extensive searching, none have particularly satisfied her. Your piece, Goodbye, could be adapted and would indeed be quite fitting. Zhiqiu nodded slightly, acknowledging that Goodbye truly aligns with the youthful theme. For personal reasons, the copyright will not be transferred, but the usage rights pose no issue. Zhiqiu's straightforward response took Song Mei by surprise, and a joyous expression graced her face. In truth, she had been prepared for this outcome. Acquiring the usage rights was sufficient. Zhiqiu inquired with curiosity, What sum are you prepared to offer for the purchase? Unfamiliar with the prevailing market rates, Zhiqiu recalled that in her previous life, typical songs were valued at several tens of thousands, unsure how the current market stands. Fortunately, this world places significant emphasis on copyright, so she speculated that the price might be higher. Chapter 31. The wind rises in response to Zhiqiu's inquiry. Song Mei pondered for a moment and ventured, Zhiqiu. The lyrics and the music copyright belong solely to you, which will greatly facilitate the transaction. In the industry, original songs by renowned musicians are generally classified into 4 tiers: S, A, B, and C. Typically, the usage fee for a decade ranges from 30,000 to 300,000. Of course, excluding the price for copyright transfer. To be candid, Huahai Entertainment holds this song in high regard, and our internal assessment places it at an A grade, with a price set at 200,000. What do you think? Fearing that Zhiqiu might disagree, Song Mei hastily added, "This price is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the industry. In recent years, as traditional music has waned, very few songs have fetched 300,000, with only a handful emerging." Zhiqiu understood the implications. To put it bluntly, as a complete newcomer who had never released a song, if she were to submit her work to a major company, selling it for even 10,000 would be considered fortunate. The fact that Huahai Entertainment was willing to treat her with a regard typically reserved for established musicians spoke volumes of their sincerity. "That sounds reasonable," Zhiqiu replied. Song Mei's expression brightened, but Zhiqiu's next statement left both her and Yu Caiwei momentarily stunned. "However, I still feel this song isn't quite suitable. Have you considered replacing it with another?" Song Mei quickly responded, "Are you referring to the Journey of the White Dove? That song is quite good, but it's folk style." Zhiqiu shook her head. "No, it's another original that I haven't sung before." Ah, both Song Mei and Yu Caiwei were taken aback, their beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhiqiu. Song Mei regained her composure and awkwardly remarked, "I wonder what genre it is." In truth, Song Mei was reluctant to take a risk. After all, Goodbye was already a highly polished piece that she had heard. If Zhiqiu had other original songs, she was uncertain whether they could match the caliber of Goodbye. Rest assured, the style is perfectly aligned with the theme of youth, Zhiqiu asserted confidently. However, the licensing fee for this song is 300,000 or 200,000 for Goodbye. You may choose. 300,000? Song Mei was once again taken aback. This implied that, in Zhiqiu's estimation, this song surpassed Goodbye in quality, reaching an S-level standard. Human nature is such that one often undervalues what is priced lower. Upon hearing Zhiqiu quote 300,000, Song Mei's curiosity was piqued. Do you have a sample for us to listen to? Song Mei inquired. None, Zhiqiu replied succinctly. Song Mei's expression faltered, and then Yu Caiwei suddenly suggested you could perform it live. Zhiqiu instinctively responded, that might not be feasible. The accompaniment for this song primarily requires a piano, and a guitar simply won't suffice. There's one here. Yu Caiwei pointed to a Steinway by the CAF window. Zhiqiu was taken aback. She had not noticed upon entering that the CAF was even equipped with a piano. In that case, I shall sing at once, she declared, rising without further ado and making her way toward the piano. Yu Caiwei hesitated momentarily, her slightly parted lips seemingly poised to speak. Her original intention was for Zhiqiu to sing while she accompanied him on the piano. It seems he actually knows how to play. Why hadn't she heard about this before? Yu Caiwei's dewy eyes shimmered with curiosity, as if she had completely forgotten the original purpose of their meeting. Zhiqiu sat before the piano, his fingers gliding over the keys as muscle memory surged through him. When the first note resonated from his slender fingers, Yu Caiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Beautiful. That was her only thought as Zhiqiu's clear voice began to sing, wandering along this journey, following the traces of youth drifting away. At the moment before stepping out of the station, hesitation flickered within. I couldn't help but laugh at this timid longing for home. Yet it was unavoidable, and the sky over Changye remains as warm as ever. The wind carries the past along. The melancholic, poetic melody and lyrics floated through the CF, instantly capturing the attention of the few patrons inside. The hushed murmurs of conversation gradually faded as everyone turned their gaze toward the figure at the piano. I was once lost in the vastness of the world, drowning in its whispered dreams, unable to discern truth from illusion. No struggle, no fear of ridicule. I once turned my youth into her, and with my fingertips, played out the summer. Where the heart leads, let follow fate. Walking against the light, unshaken by wind and rain. When the chorus arrived, Zhiqiu was grateful for the recent guidance from Professor Lu Minkong. Otherwise, he might not have been able to sustain it. Even so, he adjusted his technique slightly for the most challenging passages, though the listeners, hearing it for the first time, naturally assumed the song was meant to be sung this way. By the time the song ended, a faint sheen of sweat glistened on Zhiqiu's forehead. Such a demanding piece still pushed his limits. Amidst the dazed applause, Zhiqiu returned to his seat. Yu Caiwei and Song Mei only then snapped out of their reverie. Ziyu shuruk. That's roughly how it goes. The full arrangement includes other instruments, and my vocals aren't perfect. I couldn't fully capture its essence. We want this song. Song Mei's voice trembled, but her tone was resolute. Zhiqiu took a sip of coffee and nodded. He wasn't the least bit surprised. The Wind Rises was absolutely worth it. Song Mei was ecstatic, but Yu Caiwei suddenly asked, I once turned my youth into her, and, with my fingertips, played out the summer. Did you write this song for someone? Zhiqiu paused, then understood. No wonder Yu Caiwei had asked. She must have assumed it was about his ex-girlfriend, Chen Yuan. Given their recent breakup, the lyrics did fit his situation uncannily well. He waved a hand dismissively. No, I just wrote it casually. You're the first to hear it. Yu Caiwei nodded, then pressed further. You can play the piano. Why Haven T, I seen you do in the office before. Yiziu Sikhit. You never asked. The graduation performance was rushed, and every time I went, I was consulting Professor Lu. It's not like I could just announce, I am amazing at piano. Everyone come watch. Perhaps it was Zhiqiu's words that struck a humorous chord, for Yu Caiwei let out a soft laugh, her enchanting eyes curving into crescent shapes. This laughter, akin to the melting of ice and the blooming of flowers, momentarily rendered Zhiqiu, seated across from her, utterly mesmerized. As she met Zhiqiu's unwavering gaze, a blush crept onto Yu Caiwei's delicate face, causing her to suppress her smile and revert to her icy goddess persona. Ahem. Nearby, Song Mei, unable to bear the scene any longer, cleared her throat several times. Zhiqiu, regaining his composure, also felt his cheeks warm, hastily concealing his previously unguarded expression. Good heavens! Why must this young lady possess such captivating beauty, unaware that it can easily ensnare a person's soul? Aunt May, I have no issues here, Yu Caiwei softly stated, her face still flushed. Song Mei nodded in resignation. For reasons unknown, despite the song's quality exceeding expectations, her heart felt less than elated. Who could find joy in having their prize cabbage eyed by a pig? Chapter 32. A brother's help. The pace of Huahai Entertainment is undeniably swift. After Zhiqiu packaged and sent the song file for The Wind Rises to Yu Caiwei via WeChat, within mere 10 minutes, a notification of 300,000 yuan credited to his bank account appeared. Gazing at the balance in his account, Zhiqiu contemplated for a moment before transferring 50,000 yuan to his mother's bank account. Moments later, a call from his mother, Lin Huifan, came through. Achio, what is going on? I received a message stating that you transferred 50,000 yuan to me. Is this some sort of scam? Lin Huifan inquired, puzzled. Hearing his mother's voice, Zhiqiu felt a fleeting moment of disorientation and replied, Mom, it's not a scam. I transferred that money. Lin Huifan's voice rose an octave in alarm as she asked, You transferred it? Last month, you didn't even let the family send you living expenses. Where did this money come from? You aren't involved in anything illegal, are you? Her barrage of questions left Zhiqiu momentarily speechless. This was precisely why he chose to transfer only 50,000 yuan. Had he sent back 200,000 or 300,000 yuan all at once, his earnest parents might have jumped to all sorts of conclusions. Zhiqiu patiently explained, Mom, I haven't done anything illegal. Where are you getting these ideas? This money is my share for assisting a professor at school with a project. Just accept it calmly. Really? Lin Huifan responded with skepticism. Isn't helping a teacher something one should do? How can you receive money for it? With a hint of exasperation, Zhiqiu continued, yes, truly. This professor appreciates my work and has even invited me to pursue graduate studies. What? Graduate studies? That's wonderful. Lin Huifan's excitement was palpable even through the phone. Achio, you must heed the professor's advice. How much does it cost to study for a graduate degree? Is this 50,000 enough? If not, your father and I. Mom, Zhiqiu interjected, feeling a lump in his throat. You need to worry about that. Pursuing graduate studies 1T require much money. I will send back more in the future. And as for Yi Zitong, ISNT, she preparing for college? Let her focus on her studies without worrying about tuition. Lin Huifan, however, was unconvinced. How can you not work? Graduate studies are so easy and free. Save this 50,000 for you to get married. Yi Zhiqiu decided to let her have her way. Parents' perspectives are often not easily altered. When it comes to their children's lives, they tend to consider many aspects even before you realize it. After soothing his mother, Yi Zhiqiu seized a moment to update a chapter of Zhu Xian before setting out once more for Lu Minkong's office. A few days prior, Yi Zhiqiu had already informed Lu Minkong of his decision to directly pursue graduate studies after graduation, which had delighted Lu Minkong. Today, he mentioned needing to discuss something with him. With 20 minutes remaining until their agreed-upon time, Yi Zhiqiu left early. In the bustling city of Huahai, where space is precious, Huahai Media University still occupies a vast expanse, and traveling from the dormitory area to the academic building requires a considerable amount of time. Although he was still far from being wealthy, perhaps it was time to consider purchasing a vehicle. After all, there's still 2 years of opportunities on campus ahead, which will undoubtedly prove useful. As Yi Zhiqiu walked along the path, she pondered this matter and opened the Dingxi app, entering the keyword for electric bicycles in the search bar. After about 10 minutes of searching without making a selection, she remained unhurried. After a moment's thought, she directly forwarded the link from the upper left corner of her screen to the Weibo account of 900 Million Girls' Dreams. I have initiated a bargain on Dingxi. If you're my brother, lend me a hand. With these words typed out, Yi Zhiqiu tucked her phone in her pocket and entered Lu Minkong's office. Since the verbal sparring with Tang Long, Yi Zhiqiu's followers on Weibo had surged to an astonishing 800,000. Many of her readers, having just finished the latest chapter, habitually rushed to Weibo to urge for updates, only to be momentarily stunned by her post. What on earth? Am I seeing this correctly? The author is buying an electric bike? Is the top-ranking author really that poor? Can't even afford 4 wheels? Let the street author clarify. The author has just passed the initial release period. The first month's payment is not extravagant, but the next month will surely take off. This author just updated today. Why is she off bargaining instead of writing? No bargaining, unless there's a significant update. Yes, no bargaining unless there's a significant update. Upon entering the office, Lu Minkong immediately inquired. Weiwei mentioned you helped her write a song. You can play the piano? Out of curiosity, I learned a bit. Yi Zhiqiu nodded in response. Lu Minkong, intrigued, did not immediately disclose the reason for her visit, but pointed to the piano in the corner and said, "Play something for me." Without pretense, Yi Zhiqiu sat at the piano, where a sheet of music lay open before her, and began to play. The melodious and graceful notes filled the air. Lu Minkong's gaze was fixed on her as she played, and when she finished, he remarked, "Not bad. Though some parts were a bit unrefined, with more practice, that could be rectified. Your foundation is quite solid." Satisfied, Lu Minkong continued, "If you're on campus, come to my office to practice every week. The reason I called you here is that there's an opportunity for a music program, and I would like you to participate, of course, after consulting your opinion." A music program? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. Yes, Lu Minkong explained. It's an original music variety show hosted by the Beijing television station called Sing Out New Voices. I've heard it has considerable investment. It features newcomers in the music scene, behind-the-scenes producers, and grassroots creators. Naturally, participants can only perform their original works. A friend of mine is a judge, and since they are currently preparing the show, they were looking for a classical original singer which is how I secured this spot for you. Original songs? That shouldn't be a problem, but if I do this, it will be difficult to ensure updates for Zhiqiu. My lovely readers supported me immensely during my spat with Tanglong, so it seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? As if recalling something, Lu Mingkong added, by the way, the top 3 in this competition receive rewards. The first prize seems to be 500,000. Of course, if you can manage to win it, I'll give it my all. Zhiqiu responded without hesitation. The readers of Zhiqiu are so endearing. They should understand my situation. Besides, it's not like I'm not updating at all. I am merely taking a brief respite. You rascal, Lu Mingkong chuckled helplessly, continuing, I've spoken to Principal Lu regarding the school's graduate recommendation process. All you need to do is follow through with the procedures. If you encounter any financial difficulties, let me know. After I become a graduate student, I often receive offers from companies to produce music. If it's not too challenging, I can assign some work to you, and I'll supervise it. Zhiqiu felt a subtle warmth in her heart. Lu Mingkong was indeed a mentor of great caliber. Not only was his expertise unparalleled, but he also cared for her deeply. Although Lu Mingkong mentioned the opportunity for the program singing out new voices with a casual air, Zhiqiu understood that it was far from simple. This variety show produced by the nation's premier television station was fiercely competitive, with many striving desperately for a chance. Yet, Lu Mingkong had so generously afforded her this opportunity. Having decided to participate, she resolved not to embarrass herself. If she were to be eliminated in the first round, she might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. At the very least, she aimed to bring home the championship. Chapter 33. A new voice upon returning to the dormitory in the evening. Zhiqiu opened Weibo and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his efforts had indeed paid off. He had successfully acquired a small electric scooter without spending a single cent, which filled him with joy as he seemed to uncover another delightful facet of his charming readers. As he browsed through Weibo, he noticed that the comments, apart from the usual pleas for updates, were predominantly humorous jests. The author is struggling. Just go for a 4-wheel vehicle, don't be shy. I own an electric bike shop. Author, choose a model and I'll offer you a discount. I too run an electric bike shop. If the author delivers more updates, I'm willing to gift you one for free. I manage a 4S dealership. If the author increases updates, I will sell you a vehicle at cost. Zhiqiu chuckled, realizing that engaging in light-hearted banter with these whimsical readers was, at times, quite entertaining. He had contemplated purchasing a vehicle. However, it was not an immediate necessity. In a bustling metropolis like Huahai City, public transportation was exceptionally developed. Taking a taxi for short distances or high-speed trains for longer journeys sufficed. If he were to accumulate wealth, he might consider upgrading the old family home that had stood for 30 years to something more practical. Zhiqiu was confident that this goal was not too distant. He expressed his gratitude in a Weibo post and subsequently replied to the reader who suggested he buy a 4-wheeler. I heard fuel prices rose again yesterday. Have you considered that filling a tank could buy a bicycle and a month's worth could purchase an electric scooter? As the night progressed, many readers were active on Weibo, and his comment quickly garnered a surge of responses. Please don't say that. Why must I see this? I don't understand. Which electric scooter costs 20,000? Is someone upstairs driving a semi? I envy you all. I have no such worries. That's not a fair comparison. Can a bicycle shield you from the wind and rain? You could buy a raincoat for $30, manual dog head emoji. In the following 2 days, aside from the routine updates for Zhiqiu, Lu Mingkong contacted him regarding his registration for the A New Voice program, urging him to prepare earnestly. Meanwhile, after several days without seeing each other since he received the song The Wind Rises, Yu Caiwei arranged another meeting, this time at her sign company. The Huahai Entertainment Company building was an impressive 33-story independent structure, exuding grandeur that reflected the profound strength of Huahai Entertainment. Acknowledging the driver who had escorted him, Zhiqiu stepped into the lobby, where a slightly plump girl, standing at the entrance, immediately approached him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi? The girl, adorning thick glasses, appeared quite endearing, likely having just graduated from university not long ago. Zhiqiu nodded, and the girl promptly stated, I am Yu Caiwei's assistant. Mei Jia asked me to wait for you here and take you to the recording studio. He had come to discuss the recording of The Wind Rises. As Yu Caiwei had already mentioned on WeChat, following the slightly plump girl into the building, he noticed a few elegantly dressed men and women passing by, likely artists signed under Huahai Entertainment, though Zhiqiu possessed little knowledge about celebrities. However, many of those passing by curiously gazed at him, particularly the girl beside him, who seemed to glance his way numerous times throughout their walk. Have I developed a blemish on my face? Zhiqiu suddenly inwitted. Huh? The slightly plump girl was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, no. Zhiqiu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, you keep staring at me, making it difficult not to question the flaws in my appearance. The slightly plump girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she hurriedly clarified, no. I merely wanted to ask if Mr. Yi is preparing to sign with Huahai Entertainment as an artist? Not all. Zhiqiu's blunt response left the girl momentarily speechless, to which she instinctively replied, but Mr. Yi is so handsome, I assumed you were. The truth is, I am merely Assistant Caiwei's aide, and my presence here has piqued everyone's curiosity. Typically, Assistant Caiwei does not meet with male artists from the company alone. Zhiqiu understood. Although Yu Caiwei was a newcomer in the industry, her looks and talent were unparalleled, earning her the title of a rising starlet. Her status in the industry was comparable to that of seasoned artists. Moreover, the company was run by her uncle, which elevated her standing within the organization, making her every move a topic of interest. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they arrived at a room marked with the words recording studio. As they entered, Zhiqiu could not help but marvel at the array of instruments and an impressive assortment of audio equipment, all of which were undoubtedly of great value. While Lu Minkang's office contained some essential apparatus, it paled in comparison to the conditions here. Inside the recording studio, Song Mei appeared to be persuading Yu Caiwei about something. Upon noticing Zhiqiu's entrance, she promptly halted and cordially greeted, Zhiqiu, you're here. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. It's only fitting to provide follow-up assistance. Zhiqiu nodded, turning his gaze toward Yu Caiwei. Today, Yu Caiwei, presumably for the sake of convenience during recording, wore a loose white shirt that accentuated her slender waist, paired with black wide-leg trousers, exuding an intellectual elegance. At that moment, Yu Caiwei was pouting, seemingly affected by Song Mei's previous remarks. Song Mei explained, this is because your song, The Wind Rises, is so exceptional that the company, after careful consideration, ultimately decided to make it the title track of the album, relegating the originally planned title track to 2nd place. Today marks the official recording session, and since you are the composer, we would like you to guide her in delivering the song effectively. In truth, Song Mei did not disclose the entire truth. While The Wind Rises was indeed remarkable, Huahai Entertainment had quickly designated it as the title track without much deliberation. However, the official recording had commenced 2 days prior, and for reasons unknown, Yu Caiwei seemed unable to accurately capture the song's emotional essence. Logically, although The Wind Rises presented vocal challenges, it was certainly not beyond Yu Caiwei's capabilities. Song Mei, feeling helpless, had resorted to the idea of enlisting the original creator Zhiqiu for assistance. Zhiqiu, naturally agreeable, pondered for a moment before suggesting to Yu Caiwei, you should be more professional in singing than I am. Why not sing a verse so I can listen? Yu Caiwei, averting her gaze from Zhiqiu's eyes, gently nodded. Please accompany me. In the recording studio, everyone paused in surprise as Yu Caiwei softly remarked, the piece is your composition. You play the piano, and the performance should resonate even more beautifully. This seemed to carry a semblance of truth. Zhiqiu turned to the accompanist seated at the piano. With a look of resignation, stepped aside. Once Zhiqiu took her place, Yu Caiwei promptly readjusted herself before the microphone, exuding an eagerness that was almost palpable. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Zhiqiu nodded slightly. In the next moment, a melody tinged with melancholy filled the air, followed by Yu Caiwei's ethereal voice that struck a chord deep within the soul. As the song concluded, the entire recording studio remained enveloped in the lingering echoes of her performance. Eventually, the onlookers exchanged glances, a question stirring within their hearts. Was it not sung rather beautifully? Chapter 34. Concept for the music video of the Wind Rises song may cast her gaze upon a silver-haired man within the recording studio. Chun Haitao, the music director of Huahai Entertainment. Shall we record it again? Chun Haitao remained silent, donning his headphones to listen to the entire piece once more. Then, with an air of incredulity, he uttered a mere 2 words, "Perfect." The expressions of those present were peculiar, their eyes darting between Yu Caiwei and Zhiqiu, while the middle-aged pianist wore an expression of sorrow and indignation. Could the issue truly lie with me? A mere change in accompaniment led to a flawless take. What does that imply? Yu Caiwei's demeanor remained as frosty as ever, though her ears had turned crimson. Zhiqiu, confused, found it all quite normal, having witnessed Yu Caiwei's exceptional vocal prowess before. Songmei cleared her throat and remarked, "That's splendid. With little time remaining before the scheduled album release, we must expedite the finalization of the script for the upcoming music video. Zhiqiu invited curiously. Are we planning to film a music video for this song?" Songmei nodded, explaining that although it was not initially in the plans, having a music video for the title track would be beneficial for promotion. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Songmei's eyes as she asked, "Zhiqiu, as a creator of this song, do you have any ideas for the MV's storyline? The music video need not be overly intricate, perhaps. If the male actor had less screen time, it would allow the singer to take center stage." Zhiqiu pondered for a moment and indeed had a notion. In his previous life, the song The Wind Rises had 2 renowned music video versions, one being an animated rendition from Neon Country, and the other featuring clips from a romantic drama, both of which received positive feedback. Zhiqiu believed the second version to be more fitting. However, he recognized that a direct copy would be inappropriate, as the essence of a music video lies in its visual beauty, with the narrative being of secondary importance. An overly complex plot might overshadow the music itself. After some contemplation, Zhiqiu articulated his vision. Upon learning that Zhiqiu was the author of The Wind Rises, music director Chun Haitao regarded his input with great importance, and both he and Songmei were visibly enlightened by the proposed concept. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. "Excellent," Songmei decisively declared. "Let us proceed with this idea. Immediately contact potential male actors, prioritizing suitable talents for within the company." Suddenly, Yu Caiwei, who had been quietly observing from the side, interjected, "There is no need to search further. Let Zhiqiu take on the role of the male actor." The room fell silent in astonishment. Songmei's expression turned pained as she replied, "Wei, Zhiqiu's concept is indeed splendid, but he lacks acting experience. The music video for our title track is of utmost importance," and Yu Caiwei seemed resolute in her choice, stating, "If the male actor's face does not need to be shown, then acting skills are unnecessary. Moreover, since the concept originates from Zhiqiu, his involvement would ensure a smoother execution. You mentioned that time is of the essence." As the gazes of those present grew increasingly perplexed, Yu Caiwei's voice trailed off, her ears aflame, the blush creeping down to her petite face. "Oh, my dear niece." Songmei cast a helpless glance at Zhiqiu and asked, "Zhiqiu, what do you think about this? Is it feasible?" "Certainly. The remuneration for filming will be determined according to market rates." Zhiqiu was somewhat taken aback. Originally, this was a minor matter, and the concept he had proposed had already formed vivid imagery in his mind. However, after a moment of contemplation, Zhiqiu replied, "I am uncertain when I will be available. In approximately 2 weeks, I must participate in a singing variety show, and I need some time to prepare." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, and Yu Caiwei abruptly raised her head, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "What variety show?" Songmei inquired instinctively. This was not a secret. Lu Mincan and the others were all connected, and there was nothing to conceal. Zhiqiu explained it. "It is called Singing Out New Voices, an original music program introduced by Professor Lu Mincan." Songmei suddenly realized, indeed, this program is well suited for you. In 2 weeks, the MV shooting should be feasible, as it consists of quite ordinary scenes that can be completed within Huahai City, taking roughly 3 days. "Zhiqiu, what do you think?" "That poses no issue. Given the circumstances and the fact that others were essentially offering him the money, Zhiqiu found it unreasonable to decline. Music director Chun Haitao, smiling broadly, remarked, "I've heard that this program is highly coveted on Beijing television. Securing a spot is no easy feat, Xiao Yi. You can do it. Based solely on your song The Wind Rises. I have great faith in you." Zhiqiu chuckled, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Meijia, Director Chun, is this recording studio open to the public? What are the fees?" Before either could respond, Yu Caiwei interjected, "Are you planning to record a song?" "I have that intention." Zhiqiu nodded. "The competition is still 2 weeks away, so it's the perfect time to produce the song for the contest." Song Mei waved her hand dismissively. "That's easy. We have the most top-tier recording studio in the country, which is also open to industry singers. The fee is 20,000 per hour. If you require it, let us do it at half price, just charging for labor." Chun Haitao chuckled. "Let us reduce it by another 2,000. I want to need it." Regardless of how familiar the song is, the recording and post-production will take at least 2 to 3 hours. Huahai Entertainment is indeed generous. This way, Zhiqiu saves quite a bit of money. This is also a gesture of reciprocity, founded on mutual cooperation. Although it was Zhiqiu's first time entering such a professional recording studio, he had gained some understanding of the process while Yu Caiwei was recording earlier. After communicating with the staff responsible for various aspects, Zhiqiu stood before the microphone. Ordinary Road. Yu Caiwei held a piece of paper, softly uttering the name of the song. At that moment, the recording commenced, and Zhiqiu began to sing. "Wandering along the road, will you depart? Fragile pride. That too was once my demeanor." The slow, lyrical rhythm, his crystalline voice, and gentle crooning caused everyone to instinctively hold their breath, listening in hushed reverence. "I once traversed mountains and rivers and navigated through throngs of people. I once possessed everything, yet in the blink of an eye, it dissipated like smoke." At this moment, Yu Caiwei's gaze had shifted from the paper in her hands to Zhiqiu, who was deeply engrossed in her performance. "The path the wind has blown remains distant. To which chapter does your story belong?" As the song concluded, Zhiqiu removed her headphones, and an eerie silence enveloped the recording studio. No one dared to speak. Puzzled, Zhiqiu inquired, "Is that all?" "Huh? Oh." The staff, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly pressed the stop button. Applause erupted, and Zhiqiu noticed a middle-aged man, seemingly familiar, had entered the studio without her noticing. "Mr. Yi, would you be interested in signing with our company?" The middle-aged man's words startled everyone present. Chapter 35. Is Yu Caiwei going to be a judge? "Uncle, boss." At this moment, the others in the room noticed Li Wenrui's arrival and promptly greeted him. Music director Chun Haitao sighed. "I am but like you, like him, like the wild grass and flowers. The song is good, but the lyrics are even better. I must say, the youth is formidable." Through the reactions of the crowd, Zhiqiu also realized the identity of the newcomer, one of those seated at the center alongside Principal Liu during the graduation gala. "Hello, Mireli, Zhiqiu Similet. Signing with Huahai Entertainment. I fear I may propose conditions that are too lofty." Li Wenrui quietly regarded Zhiqiu for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. "Then let us deepen our understanding. Perhaps an opportunity may arise." Subsequently, Li Wenrui addressed the group. "From now on, whenever Mr. Yi comes to the recording studio to record songs, it will be charged to the company account, entirely free of charge." The room fell into astonished silence, and Zhiqiu, taken aback, chuckled, "Mr. Li, you are quite generous." Li Wenrui laughed heartily. "You flatter me. This is merely a preemptive investment. I hope that in the future, should Mr. Yi compose good songs, he will not forget Huahai Entertainment." As the recording of the song concluded and Zhiqiu prepared to depart, Yu Caiwei suddenly inquired, "May I make a copy of this song? I promise I want to share it." Zhiqiu had no objections, politely declined Huahai Entertainment's offer to send him home, and hailed a taxi instead. The efficiency of the evening was surprisingly swift. The shared electric bike had already arrived, and after picking up the package, he spent 50 yuan to have an off-campus mechanic assist in assembling the remaining parts. Zhiqiu contemplated for a moment, casually snapping a picture to post on Weibo. "My ride has arrived. JPG, thanks to all the brothers." At that moment, within Huahai Entertainment, Song Mei closed the office door and settled onto the Italian leather sofa, silently observing Yu Caiwei. Under Song Mei's intense gaze, Yu Caiwei's previously composed demeanor began to falter. After a moment, Song Mei let out a soft sigh and asked directly, Wei, do you like Zhiqiu? And Mei. Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she retorted. Song Mei scoffed lightly, disregarding Yu Caiwei's coyness and bluntly stating, You've been struggling to find the right feeling for the song for days, yet when that boy arrives, everything falls into place. And you insist on having him direct the MV. I've watched you grow up. Do you think I am unaware of your little thoughts? Be honest with Aunt Mei. Do you like him? I don't know. Yu Caiwei nearly buried her head in embarrassment. After a pause, she added in a voice barely above a whisper, Perhaps I have a slight fondness. That is hardly a mere slight fondness. Do you take me for blind? Song Mei sighed. Wei, you know, dating at this stage will be detrimental to your development. Yu Caiwei's voice sank. I understand, Aunt Mei. But, observing this unfamiliar side of her niece, Song Mei's expression softened as she gently stroked Yu Caiwei's hair, speaking softly. When did you start to like that boy? Was it his looks or his talent? Yu Caiwei whispered, I don't know. We met in our freshman year when I sprained my ankle, and he helped me go to the school doctor. Then we discovered that everyone had joined the literary association. Back then, he played the guitar quite well, though his singing wasn't as good as it is now. One night, I found myself accidentally locked inside the practice room. That naughty fellow. Yu Caiwei took a moment to compose herself, brushing aside her embarrassment, and continued. At that time, we hardly spoke. I had a slight crush on him, but it wasn't overwhelming. However, after he broke up, his personality changed significantly. He felt different from the person I once knew. I cannot explain why, but as we interacted more, things just unfolded. As Yu Caiwei spoke animatedly, Song Mei felt a sense of resignation. What about him? Do you think that lad likes you? Huh? Taken aback by Song Mei's sudden question, Yu Caiwei hesitated. I don't know. After a moment's reflection, she recalled how Zhiqiu had gazed at her absent-mindedly, and her tone inadvertently took on a hint of amusement. He probably doesn't dislike me. Song Mei sighed again, adopting a serious tone. Caiwei, from a professional development perspective, I do not recommend that you pursue a romantic relationship at this time. Yu Caiwei's gaze dimmed momentarily before gradually transforming into a resolute determination. However, Song Mei's tone shifted suddenly to one of affection. As your elder, I genuinely wish for you to find happiness. To be frank, Zhiqiu is not only handsome, but also exceptionally talented, and having interacted with him, I can vouch for his character. If you two could be together, I wouldn't oppose it. Yu Caiwei looked up in surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy. But there's one thing you must heed from Aunt Mei. Song Mei interjected with a playful snort. You shouldn't make it too easy for that lad. He needs to be tested. He is indeed talented, but still somewhat inexperienced. Trust me, wait until he achieves a few more milestones before you go public with your relationship. This way, the pressure you both face will be much lighter. What could Yu Caiwei say to this? She blushed and nodded repeatedly. Song Mei pondered thoughtfully. Upon reflection, Zhiqiu is truly a remarkable young man. Since you've encountered him, you must seize the opportunity. Aunt Mei will teach you a few tricks. I use the same methods to win over your uncle. Listen closely. Yu Caiwei blinked her eyes, absorbing Song Mei's words of wisdom. Meanwhile, at Huahai University of Media, Professor Lu Mingkong answered his ringing phone with a gentle smile upon seeing the caller's name. Hello, Caiwei. What's the matter? You want to participate in Zing Out New Voices? Unfortunately, there are no slots available here, and it's an original music program, which means all performances must be original works. It's not quite suitable for you. All right. Don't be upset. My dear niece, just don't mention this to your grandmother. Let me see. It appears the program is still looking for a popular young singer to serve as a judge. Let's see. Fine. Leave it to your grandfather. I'll do my utmost to secure a spot for you. After hanging up, Professor Lu Mingkong was left in a state of confusion. Why had his obedient granddaughter suddenly developed such a keen interest in a program like Sing Out New Voices, resolutely determined to participate? Zhiqiu returned to her dormitory. Having completed her daily extensive writing, she logged on to Weibo once more. Beneath the photo of the electric vehicle she had previously posted, numerous comments had already accumulated, ranging from playful banter to requests for updates. Remarkably, a highlighted comment had garnered over 200,000 likes. As for the location of the author, it appears evident. The photograph was likely taken casually by the roadside, yet it reveals a wealth of information. Firstly, it is December, but considering the attire of the pedestrians, the temperature must be above 10 degrees Celsius, thereby excluding northern regions. Observing the flora, the common domestic varieties of Magnolia denudata and Magnolia grandiflora need not be mentioned. Rather, we should focus on the trees lining the sidewalk. The robust tree with a thick trunk is known as the camphor tree, which is not particularly cold-resistant and thrives in warm, humid climates. This preliminary assessment suggests that the author is situated in a coastal city. The pivotal detail lies in the distant tree with sparse foliage, identified as the sycamore, also known as the French parasol tree. In China, the combination of coastal characteristics and the presence of the French parasol tree points unmistakably to a specific urban locale. The author, it seems, resides in Huahai City. Let the excitement ensue. Chapter 36. Filming the MV. Beneath this comment lies an overwhelming multitude of affirmations. 66,666. I kneel before this detective book friend. This brother must be an expert at catching cheaters. What a coincidence. I am in Huahai City as well. I am a supporter of Biang. Does anyone know the address of the author? I wish to send him some heartfelt items. Likewise, Biang supporters from Huahai City are present. Author, shall we have a chat? The camaraderie among readers is abundant. Zhiqiu was genuinely startled, a chill running down his spine. Fortunately, he was outside at the time. Had he uploaded photographs taken within the confines of Huahai City Media University, his identity would have surely been exposed. This was a grave oversight, a lesson to be heeded. Such a situation must never occur again. In the following days, aside from updating Zhu Xian, Zhiqiu diligently trained under Professor Lu Mingkong. According to Lu Mingkong, he was unconcerned about Zhiqiu's writing, yet his singing skills required enhancement. A remarkable piece of work not only depends on the quality of writing, but also on the performer's ability to convey the emotions effectively, which plays a pivotal role. Zhiqiu, possessing considerable talent, improved by leaps and bounds under Lu Mingkong's one-on-one guidance. Lu Mingkong believed that Zhiqiu would at least not bring shame upon himself. A week later, the MV crew for The Wind Rises was assembled, and Zhiqiu once again found himself at the Huahai Entertainment Company building. The concept for the MV was quite simple, depicting the journey of a couple from their initial encounter, through acquaintance, passionate romance, conflicts and breakups, to eventual reconciliation. Although these were merely snippets of everyday life, Zhiqiu would at most reveal a profile view. However, appropriate makeup and styling were still essential. Once dressed and made up, Zhiqiu emerged, prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. He looked exceptionally handsome. His features, already quite chiseled, appeared even more defined with a touch of makeup, rendering him utterly flawless. Typically clad in monochromatic attire, he now donned well-tailored casual wear that accentuated his figure perfectly. Approaching Yu Caiwei, the striking combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman left onlookers in a daze, as if the two were destined to be together. The first scene of the MV was set on a bustling street, capturing the moment when two strangers exchanged a fleeting glance. Naturally, the filming could not take place on an actual street, but rather on the streets of a film studio. A man and a woman, encountering each other on the street for the first time, seemed as if fate had intertwined their paths, while the throngs of people and the flow of traffic faded into the background, leaving only each other as silhouettes in their eyes. This initial segment concluded, emphasizing the aesthetic beauty of the visuals, with no dialogue needed from either party. The background music would naturally be the melodic voice of Yu Caiwei. In the second segment, the two, now acquainted yet not yet in a romantic relationship, boarded a bus. Here, the male character, portrayed by Zhiqiu, was filled with nervousness. Seizing the moment during a sudden jolt of the bus, he reached out and grasped Yu Caiwei's hand. This marked their second hand-holding. The first had occurred at the graduation ceremony, where, out of courtesy, Zhiqiu had assisted Yu Caiwei, dressed in performance attire, onto the stage. At the moment their palms touched, Zhiqiu distinctly sensed a gentle tremor in Yu Caiwei's delicate hand, which quickly settled. Turning his head, He noticed that Yu Caiwei's exquisitely shaped earlobes had turned a deep crimson. This scene was intended to convey the bashfulness characteristic of early romance, and the director watched the image through the lens with satisfaction, deeming it a one-take success. Next came the segment depicting the sweet, passionate phase of their relationship. The two shared fireworks in a quaint alley at night. Zhiqiu sprinted down a path while Yu Caiwei, radiant in her laughter, pedaled a bicycle in pursuit, their heads leaning together as they gazed skyward amidst the gentle breeze of the fields. These visuals were bound by two requirements: beauty and sweetness. They relentlessly indulged in the display of affection. Every segment, without exception, was captured flawlessly in a single take, leaving the director questioning whether he had surpassed his own standards. Following this sweet interlude, the inevitable quarrels and breakups ensued. In the scenes of their dispute, Zhiqiu remained relatively composed, with the camera focused on Yu Caiwei, allowing him to avoid revealing his expression while feigning an impassioned argument. The challenge, however, lay with Yu Caiwei. Cut. Director of Huahai Entertainment exclaimed for the fifth time, exasperated. Caiwei, my dear, may I address you thus? This is a quarrel between lovers. It must be charged with emotion, frantic and heated. Instead, you appear smitten, as if engaging in flirtation. Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed crimson, while those on set struggled to suppress their laughter. Beside her, Song Mei sighed in exasperation. How could one expect a woman deeply ensnared in love to convincingly portray a quarrel with her beloved? Zhiqiu opened his mouth, as if to interject, but upon meeting Yu Caiwei's indignant gaze, wisely chose to remain silent. After all, his role was uncomplicated, and he could endure as many takes as necessary. Ultimately, after the 10th unsuccessful attempt, the director, in a fit of anger, bellowed, "Rewrite the script." It was merely a vague music video, not a feature film. He believed his expectations of the actors were sufficiently lenient, yet he could not quell his own reservations. Therefore, they decided to eliminate the scenes of mutual confrontation, allowing the male character to express his frustration while the female character would turn away with an icy demeanor. Portraying the aloof beauty, Yu Caiwei was well within her capabilities, and following the script adjustments, they finally managed to complete that segment. They then added several breakup scenes where the two, positioned back to back against a wall, reminisced about the path they once shared. These moments were significantly simplified, featuring only one character in each shot. Lastly, they filmed the reconciliation scene. Under the warm glow of a street lamp in the late hours, they serendipitously arrived at the street where they first met. Their eyes met from a distance, glancing back and forth until Yu Caiwei, seemingly casting aside everything, dashed toward Zhiqiu like a fledgling returning to its nest, leaping into his embrace. Zhiqiu, watching Yu Caiwei approach, felt his heart race with anticipation. Though necessitated by the scene, the embrace stood as the most intimate gesture between them beyond mere hand-holding. Gazing into Yu Caiwei's eyes, Zhiqiu perceived a hint of tension within her gaze. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but there seemed to be a flicker of excitement as well. In the next moment, Yu Caiwei came running, prompting Zhiqiu to swallow hard, unable to contain his emotions. With a soft thud, a muted sound accompanied by a waft of fragrant air, Zhiqiu felt a supple body burrow into his embrace. The height difference between the two was approximately 15 centimeters, with Zhiqiu's chin resting perfectly atop Yu Caiwei's hair, enveloped by a delightful aroma. Zhiqiu was uncertain whether the warmth radiated from the enchanting figure in his arms or from his own body, feeling a fervent heat course through him, his breath quickening in response. It seemed as if nothing else mattered. In that vast expanse, only the two of them existed. An inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over Zhiqiu as he wished for time to come to a standstill. Sounds appeared to drift from a distant place, and gradually, Zhiqiu returned to awareness. When he looked down, he saw Yu Caiwei's delicate head nestled deeply within his embrace, her expression obscured. The director called for a cut. Zhiqiu realized that his voice had become remarkably hoarse. Chapter 37. Arrival in the capital. The music video for The Wind Rises took 3 days to shoot, and Zhiqiu received his first payment as an actor, 30,000 yuan. While this sum may appear modest, for a newcomer devoid of any prior acting experience, it is a considerable amount, given that this was the debut album of Yu Caiwei, along with its title track's music video. It was not uncommon for male actors to find themselves investing their own resources into such productions. However, during the final shot, when Yu Caiwei lost track of time while embracing, she seemed irked upon being awakened by Zhiqiu and thereafter refrained from uttering another word to him. Zhiqiu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, and thus the shooting concluded amidst this peculiar atmosphere. With merely 2 days remaining before the recording of Sing Out New Voices commenced, preparations were underway for their journey to the capital. As it stood, Zhiqiu was unable to attend his specialized classes at school. Fortunately, Professor Lu Mincan intervened, and the school, being aware of Zhiqiu's imminent plans for graduate studies, readily acquiesced to his absence. In the remaining 2 days, Zhiqiu was undisturbed and thus devoted himself to further updates. Currently, Zhu Xian had firmly secured the top position on the overall rankings, while Zhiqiu's Weibo account, the dream of 900 million girls, had surpassed 1.5 million followers. On the eve of Zhiqiu's departure for the capital to participate in the recording, Zhu Xian unveiled its second poignant climax. A decade later, Zhang Xiaofan transformed into Guei Li, becoming the deputy sect leader of the Ghost King sect, and encountered Lu Zhiqiu once more. As Lu Zhiqiu executed her final sword dance for Guei Li, she used the Tianya sword to etch a mark upon the ground, signifying their severed ties. At this juncture in the narrative, as anticipated, the review section erupted once again. Lovers unable to unite. Why must the author pen such tragedies? When Lu Zhiqiu uttered, "I'm also willing," tears welled up in my eyes. As a devoted supporter of Bai Yao, I had only just begun to appreciate Lu Zhiqiu, and now the author had thrown such a twist my way. Was it so easy for me? No, no one can stop me. I must confront the author today. Isn't the author based in Huahai City? Everyone, rally your efforts to locate him. Ding! Reader Wei Wei rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins. Expressing, I personally hope the author can alter the storyline to unite Lu Zhiqiu and Guei Li. Look, even the bulliest of men cannot bear to witness this. To the one above, are we certain this leader is not a female reader? Is Yu Caiwei a supporter of Zhiqiu? This was the first thought that crossed Zhiqiu's mind upon seeing Yu Caiwei's donation. It did seem plausible. Yu Caiwei bore a resemblance to Lu Zhiqiu, both being ethereal beauties cloaked in an aura of icy elegance. Yet their personalities diverged. Through their interactions, Zhiqiu had gained a deeper understanding of Yu Caiwei. While she appeared aloof in public, she possessed a touch of adorable arrogance, often blushing, a true embodiment of youthful femininity. Nevertheless, this young lady was undeniably affluent. Fully aware that altering the narrative was improbable, yet she still generously contributed a hefty sum. Zhiqiu pondered for a moment before unlocking his phone to open WeChat. Zhiqiu, have you read the latest chapter of Zhu Xian? This installment is so melancholic. Wei Guang. Wei Guang, I'm so frustrated. I was waiting for Lu Zhiqiu and Zhang Xiaofan to reunite and be together. Sigh. Zhiqiu remained silent, her fingers dancing rapidly across the screen. Zhiqiu, don't worry. I believe the author won't be so stubborn. In the end, the protagonist will surely end up with either Bai Yao or Lu Zhiqiu. Wei Guang. I hope so, although I have little faith in this author. Wei Guang. Your songwriting is exquisite. If only you could write novels as well. I could ask you to revise the text. At this moment, Zhiqiu's eyes widened, her heart racing fiercely. Zhiqiu, how do you know I would agree to revise it for you? What if I were a principled author? Wei Guang, you would definitely revise it, otherwise. Followed by an adorable cartoon girl holding a knife. Zhiqiu silently set her phone down, her resolve strengthened. The secret of the author of Zhu Xian must be kept. After a moment's thought, Zhiqiu sent another Weibo post. Recently, I have matters to attend to and will be on leave for 3 days. Thank you for your understanding. As soon as the message was sent, the comment section exploded. What did you say? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Are you human? Once, an author went on hiatus for 3 days and was struck dead by bird droppings falling from the sky while walking. I mean, no offense, just wanted to share. I cannot comprehend. You don't need 3 days to have a baby. I've discovered that this person who demands we cut a chapter calls us brothers. And taking leave means calling us dear. Ugh. Zhiqiu calmly closed Weibo. 3 days seemed reasonable. 2 days for the round trip to Beijing, and at least a day for recording the program. What? You expect me to type away during my spare time on the road? That is absolutely impossible. The penguin icon in the lower right corner sprang to life. Unexpectedly, it was the editor, Zhiqiu, who had already clocked out, sending a message. Zhiqiu, you need to take 3 days off? Is something wrong? Zhiqiu, is there anything I can help with? This editor is quite responsible, and Zhiqiu replied casually. Zhiqiu, thank you for your concern. Zhiqiu, I have matters to attend to in Beijing, so I'll be on hiatus for a few days. In Beijing, Nuanyuan, seeing the message, was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied. Zhiqiu, you're coming to Beijing? Where exactly? Do you have time to meet at the company? Zhiqiu, your poem Xia Kuxing won first place in the poetry contest, and the results will be announced in a couple of days. It's the perfect opportunity to give you the prize in person. Zhiqiu, not sure if I'll have time. It depends on the situation. Nuanyuan's small face fell in disappointment as the other party's avatar dimmed. At the headquarters of the Beijing television station, the program Sing Out New Voices is recorded here. Adopting an elimination format with 36 contestants participating in the initial round of auditions. The production team is indeed generous, having booked rooms for each contestant in a 5-star hotel. Of course, standard double rooms. The high-speed train from Huahai to Beijing takes 5 hours, and Zhiqiu leisurely arrived at the hotel the night before the recording, presenting her contestant identity to collect her room key. Upon entering the room, Zhiqiu discovered her roommate had already arrived, a slender young man with glasses named Li Su. As Zhiqiu stepped through the door, Li Su, with a shy demeanor, had his luggage placed upon the table, politely urging her to select her bed first. His agreeable nature, combined with his bashfulness and courtesy, formed Zhiqiu's initial impression of this temporary companion, which was quite favorable. Shall we go out for a bite? Zhiqiu suggested, je suis organizing her lightly paket bakbak. Li Su readily consented, revealing that he had yet to have dinner. Rather than dining within the hotel, they opted to venture out. Having arrived in a new city, Zhiqiu preferred the charm of local eateries, where one could genuinely experience the vibrant essence of urban life. As they approached the hotel entrance, a cacophony of noise emerged ahead. A group of men in suits seemed to encircle an individual at the center, gradually advancing the human barrier toward the hotel lobby. Make way, make way! A man at the forefront shouted incessantly. Zhiqiu maintained her composure and continued forward, while Li Su, engrossed in searching something on his phone, failed to notice the approaching entourage and was abruptly shoved aside by the man leading the pack. Li Su stumbled, and with a resounding thud, his phone fell to the ground. Chapter 38. Another book lover, Li Su, let out a cry and hurriedly picked up the phone from the ground, noticing a crack running across the screen. The leading man, without turning back, shouted as he continued to stride forward. Zhiqiu furrowed his brows and directly seized the wrist of the suited man. What are you doing? The suited man, displeased, turned around and, upon seeing Zhiqiu's unfamiliar face, inquired with confusion. Who are you? Zhiqiu replied calmly, You've hit someone. Don't you need to apologize and compensate? The suited man was taken aback, glanced at the phone in Li Su's hand, and retorted, You must be out of your mind. He attempted to move forward again, only to stumble once more. Zhiqiu's grip on his hand was like an iron clasp, immovable, and the suited man could not break free. Damn it! The suited man, now enraged, exclaimed with a string of expletives. Do you know who we are? It's not my fault you didn't watch where you were going and fell. Let me go. Li Su, visibly anxious, gently tugged at Zhiqiu's sleeve and whispered, Brother Yi, it's not a big deal. Just let it go. Zhiqiu remained steadfast, uttering 4 words, apologize, compensate. The suited man, infuriated, halted his companions, who had been following him in a circular formation. You motherf, he began, but was interrupted by a voice from the crowd. Lu, why have we stopped? A gap opened in the crowd, revealing a rather effeminate man standing approximately 175 meters tall. The suited man, referred to as Lu, quickly replied, These 2 idiots must have taken the wrong medicine. They crashed into us and now demand an apology and compensation. Chinga, you should go back. Be careful of fans rushing in. Don't worry, I'll handle this shortly. The hotel lobby was bustling with people, including other contestants and their accompanying family members, who gradually turned their attention to the unfolding scene. The effeminate man frowned as he glanced at Zhiqiu and Li Su, growing impatient. Don't waste time. Just give them some money to make them go away. With that, he turned his back and rejoined the protective circle. With a forceful shove, the suited man released Zhiqiu's grip and pulled out his wallet, tossing several hundred yuan bills into Li Su's arms before glaring at Zhiqiu and striding forward. The group continued to move slowly, and the effeminate man did not spare another glance at Zhiqiu and Li Su. Li Su hurriedly accepted the money, pondering for a moment before picking up 2 bills that had fallen to the ground. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you, Brother Yi." Zhiqiu shrugged and casually inquired, "Such a grand affair. Which star is it?" Li Su nodded. "I know him. His name is Wang Nansheng, an artist signed under Inghong Entertainment, who just debuted not long ago. He seems quite popular, already boasting 1 million followers on Weibo, and he is a contestant in this program, just like us." Zhiqiu nodded, not overly impressed. 1 million followers? He was approaching 200 million fans of his own, with the dreams of 900 million girls. However, he dare not voice it. The two found a small shop by the roadside, where they casually dined and chatted. It was then that Zhiqiu learned that Li Su had just graduated from university a year ago, making him a year younger than himself. However, Li Su remained unconcerned, inexplicably sensing that Zhiqiu seemed to possess a maturity far beyond his own. In the past, he would have instinctively distanced himself from such circumstances, lacking the courage to confront them head-on. As their conversation progressed, Li Su once again took out his phone, habitually glancing at it, only to shake his head in disappointment. Zhiqiu casually stole a glance at the screen and nearly choked on his drink. It was the interface of the novel Zhu Xian. Noticing Zhiqiu's apparent interest, Li Su curiously inquired, "Brother Yi, do you also read this book?" Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Zhiqiu replied awkwardly, "Well, sort of. Book friend. Brother Yi, which faction are you with?" "I am with the Bai Yao faction," Li Su exclaimed, excitement surging within him as he enthusiastically pulled Zhiqiu into an animated discussion, his expressions animated and lively. Zhiqiu found himself at a loss for words, suddenly regretting inviting this young man out for a meal. Their late-night snack stretched over 2 hours, with Li Su dominating most of the conversation, while Zhiqiu responded with resigned nods. Yet, when it came to the intricacies of Zhu Xian's plot, Zhiqiu's understanding was unparalleled. No one in this world dared to claim superiority. A mere few remarks from him left Li Su, the ardent fan, utterly astounded, regarding Zhiqiu as a kindred spirit, to the point of being reluctant to part ways. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, only to find the entrance teeming with people, far more chaotic than the earlier commotion caused by that so-called Wang Nansheng. Unlike the previous scenario where no one dared to confront the young man, this time it appeared that all hotel security had mobilized. Who could be the star causing such a commotion? A white van pulled up, and 3 individuals emerged, swiftly making their way through the corridors secured by the hotel staff. The moment they alighted, the gathered fans erupted into thunderous cheers. Upon deciphering the names being shouted, Zhiqiu was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he spotted a familiar, graceful figure among the crowd. It was none other than Yu Caiwei. How could she be here? Zhiqiu was genuinely astonished. Wasn't this young lady supposed to be in Huahai City, busy with her debut album? "It's Yu Caiwei. Yu Caiwei," Li Su exclaimed excitedly. "I had heard that a mysterious young singer would be serving as a judge, but I never imagined it would be Yu Caiwei. The production team is remarkable to have secured her presence." Zhiqiu pondered aloud. Is it really difficult to invite Yu Caiwei? She is younger than most of the contestants. Wouldn't there be dissent regarding her judging? Li Su shook his head, his tone betraying his excitement. Not at all. In the music industry, strength reigns supreme. Yu Caiwei is hailed as the new generation songstress. Who would dare to challenge her? Moreover, many aspire for her to sing the songs they have penned. If one of their works were to catch her eye, having debuted for 2 years, Yu Caiwei focused solely on singing, rarely participating in variety shows. This marked her first appearance on a singing competition program. Zhiqiu contemplated this as he gazed ahead, only to realize that Yu Caiwei's figure had already vanished into the hotel. Upon returning to her hotel room, Zhiqiu decisively declined Li Su's request to further discuss the plot of Zhu. She opened WeChat and was taken aback to find 2 unread messages from Yu Caiwei. Caiwei, you're set to record the Singing New Voices program tomorrow, right? After a brief interval of 2 minutes, seemingly prompted by Zhiqiu's silence, Yu Caiwei sent a second message. Caiwei, guess where I am right now? Zhiqiu, at a loss for words, promptly replied. Zhiqiu, I implore you, esteemed judge you, to show mercy and grant me a higher score. I shall toil endlessly in gratitude. Meanwhile, in the executive suite on the hotel's top floor, Yu Caiwei gasped. Her cheeks flushed as she lay on the bed, her youthful fingers dancing swiftly across the screen of her phone. Caiwei, how did you know? Caiwei, are you attempting to bribe this judge? Not a chance. Caiwei, do you wish for me to be your mentor? Only if you compose another song for me. Chapter 39. Is a folk singer not considered singer? Zhiqiu chuckled softly and continued to respond. If I can secure the championship, I could perform 10 songs. In the executive suite, Yu Caiwei pouted her rosy lips slightly and murmured, what a fib. Despite her words, her fingers busily typed away. Wei Guang, I doubt your sincerity. Wei Guang, I must inform you that I am quite selfless. At most, I could grant you an additional 0.01 points. After waiting for a while without a reply from Zhiqiu, Yu Caiwei grew anxious, her legs restlessly bouncing on the bed. Ding dong. The notification sound chimed, and she hurriedly picked up her phone to check. Zhiqiu, is this the feeling of being favored? So touching. JPG. What on earth? Yu Caiwei's face flushed crimson. She noticed that since growing slightly more familiar with him, Zhiqiu's manner of speaking had become considerably more casual. The once assertive Miss Yu found herself at a loss. Yu Caiwei took a moment to compose herself and change the topic. Wei Guang, how utterly boring. There hasn't been an update for Zhu Xian today. I told you that narcissistic author is unreliable, taking 3 consecutive days off. How outrageous. Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu. Perhaps he truly has urgent matters? Didn't he post on Weibo? Wei Guang. I hope so. Wei Guang. I am eagerly anticipating the upcoming plot. Zhang Xiaofan must end up with Lu Sueki. Wei Guang. If the author fails to unite them in the end, I shall not let him off the hook. In the room, Zhiqiu glanced at the cute cartoon girl on WeChat, her eyes gleaming with mischief, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his temple. The night before the recording, unlike the other contestants who were either anxious or excited, Zhiqiu and Yu Caiwei had been engrossed in WeChat conversations until deep into the night. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, considering the traffic conditions in Beijing, the program team arranged for sponsor vans to transport the contestants to the recording building. In a 7-seat van, apart from the driver, there were 6 contestants. Zhiqiu's fun, which included him and Li Su, comprised 2 men and 2 women. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhiqiu was surprised to find the charming young man, Wang Nanqing, from the previous day, was also present. The van glided smoothly on the road. Wang Nanqing feigned indifference, eyes closed in apparent relaxation, while Li Su felt too shy to speak. However, the attractive woman sitting in front of Zhiqiu, who introduced herself as Ding Jie, seemed quite sociable and full of curiosity, bombarding him with questions. Upon learning that Zhiqiu had yet to graduate, she gasped in astonishment. When she discovered he was not even studying a music-related major, she gushed about how impressive he was. In the confined space, their conversation was audible to the others, and another decent-looking girl couldn't help but join the discussion. Her curiosity piqued. Wang Nanqing, who had been resting in the front passenger seat, could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. He glanced at Zhiqiu through the rearview mirror, jealousy flickering in his eyes. Accustomed to being the center of attention, he found himself overshadowed by a relatively unknown individual. Little Chio, what type of songs do you sing? Dingya Ingwida Tsuryosli. Pop, Zak, or perhaps a dance number? Zhiqiu helplessly remarked, Sister Ding, please just call me Zhiqiu. As for the type of song, the first round should be a folk song. Upon hearing this, Apart from Li Su, who was already aware of Yi Zhiqiu's style, the others were momentarily taken aback. Ding Jie widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Don't trick me. Everyone participating in this program has a bit of fame. After all this time in the bar scene, I've never seen a folk singer as handsome as you." Yi Zhiqiu shrugged and replied, "Believe it or not." Ding Jie, with a glint of curiosity in her eyes, asked, "So, little Yi, do you have any previous works? Do share." Yi Zhiqiu casually responded, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't recognize them. None have been released. You could consider the journey of the white dove as one." Oh! As soon as Yi Zhiqiu finished speaking, a scream of excitement startled everyone in the vehicle. Ding Jie's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as she exclaimed, "You sang that song? No wonder it sounded a bit familiar. I've seen your video. It's my favorite song. If I weren't strapped in, I would have leapt towards you in joy." Then, as if recalling something, Ding Jie added with a pitiful tone, "Little Yi, I sang that song during my performances at the bar. You wouldn't mind, would you? I wanted to buy the rights, but it seems impossible." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. It was Wang Nansheng, who finally could no longer remain silent. "So it's a folk singer. No wonder." Before Yi Zhiqiu could respond, the sharp-tongued Ding Jie interjected, "What is your point about folk music? What do you mean with that condescending tone?" Wang Nansheng, with an air of disdain, replied, "What I mean is, strumming a cheap guitar and mumbling a few lines can hardly be considered singing. I didn't expect the selection criteria of the program to be so low." Li Su, infuriated, turned red with anger. Ding Jie, even more fiery, was about to retort when Yi Zhiqiu restrained her. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he said, "Sister Ding, there's no need to engage with such a person." Ding Jie then transformed her expression into a smile, cheerfully responding, "All right, I'll listen a little, Yi." Wang Nansheng sneered, "I hope your skills are as tough as your words. Don't get eliminated too quickly." "Fool," Yi Zhiqiu said dismissively, enunciating the words clearly. Li Su quickly covered her mouth in horror, her eyes filled with innocence. "I didn't mean to, but that was just too funny." Wang Nansheng's face, plastered with layers of makeup, darkened like stormy waters. In front of the Beijing television station building, a crowd gathered in clusters. Among the participants of the Singing Out New Voices program were faded celebrities, behind-the-scenes producers, new artists hoping to make a name for themselves, and academic creators like Yi Zhiqiu. In addition to friends and family supporting the contestants, there were also many fans. Although Singing Out New Voices was recorded, the production team had initiated a live broadcast from the contestants' entry until the official start of the competition, serving as a method to generate anticipation and excitement. Unbeknownst to him, he had already donned a pair of sunglasses. Wang Nansheng was the first to alight from the vehicle, his expression stern as he strode towards the entrance of the building. "Ah, Wang Nansheng, I adore you. Nansheng, forge ahead." A throng of devoted fans gathered, erupting in ecstatic screams. Wang Nansheng, however, remained stoic, responding with a cold wave of his hand. As Yi Zhiqiu and the others exited the car, this was the scene that greeted them. What a pretentious display. Ding Jie, ever the audacious diva, spoke candidly. As the contestants entered, the barrage of comments in the online live stream on Jingtai Network began to surge. "Who is this fellow? So many fans? I believe his name is Wang Nansheng. He previously participated in a talent show, but didn't he achieve fame and is here again? His complexion is even fairer than that of a woman. He clearly has a delicate demeanor. What do you all know? Do you understand how hard Nansheng works? I will not allow you to slander him." "Wait, everyone look behind, there's a handsome guy." Chapter 40. Ascending the pinnacle as Yi Zhiqiu stepped out of the car and was captured by the cameras. The barrage of comments in the live stream reached a crescendo. "Wow, he's so handsome. His profile is stunning. How tall is he? At least 183 centimeters, right? His figure is amazing. Way more attractive than that effeminate guy earlier. Does anyone know this young man's name? I'm officially a fan now." Yi Zhiqiu's appearance clearly drew the attention of many fans and supporters in the crowd, sparking hushed murmurs. Is he really an original singer? Handsome and talented? No way. Could he be a trainee from some entertainment company? Maybe. Should we go ask for an autograph? But we're here to support Wang Nansheng. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Still, he's so good looking. If he becomes famous later, it'll be worth it. As they whispered, A few girls from Wang Nanshan's fan group hesitantly approached Yu Zhiqiu. Hello, we're your fans. Can we get your autograph? Would you sign here? Thank you. Yu Zhiqiu stared blankly at the young girls holding t-shirts emblazoned with Wang Nanshan, momentarily stunned. Wait, aren't you supposed to be Wang Nanshan's fans? I don't need your support. Wang Nanshan, noticing the defection of his fans, turned visibly displeased but restrained himself from reacting. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with laughter. Haha, his fans just got stolen. Betrayal. We have traitors among us. Honestly, I'd pick this guy too. He's clearly on another level. Ugh, so jealous. I want his autograph too. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in the girl's eyes, Yu Zhiqiu suddenly asked, What's my name? Huh? The unexpected question left them flustered, their faces flushing with embarrassment. How would they know? Claiming to be his fans, yet not even recognizing his name. This was beyond awkward. Zhiqiu sikit inyartli, though he disapproved of their fickle behavior. These girls seemed no older than his younger sister, making it hard to stay annoyed. Taking the marker, he paused briefly before swiftly drawing a single stroke across their shirts. 5 autographs, completed in under 3 seconds. Then, without another word, he strode forward. The girls stared in confusion at the bold, sweeping character. One? Is there even a surname one? Entering the competition corridor, each contestant was given a small blackboard to write a message, a motto, a thought, anything they wished to express. Afterward, they proceeded to the interview area, where entertainment reporters awaited, all broadcasted live. Only after the interviews would the official recording begin. By now, all 36 contestants had arrived, filling the venue with lively energy. Wang Nanshan walked ahead of Yu Zhiqiu and the others. Li Su, seemingly overwhelmed by nerves, moved stiffly whenever the cameras turned her way, sticking close to Yu Zhiqiu's side. At the small blackboard, Wang Nanshan picked up the chalk and decisively inscribed a few words. Wang Nanshan must strive, and strive again. Fighting. After the writing session came the interview segment. Faced with these unknown newcomers, entertainment reporters were far from gentle. Many inarticulate contestants were grilled until they flushed crimson, stumbling over their responses. Yet this was all for the sake of the show. After all, what audience would care to listen to an ordinary contestant speak? Only provocative or challenging questions could seize their attention. When it was Wang Nanshan's turn, whether through connections or other means, the reporters suddenly softened their tone. Their questions unusually polite. Perhaps some under-the-table dealings had taken place, a common practice in the entertainment industry. Reporter, Hey, Mr. Wang Nanshan, what does this phrase you wrote signify? Behind him, Yu Zhiqiu's lips twitched in disbelief. Did this even need explaining? Wang Nanshan, eyes gleaming with determination, solemnly replied, This is a personal mantra, a reminder to persevere relentlessly and believe in my ability to improve. Meanwhile, the live chat scrolled rapidly. Go Wang Nanshan. We'll always support you. Well said, but something about him feels pretentious. Agreed. And this interviewer is an idiot. Asking about a phrase even a child could understand. The questioning continued. Reporter C. Mr. Wang Nanshan, if you advance to the next round, which mentor would you choose as your recommender? After a moment of apparent internal struggle, Wang Nanshan answered, I would select mentor Yu Caiwei. Without waiting for follow-up, he elaborated, she is a remarkably young, yet exceptionally skilled vocalist. Most importantly, our styles align, and she embodies qualities I aspire to learn from. The remaining questions were fielded with effortless poise, Wang Nanshan projecting an image of unwavering positivity. Then came Yu Zhiqiu's turn. Standing before the blackboard, he paused briefly before swiftly writing 5 elegant characters, captured clearly by the cameras. Ascend the summit's zenith. The live audience erupted in chatter. What does that mean? Anyone literate care to explain? Here is the breakdown. Ascend here conveys scaling heights. The phrase essentially means to conquer the highest peak. Oh, got it. Similar to what Wang Nanshan wrote, but the sophistication is night and day. The power of education, folks. I'm sold. Also, have you noticed how stunning his handwriting is? Approaching the interview zone, Yu Zhiqiu's striking presence immediately electrified the reporters. Reporter A, hello. Could you introduce yourself? Yu Zhiqiu, from Huahai Media University. A brief silence followed. Yu Zhiqiu remained composed. That was it. The interviewers exchanged glances, realizing that such a splendid opportunity to present oneself was rare, which creator would not strive to elaborate on their identity. Yet, this handsome gentleman spoke sparingly. Reporter B, to stand atop the peak, could you elucidate the meaning of this phrase? Zhiqiu, its literal interpretation. Reporter C, participating in out new voices, are you not feeling exhilarated? Zhiqiu, not at all. At this moment, the reporters finally grasped that this young man was not adhering to conventional norms. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had already erupted in laughter, the comments flooding the screen. Ha ha, this handsome guy is incredible. You asked me if I'm excited, but I'm not at all. Ha ha. So aloof, how delightful. The uncrowned king was not to be easily intimidated, and the reporters grew bolder, their questions taking on a sharper edge. Reporter D, do you believe in your ability to advance? Zhiqiu, indeed. A glimmer of interest sparked in the eyes of many reporters. Such confidence, yet still so youthful. Reporter D pressed on. If you progress, which mentor would you prefer as your advocate? Yu Caiwei, was Zhiqiu's succinct reply. Chapter 41. This handsome guy is a bit reckless, here he comes, exclaimed Reporter D, brimming with excitement as if witnessing prey ensnared in a trap. Why choose Yu Caiwei? With esteemed mentors such as Li Guijian and Chun Dan, both national-level songwriters, and the long-established Li Kuan, could they not impart valuable knowledge to you? This question was indeed a pitfall. Many contestants present gasped in surprise, anxiously glancing at Zhiqiu. Nearby, Wang Nancheng, who had just completed his interview, chuckled derisively, ready to relish the spectacle of Zhiqiu's embarrassment. Zhiqiu cast a bemused glance at the reporter and candidly replied, because she is beautiful. Such bluntness left everyone speechless, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. After a moment's reflection, Zhiqiu added, Yu Caiwei is the goddess of our school. Ah, this young man hails from Huahai Media University, the same institution as Yu Caiwei. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. With this revelation, Zhiqiu's answer became far more comprehensible. It was perfectly natural to be enamored with beauty, particularly that of a campus goddess. The desire to select Yu Caiwei as the new voice promoter was utterly reasonable. Most of the male contestants who had made similar choices likely had the same rationale, but his honesty was striking. While Wang Nancheng might have concocted some excuse about stylistic similarities, Zhiqiu had dispensed with pretense altogether. At the moment Zhiqiu uttered this line, the live stream's comments surged to a peak. He is so honest. Because she is beautiful? This guy is genuine. I now believe this show lacks a script. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. You don't deserve Yu Caiwei. And you, how handsome are you to make such a claim? Wait, wasn't he this guy on stage with Yu Caiwei at the graduation gala? Meanwhile, in a secluded lounge backstage for individuals, 2 men and 2 women were seated, watching the live interview unfold on the screen. These were the judges for this competition: Li Guijian, Chun Dan, Li Kuan, and Yu Caiwei. The color rose in Yu Caiwei's cheeks as the other 3 judges erupted into laughter. Dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, Li Guijian shook his head with a wry smile, saying, today's youth truly possess character. Times have indeed changed. I remember when I first started working, there were still laws against indecency. Eli Kuntiakleth. I rather admire this young man for his straightforwardness. Chun Dan, slightly older, yet impeccably maintained, feigned annoyance. He only mentioned Weiwei. Does that mean I, as a female judge, am not beautiful? She added playfully, no, I shall give him a low score. Li Guijian and Li Kuan burst in a hearty laughter. Well aware of Chun Dan's famously good-natured temperament and recognizing her jest, Yu Caiwei's face flushed crimson, her heart a mix of embarrassment and indignation. What nonsense was he spouting? He had never been this bold before. Curious, Li Kuan inquired, Caiwei, you're from the same school. Do you know him? Has he produced any notable works? Yu Caiwei responded, yes, we know each other. However, his previous works were not officially released. The Journey of the White Dove and Goodbye. I wonder if the teachers have heard of them. After a brief pause, he continued to elaborate. The title track of the album I am preparing to release, The Wind is Rising, is also penned and composed by him. Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. Goodness, a true talent, exclaimed Li Kuan, his eyes wide with astonishment. If I recall correctly, this is your debut album, right? Is it not somewhat audacious to feature the creator of the title song in such a significant project? However, Li Guojian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, I've heard Goodbye. Is that sung by him? It is indeed a splendid song. Instantly, the interest of many judges in this remarkably young individual surged, leaving a favorable impression. Once the interview segment concluded, the recording of the show commenced. In a randomly drawn order of appearance, Zhiqiu found himself placed towards the latter part, which was relatively favorable. His temporary roommate, Li Su, was not as fortunate as she drew the first position. In the contestants' waiting area, Li Su stood up, her face a mask of anxiety. Do not fret. Just perform as you normally would, Zhiqiu encouraged her. Li Su rigidly nodded, though the effect of his reassurance was evidently minimal. Zhiqiu shrugged, realizing that this was a challenge she would have to tackle on her own. The title of Li Su's original song was A Sword to Seal Affection. To everyone's surprise, her performance on stage was remarkably steady, and she received a considerable amount of applause upon finishing. During the critique segment, the judges displayed notable interest. Li Kuan remarked, the lyrics and composition are quite mature for such a piece, and most importantly, it is rare for young people to write in the style of martial arts. I find it rather enjoyable. What is your perspective, Yu Caiwei? The camera shifted to Yu Caiwei, her ethereal beauty reminiscent of an ice goddess, breathtaking and otherworldly. She nodded slightly and replied softly, it is a song with distinctive character. However, I must disagree with teacher Li Kuan. I believe this piece leans more towards the genre of fairy martial arts rather than traditional martial arts. The audience fell silent, but Li Su was overwhelmed with excitement and exclaimed, exactly! Minna, you recognized it. With a subtle smile, Yu Caiwei explained, a sword to seal affection employs terms like sword, flight, and heavenly abyss, which any fan of Zhu Xian would immediately identify, thus categorizing it as a fairy martial arts song. Fairy martial arts? Li Kuan scratched his head in confusion, curious about the distinction from traditional martial arts. Li Guojian and Minter Chun Dan shared similar bewilderment, turning their attention to Li Su. Li Su, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Minter Yu is absolutely right. I am an avid fan of Zhu Xian, and the inspiration for this song stems from the romance between Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki. Apart from Yu Caiwei, the three older judges exchanged glances, further perplexed. Yet unexpectedly, among the live audience, there were numerous fans of the book, and cheers erupted. Well sung. I am also a Zhu Xian enthusiast. I must support you. Biao faction stands here. Long live the Sueki faction. Several judges, bewildered, were left in awe, realizing the substantial presence of Zhu Xian fans. In the contestants' waiting area, Zhiqiu wore a look of exasperation, realizing that Li Su was indeed a die-hard book lover, having gone so far as to compose a song inspired by it. The eldest among them, Li Guojian, chuckled wryly, I'm growing old. If I do not immerse myself in the novels of the younger generation, I find myself unable to keep pace with their thoughts. Following this, the other judges offered a few remarks from a creative perspective. During the scoring segment, which amalgamated the opinions of 500 audience members and 4 professional judges, one score determines Love garnered an impressive overall score of 88. Relieved, Li Su returned to the waiting area for contestants, where many cast envious glances her way. The advancement of contestants in the program Sing Out New Voices ultimately rests in the judges' hands. Although the scores do not directly correlate with progression, they undeniably serve as significant reference points. Observing the comments from the judges and the audience's reactions, anyone with discernment could ascertain that Li Su's advancement in the first round was virtually assured. Indeed, as the competition continued, after nearly 10 performances, Li Su's score remained firmly within the top 3. It's my turn, exclaimed the alluring and confident Deng Jie, taking a deep breath, glancing around before seizing Zhiqiu's hand and delivering a hearty slap. Little Yi, cheer for me. Chapter 42. The ordinary path. Deng Jie walked toward the stage, drawing peculiar glances from many male contestants in the waiting area, gazes filled with envy and jealousy. With her straightforward personality, striking figure, and an air of mature elegance, she had naturally captured the attention of numerous male participants. Now, It was evident that her attitude toward Zhiqiu was distinctly different, which explained their envious reactions. Wang Nanshan, witnessing this scene, let out a cold snort, his expression darkening. Zhiqiu could only sigh inwardly. He truly harbored no particular thoughts about this poised woman and redirected his focus to the screen. In truth, Ding Jie reminded Zhiqiu of a renowned singer from his past life, Yu Caiwei. Both possessed slightly husky voices and shared a similar musical style, exuding a mature and sensual charm. As her performance concluded, fine beads of sweat glistened on Ding Jie's forehead, a testament to the intensity of her delivery. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. After all, contestants who combined beauty with distinctive vocal prowess were rare. Chen Dan offered her critique. Your voice carries a unique strength, a rarity among female vocalists. This is undoubtedly your greatest weapon. Li Guojian nodded in agreement. The composition of this song is excellent, with several standout moments. If there's any slight weakness, it would be the lyrics. This seems to be your relative shortcoming. When it comes to lyric writing, I have a small technique you might find useful. Following their remarks, Li Kuan and Yu Caiwei also shared their insights. Once the judges had finished, Ding Jie expressed her gratitude, and another round of applause filled the venue. It was clear that the judges were genuinely invested in guiding these original artists, offering thoughtful suggestions. In the end, Ding Jie received a composite score of 86, a solid, above-average result. The subsequent performances proceeded without much fanfare until a song with a staggering 91 points claimed the top spot, courtesy of a behind-the-scenes producer-turned-contestant, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Next up was Wang Nanshan. As he passed Zhiqiu, Wang Nanshan lowered his voice just enough to avoid the camera's detection. Watch closely. This is what a real performance looks like. With that, he strode coolly toward the stage, feigning nonchalance. Though his words were quiet, the waiting area's proximity ensured everyone heard them clearly. The contestants exchanged uneasy glances. Wang Nanshan's apparent disdain for Zhiqiu had been noticeable. But no one expected such direct confrontation. What is his problem? Ding Jie muttered indignantly. Unlike most contestants who opted for simple vocal performances, Wang Nanshan delivered a dynamic song and dance piece titled Show Me. The stage was a spectacle of dark, dazzling aesthetics, sensual hip movements, smoldering gazes, and an unexpected rap interlude. He concluded with a dramatic, icy wink directly into the camera. The audience responded with fervent applause, seemingly impressed. Yet, Zhiqiu privately admitted this style wasn't to his taste. Li Guojian was the first to comment. Nanshan, you are the only singer-songwriter so far to incorporate dance into your performance. We all know how physically demanding that is, yet your breath control remains steady throughout, commendable indeed. Shindan, this is a rather complete piece, performed quite well indeed. Li Kuan's comments were considerably more extensive. Nanshan, this is our second meeting. I was also a judge on the last variety show you attended. I must say, your progress is remarkable. This song is a polished commercial track, with well-executed stage highlights and choreography, something quite challenging for original artists to achieve. I remain very optimistic about your potential. When it was Yu Caiwei's turn, all eyes turned to her, and Wang Nanshan's expression was one of eager anticipation. After all, during the media interviews, he had openly expressed his desire to be recommended by Yu Caiwei as a new artist. Yu Caiwei gave a slight nod and remarked, First, I agree with mentor Li Kuan's assessment. This is indeed a mature commercial song, and I believe this style has market appeal. Wang Nanshan's face lit up with delight. However, Yu Caiwei continued calmly, Personally, I don't particularly favor it. The lyrics feel somewhat hollow, and the inserted rap segment strikes me as forced. I hope you can further refine your lyrical depth in the future. Wang Nanshan's smile froze. To be fair, Yu Caiwei wasn't wrong. Dance tracks of this nature prioritize visual impact on stage, and weaker lyrics are a well-known trade-off. While younger audiences adore them, and they perform well in marketing and reception, many veteran musicians remain unimpressed by the style. Her critique also subtly signaled to the other contestants that her preferences lean toward the latter. In the end, Wang Nanshan's overall score was 89, 1 point higher than Li Su's, temporarily placing him in third. Forcing a smile, he bowed slightly before stepping off the stage with a shadowed expression. The next contestant. From Huahai Media University, Zhiqiu. Li Kuan's eyes brightened as he chuckled. Ah, the young man who publicly confessed his admiration for Mentor Caiwei. Shindan smiled faintly. Him? The one who only praised Weiwei's beauty and forgot about me? Well, I might have to be a little stricter then. The audience burst into laughter, while Yu Caiwei's ears turned faintly pink, though she said nothing. Go for it, little Yi. Ding Yi cheered. Brother Yi, do your best. Li Su's expression was even more nervous than when he had performed himself. Yi Zhiqiu rose, casually, picking up the borrowed guitar from the production team. Emerging from the dim, warm glow of the performer's passageway, his silhouette appeared on stage to a wave of enthusiastic applause and whistles from the audience. Judge Li Kuan sighed in admiration. This guy really is handsome, so effortlessly dashing it makes me a little envious. Dressed in a light blue denim shirt, black casual pants, and flat shoes, an outfit as simple as one might see on any street. He stood in stark contrast to Wang Nanshan's flashy sequin jacket. Yet, the simplicity of his attire seemed to accentuate an inexplicable magnetism, drawing the eye effortlessly. As the lights dimmed, his fingers brushed the guitar strings, and a mellow, subdued accompaniment began. The stage effects were minimal. The large screen behind him displayed a desert highway, a slightly worn red car speeding along. And then, Yi Zhiqiu's clear, resonant voice filled the air. As the haunting melody of Via Via lingers in the air, the lyrics evoke a sense of nostalgia and introspection. Li Guojian, with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, exchanges a glance with Chundan, seated beside him. Like a personal confession, Yi Zhiqiu sits upon the chair, softly chanting in a slow, lyrical cadence. I once felt lost, disheartened, and devoid of direction, until I discovered that the ordinary is the sole answer. With this, the first segment of the song draws to a close, enveloping the stage in a profound silence, as all present listen intently. In the judges' panel, Yu Caiwei gazes vacantly at the solitary figure in the center of the stage, her eyes reflecting a momentary daze. Chapter 43. Disregard in the background. The car sped down the desert highway. While Yi Zhiqiu lightly strummed the chords of his guitar, the crystalline notes gradually dissipating into the air. As the song concluded, he rose and bowed slightly. A moment of silence ensued, followed by a rather enthusiastic round of applause from the audience judges. This song, Judge Chundan glanced at her companion and said, "Let us allow teacher Li Guojian to provide his critique first. He seems to have been quite moved." Li Guojian paused briefly before stating, "To be honest, this song, in terms of composition and even rhythm, is rather unremarkable, perhaps even mediocre." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu maintained a calm demeanor, while a flicker of delight crossed Wang Nanqing's face in the contestant waiting area. However, Li Guojian sighed softly, reflecting, "I have often said that the excellence of a song cannot solely be judged from a technical standpoint. There exists a realm of emotional resonance beyond the scientific theory of music. This encompasses the essence and emotions the author wishes to convey, manifesting through the lyrics, which is indeed a matter of subjective perception. From this perspective, I find Ordinary Road to be exceptionally remarkable." With his words, the audience judges erupted in astonished gasps. It is worth noting that while Li Guojian is known for his amiable nature and approachability, he maintains the highest standards among the four judges. To receive such high praise from him is indeed a rare feat in the waiting area. Wang Nanqing's expression darkened. Previously, Li Guojian had merely acknowledged the difficulty of singing and dancing, without commenting on the song itself, making the comparison starkly evident. Li Kuan's critique was far more straightforward, simply expressing impressive. He added, "I could manage to sing rock, but writing songs of this caliber is beyond me. I once felt lost and despondent, until I realized that embracing the ordinary was the only answer." Shindan mused, "What beautiful lyrics. This truly reflects a journey many undergo in their growth." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and jested, "I've noticed something quite amusing. Ding Jia has a solid sense of rhythm, but falters in lyrics, whereas you're quite the opposite. You two might consider collaborating. Perhaps you would complement each other perfectly." Laughter erupted from the audience judges. Yi Zhiqiu, strikingly handsome, and Ding Jia, mature and beautiful, indeed appeared to make a fitting pair. Off camera, the last unspoken judge, Yu Caiwei, pouted slightly, her eyes betraying a glimmer of displeasure. What is fitting about that? They clearly do not match at all. When it was Yu Caiwei's turn to comment, her demeanor returned to its usual coldness. And her critique was succinct. I quite liked it. Zhiqiu was taken aback, gazing at Yu Caiwei in confusion. What is happening? This girl is even more reticent than I am. Noticing Zhiqiu's gaze upon her, Yu Caiwei shot him a discreet glare with her beautiful eyes. Upon receiving this signal, Zhiqiu's heart skipped a beat, leaving her even more perplexed. Have I offended her? Ultimately, the four judges awarded high scores of 92, 92, 93, and 94, eliciting a wave of astonishment. However, Zhiqiu's overall score was a mere 91, placing her just second. When the comprehensive scores were revealed, Li Guojian expressed his surprise, then resignedly remarked, "This song may not be striking upon first listen, but it is certainly worthy of careful appreciation." Zhiqiu, quite composed, thanked everyone and descended from the stage. Upon returning to the contestants' waiting area, she was warmly welcomed. Li Su, brimming with excitement, approached and managed to utter, "Brother Yi, impressive." It was a pity that the audience's scores were so low. Ding Jie, defending her, declared, "Little Yi, you're amazing." Then, as if recalling something, Ding Jie exclaimed, "Little Yi, what do you think?" "About what?" Zhiqiu was taken aback. "Teacher Chun Dan's suggestion. I compose, and you write the lyrics." Ding Jie's eyes sparkled, exuding enthusiasm. "The combination of our talents will surely yield a remarkable song." "Not really." Zhiqiu rolled her eyes and outright declined. Ding Jie lamented dramatically, clutching Zhiqiu's hand as if to draw closer. A wave of fragrance, reminiscent of a mature woman, wafted towards Zhiqiu, who caught a fleeting glimpse of white through the performance attire and swiftly stepped back before Ding Jie could approach. With an expression of sorrow, Ding Jie questioned, "Why not?" It was unclear whether she was lamenting Zhiqiu's retreat or the refusal to collaborate. Zhiqiu, rolling her eyes again, replied, "Because I'm also quite adept at composition and do not require assistance." Ding Jie was left speechless, while the contestants nearby, who had been eavesdropping, were equally astonished. Hey, is this some sort of humble brag? They thought, though none dared to voice it. Strength is an undeniable truth, and everyone appreciated it. With the song Ordinary Road, Zhiqiu had the confidence to make such a statement. At that moment, Wang Nancheng, exhibiting an unusual demeanor, approached with a smile, exuding elegance as he said, "Zhiqiu, you sang beautifully. I have some insights into composition as well. We can exchange ideas and grow together." Having witnessed her performance, Wang Nancheng had come to realize that Zhiqiu's capabilities surpassed his expectations. It was conceivable that Zhiqiu might progress far in the competition, making it necessary to mend their relationship, especially since they could potentially be under the same new voice promoter, Yu Caiwei. Fenciter, ding yi motte under habret. Seemingly unnoticed by Wang Nancheng, who continued to smile and extended his hand amicably. Zhiqiu, however, wore a cold smirk, silently observing him. Silence enveloped the scene for a good 4 or 5 seconds, during which Wang Nancheng's smile faltered, gradually replaced by barely contained anger. Even the bold and audacious Ding Jie was taken aback by Zhiqiu's demeanor. The other contestants were left gaping in astonishment. "Brother, you are quite courageous." Although the program is pre-recorded, it is undeniably captured clearly on camera, frame by frame. "Excellent." Wang Nancheng's face contorted with difficulty as he forcefully withdrew his hand and angrily turned to leave. "Brother Yi, this situation has escalated quite awkwardly. Might it not be rather unfavorable?" Beside him, Li Su wore an expression of concern. "It's nothing," Zhiqiu replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Such individuals did not deserve his regard. The other competitors exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that this young man was not only gifted but also rather audacious. As the contestants who followed showcased their varying degrees of performance, Zhiqiu ultimately secured a commendable second place in the overall scores. Chapter 44, nearly a slip-up in the waiting area. As the 4 judges and the director entered, they were met with the enthusiastic cheers of all the contestants. The program featured a total of 36 participants, yet only 24 would advance to the second round of performances. This meant that 24 individuals would be eliminated in the first round. Many contestants anxiously gazed at the thin sheet of paper in the director's hand, which held the fate of their dreams. With the backing of the Jing City television station, a grand production, and superstar mentors, singing new voices was destined to become a phenomenal sensation. For many contestants, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the desire to remain on this stage for as long as possible was palpable. As the first round of performances concluded, the 4 professional judges unanimously deliberated before announcing the 24 who would proceed. The director wasted no time and directly read the names. Ye Zihe, Wang Ping. Yi Zhiqiu remained composed, while the other contestants looked on with envy. Wang Ping, who had achieved a comprehensive score of 92, ranked first. Yet, it was Yi Zhiqiu's name that was called first, a subtle implication that did not go unnoticed. In the eyes of the 4 judges, Yi Zhiqiu's performance surpassed the rest. Continuing down the list, Li Su's name was announced as 5th, her face lighting up with surprise. Coincidentally, right after Li Su, the name Wang Nansheng was called. Although some may not appreciate Wang Nansheng's performance style, it was undeniable that his songs were marketable and his overall capabilities were commendable. However, upon hearing his name, Wang Nansheng felt no joy. He had anticipated that as a rising star with 1 million fans, he would surely be first, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. When the name Ding Jie was announced as the 10th spot, she too was filled with delight, clearly satisfied with her placement. The 24 selected contestants beamed with joy, while those who were eliminated left with expressions of gloom and despondency. This was the nature of competition, brutally unforgiving. It was certain that such scenes would repeat at the conclusion of the next program. Once the list of qualifiers was confirmed, the selection process for the new voice advocates began. With 4 mentors and 24 contestants, each mentor would serve as an advocate for 6 participants. The selection method was straightforward. The mentors would take turns choosing contestants, who could either accept or decline the offer. Following the principles of age and gender priority, the selection order was Chun Dan, Li Guojian, Li Kuan, and Yu Caiwei. Many contestants looked on with eager anticipation, the only exception being Yi Zhiqiu, who discreetly stifled a yawn out of boredom. Yi Zhiqiu was acutely aware of his own situation. The role of a new voice advocate was merely to offer suggestions for future contestants' compositions. However, he had no need for such guidance, as he possessed only classic works that had been validated in his past life, rendering any advice unnecessary. Chun Dan's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Yi Zhiqiu, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, "My first choice is Yi Zhiqiu." The audience collectively sighed, finding no surprise in her decision. Yet Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback. What should he do? He had mentioned in the interview that his intention was to select Yu Caiwei. Yi Zhiqiu stole a glance at Yu Caiwei, only to find her expression utterly impassive, her cool visage betraying no emotion whatsoever. What is this girl up to? Does she not wish to select me? Surely not. Yi Zhiqiu was engulfed in turmoil, cursing inwardly. Whatever. He sheepishly said, "I apologize, Sister Dan. You are my idol, but I have a preferred recommending officer." Having previously made his intentions known, he feared that a sudden change of heart would lead to accusations of being swayed by appearances. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room as everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Yi Zhiqiu, their minds echoing a singular thought. Could he be any more shameless? How dare he speak of being swayed by appearances? Is that how one employs idioms? Chun Dan, having been in the industry for over 30 years, could easily be his mother. Yet here he was, sweetly addressing her as Sister Dan, displaying an utter lack of decency. Chun Dan was momentarily taken aback before recovering, playfully scolding, "All right, I understand. Go ahead and choose the beautiful school flower from your own school as your recommending officer." Despite her words, there was no hint of anger in her tone. After all, which woman does not appreciate beauty or relish being perceived as youthful, especially those of certain age? Chun Dan was no exception. Had Yi Zhiqiu declined Chun Dan's invitation, although she would not have voiced her disappointment, it would still have been a slight to his senior. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu's audacity yielded unexpectedly favorable results. Ultimately, Chun Dan selected the second-ranked Wang Ping, who readily accepted with delight. When it came to Li Guojian, he smiled at Zhiqiu and said, "I admire your work, but I want to disturb you as you move towards mentor you. Perhaps we can exchange ideas in the future." Zhiqiu offered an awkward smile, while Li Guojian chose a contestant whose style mirrored his own youthfulness. Li Kuan also actively refrained from selecting Zhiqiu, and finally, the youngest, Yu Caiwei, was up next. Yu Caiwei's gaze swept over the eager contestants, appearing rather hesitant, as if struggling with her decision. Could it be that Yu Caiwei was not planning to choose Zhiqiu? A collective gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd, their thoughts awakening with curiosity. In the end, Yu Caiwei's enchanting eyes settled on Zhiqiu, and with a playful wink, her lips parted slightly as she softly declared her choice. "I choose Zhiqiu." A sigh of relief washed over the crowd, tinged with a hint of disappointment. The anticipated mishap had not occurred, and the contestant who performed best in the first round had been chosen. The only one whose expression soured was Wang Nanqing. Zhiqiu had also felt a momentary jolt. This girl had a hint of pride, playfully teasing him with her antics. "I join," he remarked, a grin spreading across his face as he exchanged a triumphant look with Yu Caiwei. Long live revolutionary friendship. Yu Caiwei maintained her cool demeanor, discreetly rolling her eyes in a haughty manner when the camera was not focused on her. In the second round of selections, it was again Chun Dan's turn. To everyone's surprise, she chose Ding Jie, whose overall ranking was not particularly high, leaving Ding Jie elated. Li Guojian and Li Kuan subsequently selected their respective trainees. Yet Wang Nanqing's turn still did not arrive. Wang Nanqing's countenance darkened perceptibly, considering himself the sole contestant proficient in both singing and dancing. With a fan base second only to the mentors in this venue, he had always harbored an inflated sense of self-importance, evident since his ostentatious arrival at the hotel. To his dismay, as the second round of selections neared its conclusion, he remained unchosen. During the final pick of this round, Wang Nanqing cast hopeful eyes toward Yu Caiwei. Would she choose him? Like Zhiqiu, he had previously expressed his desire to join Yu Caiwei's team during pre-competition interviews. Typically, in such talent shows, when a contestant openly declares their preference for a particular mentor, unless there's a stark disparity in ability, the mentor usually acquiesces. Yet Yu Caiwei's serene gaze settled elsewhere as she uttered softly, "I choose Li Su." Wang Nanqing's face froze. Meanwhile, Li Su, struck by this unforeseen fortune, stood momentarily stunned. "Contestant Li Su, do you accept mentor Yu Caiwei as your new voice recommender?" The director's prompt broke the silence. Snapping back to reality, Li Su stammered in delight, I accept." An awkward tension descended. The others exchanged uneasy glances. How could Wang Nanqing, the million-follower internet sensation, remain unchosen after 2 whole rounds? Chapter 45. The call to arms. It wasn't until the third round that Wang Nanqing was selected by Li Kuan, reluctantly smiling in agreement. Once the selection concluded, the director announced the rules for the next round of competition. First and foremost, congratulations to all contestants for advancing. The recording for the upcoming round will take place in a week, and this episode will be broadcast simultaneously during prime time on Saturday on the Shangjing channel. The next competition will adopt a thematic performance format, with the key theme being encounter. Contestants are encouraged to seize the moment for creation, and the new voice promoter will offer certain support. With the recording of this episode complete, the director expressed gratitude to everyone. That evening, Li Su, who was 2 hours away from Shangjing City, had already departed, promising to meet again next time. Zhiqiu, however, did not rush back to Huahai City. After arriving in Shangjing, editor Zhiqiu frequently checked in on him, displaying an enthusiastic warmth. Initially, Zhiqiu had no intention of meeting, but unexpectedly, Qin Dun, known as Old Qin, sought out Qingzi multiple times, expressing a desire to be informed if Zhiqiu was in Shangjing, hoping for a reunion. Zhiqiu considered himself unfamiliar with Qin Dun, yet he remembered the support Qin offered during the social media spat with Tang Long. Given this, it would be remiss not to meet. So Zhiqiu arranged with Zhiqiu to visit the next day. As for the second round of the singing new voice competition, upon hearing the theme of encounter, several suitable songs flashed through Zhiqiu's mind. There was no rush on that front. Before that, however, Zhiqiu took out his phone and sent a message to Yu Caiwei. Zhiqiu, you tricked me. Soon a reply came back. Caiwei, and JPG. Zhiqiu was taken aback. When had he offended this girl? Zhiqiu, I almost thought no one would choose me. My spirit suffered greatly. Caiwei, little girl making faces. JPG. Caiwei, I never agreed to choose you. Zhiqiu, you're quite ruthless. In her executive suite, Yu Caiwei lay on her bed, her eyes fixed intently on her phone. Upon reading Zhiqiu's message, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable amusement, and her face flushed slightly as she replied. Caiwei, you performed very steadily this time. Your singing skills have improved significantly. Zhiqiu, of course, just look at who I am. What a conceited fellow. Yu Caiwei snorted lightly. Caiwei, for the theme encounter, what song are you preparing to sing? A folk song, perhaps? After nearly 10 seconds, as Yu Caiwei began to doubt whether he had stepped away, a reply finally arrived. Zhiqiu, a secret. Yu Caiwei's face puffed up in frustration, her delicate fingers pressing down hard on her phone. Caiwei, if you want to say, then who cares? Suddenly, as if recalling something, she quickly edited her message again. Caiwei, as your new voice promoter, I have the right to know the contestants' repertoire. Caiwei, if you want to tell me, I can still. Zhiqiu, Mercury record. Caiwei, little girl in confusion. JPG Zhiqiu, the song I will sing in the next round is called Mercury record. Lying on her bed, Yu Caiwei wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom how the theme of their encounter had become intertwined with the planet Mercury. Yet, she harbored an inexplicable trust in Zhiqiu, refraining from probing further into the matter. Wei Guang, are you returning to Huahai City tomorrow? Zhiqiu, I'll delay my return by a couple of days. I have a friend to visit tomorrow. Zhiqiu, what about you? Yu Caiwei tilted her head slightly and typed swiftly. Wei Guang, what a coincidence. I also have no plans to return just yet. The post-production of The Wind Has Risen music video is complete, and the album releases in 3 days. I must attend a promotional event. Wei Guang, I'm not keen on it, but Aunt May has arranged a few appearances for me while I'm in Beijing. Zhiqiu, congratulations in advance on your album-esque success. May you reap great rewards. Wei Guang, how about you join me? You are the creator of the title track. No one would dare to say otherwise. Zhiqiu, please, spare me. I have no desire to be slain by the gaze of your fans. Coward, Yu Caiwei huffed, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Zhiqiu, get some rest. Good night. Wei Guang, yes, good night. Once again, they conversed late into the night, delighting in their exchange despite being merely a few steps apart in the same hotel. After placing her phone down, Zhiqiu glanced at the time on the screen, reading 024, and smiled faintly. A young man and woman, conversing until the late hours for 2 consecutive nights. Who would believe that they held no interest in one another? Yu Caiwei was stunning, with an enviable figure, lacking the temperament of a spoiled heiress, her slight arrogance only enhancing her charm. Who wouldn't be captivated? Zhiqiu, a typical man, was not immune to her allure, prompting him to resolve, to sound a clarion call of pursuit. However, he was, to put it bluntly, a penniless youth, and the disparity between him and Yu Caiwei was undeniably significant. Nevertheless, Zhiqiu held confidence in himself. The key was to proceed cautiously, avoiding any alarm. He decided to begin with the program singing out new voices in the executive suite after exchanging goodnights. Yu Caiwei did not set her phone aside, but instead stared blankly at their chat history. Her delicate face flickered between irritation and shyness, ultimately burying herself in her blanket. Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply, her eyes glimmering with conflicted emotions. Ah, this blockhead. Yu Caiwei shook her head in exasperation, her hair tousled, exuding a languid beauty. No, Aunt May said I mustn't be too overt. I need to let the boy take the initiative. She muttered to herself, approach slowly, entice him to make a move. Exactly. Yet, Yu Caiwei pouted, finding the wait excruciating. What if I can't hold back? Oh, she exclaimed in frustration once more. The following day, after a leisurely breakfast, Zhiqiu made his way to the lobby. Editor Shurtu from Penguin had informed him that he was already there, waiting in the lobby. As Zhiqiu reached the lounge area, His gaze casually swept over the few seated individuals. He briefly overlooked a petite and adorable girl. There stood an elderly couple nearby, and it seemed they were not. Could it be that? At that moment, a faint voice emerged from beside him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhiqiu?" "Huh?" Zhiqiu turned to look, only to catch sight of a head in front of him. Lowering his gaze slightly, he was surprised to find a petite girl standing before him, seemingly quite nervous. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. "You are sure too?" Zhiqiu exclaimed in astonishment. Nuanyuan hurriedly replied, "Yes, Mr. Yi, hello. My name is Nuanyuan, and I am your editor at Orange Reading. So handsome. Much more charming than the photo on my ID." This was Nuanyuan's first impression of Zhiqiu. "Aren't you a boy?" Zhiqiu blurted out. He never expected that his editor would turn out to be such a soft and adorable girl. Chapter 46, A Natural Talent? Outside the hotel, Nuanyuan boarded the car she had previously arranged, and the two proceeded to visit the residence of the esteemed Mr. Qingdun. It was said to be a traditional Zhiqiu in the capital city. Along the way, Nuanyuan stole furtive glances at Zhiqiu ahead, her mind adrift in a haze. Could it be that the masterpieces such as Zhu Xian and Xia Kexing truly originated from this young man who was nearly her age? Zhiqiu appeared disinclined to engage in conversation, leaving Nuanyuan at a loss for words. What to do? Anxiously, she suddenly recalled something and said, "Mr. Yi, you may send me the hotel accommodation invoice later. I can take care of the reimbursement for you." "Really? Such a delightful offer?" Zhiqiu was taken aback. Nuanyuan quickly added, "Of course, we initially intended to invite you, and this is part of our responsibility." "Very well, thank you." Zhiqiu did not hesitate. The benefits from this reading platform were indeed generous. The hotel booked by the Singing Out New Voices production team charged over 2,000 for a standard room per night. Had he not been too lazy to switch accommodations, he might have hesitated to stay there. Upon receiving good news early in the morning, Zhiqiu was in good spirits and remarked, "Editor, sure, we should be of similar age. You could just call me by my name or Zhiqiu." "Huh? Oh, sure." Nuanyuan replied promptly, her thoughts lingering on how he seemed much less aloof in person than he did online. Typically, when she reached out to Zhiqiu via messaging, he would respond only after multiple prompts. Knowing that Zhiqiu was coming to the capital, Nuanyuan had been anxious for several days, tasked with ensuring their guest was well accommodated. Gradually, Nuanyuan found her courage and tentatively inquired, "Yi, brother, have you completed your matters here?" She did not dare to voice her true question about resuming updates. Zhiqiu casually remarked, "For the time being, yes. But I may need to take a leave of absence nearly every week moving forward." "What? How could he say that?" Nuanyuan was taken aback, her expression faltering. Catching her reaction in the rearview mirror, Zhiqiu chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to update more when I'm not on leave. The progress of Zhu Xian will not lag behind." Nuanyuan let out a small sigh of relief and asked, "So, Brother Yi, does that mean you will be coming to the capital every week?" Zhiqiu nodded and replied, "Yes, to participate in a variety show, and if all goes well, there will be about 6 episodes." "A variety show?" Nuanyuan's ears perked up. What connection could a novelist have with a variety show? Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Could you share what the show is about?" "It's called Singing Out New Voices. It hasn't aired yet, but it should premiere next week," Zhiqiu answered nonchalantly. Nuanyuan nearly leaped out of her seat in excitement. "I know it. It's the original song program with Chun Dan and Yu Caiwei as mentors, right? They are my 2 favorite singers." Suddenly, she realized, "Brother Yi, are you a singer? The best at writing novels while singing?" "Something like that," he replied. Zhiqiu did not deny it, suddenly recalling something and saying, "By the way, I am the first to know your identity as the author of Zhu Xian. Please, do keep this secret." At that moment, Nuanyuan felt a chill sweep over her and quickly nodded in agreement. The two engaged in casual conversation. While in a courtyard of the pavilion, the outside temperature was quite cold, yet the garden was adorned with lush greenery, exuding a warmth akin to spring. In the center of the courtyard, a long table was set up, around which several elderly gentlemen with graying hair gathered. Qingdun held a brush, his strokes fluid as he elegantly inscribed several large characters. "Heaven and earth are indifferent treating all things as mere fodder. One elder read the characters aloud, expressing his astonishment. What beautiful writing! And the phrase is even better, old Qin. Standing beside him was a young man with black hair and gold-rimmed glasses, who quickly added, Old Qin's calligraphy flows like a dragon and snake, exuding great momentum. Recently, one of his pieces fetched 500,000 at auction. The elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion was Ma Shuwen, a well-known figure in literary circles, though certainly not on par with Qin Duan in terms of stature. The black-haired youth was Ma Shuwen's disciple, Tian Xiong. Qin Duan waved his hand dismissively. Let us not speak of that piece. I am not well versed in the intricacies of the financial world. Upon hearing this, another elder inquired, Who is the true author then? Qin Duan teased. I doubt you will guess, as it is not someone from our circle. This piqued everyone's curiosity even further. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit entered the courtyard and whispered something in Qin Duan's ear. Qin Duan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Quickly bring him in. Ma Shuwen, intrigued, asked, Who is it, old Qin? Who brings you such joy? Qin Duan laughed heartily, a friend from afar. As the others looked on with curiosity, the man in the Zhongshan suit entered, accompanied by Zhiqiu and Yuan. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Zhiqiu couldn't help but marvel. What a magnificent place! Unlike the ostentatious wealth that often characterizes the nouveau riche, this garden-like courtyard, situated in the heart of the capital, was a rarity that transcended mere affluence. Casting his gaze towards the individuals standing before the long table, Zhiqiu immediately recognized the kindly old man at the center as Qin Duan. Qin Duan looked towards Zhiqiu and Yuan, then peered beyond them, puzzled. Where's Mr. Yi? The assistant slightly inclined his body and respectfully replied, Old Qin. This is Mr. Yi. Qin Duan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhiqiu. Yuan quietly introduced herself. Hello, Old Qin. I am an editor of Franchingzi Reading, and this is Zhiqiu, the author of Xia Kuxing This. Qin Duan stared incredulously at Zhiqiu, momentarily at a loss for words. He had assumed that the author capable of penning such timeless verses would, at the very least, be over 30, automatically categorizing this youthful figure as an assistant. However, Qin Dui, a man seasoned by the tempests of life, was well aware that historical figures of prodigious talent have indeed emerged in their youth. Thus he quickly regained his composure. Greetings, Yi Xiaoyu, welcome, Qin Dui said, extending his hand with fervor. This individual is a paragon of both virtue and artistry. Zhiqiu, not daring to be remiss, hastily stepped forward to reciprocate the gesture with both hands. Oh, I merely dabble in writing. I cannot possibly compare to Elder Qin. Qin Dui laughed heartily. Your casual scribbles leave this old man feeling inadequate. I have read the heroic Balano fewer than 100 times, and with each reading, I find its intricacies more profound. Such brilliance is not something that merely anyone can conjure. Zhiqiu let out an awkward smile, acknowledging the truth in his words. Was not Li Shurxian a prodigy in his own right? He considered himself merely a laborer in the realm of literature, yet this secret must remain undisclosed. Thus, Zhiqiu shamelessly acquiesced to the claim of authorship. Old Qin, might you introduce us? Who is this young friend? At that moment, Ma Shuwen, standing nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity. Chapter 47. The Art of Pretense, Part 1. Indeed, as one ages, joy often leads to forgetfulness. Qin Duan chuckled. Young friend Yi. This is Ma Xuanmin, the vice president of the Huaxia Poetry Association. And here are several esteemed elders, along with Ma Xuanmin's student, Tian Xiong. After introducing a few elderly gentlemen, Qin Duan pointed at Zhiqiu, his face alight with joy. Aren't you curious about the author of this remarkable line? The master himself has arrived, and the heroic journey is also penned by our young friend here. The crowd, initially listening with mild curiosity, was left astounded by Qin Duan's confirmation. Since its inception, the heroic journey had undeniably stirred the waters of the Huaxia poetry world, with everyone speculating about the identity of its illustrious creator. Many proclaimed that, solely on the merit of this poem, the author had secured an unassailable position within the realm of Huaxia poetry. Little did they expect that this distinguished figure would suddenly appear before them. Save for Qin Duan, the others harbored a mixture of skepticism and intrigue as they discreetly scrutinized the youthful man before them. He was exceedingly young and quite handsome, yet he bore no semblance of a traditional scholar. This was their initial impression. However, none among them were fools. Even if they harbored doubts, they refrained from voicing them, warmly greeting Zhiqiu instead. Each elder present was a figure of significant renown, including Tian Xiong, the young man with black hair, who was said to hold a doctorate in literature. Zhiqiu reciprocated their courteous gestures with grace. The arrival of Zhiqiu filled Qin Duan with exuberance, and he eagerly grasped Zhiqiu's hand to delve into a discussion about the heroic journey. Zhiqiu, feeling somewhat helpless, was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could recite the poem, an analysis was beyond his expertise. Fortunately, Qin Duan was in high spirits, and what was meant to be a discussion turned into a monologue, with him doing most of the talking. Zhiqiu, having previously studied the poem's annotations in his past life, managed to contribute a few remarks here and there. Meanwhile, Shi Nuanyuan gazed at Zhiqiu with eyes sparkling with admiration. How impressive it was to engage in dialogue with Elder Qin. In his enthusiasm, Qin Duan wielded his brush across the long table, crafting a vigorous and flamboyant rendition of the heroic journey that sprang to life on the paper. Even though Zhiqiu lacked an appreciation for such artistry, he could not help but acknowledge the skill displayed. Indeed, there was no mistaking the true talent of this esteemed master. Initially, Zhiqiu had approached out of courtesy, as Qin Duan had spoken on his behalf, but he found that Qin Duan, as rumored, was devoid of any pretentiousness, exuding a delightful humor akin to that of a playful child. This only deepened Zhiqiu's admiration for him. "Young friend Yi, what do you think of this calligraphy?" Qin Duan stepped back a couple of paces to admire his freshly penned poem, his tone brimming with pride. Zhiqiu replied candidly, "It looks good, but I am not versed in calligraphy, so I cannot articulate what makes it appealing." Qin Duan paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. "There are many who pretend to understand, but you, young friend Yi, are refreshingly honest, following your true feelings." This was indeed bewildering to Zhiqiu. His lack of understanding was genuine, and he had not overthought it. Suddenly, Ma Xuanmin, the vice president of the Poetry Association, inquired with a friendly smile, "May I ask, young friend Yi, from whom did you learn? To compose such a distinguished piece is no small feat." Zhiqiu shook his head and confessed, "I have no experience in poetry. I'm a senior studying media studies." In terms of music, Lu Mingkong could be considered his mentor, yet he refrained from mentioning that it belonged to a different domain. Not only Ma Xueming, but also the others were taken aback, a sense of absurdity rising within them. They had dedicated a significant portion of their lives to their craft, only to discover that the works they produced paled in comparison to those of a still-enrolled undergraduate, and from a non-related field at that. Standing beside Ma Xueming, another young man in the courtyard, Tian Xiong, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "May I ask about Mr. Ye's profession?" There was no need for concealment. Shi Nuanyuan, standing nearby, answered on Zhiqiu's behalf. "Brother Yi is a web novelist and the author of Zhu Xian on our platform, Chengzi Reading." Apart from Qin Duan, who was already aware of Zhiqiu's identity, the others fell into a state of existential doubt once more. "Oh, a web writer?" Tian Xiong feigned enlightenment, exchanging glances with Ma Xueming without further comment. Qin Duan chuckled. "Young Tian, as a PhD in literature, you ought to learn from Brother Yi. You are still young and can catch up. We older folks have missed our chance." "Indeed, what Mr. Qin said is true," Tian Xiong replied with a smile, although a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. After Qin Duan completed his writing, the other elders followed suit, and Zhiqiu could not comprehend their work, though it was evident that each piece was impressive enough to dazzle anyone. Tian Xiong turned to Zhiqiu and suddenly proposed, "Brother Yi, why not showcase your skills?" Zhiqiu waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I think I'll pass. My handwriting is unsightly." Tian Xiong smiled faintly, and then turned to Qin Duan. "Mr. Qin, might I request that you part with this piece so that I may study and copy it?" It was not uncommon for cultured individuals to exchange calligraphy, and as Ma Xueming's disciple, Tian Xiong knew that Qin Duan, being an encouraging mentor to the younger generation, would not decline. Qin Duan chuckled, of course. Take it if you appreciate it. If it's insufficient, I shall write another. Suddenly, Ma Xueming interjected, Young Tian, this is not quite right. Mr. Qin's calligraphy is worth its weight in gold. You cannot claim it all for yourself. I propose a competition. The winner shall take it. Old Qin, what do you think? The contest among cultured individuals would merely involve composing poetry, a display of refined taste, to which Qin Duan readily agreed, nodding with a smile. Ma Xueming grinned and suggested, why not employ the simplest method? Couplets? What do you say? The other elders also expressed interest. The significance of Qin Duan's calligraphy was secondary to the opportunity to flaunt their scholarly prowess. Realizing that he had overlooked this aspect, Tian Xiong respectfully acquiesced, then turned to Yi Zhiqiu, inviting him once more, Brother Yi, will you not participate? Yi Zhiqiu, lacking interest, shook his head. I think I'll sit this one out. I prefer to observe. Tian Xiong's eyes glimmered with mischief as he jested. Brother Yi, having pensia kuxing, composing couplets should be a breeze for you, wouldn't it? Excessive modesty can easily be mistaken for arrogance. After all, you didn't team merely copy xia kuxing, did you? As soon as Tian Xiong uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Shi Nuanyuan, incensed, retorted, who has committed plagiarism? Do not cast baseless accusations. Qin Duan's countenance darkened as he sternly admonished, Young Tian, how can you utter such words so carelessly? Apologize to Brother Yi. Feigning sudden realization, Tian Xiong quickly replied, I apologize, Brother Yi. I have been so enamored by the poem Xia Kuxing that I naturally assumed the author possessed exceptional literary prowess, effortlessly crafting couplets. If any misunderstanding has arisen, I sincerely apologize. With a disarming smile and an expression of earnestness, Tian Xiong maintained his facade. Yi Zhiqiu, however, observed him with a calm gaze, quietly watching his performance, feeling a twinge of confusion within. When had he ever provoked this individual? Chapter 48. The Pretense continues. Part 2. Indeed, I confess that the tale of the heroic swordsman is an imitation, drawn from a collection of poems by an elementary school textbook poet, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly declared, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. However, with a grin, Yi Zhiqiu added, the copyright of this poem belongs to me. If Brother Tian feels envious, he might consider reading more. Perhaps he could even craft a verse of his own. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiong's expression turned exceedingly grim. Poetry can indeed be copyrighted. Since the tale of the heroic swordsman has passed the copyright registration review, it signifies that there is no plagiarism involved. As a PhD in literature, being advised by Yi Zhiqiu, an undergraduate yet to graduate, to read more is akin to being insulted to his face. A suppressed chuckle broke the silence, feeling jarringly out of place in the quiet atmosphere. Shi Nuanyuan covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. She nearly forgot that Yi Zhiqiu had a knack for verbal sparring. His previous exchange with Tang Long had seen him decisively besting his opponent. Crucially, Yi Zhiqiu did not consider himself a cultured individual, nor did he adhere to conventionality. He could strike with unexpected ferocity. Tian Xiong, for reasons unknown, had chosen to provoke him, seemingly inviting trouble. I have faith in young Master Yi. A talent like him could never resort to plagiarism. Someone chimed in, just as the atmosphere grew awkward. Ma Xuemin intervened as a peacemaker, smiling as he remarked, Little Tian, you truly must amend your habit of speaking without thinking. How many times have I told you this? Tian Xiong quickly lowered his head, acknowledging, you are right, teacher. Ma Xuemin called out, Come everyone, let us engage in a couplet challenge. I have devised an eternal couplet that I assure you cannot be matched. Yi Zhiqiu cast a cold glance at Ma Xuemin, fully aware that this old fellow was not entirely virtuous. When his own student had misspoken, he had remained silent. Yet now, faced with awkwardness, he emerged to play the benevolent mediator. Unspoken, he was just as cunning as his student. Both shared the same essence. This minor episode passed, and the group exchanged couplets, the atmosphere seemingly returning to harmony. Yet Yi Zhiqiu found himself disinterested in the unfolding scene. The integrity of Qin Duan was unquestionable. He was genuine both inside and out. But Ma Xiumin and Tian Xiong revealed to Yi Zhiqiu an undeniable truth. Even educated individuals can remain fundamentally flawed. Having already encountered Mr. Qin, Yi Zhiqiu was about to rise to bid farewell when it was Tian Xiong's turn to present a challenge. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Zhiqiu, Tian Xiong suddenly raised his voice, proclaiming, "My first line is, the mantis tries to stop a chariot, the ferocious tiger prowls by the river. How can a mere commoner speak of valor?" Yi Zhiqiu paused in his movements as Tian Xiong fixed him with a gaze, a smile devoid of warmth, stating, "I wonder if, brother, you can respond to this couplet." Tian Xiong's line was a veiled jab at Yi Zhiqiu's earlier actions, suggesting he was merely a commoner. The subtlety of cultured insult was not lost on Yi Zhiqiu. Qin Duan's expression darkened once more, this time genuinely angered. Initially, he had intended to introduce Yi Zhiqiu to others in their circle, but he had not anticipated such a disruption. The fundamental cause of the conflict lies in Tian Xiong's self-proclaimed status as a literary doctor, which led him to look down upon Yi Zhiqiu, whose academic qualifications he deemed inferior. Ironically, it was Yi Zhiqiu who penned the timeless masterpiece Xia Kuxing, achieving fame through his poetic prowess, thus inciting Tian Xiong's jealousy. After all, in the eyes of certain self-styled literati, those who write online novels are scarcely worthy of comparison. "Yi, my friend." Qin Duan's words were abruptly halted by Yi Zhiqiu's intervention. With an apologetic glance toward Qin Duan, Yi Zhiqiu turned to Tian Xiong and calmly inquired, "Do you believe yourself to be exceptional?" Tian Xiong's gaze flickered, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he remained silent. Yi Zhiqiu continued, "So, a couplet, is it? Very well, listen closely. My response is, ants traverse the locust tree, while the foolish contend for supremacy." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of peculiarity, and Tian Nuanyuan, who had long been seething with anger, exclaimed in delight, "Brother Yi, splendidly matched." Yi Zhiqiu's couplet was undeniably exquisite. Not only was it well-structured, but the final line, "The foolish contend for supremacy," pointedly addressed Tian Xiong, thus showcasing Yi Zhiqiu's superior skill. Yi Zhiqiu smiled and said, "Brother Tian, I wonder how you find my couplet." While uttering the term brother, he intentionally obscured the pronunciation of Xiong, emphasizing it with a particular tone. Tian Xiong's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Ma Xiumin's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "You are quite quick-witted, young man. In that case, how about matching my couplet? The topic is, two monkeys cut wood deep in the mountains. Observe how the little monkey responds to the saw." This old fellow, relying on his age and seniority, was subtly belittling Yi Zhiqiu. As anticipated, the young were pitted against the old. Yi Zhiqiu, unfazed, replied without hesitation, "One horse, ensnared in the mire, inquires how the old beast escapes the hoof." "Oh, Ma, how does my response fare?" He emphasized the word ma with a distinct tone. Sure, Nuanyuan struggled to stifle her laughter, yet could not contain herself. Qin Duan, momentarily forgetting his anger, wore an expression that oscillated between amusement and exasperation, while several elderly men nearby were left dumbfounded, internally exclaiming at the brilliance of the exchange. "This young friend, Yi, is truly clever." "You." Ma Xiumin, having been publicly insulted as an old beast, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, his face transforming from red to purple. Yet Yi Zhiqiu was not one to merely endure. With a grin, he declared, "Since both old Ma and brother Tian are so eager, I shall present a couplet for all to match. As a humble online author, I trust your profound knowledge will allow you to respond suitably." Both Ma Xiumin and Tian Xiong were taken aback, yet found themselves unable to retreat from the challenge. Ma Xiumin, with a forceful gesture, declared, "Present your topic." "Then listen closely," Yi Zhiqiu sneered, articulating each word deliberately. "My couplet is, mist shrouds the pond's willows. What difficulty lies therein?" Ma Xiumin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "The second line." Suddenly, as if a duck had been grasped by the throat, his words came to an abrupt halt. The other elderly men, initially unperturbed by Yi Zhiqiu's first line, began to contemplate deeply, their faces revealing expressions of sheer terror. Even Qin Duan furrowed his brow in profound thought. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Shi Nuanyuan glanced around and gently tugged at Yi Zhiqiu's sleeve, puzzled, and inquired, "Is this couplet so difficult? Why is everyone silent?" Yi Zhiqiu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. This renowned first line, even if the master and disciple pondered for another year, would likely remain elusive to them. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had been an overzealous author, and thus had dabbled in these famous couplets. A few timeless masterpieces were within her grasp. Once again, she found herself compelled to showcase her brilliance. As you all have left me no choice. Chapter 49. No more words. Ma Xuanmin and Tian Xiong wore expressions of sheer despair, their faces drenched in sweat, as they struggled to conjure a suitable couplet. After a prolonged silence, Qin Duan sighed deeply and remarked with a wry smile, "This couplet can rightfully be deemed a timeless masterpiece. Each of its 5 characters embodies the essence of the 5 elements: fire, metal, water, earth, and wood. The profundity of its imagery, particularly the use of the word lock, is simply exquisite, deserving of applause. Young Yi, I am in complete admiration of your talent." Tian Xiong could no longer contain himself, exclaiming vehemently, "Impossible! This couplet lacks a corresponding line. You must have copied it from somewhere." Despite being made of clay, he seemed to possess an unwarranted bravado as he continuously accused others of imitation, oblivious to his own shortcomings. Yi Zhiqiu's expression grew cold as he scoffed. "A pitiful individual like yourself resorts to slandering others when you cannot produce an answer. Truly, the audacity of the so-called cultured individuals is astonishing. If Young Yi insists that it is not copied, may I ask if there exists a corresponding line? Otherwise, it is difficult to accept your claims." Qin Wanwan, observing the scene, was incensed by the shamelessness of the master and disciple duo, who, unable to match Yi Zhiqiu, resorted to casting aspersions instead. Qin Duan could no longer stand idly by and bluntly stated, "Ma Xuanmin, Young Yi is my esteemed guest. What is the meaning of your behavior? If this continues, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship." His usually mild temperament betrayed his growing anger. Ma Xuanmin's complexion darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yi Zhiqiu. For Qin Lao's sake, he would allow them a moment of enlightenment. Yi Zhiqiu disdainfully glanced at the two, coolly asserting, "Listen well, the corresponding lines are, 'The bell of the temple in Dangshun village. The peach blossoms ignite the banks of Jinjiang. The tea brews by the wall of the spring.'" With each line Yi Zhiqiu recited. The pallor of Ma Xuanmin and Tian Xiong's faces deepened. "Did you not claim this couplet lacked a counterpart? Not only does it have one, but Young Yi has produced 3 lines, each resonating like a slap upon their faces. 'Smoke entwines the willow by the pond. The bell of the temple in Dangshun village.' Truly a masterpiece, a timeless masterpiece." Qin Duan murmured, then turned to Ma Xuanmin, stating, "Old Ma, in this round, you have indeed been bested." Ma Xuanmin's face flushed with rage, his patience fraying as he shouted, "You, a mere boy, have likely copied 2 lines from somewhere. What skill is that? I challenge you to a poetry contest. Do you dare?" The crowd was taken aback, aside from Qin Duan. The other elderly gentlemen could hardly contain their disbelief. As the vice president of a poetry association, you, who have penned verses for most of your life, seek to compete with the youth? Have you no shame? This is madness. Yi Zhiqiu was disinclined to engage with the old madman and gestured to Qin Wanwan, preparing to leave. "You cannot leave." As Yi Zhiqiu turned to depart, Ma Xuanmin panicked and shouted. Tian Xiong's dark demeanor also stepped forward to block Yi Zhiqiu's path. Ma Xuanmin's singular thought was that he could not allow this young man to escape. If word of today's event spread, where would he save face? Yi Zhiqiu raised an eyebrow, mockingly asking, "No more pretense? If your wit fails, do you resort to force?" Qin Duan was thoroughly incensed, his grizzled brows quivering with fury, as he declared, "Ma Xuanmin, you are not welcome here. You and your disciple, leave at once." Ma Xuanmin, however, feigned ignorance, inhaling deeply before addressing Yi Zhiqiu with a sinister tone. "If you choose not to compete, then simply admit that the swordsman's journey is plagiarized, and you may depart today." In this moment, Ma Xuanmin's frustration rendered him careless, revealing his true intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhiqiu could not help but laugh in exasperation, now in no hurry to leave. With a composed demeanor, Zhiqiu responded, "If it's a poetic contest you desire, I'm more than willing." Ma Xuanmin's expression brightened with hope. Yet Zhiqiu continued, "However, if we are to compete, we must stake something on it. Otherwise, what would be the point?" Ma Xuanmin paused, then coldly retorted, "What sum do you wish to wager? Name your price." Zhiqiu waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "I am a law-abiding citizen. Betting money is unnecessary. Let us keep it simple. The loser must bow to the victor and exclaim thrice, 'Master, I was wrong.' What say you?" At this proclamation, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. This young man was determined to push the limits. Qin Duan urged, "Yi, my young friend." Yet, Zhiqiu cast a reassuring glance at Qin Duan and turned to Ma Xuanmin. "Do you dare to accept?" Ma Xuanmin's countenance shifted, torn between certainty and doubt. He had assumed Zhiqiu's youth would limit his abilities, yet he was taken aback by the young man's audacity. However, now he found himself in a predicament where refusal was not an option. "Very well." Ma Xuanmin gritted his teeth. "Let old Qin propose the topic. Within 15 minutes, each shall compose a poem for the audience to judge." Zhiqiu had no objections. He still trusted Qin Duan's character. Meanwhile, Shen Wan appeared anxious, her palms clammy with sweat. Though Ma Xuanmin possessed a narrow-minded disposition, he undeniably had a modicum of genuine talent. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of vice president of the Chinese Poetry Association. Unfortunately for him, today he faced Zhiqiu. As Ma Xuanmin and Tian Xiong appeared tense, Zhiqiu remained completely at ease, smiling as he addressed Qin Duan, "Old Qin, if you would be so kind as to present the topic." With both parties having agreed, Qin Duan found it inappropriate to voice any further objections. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Since old Ma harbors doubts regarding the poem The Swordsman's Journey by my young friend, let the theme be hero." The crowd nodded in silent approval upon hearing the chosen theme. After all, if Ma Xuanmin suspected that another could not produce a worthy piece, he should first prove his own prowess. Moreover, should Zhiqiu succeed in crafting another poem centered on heroism, even if it were of slightly lesser quality than The Swordsman's Journey, it would serve as validation of his talent. Ma Xuanmin's eyes gleamed with interest at the theme of hero, but he remained silent. Qin Duan's voice resonated. "You have 15 minutes. Please compose your poems." Having dedicated much of his life to this craft, Ma Xuanmin had penned no fewer than 800 poems, some of which remained unpublished, particularly those pertaining to the theme of heroism. Nonetheless, given the stakes of this contest, he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts and instead pondered deeply, all while observing Zhiqiu's demeanor. Zhiqiu appeared pensive, seemingly grappling with the task at hand. 10 full minutes elapsed, yet he remained unresponsive, as if he were ensnared in contemplation. Ma Xuanmin became increasingly convinced of his speculation that Zhiqiu had nothing of value to offer, and his heart swelled with delight. Eureka! Just 5 minutes had passed when Ma Xuanmin could no longer restrain himself and clapped his hands theatrically, singing wildly as I traversed Zhiqiu, casting aside red beans with a wistful heart, where the high mountains and flowing waters. The noble spirit and tender heart always invites sorrow. As soon as Ma Xuanmin finished his lines, Tian Xiong eagerly applauded with loud cheers. The others nodded in slight agreement. Although Ma Xuanmin's poem could not be deemed exceptional, its symmetrical structure and unique perspective, transitioning from heroism to emotion, were indeed refreshing. To compose such a piece in merely 5 minutes was quite impressive. Tian Xiong, with a smirk, turned to Zhiqiu and said, "Brother Yi, still struggling to come up with something? I suggest you stop wasting time and simply bow to my teacher." Sherno Anyuan retorted angrily, "What's the rush? Only 5 minutes have passed. This isn't a race to see who can write faster." Yet, despite her words, the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. Suddenly, a light laugh floated over from beside her. "I expected something extraordinary, but it turns out to be merely this." Chapter 50. The assault on Yihong Entertainment. At this moment, Zhiqiu appeared relaxed, devoid of the previous gravity that had marked his expression. Ma Shu-win was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The poem is titled Swordman, Yi Zhiqiu declared directly. 10 years tempering a sword, its frost blade yet to be tested. Upon hearing the first line, Ma Shu-win's countenance shifted dramatically, while a flicker of excitement danced in Qin Duan's eyes. This was a poem that employed metaphor to express ambition. Qin Duan swiftly grasped that the first line, 10 years tempering a sword, served as the pivotal moment. The ancient tale of a skilled craftsman laboring for years to forge the renowned Long Quan sword corresponded to the opening line. The initial verses subtly hinted at the sword's extraordinary nature. A blade of unparalleled sharpness, though yet untested, radiated an eagerness to prove itself. Simultaneously, the age-old adage about 10 years of arduous study also allowed for an interpretation of the scholar's unfulfilled talents and aspirations, cloaked in metaphor. It could be said that based solely on these two lines, the outcome was already foretold. Qin Duan and the other elderly gentleman gazed at Yi Zhiqiu with glimmering eyes, eagerly awaiting the next stanza. Yi Zhiqiu did not disappoint. He recited the latter half with deliberation. Today, for those like you, who shall address the grievances. As the words fell, Qin Duan was momentarily entranced, only to be overcome by a surge of fervor, a compelling urge to express himself. Excellent! What a splendid who shall address the grievances! Qin Duan exclaimed. The second half vividly encapsulated the chivalrous spirit of the swordman, akin to the ringing of a blade from its sheath. A fervent ambition to showcase one's talents emerged, infusing the entire poem with rich emotion. Qin Duan felt invigorated, utterly exhilarated. For a cultured individual, witnessing the birth of a renowned poem was a profound joy. From the reactions of Qin Duan and the other elders, the result was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Tian Xiong, still unwilling to concede, retorted with a facade of bravado, "Don't celebrate too soon. Your poem is merely mediocre, far inferior to the teacher's." Yi Zhiqiu chose to disregard this individual, turning to Qin Duan. "Thank you, old Qin." Qin Duan regarded Yi Zhiqiu with a complex expression, a wry smile escaping his lips. After the heroic ballad comes swordman. Young friend Yi, today I truly understand the saying that there are people beyond people. In this contest, I believe swordman surpasses. The other elders exchanged glances, each nodding slightly in agreement. Yi Zhiqiu turned to Ma Shu-win, teasingly asking, "Old Ma, are you willing to accept the outcome? Or shall we compete further?" Ma Shu-win's lips quivered slightly, his face pale, his eyes seemingly lost in thought. Should Ma Shu-win truly kneel before Yi Zhiqiu today to admit his error, he would no longer have a place in the literary circle. After several moments of hesitation, Qin Duan ultimately refrained from speaking. The competition had been proposed by Ma Shu-win himself. He had only himself to blame for his current predicament. "Today I concede." Ma Shu-win's expression fluctuated before he finally turned away with a cold huff, departing with a flick of his sleeve, followed closely by Tian Xiong. Yi Zhiqiu paid them no mind. It was hardly surprising given the thickness of that old man's skin to act in such a manner. The visit to Qin Duan concluded amidst a farcical uproar. The following day, Yi Zhiqiu returned to Huahai City, only to learn that the Orange Reading Network, aware of her itinerary, had eagerly sent Xin Yuanyuan to deliver a business class ticket. It was apparent that Yi Zhiqiu was on the cusp of becoming the site's premier author, and Orange Reading's intentions to foster goodwill were unmistakable. Seated comfortably in the spacious business class, with the ability to stretch her legs, Yi Zhiqiu sent out a Weibo post prior to takeoff. "Urgent. Is my first time flying business class. How can I appear as if I frequent it?" After 3 days of silence, her eager readers erupted with excitement upon seeing her post. She asked back, "Business class? Where has this author been? Can we expect updates now?" In unison, they clamored, "I've never been in business class either. I know this. You can touch the flight attendant's backside at most 3 times. And remember to open a window for ventilation. You foolish person upstairs, inform the flight attendant before takeoff that you wish to upgrade. She will tell you that you can no longer upgrade for business class. You could ask if a handshake with the captain would suffice, and she would say no. Then you could retort, 'Nothing works? Can I at least add you on WeChat?' The flight attendant might then concede, 'Well, I suppose I could upgrade you after all.' flying in the co-pilot seat. Doge. JPG. Upon returning to Huahai City and reading the comment from her readers on Weibo, Zhiqiu smiled slightly and replied casually, "I'm detained now. And if I go silent for another 3 days," the author, who had mysteriously reappeared after 3 days, had many readers closely monitoring 900 million girls' dreams on Weibo. The police officer's backside can also be touched 3 times. The one above is hilarious. What about touching the prison guard now? Have you landed? Hurry up and update. Have you landed? Hurry up and update. Further down, the comments echoed a unified demand for updates. Over the next 2 days, Zhiqiu re-entered her prolific writing phase, and the review section finally returned to normalcy. Meanwhile, within the Huahai Entertainment office in Beijing, the upper echelons of the company, including Li Wenrui, Song Mei, Yu Caiwei, and the marketing and music directors, were present. Aside from Yu Caiwei, whose demeanor remained placid, the rest, including Li Wenrui, wore grave expressions. Song Mei slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Inghong Entertainment is utterly shameless. They postponed their album release, and now they're deliberately clashing with us. Is there no decorum left in this industry?" Li Wenrui, rubbing his temples in exasperation, wearily inquired, "Old Wu, what is going on?" Wu Qingming, the marketing director of Huahai Music, spoke with palpable bitterness. "Director Li, Inghong Entertainment is like a rabid dog. They paid double the price to secure prime promotional spots across all music platforms, effectively overshadowing our recommendations. Our digital album is priced at 38, and they've said there's a 35. This is clearly an attempt to undermine our profitability." At that moment, the music director, Chun Haitao, added with indignation, "That girl group, with their so-called songs, can they even be called music? It's just one scene with a few girls shaking their hips. The lyrics are incomprehensible. It's an insult to music." However, Wu Qingming said bitterly, "The current market simply revels in such spectacles." A hush fell over the crowd, their eyes betraying a flicker of discontent. Huahai Entertainment and Inghong Entertainment represent 2 polar opposites. Huahai Entertainment adheres to a more traditional philosophy, placing great emphasis on the quality of artists' work, with substantial investments allocated to album production. In stark contrast, Inghong Entertainment operates entirely with a market-oriented approach, leveraging allure and provocation as its selling points. Their songs tend to be formulaic dance tracks, produced at a minimal cost, yet they spare no expense on marketing. In recent years, Inghong Entertainment has thrived under this strategy, resulting in a noticeable phenomenon where inferior quality drives out the superior, gradually eroding Huahai Entertainment's market share. Ironically, those who diligently strive to create meaningful works find themselves at a disadvantage, a predicament many contemporary artists face. In comparison, Yu Caiwei's ascent to her current status is already a remarkable achievement. Li Wenrui sighed and remarked, "Inghong Entertainment is clearly targeting us this time. Their album production costs are significantly lower than ours, with the majority of their budget directed towards marketing. This is our vulnerability. Inghong Entertainment is determined to undermine us, even at a loss, and Li Dapeng is ruthless enough to pursue this agenda." Chapter 51. Intensifying investment at this juncture. Retreat is not an option. We shall allocate an additional 2 million for promotional funding. Li Wenrui spoke in a low tone, adding, "We must alter our promotional strategies, focusing more on music reviews and the reputation of the songs, as this is our forte." Inghong Entertainment is also grappling with significant internal financial pressure. "We must decisively diminish their arrogance this time." The boss approved the increased investment, and Wu Qingming's eyes lit up, but he soon recalled something, his expression turning grave. "However, Mr. Li, investing another 2 million means this album must sell at least double platinum to break even." The sudden change of the lead single had already stirred discontent among the shareholders. "If we proceed with this," Li Wenrui snurta coldly, stating, "Is there such a thing as profit without investment? I am the leader of this company. Let anyone who has objections leave. I will buy back my stocks at the original price." With such a declaration, the others fell silent, though their eyes still betrayed their underlying concerns. "This song is exceptional." Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted the atmosphere. The group turned to the source, discovering that Yu Caiwei, who had remained silent until now, had finally spoken. Yu Caiwei's expression was calm as she remarked, "The song The Wind Rises is truly remarkable. I have confidence in it." The crowd's demeanor lightened slightly, and Li Wenrui smiled, saying, "Weiwei is right. Your classmate is indeed talented. The Wind Rises will be our trump card this time." Wu Qingming nodded in agreement, adding, "That is indeed the case." Given Xiaowei's long-standing popularity, coupled with this song's appeal, breaking even should not pose a problem. In the opulent office of Yinghong Entertainment, located in Huahai City, Li Dapeng casually tossed aside the tablet in his hand and reclined against the spacious sofa, sneering. Has Li Wenrui finally lost his composure? Seated halfway on the sofa, a middle-aged man in a suit respectfully replied, "Yes, Huahai Entertainment seems to be increasing their investment, significantly amplifying their promotional efforts. However, the major platform, Penguin Music, remains our territory. They have only secured a third recommendation slot." Li Dapeng scoffed, ready to respond, when suddenly the office door was thrust open with force. "Dad, we're short on funds. Lend me 100. Li Dapeng shot a glare at the intruder, silencing the boisterous voice of Li Hongfei, who abruptly halted, exhaling in frustration as he reclined on the opposite sofa. Unfazed, Li Dapeng inquired, "I heard that Yu Caiwei's new album has changed its lead single. Have you clarified the situation?" The suited man, seemingly unfazed by the earlier interruption, promptly reported, "We have ascertained the details. The new lead single is titled The Wind Rises, created by someone named Zhiqiu. It appears Zhiqiu is a classmate of Yu Caiwei and is not an industry insider. Furthermore, he is also participating in the program New Voices, which features the company's artists." "Ye Zhiqiu?" Li Dapeng paused, as though the name stirred some recognition. "Damn, is it that kid?" Suddenly, an exclamation startled both men. Li Dapeng suppressed his anger and shot a glare to the side, while Li Hongfei stood up recklessly and inquired the man in the suit, "Is he the one who sang goodbye at the graduation gala of Huahai Media University? He also has a song titled Pigeon Tour, right?" The man in the suit paused momentarily before nodding. "Indeed, Goodbye is his work and has gained quite a bit of traction online. However, I'm not familiar with the second song you mentioned." At that moment, Li Dapeng recalled the program that had humiliated him. "Dad, that kid has a vendetta against me," Li Hongfei exclaimed, his eyes reddened. "Let us get him. We must ensure he has a miserable time. I want." "Shut up," Li Dapeng reprimanded, causing Li Hongfei to stop abruptly, his expression momentarily stunned. Li Dapeng's gaze flickered with cold amusement as he said, "Li Wenrui is still clinging to his hopes, using the same formula he did 10 years ago to produce music. I've seen Yi Zhiqiu's performance, and he indeed possesses talent. But the music industry has transformed. It is no longer an era where mere talent can ensure dominance. Does he think he can turn the tide by casually introducing a newcomer?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Dapeng ordered the man in the suit, "Get the music critics and internet trolls ready. Once they are online, I want them to create a storm, mercilessly tarnishing that lead song." "Yes." The man in the suit quickly acquiesced. "Leave now," Li Dapeng waved him off. The man stood, nodded respectfully at Li Hongfei, and exited the office. The moment the door closed, Li Hongfei exclaimed, "Dad, is it enough to just send trolls after that kid? Or should we escalate our tactics?" Li Dapeng ignored him and scolded, "What are you doing here? How many times have I told you to knock before entering my office? Forget it. Just be mindful next time." Li Hongfei, unfazed, approached and began to massage Li Dapeng's shoulders, grinning, "By the way, Dad, I'm short on cash. Could you lend me $1 million? Li Dapeng remained silent, quickly jotting something down on a piece of paper and handing it to Li Hongfei. "Go see the finance department." Li Hongfei beamed with joy, taking the note eagerly and heading for the door. "Wait." Li Dapeng suddenly recalled something and warned, "Did you sneak someone into the new girl group at the company?" Li Hongfei's expression changed, and he stammered, unable to respond. Li Dapeng shouted angrily, "How many times have I told you? I don't care if you fool around outside, but you must not touch those within our ranks. If this gets out, all the investment in the group will be wasted. I will hold you accountable. Can you bear that responsibility?" Seeing that Li Dapeng was genuinely furious, Li Hongfei fell silent, nodding repeatedly in acquiescence. After a thorough reprimand, Li Dapeng softened when he looked at his only son and sighed, "All right, break it off with that girl immediately and get out." Okay, Dad, I'll do as you say, Li Hongfei exclaimed, relieved, and hurried out. As time passed, the day before Yu Caiwei's debut album release arrived. Sitting in front of the computer for an entire day, Zhiqiu successfully completed a staggering 18,000 words. The comment section was flooded with praises for the author, declaring them invincible and the most handsome of all. Little did the beloved readers know, another hiatus was on the horizon. Zhiqiu stretched lazily and picked up her phone to send a message to Yu Caiwei. Zhiqiu, have you seen the update of Zhu Xian today? The author has released a flurry of chapters. Soon, Yu Caiwei replied. Caiwei, not yet. I've been busy with the album release at the company all day. Caiwei, I just got home and finished showering, so I haven't had a chance to look. At that moment, in a grand room in Shangjing City resembling a palace, Yu Caiwei, clad in silk pajamas, sat with her legs slightly bent, curled up on the bed while gazing at her phone. The chat interface displayed Zhiqiu's name, changing to the other party is typing, and Yu Caiwei's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes involuntarily curved slightly. Chapter 52. The moment of social death for Yu Caiwei, your home? Zhiqiu paused for a moment before continuing to type. Is your family originally from the capital? Yes, Wei Guang replied. Initially, I wanted to study music, so my family sent me to Huahai Media University, making it convenient for my grandfather and aunt to take care of me. Zhiqiu was aware that Yu Caiwei's grandfather was Professor Lu Minghong and did not inquire further. Continuing to type. The album is officially released at midnight tonight, right? Wasn't it already completed long ago? Why are you still so busy? A girl group under Inghong Entertainment has also scheduled their new album for the same release time. My uncle and aunt are worried about this, and the company plans to increase their promotional budget. Ah, so you've encountered a rival? Zhiqiu suddenly understood, having witnessed such scenarios numerous times in his past life. Two rival companies choosing to release their albums simultaneously was laden with implications. Is the other party quite formidable? Have you seen the girl group that performed at our school's graduation party? They're called Pink Girl. Their performance was quite impressive. Zhiqiu was taken aback, recalling his vivid impression of their performance that evening. Their strength is mediocre, hardly a threat. In her room, Yu Caiwei read Zhiqiu's message and remembered how he had specifically gone out to watch the girl group's performance that night, letting out a slight huff. Her delicate fingers hovered over the screen, but before she could type, Zhiqiu's next message arrived. There's less than an hour left. Are you nervous? Yu Caiwei hesitated, deleting the unfinished words and rephrasing her response. A bit, mainly because I don't want to disappoint the company. They have invested a lot. However, I am confident. After a moment's thought, Yu Caiwei added another sentence. The song The Wind is Rising is beautiful. I personally adore it, and, as the title track of the album, it is sure to be a hit. Of course, just look at who wrote it. This arrogant fellow, Yu Caiwei slightly frowned, but she chose not to retort. By the way, may I ask an industry question? What is the highest album sales achieved by domestic artists? It varies by era. The early 2000s, during the physical album era, was different from now. The highest record during that time was the 5 million copies sold by the king, Huang Jie. However, the record industry has declined now, and everything has shifted to digital albums, which are cheaper. Even so, it's difficult to compare with the past. The industry standard for sales distinctions is generally gold record for 100,000 copies, platinum record for 500,000 copies, diamond record for 1 million copies, with further subdivisions of 1, 2, and 3 stars within each category. In recent years, fewer than 5 albums have achieved diamond record status, and only one has reached the pinnacle of 3 million, the gold diamond record. After Yu Caiwei's thorough explanation, Zhiqiu finally grasped the general idea and, after a moment of contemplation, continued to inquire. What about those who do not purchase the entire album, but pay to listen to a few selected songs? How is that accounted for? Wei Guang. Within the industry, there exists a certain standard. Approximately 1,000 media plays equate to 1 album sale. Zhiqiu. What is your company's projected sales? Wei Guang. It's uncertain. If we achieve 400,000 sales, we would profit. While reaching platinum status would be a delightful surprise, albeit a challenging one. Is that all? Zhiqiu was taken aback. surprised by the conservative expectations of Huahai Entertainment. Even the new generation diva Yu Caiwei, who boasts a considerable fan base, faces such difficulties, illustrating the harsh realities of the music industry. Reflecting briefly in my previous life, the song The Wind Rises was released in 2018 and remained immensely popular for over 2 years, accumulating over 1.2 billion plays. By the 1,000,001 conversion rate, that would be equivalent to 1.2 million albums reaching diamond status. However, whether this song can replicate its former glory remains uncertain for Zhiqiu, who resolves to adopt a cautious outlook. Zhiqiu, rest assured, based on my professional judgment, your album's performance is guaranteed to reach platinum status, with a strong potential for diamond. Wei Guang. Then I will truly become a diva, the foremost of the new generation. Within the room, Yu Caiwei wore a faint smile, poised to continue typing when a sudden knock echoed. Wei, may I come in? A gentle voice floated in from outside the door. Startled, Yu Caiwei set her phone down, instinctively shrinking beneath the covers, and replied, yes. The door swung open to reveal a fair-skinned, elegant woman whose age was indeterminate. The woman gracefully settled on the edge of the bed, inquiring with concern, aren't you asleep yet? You usually retire before 10:30. Yu Caiwei's small face peeked out from the covers, slightly flushed. The woman softly asked, is it because of the album matters? No. Yu Caiwei instinctively began to respond, but suddenly changed her mind, saying, yes. The woman expressed her sympathy. Don't overexert yourself. Perhaps we should reconsider your career as a singer. I can speak to your uncle tomorrow. Mom, Yu Caiwei exclaimed, sitting up in a panic. No. I truly enjoy my current situation. Just as the woman was about to continue, a notification chime interrupted them, prompting both to glance down instinctively. As Yu Caiwei moved, the silk sheets lifted, revealing her phone, which was perfectly poised on the WeChat homepage. The pinned chat box displayed a conspicuous red number 1, indicating a solitary, unread message. Zhiqiu Doge. JPG. Then I am the man standing behind the diva. Their expressions gradually turned peculiar. A scream erupted, potent enough to penetrate the entire villa, as Yu Caiwei swiftly snatched her phone and dove back under the covers with a speed surpassing her earlier movement. The woman's gaze flickered, a bemused smile playing on her lips. Wei, late night chatting icing, tea good for your skin, you know. Completely enveloped by the covers, Yu Caiwei remained silent. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. The elegant woman's expression regained its tranquility as she gently advised. You should rest early and refrain from looking at your phone. Do you understand? A muffled sound emerged from beneath the covers, affirming her words. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as she lightly patted the plush duvet before rising to her feet, the bedding remaining undisturbed. As she opened the door, she unexpectedly turned back and inquired, when will you bring that young man home to meet your parents? Mom. A voice filled with despair and indignation pierced through the blankets, revealing the emotional turmoil of its owner. The woman chuckled softly and closed the door behind her. After a brief silence, the covers were thrown aside, revealing a flushed and delicate face. Grasping her phone once more, Yu Caiwei gazed at the messages in the chat, tears welling in her eyes, her expression falling into despondency. That insufferable fellow. Chapter 53. An unexpected assist. Yu Caiwei did not respond to the message, leading Zhiqiu to assume that she had fallen asleep, thus dismissing further thoughts on the matter. After midnight, considering that the album had likely been released, Zhiqiu opened the Penguin Music app. The most prominent feature on the homepage was the promotional image for Pink Girl from Inghong Entertainment. Below the bold title of the album L.O.V.E. 7 members of the girl group donned black leather jackets and ultra-short leather shorts, their bare thighs dazzlingly exposed. It was vulgar, too vulgar. With a cold huff, Zhiqiu swiped across the screen. Predictably, the second recommendation was for Yu Caiwei's album, aptly titled The Wind Rises. Set against a backdrop of golden fields with waves of grain undulating, a young man and woman stood facing each other beneath a giant tree, capturing the essence of Zhiqiu and Yu Caiwei during the MV shoot. The distant figure of the boy was somewhat indistinct, revealing only a tall silhouette clad in a white shirt. Yu Caiwei gazed into the distance, her long hair swaying in the breeze, and her eyes seemed to brim with countless unspoken words. It was evident from the cover that this album stood in stark contrast to L.V.E. If the former conveyed sensuality and allure, The Wind Rises radiated youthfulness, beauty, and narrative depth, beckoning listeners to delve deeper. Upon entering, Zhiqiu felt compelled to support her, promptly clicking to purchase the album. This was the first time she had seen the complete MV for The Wind Rises, which lasted 5 minutes and 11 seconds. After watching, she could not help but exclaim, "So sweet." The narrative of romance unfolded in the MV, showcasing Yu Caiwei with her myriad expressions, joyful, aloof, shy, each scene set against a backdrop of ethereal melodies, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Zhiqiu sensed that achieving diamond record status for this album was indeed within reach. After watching it twice, Zhiqiu closed the video and was about to exit the Penguin Music app when her hand involuntarily paused. Compelled by an unseen force, she clicked into the L.V. the album page. Payment made, purchase confirmed. I'm merely gathering intelligence to gauge the competitor's true caliber. Not at all captivated by those long legs, she reassured herself. Indeed, within the L.V. album, there were 5 music videos out of 11 tracks. She randomly selected one featuring dance in JK attire. By the end of the song, Zhiqiu could hardly recall the lyrics, her mind swirling. The other 4 MVs showcased various outfits: little suits, camisole ensembles, sailor uniforms, and ultra-short skirts, all presented in a straightforward singing and dancing format with no narrative. After thoroughly examining the 5 MVs, Zhiqiu exited the app, her expression grave. Having reached a conclusion, the competitor's strength was undeniably formidable. She had nearly been entranced herself. After some contemplation, Zhiqiu returned to the Wind Rises album page and purchased another copy. This way, it doesn't count as aiding the enemy, she reassured herself. Zhiqiu then shared the Wind Rises MV on Weibo, accompanied by the enthusiastic note, "Highly recommend. Yu Caiwei is extraordinarily beautiful, and the author of the theme song possesses both charm and talent. Everyone, hurry and make a purchase." At this moment, it is already past midnight. Yet it is evident that many nocturnal readers of Zhiqiu are awake, as the review section soon becomes lively. Is the esteemed author still awake? Are you still typing away? Your hard work is appreciated. It's past 12. If you've written something, please update promptly. What is this? The Wind Rises. Yu Caiwei's album? Has the author resorted to advertising? Does the esteemed author also admire Yu Caiwei? So do I. I've already bought it. To the commenter above. This song is truly delightful and worth the purchase. If you don't believe me, I'll support you if you update frequently. If not, I want to buy. I'll support you if you update frequently. If not, I want to buy. I'll support you if you update frequently. If not, I want to buy. Soon, the comments section rhythmically echoed the same sentiment. Zhiqiu, speechless, directly responded in the comments. All right, I guarantee a minimum of 1 chapter update tomorrow. The author's personal presence intensified the excitement in the comment section. Goodness, what an eye-opener. A single chapter qualifies as a significant update. Everyone, pay attention. The term minimum can be disregarded. It essentially means just 1 additional chapter. Well, a chapter is still something to cherish. I will trust you once. If there is no substantial update, I will not purchase. I will trust you once. If there is no substantial update, I will not purchase. Zhiqiu, both amused and exasperated, chose to ignore this group of whimsical readers and turned off the lights to sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, having just finished a joyful celebration, Wang Daxiao opened his phone and happened upon this Weibo post. Goodness, what a triviality. A single chapter is considered a significant update? He snorted disdainfully but still clicked into the Wind Rises MV interface. Quantity, 300 copies. Click to purchase, screenshot. He retweeted Zhiqiu's Weibo with a comment. I'll trust you once. If there is no substantial update, I will not purchase. Once the sole heir of a former billionaire, Wang Daxiao boasted over 3 million followers on Weibo, and his retweet immediately garnered considerable attention. The next day, In the Huahai Entertainment office building in Beijing, Li Wenrui entered the office and promptly stated, "Bring me the sales figures as of now." Marketing Director Wu Qingming presented the prepared report with a hint of surprise, saying, "President Chun, within just 9 hours of release, over 40,000 copies have been sold. Based on past experiences, the first-day sales are likely to exceed 160,000, making platinum records a strong possibility." Li Wenrui raised an eyebrow. This result was indeed somewhat unexpected. It is essential to note that today is still a weekday, and most fans are either working or attending school. Those who were able to purchase at midnight are undoubtedly die-hard fans. Initially, he had anticipated sales of around 15,000 to 20,000, but the figures during this time frame exceeded his expectations, doubling the anticipated amount. Li Wenrui continued to inquire, "What about the trend analysis?" Wu Qingming quickly replied, "Initially, everything seemed normal, but what?" So Mei, who had just arrived at the office, asked anxiously. Wu Qingming hesitated and said, "There are 2 points in the data that seem rather unusual. Sales spiked significantly at 12:30 and 1 o'clock. Li Wenrui was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the unexpected influx. He had yet to grasp the situation fully. Wu Qingming's expression was awkward. "We need to clarify this by the end of the day," he urged. Li Wenrui chose not to probe further and continued, "What about Inghong Entertainment? What is the current status?" Wu Qingming hastily replied, "They have surpassed us by 20,000, with over 60,000 sold to date." Li Wenrui fell into a contemplative silence, his fingers instinctively tapping the surface of the desk. Although Inghong Entertainment currently held the lead, it was essential to remember that their promotional expenditures were double that of their own. Generally speaking, albums that rely on sensuality as a gimmick experience a swift initial sales surge, but their momentum wanes quickly, with a noticeable decline in figures after a week. In contrast, a meticulously crafted album like The Wind Rises could sustain its sales growth for half a month or even a month, provided it garnered favorable reviews. Given this perspective, trailing by merely 20,000 copies was not a shortfall. Rather, it was an unexpected delight. What was the source of the sales boost during those 2 specific time frames? Li Wenrui was plunged into profound contemplation. Chapter 54. The fermentation of influence. Zhang Ming, a junior student, stands at an average height, with an appearance that is neither unattractive nor strikingly handsome. His family, while not affluent, provides him with a modest living allowance, allowing him to save a few hundred yuan each month for his hobbies. Upon returning to his dormitory after class, Zhang Ming hastily opens his computer and logs into the Qiem Music application. He effortlessly locates the promotional banner for the new album L. Ve, by the group Pink Girl on the homepage, a smile that men universally understand creeping across his lips. As a casual music enthusiast, he had taken note of Inghong Entertainment's debut when the group first emerged, feeling utterly captivated. With 7 female members flaunting alluring figures and daring dance moves that tantalizingly appeared and disappeared, Zhang Ming quickly became a devoted fan. Whether his affection for their music was genuine or stemmed from other motivations is a sentiment easily grasped by men. Upon learning that Pink Girl would be releasing a new album, he was determined to purchase a copy, with 5 music videos included. The 35 yuan price seemed reasonable, worth every penny. As for the additional 6 songs without videos, he considered them a delightful bonus. Without hesitation, he clicked to make the payment, preparing to enjoy the music slowly. Suddenly, the recommendation section automatically transitioned to the next interface, causing Zhang Ming to pause momentarily. The Wind Rises, a new album by Yu Caiwei, he murmured. Zhang Ming was familiar with her, as her hit song Glimmer had long graced his playlist. Initially, he had no intention of purchasing Yu Caiwei's new album, but the album cover of The Wind Rises captivated him profoundly. In a field caressed by a gentle breeze, a young man and woman stood facing each other, a scene imbued with youth and beauty that made Zhang Ming waver, igniting a desire to take a closer look. Damn, that's like skipping a meal at a restaurant. Zhang Ming clenched his teeth, resolved to proceed, and without further ado, clicked to purchase. After completing the transaction, he remembered his original intent and promptly opened the MV for L. O. V. E. The electrifying visuals of the 7-girl group members clad in sailor outfits, singing and dancing, left Zhang Ming entranced, prompting him to exclaim that the few dozen yuan spent were well worth it. After watching 3 videos in succession, he felt a rush of excitement, but decided against clicking on the 4th. No, if I continue, I'll be in for a world of hurt, he muttered to himself, suddenly recalling the other album he had just purchased. Seeking to calm himself, he clicked on it. The Wind Rises lyrics. Zhiqiu composition. Zhiqiu performed by Yu Caiwei. Before the MV commenced, an introduction to the song flashed on screen, which Zhang Ming glanced at without much thought. However, as the MV played, his emotions gradually became entwined with the melody, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. As the song concluded, he took a deep breath, opting not to listen to any other tracks, and pressed the replay button. He looped the song 3 times. Its clear, warm, and subtly melancholic melody lingered in his ears, leading Zhang Ming to feel that the previously tantalizing dance sequences were no longer as appealing. How enviable, he thought. Suddenly disinterested in the carefree life of a single man, he found himself yearning for love. Lin Chong recently felt as though he were floating on a cloud, experiencing a happiness that bordered on the surreal. Since the last time he inadvertently heard the song Goodbye at the graduation party of Huahai Media University, he mustered the courage to express his feelings to his first love, with whom he had parted ways. To his surprise, she had not forgotten him either, and they rekindled their relationship. After several years of working and striving in society, both had matured significantly. Their reunion led to a more harmonious coexistence, and they naturally began to live together. One evening, after a long day at work, his girlfriend, Xiao, rushed to Lin Chong's computer. "Darling, may I borrow your computer for a moment?" Lin Chong was utterly defenseless against her playful coaxing and instinctively replied, "Just a moment. Let me save this first." He saved his work and was about to rise when Xiao unexpectedly sat in his lap. "Let me see if you have QQ music installed." With warmth enveloping him, Lin Chong felt a flutter in his heart as he focused on the yellow-green icon on the desktop and asked, "What do you need it for?" Xiao, engrossed in manipulating the mouse, fixed her gaze on the computer screen and replied, "I want to buy an album. Yu Caiwei has released a new album, and I have always loved her songs. I definitely want to support her." "Wow, the album cover is stunning," she exclaimed with excitement, and Lin Chong glanced at the screen, unable to disagree with her opinion. However, he did not dwell on it too much. While he was aware of Yu Caiwei, he generally listened to music casually, without any particular favorite artists. The only exception was Goodbye, a song he had specifically downloaded and saved on his phone, albeit just a recording from a live performance. At that moment, Xiao skillfully completed the purchase and opened the MV for the album's titular song. Lyrics and composition by Zhiqiu? Who is that? I've never heard of them. Has Yu Caiwei sung any songs written by this person before? Lin Chong, initially indifferent, was suddenly taken aback by the name. Zhiqiu. He responded hurriedly. Xiao turned her head awkwardly to look at him, puzzled. "Darling, you know him?" "Let me check," he said as the MV's introduction had already skipped ahead. He quickly dragged the progress bar back to the beginning. Upon seeing the familiar 3 characters, a hint of excitement flickered across Lin Chong's face. It was indeed him, the author of Goodbye. Lin Chong had previously searched for this name, but discovered that the person did not seem to be a signed artist with any record label, lacking a relevant Weibo account or a personal page on QQ Music. He never expected to encounter another of this person's works in this context. As Lin Chong became engrossed, holding his girlfriend in his arms, they were gradually captivated by the song and the narrative unfolding in the MV. Once the song concluded, they remained silent, quietly maintaining their embrace. Lin Chong let out a gentle sigh and tightened his hold on Xiao, saying, "I am reminded of that summer when we first got together in college." After a moment of silence, Xiao suddenly announced, "Darling, let us not wait any longer. Let us get our marriage license." Lin Chong was momentarily stunned, his eyes sparkling with intense surprise, and he nodded vigorously, "Yes." At this moment, the impact of the song The Wind Rises is unfolding in various places. On the day of the album's debut, Yu Caiwei returned to the company after the promotional event in Beijing, a hint of fatigue evident in her features. Song Mei, radiating joy, was pleasantly surprised by the promotional results, The fans' enthusiastic feedback instilled in her a renewed confidence regarding the album's success. Thus, after concluding a day of activities, the two did not head home directly, but instead returned to the company, eager to ascertain the latest sales figures for the album. As they stepped into the general manager's office and settled into their seats, they had yet to exchange words when the door burst open with fervor. "Mr. Lee, we've discovered the source of the extraordinary surge in data. It is linked to a novel titled Zhu Xian, and it was orchestrated by its author." Chapter 55. The sudden negative review, the words of the marketing director who barged in left Li Wenrui utterly perplexed. Song Mei, taken aback, glanced at Yu Caiwei and hesitantly remarked, "Wei, isn't this the novel you've been following?" Yu Caiwei quickly regained her composure and opened Weibo. Last night, the Dream of 900 Million Girls had posted a pinned tweet, which had garnered over 30,000 comments by now. Among the usual banter and pleas for updates, the most frequent comments echoed sentiments of trust. "I believe you this once. If you don't update, I'll be disappointed, but I've bought it." The timing of this tweet coincided perfectly with the moment of the first sales surge from the previous night. As Yu Caiwei handed her phone to Song Mei and Li Wenrui, a sense of disbelief flickered in her eyes. The author of The Dream of 900 Million Girls was, astonishingly, one of her fans. A wave of unreality washed over her. Wu Qingming exclaimed with excitement, "President Li, what a delightful surprise. I've checked, and The Dream of 900 Million Girls is currently the most popular web novel. The author has over 1 million followers on Weibo. After purchasing the album yesterday, this author helped promote it, and many of their fans followed suit. Moreover, it appears that young Master Wang is also a fan of this novel. He purchased 300 copies himself." As Wu Qingming elucidated, Li Wenrui and Song Mei gradually grasped the situation, their astonishment palpable. Could this truly be? It was nothing short of a dream collaboration in the literary world. He had never anticipated that an album could be promoted in such a manner. Li Wenrui, regaining his composure, stated gravely, "Let us respond to this author and young Master Wang through the company's official Weibo, expressing our gratitude. Their fan bases are substantial, and their organic promotion could yield significant crossover effects. I've already instructed it." Wu Qingming, as the marketing director, possessed a keen sense for such matters. At that moment, Song Mei, who had been looking at her phone, suddenly slammed it on the table in anger, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Absolutely absurd." The others looked on, bewildered. Song Mei slammed her phone onto the table once more, irate. "Look at this." The screen displayed a tweet from music critic Yu Caiwei, containing a review of Yu Caiwei's new album's title track, The Wind Rises. The opening line of the critique read, "An inexperienced creator, an incomprehensible song, a thoroughly failed album. Initially, I appreciated the cover of The Wind Rises, but that pleasant mood was completely shattered upon hearing the first song. I wonder if anyone has noticed that the lyricist and composer is Zhiqiu. As a seasoned professional in the music industry for over a decade, I have never heard of this name. After a bit of research online, I was astonished to uncover some traces. I simply cannot fathom why Huahai Entertainment, a company with such extensive experience, would take the risk of allowing a complete novice to lead off Yu Caiwei's immensely significant debut album. This individual is shockingly a fourth-year student, and even more astonishingly, their field of study is not even related to music. Given this context, it is no surprise that the quality of the produced songs is rather lackluster. From my professional perspective, this particular piece is rife with shortcomings. It is truly difficult to articulate where to begin. In 4 succinct characters, one might describe it as utter nonsense. The lyrics are devoid of meaning, merely a haphazard accumulation of words and rhymes. As one scrolls through Weibo, they encounter lengthy critiques spanning thousands of words. According to the music critic Yu Caiwei, The Wind Rises has nearly become a complete failure. What is even more alarming is that within less than an hour of its posting, this Weibo entry garnered over 10,000 comments. The rapid surge in attention is astonishing. A few individuals grew increasingly somber, with Wu Qingming exclaiming in anger, "This is slander. We must sue him. This is pure defamation." It was futile. Li Wenrui took a deep breath, attempting to quell his rising fury. This was a premeditated assault specifically targeting our company. "Look it up. If I am not mistaken, apart from this individual, there are many similar articles. This is the modus operandi of Inghong Entertainment. Li Dapeng, we have underestimated him. Song Mei urged urgently. We cannot allow these comments to ferment. At the onset of the album's release, if the reputation declines, the repercussions will be immense. The group fell silent. Song Mei was indeed correct. For a meticulously crafted work that relies on quality for success, accumulating a positive reputation is exceedingly arduous, yet tarnishing it can occur with remarkable ease. In the echo chamber of public opinion, once the audience forms a negative impression of this album, they will likely choose to avoid it, rather than spend a little more to verify its quality themselves. The outcome is evident. In contrast, Inghong Entertainment's L.O.V.E., which boldly declares its intention to sell a provocative allure from the outset, does not encounter such issues. Is it vulgar? Undoubtedly. Do people watch it? Yes. In simpler terms, the audience purchasing such an album is indifferent to its reputation. In fact, the worse the reputation, the more enticing the content may appear. Li Wenrui rubbed his temples and suggested, let us mobilize the music critics and influential figures we have worked with to voice their support on Weibo. If we can endure the peak of their heated comments, as long as our reputation does not collapse, the overall sales impact will be minimal. Wu Qingming accepted the new task, hurrying to implement it. In Huahai City, within the office of the general manager of Inghong Entertainment, Mr. Li received the latest data. Our album L.O.V. has sold 180,000 copies, while Yu Caiwei's The Wind Rises has sold 160,000 copies. However, after the release of those articles, coupled with the influence of paid commenters, the growth in their sales has evidently slowed. Li Dapeng tossed the report back onto the desk with a cold smirk, declaring, increase the force of the paid commenters. Furthermore, let the articles be framed from the perspective of that newcomer songwriter. Returning home, after completing her evening routine, Yu Caiwei lay on her bed, habitually opening WeChat. The profile of One Leaf knows autumn remained still and unresponsive. As she prepared to send a message, she seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing slightly before she deleted the message once more. You embarrassed me in front of mommy last night. I want to message you. Frustrated by the lack of initiative, I exited WeChat in exasperation and reopened the Orange Reading app. Having been preoccupied with album matters, I realized that I had over 10 unread chapters of Zhiqiu. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to generously bestow a reward of 100,000 orange coins to the author. Ding! Reader Weiwei rewarded this book with 100,000 orange coins, expressing gratitude for the author's support of my album. The new chapters of Zhiqiu had just been released, coinciding perfectly with the peak activity of readers, and the information regarding the Golden Leader's reward was visible to all. Coupled with a recent Weibo post by Zhiqiu, many readers quickly connected the dots. The Golden Leader Weiwei was, in fact, the very same Yu Caiwei. Consequently, the comments section erupted once again. Chapter 56. The eve of the second round of performances. To my astonishment, Yu Caiwei is an admirer of Zhiqiu. Is this for real? Weiwei is not just a rough-and-tumble fellow, is she? Someone please tell me this is a fabrication. The thought of sharing a literary passion with the goddess sends a thrill of excitement through me. If I recall correctly, this Weiwei seems to be a supporter of Zhiqiu. I purchased the album The Wind Rises, and it is truly delightful. I have resolved to buy another album in support of Yu Caiwei, simply because we share a common literary interest. In the realm of male-targeted novels, female readership is scarce, and to find that one of them is Yu Caiwei herself has sent the review section into a frenzy. No one doubts Yu Caiwei's status as a fan. After all, the Weiwei account is one of the earliest golden leaders of Zhiqiu. Yu Caiwei, initially unaccustomed to engaging in the review section, could not resist replying this time. Thank you, everyone. Support within your means is sufficient. There is no need for redundant purchases to avoid waste. Zhiqiu had just uploaded the final chapter, fulfilling his promise of a significant update, and was greeted by the lively atmosphere of the review section. He had long known that Weiwei was Yu Caiwei and was not surprised in the least. However, he did not anticipate her direct expression of gratitude in the review section. Zhiqiu casually replied, "Thank you for the tips, and may your album sell splendidly." Brothers, today we have a massive update of 15,000 words. Isn't that impressive? The author's comments, highlighted for visibility, soon drew responses from fellow readers. Impressive. I knew the author was joking about adding a chapter. No critiques today. Perhaps next time. I have a question. Did the author know all along that Weiwei was Yu Caiwei? It is possible. I am a student at Huahai Media University, and I noticed that the image the author posted last time resembled a street outside the school, where Yu Caiwei also attends. Could it be that the author is a devoted fan of Yu Caiwei? That Weibo post was deleted swiftly. Did anyone capture a screenshot? Oh my. Zhiqiu was taken aback by the comments from readers. This cannot continue. They nearly pinpointed my location. He promptly issued a pin post. I am feeling unwell tomorrow and will take 2 days off. Thank you all for your understanding. As expected, once the leave request was sent, the review section erupted. Here we go again? Another one? Seriously, you're claiming to be ill tomorrow? Do you expect me to believe that? As long as there's breath left in me. I demand more updates. Taking 2 days off in a week. Are you even human? To be fair, while the author does take many leaves, the updates are still impressive. The word count over 5 days surpasses what others produce in an entire week. Nevertheless, I cannot accept this. As the reader's attention shifted, Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Caiwei, who had not yet exited the review section, had observed all the discussions. The author of Zhu, seen appearing near Huahai Media University? Yu Caiwei paused momentarily, but dismissed it without much thought. Huahai Media University is situated in a bustling area of Huahai City, so if the author resides there, it would not be surprising to see them nearby. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. As Yu Caiwei lowered her gaze, she noticed a message from Zhiqiu and instinctively clicked to open it. A leaf in autumn. A post from Weibo music critic Yu Caiwei. It was indeed the Weibo post regarding Yu Caiwei's new album The Wind Rises, which had already garnered over 30,000 comments. I saw it. The company discussed this matter this afternoon and is preparing to take countermeasures, she replied. Does it significantly impact the album's sales? Zhiqiu inquired. I'm not sure. The first day sales were approximately 160,000 copies, and the company was quite satisfied. Initially, if this trend continued, it seemed likely to achieve platinum status. But now there is greater uncertainty, she explained. You don't seem worried, Zhiqiu noted. I'm all right. I have confidence in this song. This young woman exhibited remarkable mental fortitude, displaying an air of equanimity amidst the turmoil. Zhiqiu smiled faintly. The act of slandering others and manipulating public opinion was hardly newsworthy in the entertainment industry. However, could it truly be so simple to suppress a song that had previously amassed 2 billion streams based solely on some unfavorable critiques from music reviewers? Initially uncertain about the performance of The Wind Rises, Zhiqiu felt reassured after this incident. If the song were genuinely subpar, would those individuals be so eager to take action? Their conversation continued deep into the night. The following day, Zhiqiu returned to Shangjing City for the second recording of the program, singing A New Voice. Before the competition commenced, there was an interview segment primarily focused on the contestants' transformations since advancing and their creative experiences leading up to the second performance. In order to present themselves well on camera, the contestants were all made up, yet Zhiqiu could not help but notice the undeniable fatigue evident in many of their eyes. A week of creative work had indeed proven challenging for numerous participants. The most exaggerated was Ding Jie, whose heavy dark circles could not be concealed even with 2 layers of foundation. The once radiant and alluring diva now appeared utterly haggard. After the first round of competition, contestants had a clearer understanding of their own abilities, and those teetering on the brink of elimination displayed palpable anxiety during the interview. Unfair, Ding Jie exclaimed upon seeing Zhiqiu. Little Yi, why don't you have dark circles? Zhiqiu was taken aback and replied, Why should I have dark circles? Ding Jie lamented, The competition. Don't you have to stay up late to create songs? Upon hearing this, Zhiqiu cast a glance at Li Sui, who indeed appeared somewhat sleep-deprived. Would it come across as boasting if he mentioned that he had completed his piece for the second round in just half a day? After some contemplation, Zhiqiu decided against provoking jealousy. I enjoy good sleep. he stated with an unchanging expression. Ding Jia looked at him skeptically, while Li Sui hesitated a few times before finally speaking up. Brother Yi is the title track of Yu Caiwei's new album, The Wind Rises, written and composed by you. The moment those words left her lips, all attention was drawn to them, curious gazes turning in their direction. When Yi Zhiqiu first entered, there were contestants eager to pose their inquiries. Yet upon reflection, such a possibility seemed improbable. Fortunately, Li Su managed to voice the question for many. Indeed, Yi Zhiqiu readily admitted it. The simplicity of her 2 words detonated like a small bomb among the contestants. Yu Caiwei, the debut album of the emerging pop diva, and moreover, she is the creator of the title track. It is no exaggeration to assert that this achievement could be regarded as the lifelong aspiration of numerous creators. More ruthlessly, the majority ultimately fail to reach this pinnacle, and now a living example stands before them. The contestants gazed at Yi Zhiqiu with looks of envy, astonishment, and admiration, and they promptly gathered around her. Chapter 57. Interviewing the black hole with excitement illuminating her expression, Li Su exclaimed, "It truly is you, Brother Yi. I absolutely adore the title track The Wind Rises, especially the lyrics. They are exquisitely crafted." The previously reserved contestants were now equally enthusiastic, bombarding him with questions. Wait, what about Yu Caiwei's new album's title track? What are you all discussing? Ding Jia, feeling utterly bewildered, had been in seclusion for the past week, effectively cut off from the outside world. Upon grasping the situation, she erupted in anger, lunging forward to grasp Yi Zhiqiu by the neck. Fortunately, Yi Zhiqiu had anticipated the fiery demeanor of this spirited woman and deftly sidestepped her attack. Little Yi, Ding Jia, undeterred, adopted a sweet, coaxing tone. "You're so talented. When will you help someone else write a song? The price is negotiable. I would sell my possessions if necessary." Yi Zhiqiu felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly replied, "Stop it. Aren't you an original singer yourself? Write your own." Ding Jia sighed, her voice laced with melancholy. "I've come to realize that perhaps I am not cut out to be an original singer. Crafting a single song over the course of a week has nearly exhausted me. If luck permits me to advance to the next round, I genuinely don't know what I will do. I feel like I have little prospects in songwriting. It might be wiser to concentrate on singing instead." Yi Zhiqiu fell silent, secretly agreeing with Ding Jia. Her voice was her most distinctive feature, and her stage presence and vocal skills were commendable. A shift towards a singing career might indeed suit her better. Yet, to be candid, many artists possess unique qualities and exceptional skills, but only a handful achieve fame. The chance to leap into the limelight often hinges on the serendipitous emergence of a breakout hit. Regrettably, 99% of artists find themselves stymied at this threshold. This underscores the vital importance of a top-tier songwriter, which was precisely why Ding Jia was so agitated. Many contestants surrounding Yi Zhiqiu harbored similar thoughts. In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu became the focal point of attention. Meanwhile, Wang Nansheng, standing off to the side, observed the scene with a slight smirk, his gaze cold and detached. "Yi Zhiqiu, it's your turn." The voice of the staff in charge of the interview provided a timely reprieve for him. The interview, ostensibly a simple Q&A session, served as an opportunity for the contestants to showcase themselves. Yi Zhiqiu casually took a seat, and the staff member began her inquiries. After advancing in the competition, what are your thoughts? Has your life changed in any way? Typically, contestants would respond with sentiments about proving themselves or drawing closer to their dreams. However, the staff member was disappointed, as Yi Zhiqiu was not one to adhere to the norm. "No." The staff member blinked in surprise, glancing at her prepared questions before continuing. "Was the pressure of songwriting during the second round intense? Is there anything you wish to express?" "Not particularly," Yi Zhiqiu replied succinctly, his demeanor unchanged. The staff member's expression gradually stiffened. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly realized that being so straightforward might not be appropriate, as others' endeavors are not easy either. She added, "I have previously written similar works, so I have some ideas, making it not too difficult." Understanding this, the interviewer's expression softened, and she continued to inquire. "This episode's theme is encounter. What style of song are you creating? Is it similar to the first episode or more folk-inspired?" The interviewer vividly recalled Yi Zhiqiu's South rendition of Ordinary Road, which was her favorite piece from the first episode. No, Yi Zhiqiu responded, prompting the interviewer to eagerly ask, "Could you describe your song in a few words?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu replied, "Science fiction, love song." The interviewer appeared perplexed, repeatedly confirming that Yi Zhiqiu was not jesting, her confusion evident as she struggled to connect the two terms in her mind. As she moved on to the next question, the interviewer's eyes brightened, and she quickly asked, "As far as I know, the title track of the new voice ambassador Yu Caiwei's debut album, The Wind is Rising, was also composed by you. Could you share the reason behind collaborating with Yu Caiwei?" The interviewer gazed at Yi Zhiqiu with palpable excitement. Yi Zhiqiu had clearly stated in the first episode that she would choose Yu Caiwei as her mentor, even boldly declaring that it was because of her beauty. Now, the fact that the title track of Yu Caiwei's album was also penned by Yi Zhiqiu piqued the interviewer's curiosity. Yi Zhiqiu, however, was not inclined to satisfy her curiosity and bluntly stated, "I was offered more money by Huahai Entertainment, so I accepted." Undeterred, the interviewer pressed on, "And what is your relationship with Yu Caiwei?" "A collaborative one," Yi Zhiqiu answered firmly, silently adding in her heart, "We haven't had the chance to develop further." Once the personal interview concluded, the interviewer cast a resentful glance at Yi Zhiqiu, contemplating how unyielding she was. Following the interview, the formal recording of the show commenced. The order of appearances was randomly determined, and fortune favored Yi Zhiqiu as she drew the position of appearing in the middle. She was slated to perform right before Wang Nansheng, in contrast to last time. The contestants ahead of her, Li Su and Ding Jie, took the stage in succession. Li Su delivered a consistently stable performance. Yi Zhiqiu estimated that Li Su exhibited no significant shortcomings in lyrics or composition, suggesting she could advance quite far in the competition barring any unforeseen circumstances. Ding Jie's performance was somewhat underwhelming. It was evident she had diligently worked on her weaker area of songwriting since the last competition, yet such progress could not be achieved in merely a week. She ultimately scored a composite score of 87, landing her in the mediocre range. Next contestant, Yi Zhiqiu, please prepare. Just as Yi Zhiqiu was fighting boredom, desperately trying to stay awake under the spotlight, it was finally her turn. "Go for it, Brother Yi. Little Brother Yi, I'm counting on you." Li Su and Ding Jie both offered their encouragement, with many other contestants chiming in to lend their support. Everyone is eager to discover what new creation Yi Zhiqiu, the talent behind the song The Wind Rises, will unveil this time. Under the hazy glow of golden stage lights, Yi Zhiqiu makes a gradual entrance. Today, she remains true to her simple style, with the cuffs of her white shirt casually rolled up, paired with black casual trousers and white flats. Her slender figure, characterized by a delicate waist and broad shoulders, exudes an elegant charm, while her defined facial features and spirited demeanor elicit a wave of cheers from the audience. It seems that Yi Zhiqiu enjoys considerable popularity. Chun Dan chuckles, her gaze fixed on the emerging Yi Zhiqiu, admiration unmistakably gleaming in her eyes. Naturally charismatic individuals tend to evoke positive feelings in others, and with Yi Zhiqiu's sweet-talking, she has undoubtedly captured Chun Dan's heart. Li Kuan turns to the seated Yu Caiwei and inquires, "Your Group S student, this fellow achieved quite an impressive result last time. Do you think he feels any pressure?" Yu Caiwei gently shakes her head, her voice cool and composed. "I have faith in him." Chapter 58. Mercury's memoir. At the center of the stage stood a simple high stool, upon which Yi Zhiqiu sat halfway. Mercury's memoir, a song about unrequited love, was introduced with the hope that the audience would enjoy it. As she uttered these words, Yi Zhiqiu's gaze was fixed upon Yu Caiwei. Noticing the intensity of Yi Zhiqiu's stare, Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to avert her eyes. The brevity of Yi Zhiqiu's introduction left the audience momentarily bewildered. Mercury? What connection could it possibly have with the theme of encounters, or even unrequited love? Li Kuan, Li Guojian, and Chun Dan exchanged puzzled glances, mirroring the confusion that reigned among the judges in the audience. The stage backdrop transformed into a dazzling expanse of the cosmos, where a colossal cerulean planet gracefully rotated along its fixed orbit in the vastness of space, evoking an ineffable sense of grandeur and solitude. Accompanied by the gentle strains of a piano, Zhiqiu's slightly subdued voice began to resonate. Enchanted by your eyes, the galaxy has a trace to follow. Weaving through the crevices of time, it remains vividly, drawing my trajectory. The initial lines, devoid of overt emotional expression, left the audience even more perplexed. What was this? Was she genuinely referring to Mercury in the universe? Could we not delve into such profundities? Yet, among the judges, the eldest, Li Guojian, felt a flicker of intrigue as he became increasingly captivated by the melody. Yu Caiwei, seated among the judges, gazed intently at Zhiqiu, whose eyes were slightly lowered as she softly sang on stage. How much farther must I go to enter your heart? How much longer until I can draw near? The person who seems so close, yet remains unreachable, also awaits our encounter. How can a wandering planet possess you? As the chorus concluded, the first section of the song came to an end, and most of the audience remained in a state of bewilderment. The enormous planet in the backdrop continued its silent, repetitive rotation, and the cool, slightly oppressive lyrics combined with the stage's ambience left many spectators feeling adrift. However, a portion of the audience began to grasp the meaning behind Zhiqiu's lyrics. In Yu Caiwei's eyes, the figure at the center of the stage consumed her thoughts completely. Li Guojian and Chun Dan, once puzzled, began to sense a deeper understanding. As Zhiqiu finished the chorus, their expressions shifted to one of realization, their gazes towards her akin to that of observing a marvel. So that's it. I understand now. Li Su's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Genius! Brother Yi is a genius." Many contestants turned their curious eyes towards Li Su. Wang Nancheng let out a disdainful snort, about to voice a comment when he suddenly noticed a camera capturing the moment, prompting him to fall silent. What exactly does this song convey? The forthright Ding Jie questioned, her confusion evident. I feel lost amidst the clouds, longing to grasp something, yet always unable to seize it. With fervor, Li Su replied, "Sister Ding Jie, the song's title is Mercury. Speak plainly." Ding Jie retorted, exasperated. She was well aware of the song's title. Li Su was about to speak, but as Zhiqiu's performance and segment commenced, she quickly fell silent, focusing her gaze back on the screen. Ding Jie stamped her foot in frustration, her eyes fixed on Zhiqiu, who was serenely singing at the heart of a dazzling galaxy, and a wave of self-doubt surged within her. Was her intelligence being suppressed? She couldn't even comprehend the song. What a vexation! Many contestants, who had quietly perked up their ears, also sighed inwardly. We don't understand either. Amidst the admiration, confusion, and bewilderment, Zhiqiu's performance approached its conclusion. How can one seek? How fortunate must one be to dare let you realize you are not alone? When I can still fly with you, traveling is mundane, at least I can accompany you. The final line was sung slowly, its slightly oppressive and sorrowful melody coming to an end. Zhiqiu set down the microphone, rose, and gave a slight bow. The audience's applause was not particularly fervent. However, among the judges, Li Guojian, Chun Dan, and Yu Caiwei had already stood to applaud. Li Kuan glanced at the three judges who were standing and, after a brief moment of contemplation, promptly stood as well. All four judges stood in applause. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment. To evoke such a response from the judges undoubtedly indicated an extraordinary piece. Yet this song seemed rather ordinary. A significant question mark flitted through the minds of the crowd. During the commentary session, Li Kuan spoke up first. "Allow me to begin. The arrangement is quite mature, and the lyrics are well-crafted. However, I must admit, I did not fully grasp the song. Could you explain this? The person who is close yet distant is also waiting to meet you." This line should correspond to this episode's theme of encounter. But where does unrequited love stem from? Li Kuan's inquiry voiced the thoughts of many. Just as Zhiqiu was about to respond, Li Guojian interjected. "If I am not mistaken, it pertains to Mercury." Zhiqiu smiled and nodded. Li Kuan, eager, exclaimed, "Oh, please don't keep us in suspense. My curiosity is piqued. What mystery does Mercury hold?" Li Guojian replied. "Let me share my personal understanding, though I cannot guarantee its accuracy. This song likely speaks to the relationship between Mercury and the Sun. Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun. You can only follow its fixed orbit, unable to stray from it or draw nearer to the Sun. This is the origin of the line close yet distant, yet unable to approach. Those who do not grasp this may initially find the song commonplace. But it is precisely this unpretentious musical style, combined with a somewhat cold science fiction theme, that accentuates the warmth of unrequited love and the desire to draw closer to another. Li Guojian sighed and remarked, "From this perspective, Zhiqiu, you are a genius." As Li Guojian's words echoed, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. So that was it. A sense of revelation washed over everyone, a feeling of belated enlightenment. Once comprehension is achieved, the previously perplexing nuances within the lyrics transform into singular fragments, evoking a collective thought among the audience. How delightful it would be to experience it once more. Furthermore, the earlier scores seemed rather inadequate. In the waiting area, numerous contestants bore expressions of shock and existential doubt. The fusion of the cosmos and serendipity, intertwined with unrequited affection, flowed together harmoniously without a hint of incongruity. What an extraordinary conception! Was I truly competing alongside such talent? Why are the judges permitted to participate in the competition? At that moment, Chun Dan interjected. "Have you all finished? We have yet to inquire of Xiaoya. Xiaoya, do you believe teacher Li Guojian's interpretation is accurate? We require your insights as the creator." Teacher Li Guojian is not mistaken. This song narrates the fluctuating and elusive relationship between Mercury and the Sun, replied Yi Zhiqiu with a smile. However, there exists an alternative interpretation of this song. Yi Zhiqiu's words left everyone momentarily stunned, as if struck by a lottery win, and Li Guojian's expression faltered. Meanwhile, Yu Caiwei's eyes sparkled with newfound intrigue as she gazed at Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 59. The execution cycle of the spacecraft amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Yi Zhiqiu calmly stated, "I have given this song another name." Titled The Execution Cycle of the Spacecraft, the audience wore expressions of confusion. At that moment, a cool voice emerged. It was Yu Caiwei. Yi Zhiqiu cast a surprised glance at her, astonished that she grasped the deeper meaning of the song. Yu Caiwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, concealing her slightly flushed cheeks. Observing their subtle interaction, Chun Dan teased, "You two needn't exchange glances and keep us in suspense. Come on, Yi, enlighten us." With a smile, Yi Zhiqiu elaborated. Astronomy enthusiasts might be aware that on August 3, 2004, the Messenger spacecraft was launched. To avoid succumbing to the Sun's gravitational pull, Messenger made 3 elaborate passes by Mercury. After an arduous journey of 6.5 years, spanning an astonishing 7.9 billion kilometers, it finally entered its orbit, marking Mercury as a celestial companion. The distance between Messenger and Mercury was only 150 million kilometers. As Yi Zhiqiu's tranquil voice unfolded the tale, everyone became enraptured, as if they were experiencing the vastness of the universe and its unique romance. However, the companionship earned through this grueling 6.5-year journey lasted less than 4 years. Under the Sun's relentless heat, Messenger's components gradually melted. On April 30th, 2015, the fuel-depleted Messenger collided with Mercury, leaving a crater approximately 15 meters in diameter near Mercury's North Pole, eternally plunging into her heart. At this juncture, Yi Zhiqiu paused and remarked with a smile, "This is a song about encounters, unrequited love, and companionship, yet to only gaze longingly from afar is rather tragic and does not align with my views on romance. Therefore, my interpretation is that one should give their all, even at the cost of their own destruction." As he spoke these words, Yi Zhiqiu glanced meaningfully at Yu Caiwei, who felt the weight of his gaze, her ears turning crimson as she averted her eyes. In a fleeting moment, she turned back, summoning the courage to meet his gaze, only to find Yi Zhiqiu had shifted his attention elsewhere. Disappointed, a hint of indignation flickered in her eyes. The silent exchange between them was brief, so much so that even the cameras failed to capture it. However, their mentor Chun Dan observed everything, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted into thunderous applause. "Now I understand. I can only utter one word, impressive. Li Kuan chuckled wryly. A sci-fi romance, truly unprecedented. Your song is beyond the comprehension of the average listener. During the judging segment, all 4 judges awarded scores exceeding 90, with Li Guojian even giving a remarkable 98. However, the scores from the audience judges, given during the performance, reflected their confusion. Most found the song rather subdued and somewhat lackluster, resulting in lower scores. Ultimately, Zhiqiu's composite score was merely 87, placing him at a moderate level, akin to Ding Jia. A chorus of sighs filled the air as Zhiqiu maintained a serene demeanor, graciously thanking everyone before exiting. Upon returning to the contestants' waiting area, she was met with an enthusiastic welcome. No surprise at all. Ding Jia looked at Zhiqiu with eyes sparkling with admiration, while the other competitors were not faring much better. Although they were rivals, the prowess Zhiqiu had demonstrated over the past 2 rounds had garnered respect from many. Wang Nanqing's performance remained consistent, showcasing a vibrant song and dance routine amidst a dazzling stage and an electrifying atmosphere, ultimately earning a commendable score of 90. As he returned to the waiting area, he cast a provocative glance at Zhiqiu. Yet, she remained unfazed, regarding Wang Nanqing with indifference. Finally, after all 24 contestants had performed, though their scores were modest, it was anticipated that Zhiqiu would smoothly advance to the 3rd round. However, in a departure from tradition, the production team refrained from announcing the theme for the next episode in advance, opting instead to unveil a new set of rules, a 24-hour time limit for creation. In simple terms, the theme for the song would only be disclosed the day before the recording. The 18 contestants would undergo a rigorous training regimen under strict management, required to complete their songs within this tight time frame. When this astonishing format was revealed, disbelief was quickly replaced by despair. Ding Jia, who had just been elated about advancing, now looked utterly defeated. A week would barely suffice. 24 hours? I might as well be killed. Her exclamation echoed the sentiments of many contestants, who were accustomed to painstakingly refining their songs and found this abrupt approach utterly disconcerting. Zhiqiu was equally taken aback. The production team certainly knew how to stir things up. While a 24-hour limit didn't significantly impact her personally, she acknowledged that even making last-minute adjustments to a well-crafted song within such a brief period was undeniably stressful. It could be said that this time-constrained creative format would reveal any lackluster talents. During the 24-hour creation period, contestants were permitted to communicate and share ideas, drawing inspiration from one another. The director, with a beaming smile, assured them the production team will provide comprehensive logistical support during the closed recording, with beds and meals taken care of, so no need to worry. 24 hours of creation? Do you think we'll be able to sleep at all? Came the lamentations from many contestants, their eyes filled with dismay. The recording of the 2nd episode concluded amidst this heavy atmosphere. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 8 in the evening. With a bank balance exceeding 300,000, while not extravagant, it sufficed for a modest indulgence. Thus, Zhiqiu resolved to venture out in search of some delightful cuisine. However, having hurriedly visited Shangjing City twice, she was unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where to find good food. After browsing popular dining websites, where the top-rated restaurants were excessively hyped with evident marketing ploys, she decisively abandoned that route. After some contemplation, she took to her Joying Girl's Dream account and posted a Weibo message. Let us be honest, is Shangjing City, as the capital of Huaxia, really a culinary desert with no worthwhile restaurants? As evening fell, a time when Weibo buzzed with activity, responses from her followers quickly began to pour in. What do you mean by let us be honest? What is that supposed to mean? Why are you leaving me here without updates? Who says there are no delicacies in the capital? Doji is indeed a unique specialty, and I strongly recommend the author give a try. With a dismissive tone, you claim to have visited the capital? How can you assert that there are no culinary delights? To be fair, Huahai is the real gastronomic desert, far inferior to the capital. With a serious demeanor, I must say that while there aren't many famous local dishes in the capital, as a megacity, it certainly boasts an abundance of excellent restaurants. The responses on Weibo are becoming increasingly fervent, with numerous readers of Zhu Xian residing in the capital, eager to refute Zhiqiu's viewpoint. Soon, a list of the top 10 must-try restaurants in the capital was compiled. Mission accomplished. Zhiqiu chuckled and posted another Weibo update. Thank you, brothers. Now I know where to dine. Kisses. Chapter 60. Dining invitation. Thus, the author, currently in the capital, pondered where to dine, prompting this particular Weibo post. Your brilliance. How can I compare? Never before had he encountered such a canine individual. The author, now in the capital, is preparing to dine. Everyone should go and intercept him. Indeed, if he does not present an additional 10,000 words on the spot, he shall not be allowed to leave. This Weibo post sent ripples through the community of readers, igniting a fervent response to confront him. In this regard, Zhiqiu felt no trepidation. The capital is vast, and the numerous restaurants listed in the post make it far from easy for anyone to corner him. Most importantly, they remained oblivious to his appearance. Among the top 10 must-try restaurants, there happened to be a Western restaurant located a mere 8 kilometers from his hotel, which he decided to choose. Zhiqiu had no dietary restrictions. On the contrary, given his carnivorous preferences, a Western restaurant was quite to his taste. Upon stepping outside, he extravagantly hailed a taxi, heading straight for his destination. In the past, he would have cycled this distance on a shared bike. During the journey, a WeChat notification chimed, revealing a message from Yu Caiwei. Wei Guang, are you returning to Huahai City tonight? Zhiqiu. No, traveling at night is too exhausting. Zhiqiu. I'll eat first. Wei Guang, are you dining at the hotel restaurant? Zhiqiu. No, I found a restaurant that seemed quite nice to change things up. Wei Guang, which one? The name of the Western restaurant was a long string of English characters, which Zhiqiu could not recall, so he simply sent his location. Wei Guang, can Aunt May and I join? We'll arrive in 10 minutes. Yu Caiwei wishes to join for dinner? Zhiqiu paused momentarily but did not dwell on it, casually replying. Zhiqiu. Sure, I just got in the car. I should arrive around the same time. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Wei Guang. Okay. The Western restaurant was an independent European-style building, suggesting it possessed some historical significance. No sooner had he exited the taxi than a Porsche pulled up in front of the restaurant, driven by Song Mei. Yu Caiwei alighted from the passenger seat, clad in a light green sports down jacket and wearing a baseball cap, exuding a youthful vitality quite distinct from her usual goddess-like demeanor during recordings. The three exchanged nods, and Song Mei, quite familiar with the establishment, handed the car keys to the valet before they all proceeded into the restaurant. Inside, the melodious strains of piano music floated through the air, with ambient lighting and decor that exuded sophistication, clearly indicative of its high-end status. Song Mei courteously exchanged a few words with the welcoming staff, who then guided the trio past the main dining area to a secluded private room. Have you been here before? Zhiqiu inquired quietly of Yu Caiwei. Yu Caiwei, with her hair tied in a ponytail, swayed gently with her movements, the strands dancing under her cap, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that wafted to his nostrils. Yes, she replied softly. This restaurant is renowned for its Italian star chef and is quite famous in the capital. By the way, I forgot your family resides in the capital. Zhiqiu suddenly recalled their earlier conversation on WeChat. As they conversed, the staff led them to a tranquil private room. Once seated, Zhiqiu, on the server's recommendation, ordered the restaurant's classic set menu. After the waitress exited the private room, Song Mei jested, Zhiqiu, you are truly lacking in loyalty. You have kept us in the dark, causing us great distress. Zhiqiu was taken aback, bewildered, and asked what? Song Mei replied with a hint of sorrow. The song from Mercury's record that we are competing with today. Don't think I am unaware. This song must have been penned by you long ago. Why didn't you mention it when Wei Wei was collecting songs for her new album? You never inquired. Zhiqiu retorted, exasperated. Isn't the theme of the new album youth? The style of the wind rises aligns more closely. Song Mei paused, her expression faltering, and she awkwardly laughed. It could have been saved for later. Zhiqiu rolled her eyes, thinking that if she were to share all the wonderful songs in her mind, it might just overwhelm you. Unexpectedly, while waiting for their meal, Song Mei received a phone call. I'm sorry, something urgent has come up at the company. I must head back. Zhiqiu, could you please see Wei Wei back to the hotel later? With that, she hurriedly departed. Zhiqiu and Yu Caiwei exchanged glances, the atmosphere suddenly becoming rather delicate. Both awkwardly scrolled through their phones until Yu Caiwei's attention was caught by something on the screen. The phone had paused on a recent Weibo post by Zhiqiu Yishao Nu Ming, the author of Zhu Xian, asking which restaurant in the capital was the best. Coincidentally, this very restaurant was on the list. Wasn't the author from Huahai City? Why are they in the capital now? This was Yu Caiwei's immediate reaction. Zhiqiu, oblivious to the change in Yu Caiwei's expression, was about to speak when a knock at the door interrupted them. The waitress arrived with their meal. "Let us eat," Zhiqiu said awkwardly. Yu Caiwei replied, pushing aside the fleeting thought that had crossed her mind. As Zhiqiu cut into the steak and observed the crimson juices oozing from the meat, she was stunned. What level of doneness is this? Although she prided herself on having a hearty appetite, she could never quite acquire a taste for rare dishes. The waitress, dressed in a black and white uniform, was momentarily taken aback and instinctively responded, "Medium rare. Our restaurant uses Chianina beef, airlifted from Italy. These cattle are free-range, and the meat is rich, with the best flavor at medium rare." Yu Caiwei, recovering from her surprise, inquired curiously, "Can you not tolerate it?" Zhiqiu's face turned pale as she weakly exclaimed, "It's too rare. I usually go after the cow's rear directly." The unexpected quip caused Yu Caiwei to burst into laughter, only to realize it was rather impolite, quickly covering her mouth, revealing only her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth. The waitress was also taken aback. It was she who had recommended the dish when Zhiqiu had asked what was delicious. But who would have thought that one would struggle to enjoy a steak in such an authentic place? Zhiqiu resigned, said, "I tend to get stomach issues from raw meat. Could you please help me make it well done?" "Thank you." The waitress nodded eagerly and hurriedly took Zhiqiu's plate back to the kitchen. After this small interlude, the awkward atmosphere in the private room dissipated, and both women felt considerably more at ease. Zhiqiu suddenly recalled something and chuckled. "What is the theme for the next episode? Can Mintu divulge a hint? It would allow me to prepare in advance." "Absolutely not," Yu Caiwei replied with a disdainful snort, resolutely refusing. Feigning dissatisfaction, Zhiqiu retorted, "As your team member, can you really bear to watch me get eliminated?" Yu Caiwei wrinkled her nose and murmured softly, "I don't believe you. The singing theme of the program is confidential, and I have no knowledge of it." Zhiqiu grinned and said, "However, I was genuinely surprised that you could discern another layer of meaning in Mercury's record. I had assumed this obscure knowledge was unknown to anyone." Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from responding. In truth, after Zhiqiu initially informed her of the song's title, Mercury's record, she had conducted some research online and explored all the knowledge related to Mercury. Yet, this was something she would never disclose. Chapter 61. The confusion of Yu Caiwei as the two dined. Their conversation flowed effortlessly until the sudden vibration of a mobile phone disrupted the moment. Zhiqiu glanced at the screen, revealing an unfamiliar number, and promptly dismissed the call. However, the caller persisted, and with a sigh of resignation, Zhiqiu answered. Upon hearing the purpose of the call, he was momentarily taken aback, responding with a curt refusal before disconnecting once more. Noticing the perplexed expression on Yu Caiwei's face, Zhiqiu explained, "They claim to be from a certain entertainment company, inquiring whether I have signed a contract and expressing interest in securing my services." Yu Caiwei nodded in understanding, elaborating, "It's likely that your remarkable performance in the first 2 rounds of the program caught the attention of industry insiders, especially since you are currently unsigned." Zhiqiu contemplated this, then inquired, "They mention a Class D contract. How does that fare? Is it considered good?" "Quite poor," Yu Caiwei replied candidly. "While it may seem acceptable for most newcomers, given your caliber, you undoubtedly deserve a much higher-level contract. They are merely testing the waters. After the premiere of the first episode tomorrow, the terms they offer will likely improve, though adept at composing and writing songs." Zhiqiu was still a novice in industry knowledge, whereas Yu Caiwei could be regarded as an expert. After a brief pause, she continued, "Above the D-class contract, there are S, A, B, and C tiers. However, S-class contracts are exceedingly rare, typically reserved for superstars. A-class is the standard for leading artists. I currently hold an A-class contract at my uncle's company." With this explanation, Zhiqiu gained clarity. The offer of a D-class contract from that company essentially treated him as a fool hoping for a windfall. Yu Caiwei suddenly suggested, if you are considering signing, you might as well join our company. Zhiqiu pondered for a moment and replied, I could consider that. Through his recent experiences, he realized that despite possessing numerous classic works, the processes of production, promotion, and operation of songs were intricately complex, requiring more than just individual effort. Given that Huahai Entertainment was a well-established company in the music industry and had previously extended olive branches to him, signing with them could indeed be a wise choice. Yu Caiwei's eyes sparkled, and she added, There's no rush. We can discuss it after the show concludes. If you win the competition, the standards for signing will significantly improve. Zhiqiu was taken aback, teasingly remarking, even before joining Huahai Entertainment, I seem to have an insider-esque support. I feel reassured. Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted, Who is your insider? In that moment, their playful banter infused the air with a flirtatious tension, causing Zhiqiu's heart to race. Noticing Zhiqiu's sudden silence, Yu Caiwei looked up and met his dazed gaze. In the next instant, their eyes, as if electrified, quickly averted. Damn, this girl is sending me signals. Zhiqiu thought as he regained his composure and cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. You. Their voices echoed simultaneously, heightening the awkwardness between them, leaving Zhiqiu at a loss for words. Well, you go ahead, he stammered, feeling the weight of the moment. Yu Caiwei's delicate face flushed crimson, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in the depths of her watery eyes as she inquired, When will you return to Huahai City? Perhaps tomorrow. There's little to occupy me here. Zhiqiu pondered before responding. Shall we return together? My promotional activities have concluded, and my next stop is Huahai City. Yu Caiwei remarked nonchalantly, though a careful listener might detect a slight tremor in her voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhiqiu agreed. That sounds good. Indeed, Yu Caiwei replied, her demeanor calm, yet her tone betrayed a hint of exhilaration. Our company holds a platinum membership with Huahai Airlines. I shall have my assistant arrange your ticket. Zhiqiu did not refuse, intending to reimburse Yu Caiwei later. Their meal stretched on for over an hour, as they seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Reluctant for the evening to draw to a close, apologizing softly, Zhiqiu rose to visit the restroom, planning to settle the bill, only to discover upon his return that the departing song may had already paid. As Zhiqiu left, his phone, still unlocked on the table, emitted a notification sound. Yu Caiwei's gaze inadvertently drifted towards it, revealing a message from Weibo. While this was not particularly unusual, she was taken aback to see the red dot on the Weibo app icon indicating a staggering 99 unread messages, suggesting there were far more than that. Surprised, she recalled her own Weibo, often inundated with comments and private messages from fans, which she had ultimately set to do not disturb. Does Zhiqiu also use Weibo? And with so many messages? Yu Caiwei suppressed her curiosity, watching as the screen dimmed. Shall I escort you back to your hotel? Zhiqiu proposed upon re-entering the private room, picking up his phone. Yu Caiwei nodded, donning her cap and mask once more, and they made their way toward the restaurant's exit. As they passed the entrance, a couple resembling a romantic pair brushed past them, evidently just having finished their meal. The stylishly dressed woman, with an alluring figure, affectionately linked arms with the man, who appeared distracted, scanning the area as if searching for someone. Pang Xiao, you specifically invited me here for dinner, yet you haven't even glanced my way. If this continues, I shall be upset, the woman pouted playfully. The young man's gaze swept across Zhiqiu's face before quickly diverting, as he absent-mindedly replied, Babe, don't be upset. I'm looking for someone. Feigning annoyance, the woman queried, Who is it? You've been looking all evening. Is that person more important than me? Seemingly concluding that his target was not present, the young man sighed, the author of the Legend of the Immortals. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Damn. It appears that author hasn't come here for dinner after all. I've tipped with orange coins and purchased 300 albums. Yet that author has gone silent again, he grumbled, his voice laden with frustration. As Zhiqiu and Yu Caiwei passed by, both halted momentarily, but continued on their way. The legendary Pang Xiao. Zhiqiu's expression turned peculiar. He hadn't anticipated encountering his foremost patron among readers here, yet he could not acknowledge him. His standing was too precarious. What if he were apprehended and compelled to update? Yu Caiwei's gaze flickered, lost in thought. As Zhiqiu was about to raise a hand to hail a cab, Yu Caiwei suddenly suggested, "Let us take a walk. It's nice to feel the breeze." Zhiqiu considered her words and agreed, as the distance was short. It would be a pleasant way to aid digestion after their meal. Amidst the bustling flow of lights created by the vehicles in the night of the capital, the two walked side by side along the street, engaged in idle chatter, both experiencing a sudden sense of tranquility within. "By the way," Yu Caiwei casually remarked, "do you have a Weibo account? It would be beneficial for your fans to follow you once the show airs, to build your popularity." "No, I don't use that," Zhiqiu replied, momentarily taken aback, responding without much thought. Yu Caiwei nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 62. Premiere of the show. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhiqiu received a message from Shi Nuanyuan. "Sure, Big Brother Yi. Are you currently recording the show in the capital?" Since their last encounter, the two had grown quite familiar, and Zhiqiu could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor with such an enthusiastic girl. "Zhiqiu, I've finished recording and will return to Huahai tomorrow." In her rental apartment, Shi Nuanyuan paused, holding her phone, and quickly resumed typing. "Sure, Big Brother Yi, what time will you set off tomorrow?" "The poetry contest prize for Xia Kuxing has been issued. I can bring it to you." "Zhiqiu, no need to trouble yourself with that. Just transfer it to the account where I receive my royalties." "Sure. Hee. Actually, the website wants to do an exclusive interview with you. May I ask you a few questions while I'm at it?" Zhiqiu realized that typically, accomplished authors would receive such treatment. Zhu Xian could be considered a pioneering work of the Xinxia genre, and with many imitators now on the Chengzi reading website, it was only natural they would seek an interview. "Zhiqiu, that's fine, but I prefer not to show my face." "Zhiqiu, I'm afraid of being confronted by readers." Shi Nuanyuan chuckled softly, her slightly chubby face lighting up with a crescent smile. "Sure, all right. Sure, what can I say? You keep leaving readers hanging, and the key plot lines are so heart-wrenching. The fans of Baiyao and Xueqi are furious with you." "Zhiqiu, that is even more reason for me not to show my face. Otherwise, I might be in real danger." Shi Nuanyuan froze at this statement. What did he mean? Would the subsequent plot of Zhu Xian be even more heartbreaking? Flustered, she forgot to mention her plans for the next day and quickly typed, "Sure, Big Brother Yi, please don't scare me." "Sure, what happens next in Zhu Xian? Does Baiyao come back to life? Who ends up with Guili?" "Sure, there are so many readers now. You must be cautious." "Zhiqiu, you'll find out in due time." "Zhiqiu, will you come over at 8 tomorrow? I'll treat you to breakfast." As Zhiqiu's profile picture turned gray, Shi Nuanyuan pouted, her thoughts drifting back to the plot of Zhu Xian. The next morning, Shi Nuanyuan arrived at the hotel by 7:45, the same place as before. Zhiqiu didn't bother to choose a different location. They simply found a quiet spot in the hotel's buffet restaurant to eat and chat. The questions for the interview were rather mundane, typical of the website's promotional efforts, consisting of trivial inquiries. A notification chimed on Zhiqiu's phone, and he casually opened it. "Wei Guang, have you packed your bags?" "Zhiqiu, I'm just having breakfast. I only have one bag to grab later." "Wei Guang, all right, that's all for now." At that moment, Shi Nuanyuan stood up, stowed away her tablet, and contentedly said, "I'll head back now, Big Brother Yi." Having achieved her goal, she took a few steps before turning back. "Remember to update." Zhiqiu waved her off. After Shi Nuanyuan left, Zhiqiu stood up, intending to retrieve his luggage from the room, when he unexpectedly encountered Yu Caiwei, who was wearing a baseball cap. Entering the restaurant, Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback, while Yu Caiwei maintained her composure and stated, "The car has stopped at the hotel entrance." "All right, I will head back to my room first," Zhiqiu replied, nodding as she walked towards the restaurant exit. Observing Zhiqiu's departing figure, a hint of perplexity flickered in Yu Caiwei's eyes. Who was that girl just now? It was not that she suspected any other relationship between them. Rather, it was evident that the girl was not a member of the production team. After organizing her luggage, Zhiqiu descended the stairs and boarded Yu Caiwei's business vehicle. heading towards the airport in Shangjing City. Accompanying them was Song Mei, the bespectacled assistant, who was not concerned about being photographed by reporters and causing any misunderstandings. When Zhiqiu suggested transferring the cost of the plane ticket back, Song Mei decisively declined. With a smile, she remarked, "Zhiqiu, you need not be so courteous with us. If it weren't for your song The Wind Rises, perhaps Weiwei's album would not have gained momentum. It is Huahai Entertainment that owes you our gratitude." Since Song Mei had expressed herself so clearly, Zhiqiu did not insist further and inquired curiously, "Isn't Inghong Entertainment quite active? What are the current sales figures?" "There's been an impact, but we remain confident," Song Mei replied straightforwardly. Currently, The Wind Rises ranks 8th on the new song chart, with total album sales reaching 390,000 copies, slightly trailing behind the Pink Girl album. However, the reception is gradually improving, and with subsequent efforts, we anticipate achieving platinum album status. A platinum album for a solo female artist has become increasingly rare in recent years, and attaining this milestone would firmly establish our foothold in the music industry. Zhiqiu nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon arriving at the airport for check-in, Zhiqiu was astonished to discover that the flight she had booked for herself was the same as her previous one, and both were in business class. She was already quite familiar with this flight. Unbeknownst to her, this familiarity sparked yet another wave of curiosity in Yu Caiwei. She recalled that during their university days, Zhiqiu's family circumstances were not particularly favorable. Logically, he should not have had the opportunity to experience the business class, so why was he so at ease? On the day they returned to Huahai City, the premiere of the show Sing Out New Voices was set to air, scheduled for the prime-time slot at 8 p.m. on Shangjing City Television. It would subsequently be available on major video platforms 2 hours later, illustrating the channel's commitment to the project. In a university dormitory, Caiwei, a freshman and an avid fan of the genre, eagerly sat in front of her computer before 8 o'clock, opening the live link for the premiere of Sing Out New Voices. "Hurry, hurry, it's about to start," she exclaimed, and soon the other 3 girls in the dormitory gathered around. "Ah, Wang Nansheng is coming out. Look, my husband is so handsome." As the program's opening sequence passed and the contestants began to appear, Caiwei could not contain her excitement upon seeing Wang Nansheng, letting out a squeal. A sporty female roommate, unable to resist, commented, "Is it really that exaggerated, Caiwei? I think he is just average." Caiwei clasped her hands to her heart, her gaze following Wang Nansheng's figure on the screen, exclaiming, "He is so handsome. He can sing, dance, and even compose. Such talent surely deserves admiration, does it not?" The athletic girl, somewhat speechless, glanced at the screen a few times before candidly stating, "I don't think so. He appears too effeminate. With skin fairer than that of most girls, I'm not fond of that type." Caiwei turned back with a serious expression, asserting, "Humph, you simply do not understand. My husband is the most handsome." The athletic girl exchanged glances with her 2 roommates, both letting out a sigh. Oh, the hopelessness of fangirls, especially those enamored with celebrities. Just then, another roommate's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Look, a handsome guy. He is truly striking, far more so than Wang Nansheng. Oh dear, the camera has moved on." "Huh?" Caiwei, skeptical, turned around and asked, "How can that be? Here he comes, here he comes. It's him." The camera returned to the waiting area, zooming in to reveal Zhiqiu's entire visage clearly displayed on the screen. Chapter 63. Reactions as Zhiqiu's face filled the screen. The hearts of several girls seemed to be seized by an unseen force, causing them to gasp. The sporty girl remarked, "Now this is a handsome man. Isn't he far more attractive than that Wang Nansheng?" The other 2 roommates nodded in agreement, sighing wistfully as the camera shifted away. Caiwei, regaining her composure, dismissed their admiration, saying, "What's the use of just being handsome? My husband is not only handsome, but also incredibly talented." The 3 girls half-heartedly acknowledged her words, their attention fixated on the screen, eagerly awaiting the camera's return to Zhiqiu for another round of admiration. "His name is Zhiqiu? Is he not an established artist?" Caiwei couldn't help but watch the performance repeatedly, muttering, "Wang Nansheng is the best. Come on, husband, outshine this guy." As the program progressed and Wang Nansheng's performance concluded, Caiwei straightened up proudly, exclaiming, "My husband is amazing, the only original singer-dancer in the entire show." The other three roommates, however, ignored her and exclaimed, "Here he comes. That handsome guy." On screen, Zhiqiu, clad in a white shirt, sat on a high stool and began to sing. His clear, deep voice resonated, and the three roommates' eyes sparkled as they gradually succumbed to his charm. "What's so impressive about him?" A neglected Caiwei muttered, but moments later, unable to resist, she stole a glance at the figure on the screen. "He is somewhat handsome." After a performance of Ordinary Road, the judges offered high praise, and the three roommates were ecstatic. "So handsome. The lyrics are beautifully written. Smitten. Caiwei, I think you should stop idolizing that Wang Nanxing. Someone with such looks and talent is truly worthy of admiration." Caiwei, feigning indifference, retorted, "He's just average, not as good as you all say. I would never betray my husband." After saying this, she sheepishly glanced back at the screen before hastily diverting her gaze. As other contestants took the stage, the four lost interest. The three roommates engaged in fervent discussion while Caiwei discreetly opened Weibo, searching for Zhiqiu. To her disappointment, she found no relevant accounts, but was surprised to discover a pre-competition interview video for Sing Out New Voices, which she quickly clicked on. The same scene played out among numerous viewers captivated by Sing Out New Voices. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Zhiqiu had just finished a flurry of writing, clicking to upload another substantial update. Upon looking up, he was startled to find his three roommates standing before him, staring intently. Zhiqiu jumped, quickly closing his writer's portal, and snapped, "What is going on?" The dorm leader, Zhou Hua, sighed and said, "Old four, you've changed." Xie Jun teased, "You're quite the charmer now. You've really succeeded in showing off." Appearing on the show with Yu Caiwei, playing the teacher-student angle, Yang Hongwei's eyes were filled with jealousy as he reddened and said, "What's the deal with that alluring Ding Jie? Old four, you become quite the romantic." Faced with the relentless inquiries of her three dormitory companions, Zhiqiu, of course, refused to concede, declaring, "It's nothing, merely a competitor." The trio wore skeptical expressions, ready to retort, when her phone rang, providentially alleviating the tension. The caller ID displayed Yi Zitong. Zhiqiu answered the call. "Brother, I saw you on television. Why didn't you tell us? When did you start writing songs?" "I had no idea. As expected of my brother, you look so cool." The enthusiastic shrieks emanating from the phone revealed the excitement of its owner, compelling Zhiqiu to hold the device at a distance to spare her eardrums from the cacophony. Once the fervor on the other end subsided slightly, she brought the phone closer and sighed, "Yi Zitong, you're so loud." On the other line was her younger sister, Yi Zitong, who was currently in her senior year of high school. It was rather peculiar, despite being born of the same mother. While Yi Zitong inherited the same striking looks as Zhiqiu, her academic performance was rather mediocre. In the words of their mother, Lin Huifan, "As long as that wild girl manages to graduate from an ordinary university, we'll be quite content." Ignoring Yi Zhiqiu's remarks, Yi Zitong continued, "Brother, do you know Yu Caiwei? Could you possibly get her autograph for me?" This was indeed a trivial matter, and Yi Zhiqiu, with a resigned tone, replied, "Sure." Suddenly, Yi Zitong recalled something and, with suspicion, asked, "By the way, the lyricist and composer of Yu Caiwei's new song, The Wind Rises, shares your name. It wouldn't be you, would it?" "It is," Yi Zhiqiu responded, pulling the phone away. As expected, another round of excited shrieks erupted from the device, accompanied by scolding and uproar. Upon answering the call again, she found it was someone else. "Achio, I saw you on television. Why didn't you inform the family? Are you aiming to become a celebrity?" The voice of their mother, Lin Huifan, brimmed with excitement, disbelief, and exhilaration. "Mom, I'm not a celebrity," Yi Zhiqiu said, softening her tone to patiently explain, "It's a program for original musicians, mostly featuring grassroots songwriters." "Oh, a singer is still a celebrity? I assent it?" Lin Huifan, unable to comprehend, posed the most pressing question. "Is there money in this program?" An idea struck Yi Zhiqiu, and she quickly seized the opportunity, responding, "Yes, approximately 100,000 yuan. Mom, I'll transfer it to you shortly." "That much?" Lin Huifan exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Zhiqiu continued, if I win the championship. There's an additional 500,000 yuan. So just wait for your son to bring home the trophy. Stop boasting. Lin Huifan laughed and scolded, her attention evidently diverted. After learning that Zhiqiu had 100,000 yuan at his disposal, she became quite agitated. The last time he had silently transferred 50,000 yuan home. She had worried he might be involved in some illicit activities. However, seeing him on television now made her believe in the figure of 100,000 yuan. And she promptly agreed, "It's fine to send some to Mom. Keep 20,000 for yourself, and I'll safeguard the rest for your wedding." Wedding again? Zhiqiu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Did he really appear so unqualified to attract a partner? "No need, Mom. Just send it all to you. I have enough for myself." Yi Zitong, that girl, is quite fond of anime in the second dimension. Let her take the exam. I will cover her tuition. Lin Huifan was about to say something when a shrill scream erupted from the other end of the line, faintly echoing the chant of "Long Live Brother." Zhiqiu chuckled, as the second month's royalties for Zhu Xian were soon to be disbursed, amounting to a sum in the six figures, and it was evident that there would be even more in the future. After conversing with her family for a while longer, Zhiqiu ended the call and noticed several unread messages on WeChat. She casually opened them. "Wei Guang, the first episode of Sing Out New Voices has aired. You have made it to the trending topics." Chapter 64. The revelation upon seeing the news about Yu Caiwei, Zhiqiu was taken aback and opened Weibo. The trending topics were dominated by phrases like "Sing Out New Voices," "The Wind Rises," "Ordinary Road," and "Hardcore Interview." He casually clicked on a post, and the comments had already surpassed 10,000 and were rapidly increasing. This contestant named Zhiqiu is so handsome. The sight of him quietly sitting in the center of the stage with his guitar truly struck a chord with me. I concur with the above. The three of us in the dormitory have already become his fans, and even our diehard fan of Wang Nansheng will likely succumb soon. Girls, I checked, and it seems he doesn't have a Weibo account. As a fan of Yu Caiwei, I discovered that "The Wind Rises" is also written and composed by him. He is truly talented. These comments were relatively normal, yet some are rather extreme. Hubby, please debut. I will definitely support you." How shameless. Just because he's handsome, you call him hubby. However, the comments were a mixture of both praise and criticism, especially beneath the trending topic of the hardcore interview. Ha. This kid's reason for choosing a mentor is so blunt. He's definitely a typical straight man. Does Yu Caiwei even deserve him? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. The person above is too excited. It's just a joke. And even if it were true, what's the harm? It's better to be straightforward than some people who feign innocence while seeking approval. I agree. Zhiqiu and Yu Caiwei are from the same school. They must know each other. The title track of Yu Caiwei's new album, "The Wind Rises," is indeed his work. He is remarkably talented. Zhiqiu casually browsed through Weibo, noting the heated debate between two factions below. Some criticized the frivolity of language, claiming a toad was wishing to eat swan meat, while others expressed admiration and defended him. Nevertheless, Zhiqiu remained unfazed. He had no intention of pursuing the path of an idol and saw no need to cater to everyone's demands and standards. After contemplating, he replied to the messages. "Zhiqiu, I'm too afraid to go out, fearing I might be drowned by the spit of your fans." Yu Caiwei's response came swiftly. "Wegwang, who told you to speak recklessly?" Zhiqiu, I didn't speak recklessly. I merely stated the truth. Zhiqiu waited for 2 minutes, but Yu Caiwei did not respond. Is she angry? Pondering this, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of a new message. "Wegwang, Grandpa wants you to come to his office tomorrow morning." Yu Caiwei had proactively shifted the topic. Zhiqiu, all right. Their conversation came to an abrupt end. In the girls' dormitory of Huahai University, Yu Caiwei lay in her bed, staring blankly at Zhiqiu's previous message, her breath hot and heavy. Feeling the air in her blanket stifling, she peered out, taking several deep breaths of fresh air to cool her flushed cheeks. Recently, their conversations had occasionally veered towards an ambiguous direction. Indeed, both individuals harbored a vague sense of something unspoken, yet they tacitly chose not to confront it. As her emotions settled, Yu Caiwei recalled the intense scenes from Zhiqiu's interview, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips, her heart fluttering with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, she opened the Chengzi reading app, intending to catch up on the chapters of Zhu Xian that she had missed due to her recent busyness, when a pop-up caught her attention. Editor Zhiqiu. Exclusive interview with the author of Zhu Xian. From martial arts to immortal tales, how did they forge a completely new path? Initially indifferent to such author interviews, Yu Caiwei found herself captivated by the imagery of the pop-up. A man and woman flanked the sides of the picture. The man on the right presumably represented the author of Zhu Xian, though his features were obscured by a cartoon avatar. Meanwhile, the editor Zhiqiu on the left appeared to be a young woman with a hint of baby fat, igniting a flicker of recognition in Yu Caiwei. She pondered and suddenly her eyes brightened. This editor Zhiqiu resembled the girl who had sat across from Zhiqiu in a hotel in Shanjing. Yet, uncertainty lingered in Yu Caiwei's mind. She had only glimpsed the girl from a distance, merely catching a profile. If it were indeed the same person, what could explain Zhiqiu's companionship with the editor of Zhu Xian? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily opened the Weibo account of the author. Jiu Yishao Nudameng. The post that once read "Brothers, help me out" was still there, but the later one thanking for the electric scooter had been deleted. Fortunately, the internet's vastness proved useful. After a brief search, Yu Caiwei stumbled upon a screenshot from a fellow reader. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to discover that the street behind the electric scooter appeared to be one adjacent to Huahai University. Vaguely, an incredible hypothesis flickered through her mind. Could it be that Zhiqiu and the author of Zhu Xian were one and the same? Considering the various pieces of information about the author residing in Huahai City, it seemed plausible that they lived near Huahai Media University. The 2 weeks of inactivity coincided perfectly with the time spent participating in the Singing New Voices program. The meeting with the editor named Zhiqiu at that restaurant in Shanjing, along with Zhiqiu's fervent defense of the Zhu Xian author during their previous conversations, and the inexplicable appearance of the author promoting her new album. All these coincidences piled up, making everything fall into place. Yu Caiwei's gaze flickered as she reopened the Chengzi reading app, delving into the unread chapters of Zhu Xian. The latest developments revealed a union between Qingyun sect and Finshang Valley, with Daoxian Jinren intending to betroth Lu Sueki to the next Valley Master, Li Sun. Lu Sueki resolutely declared her unwillingness with just 3 words. Subsequently, Lu Sueki encountered Gai Li once more, who, for the first time, laid bare his feelings, inviting her to join him. At this point, Yu Caiwei's heart soared. As a devoted supporter of Sueki, she naturally wished for Gai Li and Lu Sueki to unite. However, the subsequent plot took an unexpected turn when Lu Sueki inquired about Bai Yao. Ultimately, Gai Li found himself unable to surmount the emotional barrier within, departing in sorrow. After devouring the latest updates in one breath, Yu Caiwei's eyes brimmed with tears, completely immersed in the unfolding narrative. The later chapters of Zhu Xian became increasingly heart-wrenching, igniting a storm in the comment section, with readers lamenting the author's cruelty and fervently pleading for Gai Li and Lu Sueki to unite. Yu Caiwei, dabbing her reddened nose, contemplated the possibility that this tormenting plotline was conjured by that insufferable fellow, her frustration mounting with each thought. How would he craft the story in such a manner? With a mix of ire and resolve, Yu Caiwei opened WeChat, intending to message Zhiqiu, but ultimately refrained from sending a message. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Zhiqiu joyfully perused the comment section until he suddenly sneezed. Glancing around, he felt a strange chill in the air. Chapter 65. The Rise of Songs, Part 1. In the deep of night, the impact of the first episode of Sing Out New Voices continued to reverberate. Ding Dasheng, a leading music critic, was unlike his peer Yu Caiwei. In addition to his role as a critic, Ding was also a renowned music producer, infamous for his acerbic wit. However, in recent years, he had become less active in the music critique scene, primarily due to the decline of the music industry, which to him seemed devoid of any noteworthy works. Thus, when he saw the overwhelming praise for Sing Out New Voices and Ordinary Road trending on Weibo, he adopted a skeptical stance. It was merely hype. The Chinese music scene had truly fallen from grace. Ding scoffed, initially intending to bypass it entirely. But after a moment's reflection, he decided to give it a chance, donning his headphones and clicking on the video link for Ordinary Road. Upon seeing the figure of Zhiqiu in the video, Ding murmured to himself, "He looks rather dashing. He must have been signed by that company already." Original artists are merely a fade. However, as the melody filled his ears, Ding's demeanor shifted from indifference to seriousness, his posture straightening involuntarily. By the end of the song, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed replay. After listening a second time, he opened the search bar and typed in the name Zhiqiu. With the first episode aired, Zhiqiu undoubtedly emerged as the most striking contestant, and numerous details had already been unearthed by netizens. The creator of Yu Caiwei's new album, The Wind Rises title track, Ding's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he searched for The Wind Rises album on Penguin Music, decisively clicking to purchase. Upon completing the song, Ding's chest heaved with intensity. After many years, a powerful urge to express himself surged within him once more. He promptly opened Weibo and began typing an extensive music review. From The Wind Rises to Ordinary Road, a dual-talented genius was rising on the horizon. The following day, Zhiqiu rode his electric scooter to the building housing Lu Minkong's office, attracting numerous gazes along the way. After the broadcast of Sing Out New Voices, Zhiqiu had trended on social media, and many students from his school had taken notice. Some passers-by were eager to engage him in conversation, but Zhiqiu's scooter sped away just as they hesitated, leaving them behind. Upon arriving at Yuan building, a graceful figure approached the entrance. Today, Yu Caiwei wore a pair of ivory casual pants paired with a light blue thin sweater, her slender silhouette accentuated beautifully, captivating the eye. Notijing Zhiqiu approaching. Yu Caiwei paused, choosing not to ascend the stairs just yet. "Good morning. Shall we go?" Zhiqiu casually parked his scooter and inquired. Yu Caiwei glanced at the electric scooter and suddenly asked, "That scooter looks quite lovely. Where did you buy it?" "Huh?" Zhiqiu was taken aback, instinctively replying, "I got it from Taobao." "Oh." Yu Caiwei responded lightly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Show off, will you?" Upon seeing the electric vehicle, Yu Caiwei finally confirmed that Zhiqiu was indeed the author of Zhuxian. The Weibo account of 900 million young girls also belonged to him. As they ascended the stairs, Yu Caiwei took the initiative to discuss the recent plot developments of Zhuxian, and Zhiqiu, naturally, answered all her inquiries while being careful not to divulge any unannounced plot twists. Observing Zhiqiu's eloquence, Yu Caiwei felt an inexplicable amusement, suppressing the urge to expose him. As they conversed, they entered Lu Minkong's office. Lu Minkong's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhiqiu, exclaiming, "You've arrived, take a seat. I watched yesterday's episode of Singing Out New Voices. Your song was quite impressive. You did not disappoint." Lu Minkong continued candidly, "To be honest, I initially intended for you to use this opportunity to gauge the talent of other original songwriters in the industry, but your performance exceeded my expectations." Zhiqiu chocolate, rippling. "Of course, I have some connections. I couldn't possibly tarnish your reputation, Professor Lu. I must at least bring home a championship." Lu Minkong chuckled in response, playfully rebuking him. As Zhiqiu grew more familiar with Lu Minkong, his manner of speaking became considerably more relaxed. Lu Minkong was not one to engage in pretense or false modesty. He preferred straightforwardness. Lu Minkong continued, "Since you possess such talent, I feel at ease in trusting this matter to you. Take a look at this." He handed Zhiqiu a printed document. Zhiqiu, puzzled, received it and saw the words "Farewell" to X emblazoned on the cover. "A movie script?" Yu Caiwei leaned in, her lips parting in curiosity. "Yes, the film is nearly complete, and the production team has approached me, offering 200,000 yuan, hoping you can compose a fitting theme song." Lu Minkong stated directly to Zhiqiu, "Why not give it a try? Write it and let me review it. If it meets the mark, I'll support you." Zhiqiu instantly grasped that Lu Minkong was aware of his financial constraints and was offering assistance, not only in terms of monetary support, but if he could indeed compose a theme song for the film, it would significantly bolster his credentials in the industry. Although Lu Minkong's offer was framed as a review, having such an esteemed figure in the industry backing him essentially guaranteed success. Zhiqiu couldn't help but marvel at the distinct advantages of having an industry titan guiding him. Such coveted opportunities were casually presented. He remained silent for a moment, flipping through the script to glean its essence. Undoubtedly, Farewell to X was a romantic film interwoven with comedic elements. The narrative chiefly revolves around two close friends who, due to trivial matters, decide to part ways with their respective girlfriends and resolutely refuse to reconcile, each staunchly unwilling to admit fault. The contrasting personalities and dynamics of the couples, a pair enduring hardships yet unable to escape the 5-year itch, and another couple, a tumultuous yet affectionate duo, oscillating between love and conflict, serve as the crux of the plot. In Zhiqiu's perspective, the emotional climax of the film lay in the regret of one who believes the other would never leave and the one who thinks reconciliation is inevitable. Thus, the theme song should naturally reflect this poignant sentiment. Just then, a song that was perfectly suitable flashed through Zhiqiu's mind. "All right," Zhiqiu readily agreed. Lu Mingkong waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. You can return and contemplate it a little longer, ensuring that the piece is well-crafted." Zhiqiu nodded and suddenly turned to Yu Caiwei, asking, "Could you help me sing a demo once I finish writing it? I reckon the male voice might be difficult to sing." Of course, Yu Caiwei readily consented. After a brief discussion among the three, as Zhiqiu and Yu Caiwei were preparing to take their leave, Yu Caiwei's phone rang unexpectedly. She answered the call, and even without the speakerphone, Song Mei's excited voice could be heard clearly. "Weiwei, the album The Wind Rises has exploded." Chapter 66. The Song Rises to the Charts, Part 2. Upon receiving a phone call, Yu Caiwei hurried back to the company, dragging Zhiqiu along with her. They entered the Huahai Entertainment building without any hindrance and made their way directly to the 15th floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a shrill surprise echoed through the air, followed by a series of applause. Colorful streamers cascaded down, landing atop their heads. "What on earth?" Zhiqiu looked around in bewilderment at the crowd. Present were the assistant, Song Mei, the marketing director of Huayu Entertainment, Wu Qingming, and even Li Wenrui, all wearing expressions of sheer excitement. Once seated, Wu Qingming was the first to speak, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "It's exploded. In less than a day, album sales have surged by over 115,000 copies. According to the latest data, total sales have exceeded 500,000 copies, surpassing Inghong Entertainment's L.O.V.E. We've achieved platinum status, and the numbers are still climbing." Song Mei glanced at her phone and added, "The title track Chi Feng Lo has also outperformed the competition. It currently ranks 3rd on the new song chart." Furthermore, she smiled at Zhiqiu. "Last night, the first episode of Singing Out New Voices was released, and your song Ping Fan Ji Lu has also climbed to the new song chart, now sitting at 8th. As the boss, Li Wenrui was the first to maintain his composure, turning to Zhiqiu and saying, "Zhiqiu, we owe this to you once again. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." This statement left Zhiqiu momentarily stunned, puzzled. "Me?" Wu Qingming quickly handed over an already open laptop, saying, "Mr. Yi, look at this." Zhiqiu peered at the screen, which prominently displayed a Weibo user interface belonging to a certain Ding Dashing. The pin post was a lengthy praise of Zhiqiu, extolling both Chi Feng Lu and Ping Fanji Lu. The post, which spanned 2,000 to 3,000 words, lavishly lauded everything from the lyrics to the melody and the emotional expression of both songs, causing Zhiqiu to blush at the compliments. A glance at the user's follower count revealed over 8 million, a veritable titan among influencers. It is worth noting that Weibo accounts are linked to identification cards. While fake followers are possible, they are exceedingly rare. Yu Caiwei remained silent, intrigued as she read through the lengthy article. Wu Qingming, visibly excited, asked Mr. Yi, "Do you know Ding Dasheng?" Zhiqiu shook his head, leaving the others momentarily taken aback. Wu Qingming scratched his head in confusion. "That's strange. Ding Dasheng is notoriously sharp-tongued in the music industry, sparing no one from his critiques. In recent years, he has either been harsh or merely polite, seldom offering praise, and he has hardly participated in music reviews over the last 2 years. It is indeed rare for him to lavish such praise on someone. I had thought you two were acquainted. Zhiqiu inquired. Is he really that significant? Can a single Weibo post wield such influence? Song Mei nodded, then shook her head, explaining Ding Dasheng is indeed a music producer with substantial expertise. His straightforward manner has garnered him a considerable following of fans eager to read his music critiques. Previously, Inghong Entertainment engaged numerous music critics and hired online influencers to tarnish your reputation and that of the song The Wind Rises. However, with Ding Dasheng's recent remarks, it effectively countered the opinions of those critics, as his level of professionalism is unparalleled. The reputation of The Wind Rises has significantly improved, coupled with the popularity generated by your performance on the show Singing Out New Voices, which has resulted in a remarkable surge in sales. After hearing the two of them speak, Zhiqiu likely grasped the situation. Nevertheless, he was not the least bit surprised, for he understood that the success of The Wind Rises should extend far beyond this. Achieving diamond record status is undoubtedly within reach. Libandrui Shuklat, suggesting that there was no need to overthink the matter. It was simply that Ding Dasheng appreciated Xiaoye's work, and his comments were indeed quite objective. Xiaoye's creations are genuinely commendable. The others paused, reflecting on this, and realized it was indeed the case. The Wind Rises is a rare masterpiece. Had it not been for Inghong Entertainment's interference, it would have already achieved its current success. Meanwhile, within the confines of Inghong Entertainment's headquarters, in a dimly lit conference room, Li Dapeng wore a grim expression, and those present dared not utter a word. What is going on? Li Dapeng's calm voice belied the anger simmering beneath, as he inquired about the sudden reversal of fortunes within a mere day. The attendees fell silent, and eventually, the marketing director reluctantly stood to report on the previous night's trending topics regarding Singing Out New Voices, as well as Ding Dasheng's critical review on Weibo. With each revelation, Li Dapeng's countenance grew increasingly dark, and he questioned, "So you mean to say that all the issues stem from Zhiqiu?" After a moment of silence, the marketing director reluctantly acknowledged, "Essentially, yes. Ding Dasheng's influence in music criticism is substantial. His endorsement undermines the efforts we previously invested in hiring influencers." He continued, "As for Singing Out New Voices, our contestant Wang Nansheng was meant to build up momentum before breakout, yet the results are far from our expectations." Li Dapeng's voice lowered, filled with intensity. All this due to a seemingly insignificant newcomer, Pink Girl and Wang Nansheng. Our company has invested tremendous resources in these two lines of male and female artists, and it is all unraveling. The loud bang of his palm, striking the table, reverberated throughout the conference room. "Speak up. How do we resolve this? What are your proposed solutions?" After venting his frustration, Li Dapeng rubbed his temples. The expressions of those present turned sour as they exchanged glances, hesitant to speak first. At that moment, a voice emerged from a corner of the room. "Mr. Li, I have a suggestion." Everyone turned to see Wang Nansheng. Although he appeared glamorous as a popular artist, he was essentially a tool of the company and had no standing to speak in such a setting. However, Wang Nansheng clearly harbored ambitions, and recognizing this rare opportunity to express himself, he stood up. Li Dapeng's gaze flickered, his tone steady. Wang Nansheng composed himself and articulated his thoughts. Initially, the room was filled with surprise, followed by contemplation, and then elation. "Excellent." Once Wang Nansheng finished, Li Dapeng nodded in approval, stating, "Wang Nansheng, you have performed admirably this time." Upon receiving the affirmation from Li Dapeng, Wang Nansheng's face radiated joy as he hastily bowed and took a seat. The remarks made by Wang Nansheng were evidently constructive, and following Li Dapeng's declaration, the crowd below erupted into a chorus of suggestions. Eager to avoid the impression of incompetence that their previous silence might have conveyed before their superior, Li Dapeng decisively proclaimed, "Let be done. Ensure the video is expertly processed and published. Redirect all online influencers to amplify this momentum. I refuse to believe that a mere young upstart, devoid of any notable background, can rise to prominence." Chapter 67. Methods. The day after the broadcast of the Singing Out a New Voice program, the popularity of the songs The Wind Rises and Ordinary Road not only remained undiminished, but surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. The Wind Rises officially ascended to the top of the new song chart, while Ordinary Road trailed slightly behind, currently positioned 6th, just one place below Pink Girl's title track from El. Ve. album, with surpassing it merely a matter of time. What delighted Huahai Entertainment even more was the album sales of The Wind Rises, which continued its fervent trajectory, surpassing 150,000 copies in a single day. After crossing the threshold for platinum records, it was swiftly heading towards diamond status. In contrast, the sales of the V album were beginning to show signs of fatigue, with daily sales falling short of 50,000. In this ebb and flow, failure had become inevitable. However, amidst the fervent discussions within the music industry surrounding these two songs, particularly the emergence of the prodigious songwriter Zhiqiu, a Weibo post rapidly gained traction, quickly ascending to the trending topics. The content of the post revealed a shocking incident. Zhiqiu, a renowned contestant from Singing Out a New Voice, had been involved in a public brawl, displaying a flagrant disregard for those around him. The post featured 2 video clips. One depicted Zhiqiu in a hotel lobby grasping a suited man, who was clearly attempting to break free, suggesting a heated dispute between the two. The other clip showed Wang Nansheng approaching Zhiqiu for a handshake after the inaugural episode's performance, only to be disregarded, leaving Wang Nansheng awkwardly frozen in place. The second video, which the production team of Singing Out a New Voice had wisely omitted from the broadcast, had inexplicably leaked. The editing of the 2 videos was remarkably cunning, removing the beginnings and endings, leading unsuspecting viewers to click on them, confirming the sensational claim in the Weibo title. Consequently, the post swiftly claimed the top spot on the trending list. Liao Tao, the chief director of Singing Out a New Voice, was initially in high spirits. With over a decade of experience, he had firmly established himself as the leading variety director at the Beijing City Television, having successfully helmed multiple music programs. Given this background, upon the airing of the first episode, he felt confident that the show would be a hit based on its popularity and audience feedback. However, Liao Tao's elation was short-lived, shattered by the explosive Weibo trending topic of the day. In the office of the Singing Out a New Voice production team at Beijing City Television, a thunderous roar echoed, reverberating against the ceiling. Who did this? Who leaked the unbroadcasted footage? The voice was unmistakably filled with fury. Liao Tao was incensed. Although it wasn't a fault of the production team, having a popular contestant embroiled in such a scandal so soon after the premiere cast an uncertain shadow over the entire program. The 2 assistant directors and various production staff exchanged glances, remaining silent. No one wants to admit it, huh? Liao Tao's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden ring interrupted the tense atmosphere. Liao Tao retrieved his phone, his irritation mounting as he contemplated ending the call, yet paused upon seeing the caller's name. Without uttering a word, he strode towards the conference room's exit. Once he answered, Liao Tao's tone transformed into one of joviality, as though the fury that had just consumed him belonged to another individual entirely. Presently, I hope all is well. How may I assist you? The caller was none other than Li Dapeng, the proprietor of Inghong Entertainment. Director Liao, congratulations. The response to the first episode of Singing Out New Voices has been phenomenal. It is undoubtedly poised to become another hit under your guidance. Li Dapeng's hearty laughter resonated from the other end. Liao Tao's eyes glimmered, and his mind raced. After years of navigating this industry, one grows wise to the machinations of others. The timing of Li Dapeng's call sparked a flicker of suspicion within Liao Tao. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Dapeng finally broached the subject with a hint of implication. Director Liao, I have an uncomfortable request. I apologize for the awkwardness of it. Indeed, a cold smirk crossed Liao Tao's lips, though he maintained a courteous facade. President Li, such words are unnecessary. How could I know if I might be of assistance if you do not speak plainly? Well, then, I shall be forthright. Li Dapeng feigned a sigh before continuing. Our contestant Wang Nansheng, you're aware of him, I trust? His performance in the first episode was less than stellar. Liao Tao paused, perplexed. He recalled Wang Nansheng, as he was the most popular contestant prior to the competition commencing. However, the shortcomings of your contestant are beyond my influence. The rankings are determined by the judges. Although he is the chief director, he lacks the capacity to sway the opinions of the esteemed judges, most of whom are venerable figures in the music industry. Aside from Yu Caiwei, Li Dapeng pressed on, "It is one thing for my contestant to falter. That is a matter of capability. What is crucial is that my people cannot be subjected to indignities." Director Liao, you must have seen the trending video on Weibo. That contestant named Zhiqiu has behaved outrageously. Wouldn't you agree? He is also the composer of Yu Caiwei's new album track, The Wind Rises, which has now overshadowed our Pink Girl Group's album. That Zhiqiu has stirred chaos both on and off the stage, creating turmoil for us at Inghong Entertainment. Director Liao. Understanding dawned upon Liao Tao. Li Dapeng's intentions were transparent. His convoluted complaints and indirect allusions were merely a pretext to target the contestant Zhiqiu. The trending video must have originated from Li Dapeng's machinations. A surge of indignation welled within Liao Tao. Li Dapeng's underhanded tactics were reprehensible, and his reputation in the industry was already tarnished beyond repair. Yet, he had proven to be quite influential. With 2 episodes of the program already recorded, Zhiqiu's performance was irrefutable, and he was poised to become one of the most treasured contestants of singing out new voices. Liao Tao had no intention of indulging Li Dapeng's whims. President Li, your words suggest that Inghong Entertainment, with its vast resources, should easily resolve such a minor issue. As a mere director of a small production team, I fear I am of little assistance. I only hope that your need for retribution does not disrupt the greater pool. The implication is clear. While I cannot control the methods employed by Inghong Entertainment outside, I implore you not to jeopardize singing new voices as it threatens my livelihood. Liao Tao is not genuinely fearful of Li Dapeng. Although Inghong Entertainment wields considerable influence, it has not reached the point of absolute power. Nevertheless, given that Li Dapeng is a formidable tycoon, it is prudent to avoid provoking him. Laughter escaped Liao Tao as he remarked, "Director Li, do you truly think I am unaware of your stature? I would never put you in a difficult position." Li Dapeng responded with hearty laughter, "Director Liao, it would be wise for you to first consider my conditions." Initially disinterested, Liao Tao's demeanor shifted as he listened to Li Dapeng's words, gradually falling into a contemplative silence. The two engaged in conversation for nearly an hour before concluding the call, leaving Liao Tao to set his phone down, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chapter 68. Taking sides. When Zhiqiu saw the Weibo post that Yu Caiwei had shared with him, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the trending topics on Weibo were overwhelmingly filled with voices condemning Zhiqiu. What if he could sing well? He had struck someone in public. Even Wang Nanxing had extended a hand to shake, deliberately ignoring it. It was utterly arrogant. One should prioritize virtue before artistry. Such uncouth contestants ought to be expelled from the competition. Agreed. Initially, I had a slight fondness for him, but having seen these 2 videos, my stance has turned completely against him. In truth, he pales in comparison to Wang Nanxing, who excels in both singing and dancing, showcasing far superior talent. Amidst the torrent of criticism aimed at Zhiqiu, there were indeed a few rational onlookers, but their voices were drowned out by the avalanche of insults. Zhiqiu glanced briefly at the commotion when suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Yu Caiwei. Upon answering, Yu Caiwei stated directly, "It seems someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. There are evident signs of paid commenters. Although I lack concrete evidence, I suspect it is Inghong Entertainment, employing the same tactics they used to undermine my album previously." Zhiqiu did not dwell on this too much and replied, "They have resorted to edited videos. This only indicates their desperation. We need not concern ourselves with them." Yu Caiwei paused momentarily, her voice tinged with worry. "Inghong Entertainment wields considerable influence. I fear they may resort to underhanded methods. Your journey on the Sing Out New Voice program may not be as smooth as anticipated." Zhiqiu felt a warmth in his heart, but teased, "With the stunning you by my side worrying for me, being eliminated would be worth it." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before a voice filled with feigned indignation responded, "Be serious." The tone, however, was oddly soft, resembling playful banter. Zhiqiu chuckled, understanding the need to temper his jesting, and quickly assured her, "It's nothing to fret about. Ultimately, this program will be judged on the quality of our work. Their petty tactics will have no bearing on me." Indeed, Yu Caiwei nodded, continuing. Whether or not one advances primarily depends on the judges. No matter how powerful Inghong Entertainment is, they likely cannot manipulate the judges' decisions. After discussing this matter, they continued their conversation for another 30 minutes, arranging to head together to the next recording session in Beijing before ending the call. At that moment, Huahai Entertainment was exceptionally polite to Yi Zhiqiu, a courtesy stemming from his impressive abilities. Inside the Huahai Entertainment building, Song Mei appeared anxious as she rushed to Yu Caiwei, exclaiming, Wei, what on earth is going on with your Weibo post? Why didn't you inform me before you published it? Glancing at the phone that Song Mei held, Yu Caiwei blinked innocently. Is there a problem? With a distressed expression, Song Mei replied, There's a significant issue. I know Zhiqiu is not that kind of person, but your album is selling well right now. Why wade into such murky waters? Those rabid commenters online target anyone who stands with Zhiqiu, mercilessly attacking them. At the very least, such posts could have been made under the company's name. But Aunt May, Yu Caiwei pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. I simply cannot tolerate them distorting the truth. They clearly lack the skills and resort to such disgraceful tactics. Song Mei sighed helplessly and said, All right, I concede. While the criticism directed at her own album was of little concern, she felt an overwhelming anxiety whenever her beloved faced troubles. Indeed, it was quite distressing. Yu Caiwei's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully chided Aunt May. After Yi Zhiqiu ended the call, she glanced at WeChat, where numerous messages from friends and family awaited her. Her sister, Yi Zitong, along with close acquaintances like Li Su and Ding Jie, expressed their concern regarding the trending topic on Weibo. Li Su, in particular, conveyed a sense of guilt, believing that Yi Zhiqiu had been targeted because she had stood up for her. Yi Zhiqiu succinctly replied to a few of them. Among the 30-plus contestants from the Sing Out New Voice program, only Li Su and Ding Jie publicly supported her on Weibo, yet their voices were barely heard amidst the chaos. The truth of the matter was overlooked by most, while the remaining contestants remained silent, which was to be expected. It was evident to any discerning eye that there were those intent on tarnishing Yi Zhiqiu's reputation. Speaking out recklessly could lead to repercussions. The Sing Out New Voice opportunity was far too significant for anyone to risk jeopardizing their own prospects. In fact, some contestants even hoped that Yi Zhiqiu would be forced to withdraw from the competition, thereby enhancing their own chances. In the ensuing days, Yi Zhiqiu chose to remain oblivious to the external turmoil, focusing instead on updating her work on Zhuxian, dismissing the derogatory remarks on Weibo. The second payment for her manuscript finally arrived, and this month's earnings alone surpassed the amount she received for selling The Wind Rises, allowing her wallet to swell slightly once more. Although Yu Caiwei did not explicitly state that the video was fabricated, she clearly expressed her belief in Yi Zhiqiu's character, which inevitably drew the ire of many uninformed onlookers and fervent fans of Wang Nanshan. Nevertheless, this turmoil had little impact on the sales of The Wind Rises. By the day before the third round of recording for Sing Out New Voice, total sales had reached 950,000 copies, with the achievement of diamond record status within reach. More crucially, daily sales continued to soar by nearly 100,000 copies, enveloping the entirety of Huahai Entertainment in a euphoric dream. In contrast, the album sales for Pink Girl under Inghong Entertainment had plateaued at 550,000 copies. While the figures appeared commendable, they were no longer even in sight of The Wind Rises. Traveling to Beijing, Yi Zhiqiu effortlessly hitched a ride on Yu Caiwei's chauffeur-driven car to the airport. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, and Yu Caiwei, for reasons unbeknownst to Yi Zhiqiu, had recently been more frequent in her discussions about the plot of Zhuxian. As they chatted, Yu Caiwei casually remarked, "The author is going on another hiatus for 2 days. How infuriating." Having grown adept at handling Yu Caiwei's occasional grievances about the Zhuxian author, Yi Zhiqiu responded nonchalantly, "Indeed. However, the author has been quite diligent this week with several updates, so I suppose we can spare him the knife letters." Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of amusement danced in Yu Caiwei's eyes at these words. Arriving at the hotel arranged by the production team, they settled into business class just as evening descended. After a simple dinner alone in the hotel restaurant, on the way back to her room, Zhiqiu encountered several contestants. Unlike their usual exuberance, this time they regarded her with a notable coolness, offering only a complex nod of acknowledgement. Zhiqiu, however, remained unfazed, completely indifferent to their opinions. Upon returning to her room, she engaged in a brief conversation with Li Su, whose face was etched with apologies and concern. Suddenly, Zhiqiu recalled that she had yet to complete an important task. She opened the Weibo account 900 Million Girls' Dreams and posted a message. I am experiencing abdominal pain and will be taking a sick leave for the next 2 days. Thank you all for your understanding. Chapter 69. Showdown with familiarity comes ease. The readers of Zhu Xian have grown accustomed to the author's request for leave. Boasting 2 million loyal fans, nearly devoid of inactive followers, Zhiqiu's Weibo posts ignite a flurry of comments upon release. This time, the reason for the hiatus sparked discontent. Unacceptable. A poor review. Can it be true? Just as a newcomer embarks on this journey, the author opts for a break? The calmness above belies the routine of the author, who typically takes a couple of days off each week. Go on, go on. One hopes the author takes this time to contemplate the storyline, steering clear of excessive torment. Please let Bai Yao be revived. Zhiqiu, feeling justified, perused the reader's comments. He had not been idle this past week, consistently delivering 10,000 words daily, which granted him some leeway regarding his hiatus. As he scrolled, a sudden sensation of having overlooked something significant washed over him, akin to a cat's clawing. What could it be? This nagging feeling tormented him, and just as he was about to concede defeat, a notification from the author's backend chimed in. Reader Wei had gifted the author 100,000 orange coins, stating, "Keep it up, let Lu Sueki be with Gue Li, Wei, also known as Yu Caiwei. Yu Caiwei, that idle chatter in the van today." In an instant, a bolt of lightning illuminated his mind, and Zhiqiu froze. No, this cannot be. If he just announced his leave on Weibo, how could Yu Caiwei have foreseen the 2-day hiatus during their morning conversation? Was it merely a guess? Zhiqiu shook his head. That seemed improbable. He had only taken leave twice before, and the pattern was not so overt. Moreover, Yu Caiwei was preoccupied with album promotions and likely had no time to delve into such matters. If it wasn't a guess, considering Yu Caiwei's recent tendency to initiate discussions about Zhu Xian plotlines, a chilling thought crept into Zhiqiu's mind. Could it be that his identity as the author of Zhu Xian had been exposed? Once this notion took root, it refused to dissipate. Zhiqiu's expression turned peculiar as he pondered, ultimately deciding to probe further. Opening WeChat, he had not yet begun to type when Yu Caiwei's message arrived. Wei Guang, good evening, feeling bored. Shall we grab a drink? Zhiqiu promptly replied. A leaf in autumn, sure. The two convened at the bar on the 5th floor of the hotel, selecting a quiet corner to sit. Both tacitly abstained from ordering alcohol. Yu Caiwei opted for hot milk, while Zhiqiu chose a fruit juice. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhiqiu could no longer contain himself and cautiously broached the subject. The author of Zhu Xian just posted about the hiatus. Yu Caiwei took a sip of her milk and casually responded, What does MM imply? Zhiqiu, under the pretense of sipping his drink, scrutinized Yu Caiwei's expression. Her demeanor remained as cool and impassive as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. Forget it. Zhiqiu gritted his teeth and directly inquired. How did you know the author would take a break this morning, when the announcement was only made tonight? Upon finishing his question, Zhiqiu locked his gaze onto Yu Caiwei's eyes. As Yu Caiwei calmly locked eyes with Zhiqiu, the tranquil waters of her dual orbs showed no signs of turbulence. Gradually, a playful smile began to dance in the depths of her gaze directed at Zhiqiu. Alas, this little girl has outsmarted him. Zhiqiu, as if stripped of his support, weakly inquired, when did you find out? A glimmer of triumph flashed in Yu Caiwei's eyes, but sensing her overt expression, she quickly composed herself and, with an air of haughty dismissal, replied, You concealed it from me quite skillfully. Zhiqiu, with a pained expression, admitted, I was wrong. I didn't wish for this. It was the first time at the graduation evening party, with so many people around. I couldn't very well announce myself as the author of Zhu Xian. Could I? The corners of Yu Caiwei's lips curled slightly as she turned her head away, feigning indifference. Zhiqiu cautiously proposed, "Well, could we possibly agree that you refrain from revealing this to others just yet?" Yu Caiwei did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she countered, "Then you must first tell me, does Bai Yao come back to life? Are Lu Sueki and Zhang Xiaofan together?" Zhiqiu chuckled awkwardly. "Well, if I reveal the plot in advance, it diminishes the intrigue. Wouldn't you agree?" Yu Caiwei tilted her head in contemplation, ultimately conceding, "All right, I shall spare you this time." Zhiqiu let out a long sigh of relief and could not help but inquire, "How did you discern it?" With a sense of pride akin to a detective reveling in her findings, Yu Caiwei recounted her process of deduction. Thus, Zhiqiu experienced an epiphany, only to realize that regret was futile at this juncture. Yu Caiwei curiously asked, "When did you begin writing this book?" Zhiqiu pondered briefly before responding, "Approximately 2 months ago, yes, right after my breakup with Qin Yuan." A thoughtful expression crossed Yu Caiwei's face as she nodded, pouting slightly in discontent. "You deceiver. I even contributed so many orange coins to you, yet you remained silent." Zhiqiu chuckled. "That was only because my writing is commendable. I even solicited votes for you on Weibo, so we are even. However, refrain from sending orange coins in the future. After all, only a few thousand reach me from that 10,000. You might as well give it directly to me." "Mind your own business," Yu Caiwei retorted haughtily, tossing her head. Then, with the curiosity of a child, she asked, "Do they deduct that much? How much can you earn in royalties each month?" There was nothing to conceal. Zhiqiu replied, "Including tips, last month it was over 400,000. There is likely more room for growth." "Oh," Yu Caiwei nodded, not particularly astonished. Earning over 400,000 in a month would be considerable for an ordinary person, yet for someone like Yu Caiwei, was hardly substantial. Since the secret was already out, Zhiqiu felt a sense of relief, and their conversation continued until nearly midnight. The administrative suite had a separate elevator. As Yu Caiwei's figure faded from view, Zhiqiu took another elevator upstairs. When the elevator doors opened, a mingling scent of smoke and alcohol wafted in, indicating someone's presence. It was Wang Nancheng, who appeared to have just returned from outside. Zhiqiu said nothing, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for his floor. Wang Nancheng was evidently not intoxicated, and he raised an eyebrow upon seeing Zhiqiu's reaction. The elevator ascended in silence until Wang Nancheng broke the stillness. "What does it feel like to be trending?" Zhiqiu paused for a moment, quickly comprehending that Wang Nancheng was referring to the sensationalized incident of her striking someone and her refusal to shake hands. It seemed that the viral video incident indeed implicated both Wang Nancheng and Yinghong Entertainment. With a scoff, Wang Nancheng continued in a low voice, "I concede that your songwriting is commendable. However, do you truly believe this will sustain you on the show? Do not be naive. Sometimes, talent amounts to nothing." Ding! The elevator reached Zhiqiu's floor. She had no desire to engage further with this individual, and without looking back, she exited the elevator, leaving behind 2 words, "fool." Chapter 70. The theme of self, the power of the words fool, is undeniably immense. The following day, in the contestant waiting area, Wang Nancheng occasionally cast resentful glances towards Zhiqiu. In the 3rd round of the competition, transitioning from 18 to 12 contestants, a particularly unprecedented format was introduced, a 24-hour creation contest. As the name suggests, once the theme was announced by the production team, all contestants were to engage in closed-door creation for a full 24 hours, followed by immediate performances the next day. Under such pressure, numerous contestants silently clasped their hands in prayer, hoping that the theme would align with a genre they had previously explored, thereby significantly increasing their chances of advancement. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head and gold-rimmed glasses entered the room. He was Liao Tao, the chief director of the program, sing out new voices. A palpable tension filled the air as the contestants braced themselves. Liao Tao scanned the room, and his gaze momentarily lingered on Zhiqiu, who appeared notably relaxed amidst the crowd, before he continued. "Dear contestants, the 3rd round of the competition officially begins now. I shall announce the theme for this round of creation. I believe many of you, during your creative journeys, have encountered a piece that reflects your own self. Understanding oneself, learning to confront oneself, seeking oneself, dissecting oneself, and ultimately discovering oneself is an essential process in creation. Therefore, the theme for this round is self. I hope each contestant can reveal this self within their hearts. Thank you. As Liao Tao's words echoed, he observed the myriad of expressions on the contestants' faces through his gold-rimmed glasses. Some appeared delighted, while others donned expressions of distress. Wang Nanqing's lips curled slightly, suggesting he was prepared and confident. In contrast, Zhiqiu merely yawned, maintaining an indifferent demeanor throughout. Liao Tao cast Zhiqiu one last penetrating glance before withdrawing. The production team had prepared individual small rooms for each contestant, designed for focus creation. The contestants collected their badges and proceeded to the creative area in search of their designated cubicles. Little Leaf, you must help me this time. Ding Jie, with a troubled expression, approached Zhiqiu instead of heading straight to her cubicle. Zhiqiu, puzzled, regarded the striking woman before him. Ding Jie was clad in leather, her figure curvaceous, with cascading waves of hair and fiery red lips that exuded sensuality. With a distressed face, Ding Jie lamented, I fear this time I am doomed. Composing music is manageable, but to write lyrics within 24 hours is utterly torturous. She gazed at Zhiqiu with hopeful eyes, imploring Little Leaf. The production team permits contestants to communicate with one another. Would you mind reviewing my lyrics? Of course, no problem at all. Zhiqiu readily agreed. It was a minor task, and considering that Ding Jie was one of the only two contestants who stood up for him after the trending Weibo incident, he was more than willing to assist her. As for his own creation, upon hearing the theme of self, Zhiqiu had already decided what song he would perform. It was a stroke of luck, unavoidable. Wonderful, Ding Jie exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, nearly bursting with excitement. And she moved as if to embrace Zhiqiu enthusiastically. Zhiqiu quickly stepped aside, jokingly noting that the entire scene was being recorded by the production crew's cameras, which could lead to misunderstandings. After a failed attempt, a flicker of resentment passed through Ding Jie's eyes as she leaned in to glance at the sign in Zhiqiu's hand, curiously inquiring, Little Yi, which room are you in? Zhiqiu shrugged, and the two made their way toward the creative area comprising 18 cubicles. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhiqiu halted, gazing at the room near the door. Ding Jie looked at the room number, momentarily stunned, then pointed ahead and remarked, this one. It must be. Zhiqiu nodded, casting a glance at the restroom entrance not far from the room. Damn, this is outrageous, Ding Jie exclaimed, her frustration bubbling over as she swore. Why on earth did they assign you this spot? The production team is being exceedingly unfair. With so many people coming and going, how can you possibly concentrate on writing songs? Ding Jie was right. Zhiqiu's cubicle was indeed the worst location, adjacent to the entrance and right next to the restroom. While the distance might not affect the smell, the makeshift soundproofing of the cubicle meant that with all the foot traffic throughout the day, achieving a tranquil creative environment would be nearly impossible. Excuse me, a voice interrupted as Wang Nanqing entered from the entrance. Noticing the sign in Zhiqiu's hand, he feigned sympathy, saying, You're using that room? The two chose to ignore him, remaining silent. Wang Nanqing, unfazed, leaned closer to Zhiqiu as he passed, mockingly whispering, So, how does it feel to be the restroom attendant? Zhiqiu's gaze turned icy, and Ding Jie, filled with indignation, was about to respond but was restrained by Zhiqiu. Wang Nanqing snickered softly and strolled toward the farthest room in the corridor. This is unacceptable. I'm going to speak to the production team. Ding Jie, with her fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate such treatment and was determined to stand up for Zhiqiu. Based on your performances in the previous 2 episodes, you definitely shouldn't be assigned this room. It's all right, Ding Jie, Zhiqiu replied calmly. The production team has probably arranged everything already. It wouldn't help to complain. Ding Jie was taken aback, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, Are you suggesting? How about this? Ding Jie pondered for a moment and said, Little Yi, I'll switch rooms with you. You can use mine. I'm accustomed to performing in bars, so the noise won't affect me much. Really, there's no need. Zhiqiu thought to himself how considerate this woman was. He reassured her, this doesn't bother me at all, Ding Jie. Focus on your songwriting. If you can't come up with lyrics, feel free to show me. Given Zhiqiu's insistence, Ding Jie could only relent and return to her centrally located room, casting glances back every few steps. Zhiqiu opened the door and entered his room, where other contestants were still coming in. The sounds of footsteps and conversations were indeed quite prominent. For someone who valued a quiet environment, it would be significantly disruptive. Zhiqiu couldn't tell if this was a deliberate choice by the production team, but thankfully, they didn't overstep. At least the room's decor was quite comfortable, especially since it was under constant surveillance. Zhiqiu tested the sofa, finding it quite cozy, donned his headphones, and then lay down to sleep. Last night, I conversed with Yu Caiwei rather late, and I find myself in need of some rest to compensate for the lack of sleep. Composing songs feels unnecessary at the moment. In truth, this competition format is akin to a gift for Zhiqiu, making it all the more effortless for her. The cameraman who had just come in to gather material was momentarily taken aback. What was this peculiar approach? With a 24-hour time frame, shouldn't one be seizing the moment to ponder deeply from the very beginning? Yet, this individual before him seemed rather unconventional. Could it be that she intends to rest a while, to gather her strength? Yes, that must be it, the cameraman rationalized in his mind. Little did he know, Zhiqiu's brief respite would extend to a full 2 hours. Chapter 71. A person like me as the contestants immersed themselves in their creative endeavors within the confines of their room. The visuals were transmitted in real time to the quarters of the four mentors. Zhiqiu's audacious act of diving headfirst into slumber upon entering the room finally captured the attention of several mentors. Has the young one not begun yet? Chen then inquired, her brow furrowed. For 24 hours was indeed a tight time frame. Was this confidence or merely folly? Li Kuan shook his head, asserting, I cannot discern. Yet I suspect the former holds greater likelihood. The theme of self may pose challenges for other contestants, but I cannot fathom that this lad would be incapable of producing something. Li Guojian chuckled, rather than speculate. Let us consult one who knows him best. Turning to Yu Caiwei, he exclaimed, Congratulations! A platinum album. And a diamond album is merely days away, is it not? Quite the achievement. It is indeed the era of young artists such as yourselves. Yu Caiwei humbly expressed her gratitude, while Li Kuan, awakening to a realization, remarked indeed, Mr. Caiwei, you have collaborated with this young man extensively and are from the same institution. Please enlighten us. Has he been harboring ideas all along? I cannot say. I have not heard. Yu Caiwei responded with a shake of her head, her honesty evident. After a brief pause, she continued, however, I believe that such a challenging topic poses no insurmountable obstacle for him. The group fell into contemplative silence, their gazes fixed upon the screen. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhiqiu came to the realization that this competition format was rather tedious, for being confined to one space for 24 hours was far from delightful. After partaking in a relatively sumptuous meal provided by the production team and indulging in a nap, he found himself at a loss for activities. In a moment of mischief, he discreetly sent a WeChat message to Yu Caiwei, out of the camera's view. Zhiqiu, I am so bored. I have the song ready. What else can I do? In the mentor's room, upon receiving the message, Yu Caiwei was momentarily taken aback and glanced at the screen, just as Zhiqiu happened to look towards the camera. Blinking his eyes playfully, understanding his subtle gesture, Yu Caiwei felt a slight flush creep onto her cheeks. Maintaining her composure, she took out her phone and replied succinctly, Update. To his astonishment, Zhiqiu realized she was urging him to update. Overwhelmed with emotion, he lamented the consequences of his revealed identity. Ultimately, Zhiqiu acquiesced to the request, updating 2 chapters of Zhu Xian and simultaneously posting on Weibo. 2 chapters today. I shall still take leave tomorrow. In no time, the readers of Zhu Xian, accustomed to checking Zhiqiu's Weibo, began to buzz with excitement. Am I seeing things? An update? Wasn't the author supposed to be indisposed for a few days? Is the pain gone? Only 2 chapters? Oh well, better than nothing. Zhiqiu then messaged Yu Caiwei once more. Mission accomplished. Yet, she did not respond. At that moment, The 24-hour creative period was more than halfway through, and the mentors were set to commence their rounds of guidance. In essence, at this juncture, the majority of the contestant songs should have taken shape, allowing the mentors to listen and offer preliminary feedback where necessary. Guiding Zhiqiu is naturally Yu Caiwei. When Yu Caiwei and the cameraman knocked on the door, Zhiqiu was engrossed in his activities. He was downloading a game reminiscent of LOL from his previous life and was fully immersed in a fierce battle, completely oblivious to the knocking. After a few knocks with no response, a hint of confusion flashed in Yu Caiwei's beautiful eyes. Could he be in the restroom? After a moment's thought, she pushed the door open, and the camera followed suit, capturing Zhiqiu's frustrated gesture of slapping his thigh. While the screen displayed the gray image of a tower being destroyed, the cameraman was taken aback. He had been impressed by this contestant who had fallen asleep as soon as he entered, but he did not expect that after half a day, his gameplay would remain as audacious as ever. Only then did Zhiqiu notice the two who had entered. Puzzled, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "We're here for a progress check on your creative work," Yu Caiwei replied, a smirk dancing in her eyes. Zhiqiu blinked, realizing the situation, and reluctantly minimized the game screen. There was no creative work to show. The song merely resided in his mind, not something that warranted Yu Caiwei's attention. However, she did not mind, knowing well of Zhiqiu's capabilities. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the inspection concluded rather hastily. After Yu Caiwei departed, another knock echoed through the room. This time, Zhiqiu opened the door to reveal Ding Jie. She had completed her song, but lacked confidence in her lyrics and sought Zhiqiu's approval. He readily agreed, glancing at the lyrics before swiftly making a few revisions with a flourish of his hand. Minutes later, Ding Jie received her amended score, her eyes brightening with excitement, nearly causing her to leap with joy. "Little Yi, you are simply amazing. I owe you a meal." With that, she dashed out, leaving the entire exchange captured by the cameraman. As night fell, the contestants were confined until they could either choose to return to the hotel for rest or remain in their rooms to continue their creative endeavors. Zhiqiu was the first to emerge. The following day marked the official recording of the program. Most contestants bore deep dark circles under their eyes, indicative of a night spent in fervent creativity. Before taking the stage, contestants drew lots according to their room numbers to determine the order of appearance, heightening the tension once again. After all, the order of performance significantly impacted the results. Zhiqiu casually reached into the draw box, retrieving a slip of paper, only to find he had drawn number 1, first to perform. The expressions of those around him were peculiar, as Zhiqiu's luck for this episode seemed rather unfortunate. Yet, Zhiqiu remained remarkably calm, perhaps having anticipated this outcome. Ultimately, Wang Nanxing drew the last position. As the competition commenced, brief segments of the contestants' creative processes were showcased. When the footage of Zhiqiu entering and immediately falling asleep was aired, all the contestants were left astonished. Was he truly so audacious? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Wang Nanxing's eyes, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. In the most unfavorable creative environment, the first to take the stage, this is the pinnacle of what Inghong Entertainment can achieve. While the average contestant is significantly affected by such circumstances to the extent that their performance may falter, Zhiqiu's unwavering calmness throughout has set alarm bells ringing in Wang Nanxing's mind. Clad in a white shirt rolled up to the elbows and black casual trousers, with a guitar in hand, Zhiqiu emerged from behind the stage curtain. Here he comes. A few mentors straightened their posture slightly, intrigued by Zhiqiu's bizarre 24-hour creative process, eager to discover what kind of piece he would present. Seated on a high stool, guitar cradled against his chest, he leaned closer to the microphone, his soft voice resonating across the stage. This song, Someone Like Me, is dedicated to everyone. Chapter 72. Aiming for glory once more as the lights dimmed, the stage was stripped of any complex background, casting a warm glow solely upon Zhiqiu at the center. His fingers danced across the guitar strings, and a serene melody flowed from his lips. A person as exceptional as I should have radiated throughout life. Yet here I am, adrift in the sea of humanity after more than 20 years. The simplicity of the melody and the almost conversational lyrics momentarily stunned the audience. This was a folk song, a heartfelt ballad, and that was everyone's initial impression. Despite the seemingly ordinary tune, an irresistible urge to continue listening lingered in the air. A person as intelligent as I should have long bid farewell to naivety, yet I exchanged a piece of my heart for a myriad of scars. At this line, the judge Yu Caiwei was taken aback. She understood. This was Zhiqiu's introspective monologue. She recognized his brilliance and outstanding academic achievements. The phrase about exchanging a piece of his heart for scars unmistakably referred to his tumultuous relationship with Chen Yuan. It dawned on her that, although he remained silent, that relationship had inflicted profound wounds upon him. Yu Caiwei gazed at Zhiqiu on stage, a flicker of compassion glistening in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhiqiu continued to sing in a low, resonant voice. A person as lost as I, a seeker like me, a person as unremarkable as I. How many have you encountered? As the segment concluded, the once restless audience had transformed into a tranquil sea of silence. All eyes were fixed on the figure clad in a white shirt, slightly hunched over as he strummed his guitar. In that moment, he reclaimed the spotlight. A person as mundane as I, never fond of feigning profundity, yet occasionally, upon hearing an old song, I find myself momentarily lost. The same melody unfolded, with lyrics that felt like an inner monologue building in intensity. After another verse, Zhiqiu unexpectedly made a move that left everyone astonished. He set down his guitar and closed his eyes. Did he make a mistake? Had he forgotten the lyrics? This was the primary concern swirling in the minds of most spectators. In the contestant area, Li, Su, Ding Jie, and others were filled with anxiety, while Wang Nanchang reveled in delight. Among the judges, although a hint of confusion flickered in their eyes, their emotions remained stable. Their perspectives differed from that of the average audience, so they did not perceive Zhiqiu as faltering. In the next moment, a wistful, melodious whistle filled the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned before widening their eyes in disbelief. A whistle. It was indeed the sound of whistling. At that moment, there was no guitar accompaniment, no background music, only the ethereal melody emanating from Zhiqiu's lips. A stroke of genius. Li Guojian and Li Kuan exchanged incredulous glances. What confidence and relaxation must one possess to dare whistle on such a grand stage without any accompaniment? More importantly, the whistle arrived unexpectedly, yet seamlessly elevated the song to an entirely new level. As Zhiqiu concluded his whistling segment, the audience was left in a state of astonishment. The contestants equally bewildered, and even the judges were rendered speechless. How many people like me, who are lost, who are in search, who feel insignificant, have you encountered? The song lingered in the air, but in a corner unnoticed by the crowd, Yu Caiwei remained silent, her eyes brimming with tears. Fortunately, many were moved to tears by Zhiqiu's performance, making her emotional reaction less conspicuous. Will anyone feel heartache for someone as inexplicable as me? As the final line of lyrics faded, he gently set down his guitar and rose to bow slightly. A moment of silence enveloped the scene before it erupted into a wave of fervent applause, which continued for over 10 seconds before the judge's commentary commenced. "Excuse me, I shall speak first," Li Kuan said, wiping away a tear from his eye, raising his hand. "This song resonates deeply with me." He took a moment to compose himself, managing a bittersweet smile. "I believe everyone is aware of my journey. I've sold goods on the street, worked as a waiter, and sung for a living. I debuted at 32, which is rather late, yet I persevered. After more than 20 years of drifting in the sea of humanity, when I heard those lyrics, I felt they spoke to my own experience. I truly adore this song." His heartfelt words, devoid of any critique of the song itself, struck a chord with all present. Li Guojian and Chen Dan, both seasoned veterans of the music scene, maintained a calm demeanor. Li Guojian chuckled. "It seems that Xiaoye's performance has truly moved many to tears. I have a question. What was your psychological journey in creating this song? Could you share with us?" Zhiqiu pondered for a moment and replied, "For being self-important to acknowledging my own ordinariness that encapsulates the journey of self-discovery for many. And it is the essence behind this song." His words elicited yet another round of applause. Well said, Li Guojian sighed. This is a song capable of touching the hearts of most. I believe many, like myself, have been moved by its lyrics and melody. I must disagree with one point. Chen Dan interjected playfully. The talent that penned this song is anything but ordinary. The audience chuckled warmly as her remark rang true. During the first 3 recordings of Singing a New Voice, Zhiqiu's performances have been nothing short of remarkable. If this was what constituted ordinary, then what hope was there for the other contestants? When it was Yu Caiwei's turn to offer her critique, her eyes were still slightly red. Her voice was subdued as she offered a few casual remarks before concluding. Ultimately, the audience and the 4 judges awarded Zhiqiu an impressive score of 94. Upon returning to the contestant waiting area, Zhiqiu was met with enthusiastic cheers from Li Su and Ding Jie. The expressions of the other contestants were mixed, with some pausing to extend their congratulations. At that moment, Wang Nanqing's expression was one of utter dismay. Perhaps it was the brilliance of Zhiqiu's opening performance that left the subsequent acts receiving a tepid response from the audience, resulting in a lukewarm atmosphere. Until Ding Jie took the stage. A fervent song paired with her distinctive raspy voice reignited the atmosphere, garnering high praise from the judges. When Judge Chen Dan inquired about Ding Jie's remarkable lyrical progress achieved within a mere 24 hours, Ding Jie shyly attributed her success to Zhiqiu, much to the realization of those present. Ultimately, Ding Jie secured an impressive score of 93, just a point shy of Zhiqiu. Clearly delighted with this outcome, the nearly 30-year-old diva walked with a buoyancy that radiated joy. Upon returning to the contestant area, the envy in the gazes of her peers was palpable, as if they could almost breathe fire. The final performer, Wang Nanqing, delivered a song of exceptional quality, earning a commendable score of 91. However, with the explosive performances of Zhiqiu and Ding Jie preceding him, he found himself sharing the 3rd place with another contestant. Thus, the 3rd recording session of Singing Out New Voices concluded with all contestants having showcased their talents. Chapter 73. The broadcast of the 2nd episode as the chief director Liao Tao entered the waiting area, clutching a thin sheet of paper. He instantly captured the attention of all the contestants. Those who had scored favorably in the performance segment felt reassured, while others, whose scores failed to distinguish them from the rest, were nervously clenching their fists. The 3rd round would narrow the contestants from 18 to 12, meaning that 6 individuals would face elimination today. Liao Tao surveyed the multitude of contestants and, upon noticing Zhiqiu's nonchalant demeanor, a flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. He acknowledged Zhiqiu's remarkable talent, but was acutely aware of the generous terms offered by Li Dapeng from Inghong Entertainment, which had led him to covertly assist Wang Nanqing. However, he had not anticipated Wang Nanqing's lackluster performance. Even with all the advantages at his disposal, he was thoroughly outclassed by Zhiqiu. More accurately, Zhiqiu was simply too formidable. As various thoughts swirled in his mind, Liao Tao maintained a composed exterior, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. First, I would like to congratulate all the contestants on successfully completing the 3rd episode, he announced. He had no intention of prolonging the suspense and continued. Now, I shall declare the 12 contestants who will advance. After a brief pause, he announced the contestants advancing are Zhiqiu, Ding Jie, Wang Nanqing, Li Su. The individuals whose names were called erupted in joy, and with the final name announced. The roster of 12 who would participate in the 4th round was solidified. Among them, Li Guojian and Chen Dan each had 4 contestants, while Yu Caiwei and Li Kuan each had 2. Notably, the remaining 2 from Yu Caiwei's team were Zhiqiu and Li Su. This outcome was not unexpected. Despite Yu Caiwei being a rising star, she was considerably outmatched in terms of experience and prowess by the former pop royalty, Li Guojian and Chen Dan. Meanwhile, Li Kuan's fame stemmed from rock and hip-hop, confining his team's style, with only Wang Nanqing's approach aligning closely with his. The ultimate goal for the contestants was to progress further and gain greater exposure, leading them to favor the more beneficial mentorship of Li Guojian and Chen Dan. Nevertheless, with the formidable Zhiqiu and the elite-level Li Su in Yu Caiwei's team, no one dared to underestimate her. The eliminated contestants had scarcely a moment to bid farewell, hastily departing the stage. Finally, Liao Tao announced the format and theme for the next episode, causing the contestants' expressions to tighten once more. The theme for the next episode is personality. Liao Tao continued. Each contestant has their own unique musical style and themes. Unleash your boundless imagination and creativity. Transform yourselves, break through your limits, and showcase your individuality to everyone. Upon hearing the theme of individuality, a collective sigh of relief permeated the room. In truth, songs centered around this theme were relatively easier to compose. The term personality encompasses a broad spectrum, significantly easing the constraints on the contestants' creativity, as long as their expressions remained within reasonable bounds. It is evident that the production team is aware that after implementing the grueling 24-hour creation format, they must afford the contestants some breathing space. Otherwise, the quality of the songs produced would be lamentable, ultimately impacting their own viewership ratings. In the fourth round, Liao Tao gazed at the relaxed contestants, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he announced, "It will be a team battle. Li Guojian's team will face Chun Dan's team, while Yu Caiwei's team will compete against Li Kuan's team. The contestants will engage in 1v1 duels, with the losing participants from the 6 matchups entering a standby group, resulting in the elimination of 4 individuals." As his words fell, a gasp of shock rippled through the contestants, followed by a chorus of lamentations. Indeed, they had been naive to think otherwise. The production team would not allow things to be easy. Nevertheless, the contestants from Li Guojian and Chun Dan's teams secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they did not have to face Yu Caiwei's team. Otherwise, a stroke of bad luck could see them pitted against the formidable Zhiqiu, who could almost guarantee their elimination. At that moment, Wang Nanqing from Li Kuan's team wore a grim expression, lost in thought. Thus concluded the 3rd episode. The following day, Saturday, the music industry experienced an event akin to a minor earthquake. After 2 years, another diamond album was born. Yu Caiwei's debut solo album, The Wind Has Risen, officially surpassed 1 million in sales, a figure that continues to ascend. Previously, due to the smear campaigns and manipulation by Inghong Entertainment, the album had seen a slow growth trajectory. However, no one anticipated that following the reversal of public opinion, the album's sales would soar at a rocket-like pace. Originally regarded merely as a new generation of pop diva by her fans, Yu Caiwei now possesses the foundation to genuinely become a true diva, thanks to her bona fide diamond album. The credit for this success undoubtedly belongs to the title track, The Wind Has Risen, penned and composed by Zhiqiu. Naturally, Zhiqiu's phone was inundated with calls. An artist who excels in both appearance and songwriting ability, and has been tested by the market, has undoubtedly become a coveted figure in the eyes of all agencies. Previously, a company that had offered Zhiqiu a D-level contract, now called groveling, to propose that should he sign with them, an A-level contract would be readily available, with negotiable terms. Countless similar calls and messages flooded in, causing Zhiqiu to become exasperated. He ultimately set his phone to allow only contact from his address book to reach him, restoring a semblance of peace. At 8 p.m., during the prime time slot, the 2nd episode of Singing Out New Voices aired. In a university dormitory, the enthusiastic Kai and her roommates had gathered early around the computer. I'm so excited. We get to see handsome guys again. This episode's theme is Encounter, and I wonder what the contestant named Zhiqiu will sing. A few loyal fans of Zhiqiu among the roommates were engaged in discussions solely about him. It should be a folk song, Kai remarked, her eyes fixed on the screen. I've checked, and Zhiqiu's strongest song style is indeed folk. He is a senior student, and his folk-style songs, The Journey of Bailongu and Goodbye, are remarkably melodious, yet unfortunately lack official recordings. The sporty girl teased, "Oh, how rare. Our Kai seems to know so much about competitors other than her husband. Didn't you claim you would never stray?" Kai's face flushed, and she hurriedly retorted, "No way. His abilities are decent. I'm merely pay attention to information about my husband's rivals. That's quite normal, isn't it?" The 3 roommates exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Another girl chimed in, offering a differing opinion. "I don't think it's necessarily folk music. He is quite adept at pop songs as well." Yu Caiwei's new album features the impressive track The Wind Rises. Just as Kai was about to respond, A voice interrupted. It has begun. Chapter 74. The Romance of the Engineering Man. As the program commenced, several young girls were absorbedly fixated on their computers. In front of them, Zhiqiu faced the production team, his performance akin to a black hole, eliciting peals of laughter and exclamations of what a quintessentially stoic man. After enduring the performances of earlier contestants with bated breath, they finally awaited Zhiqiu's turn. The stage backdrop was adorned with a celestial panorama of stars and galaxies, exuding en enchanting goha. Before he even began to sing, the four girls were chattering excitedly, with Caiwei completely forgetting her vow of fidelity. Upon hearing the title of the song, Mercury's Memoir, the girls were momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Is it the Mercury I'm thinking of? How does this relate to the theme? I cannot fathom how Mercury connects to the notions of encounters and unrequited love under the bewildered gazes of her companions. Zhiqiu's performance commenced. As the song concluded, they exchanged glances, their expressions even more perplexed. The sporty girl hesitantly remarked, "The melody was decent, but it seems somewhat lackluster." Another girl nodded in agreement, adding, "It sounds a bit oppressive, evoking a sense of solitude." Yet Caiwei, fixated on the screen, noted. All the judges stood up and applauded. Isn't that a treatment reserved for truly outstanding works? At this moment, the judges' commentary segment began, prompting the four to redirect their attention. With Zhiqiu's elucidation, they gradually grasped the intricate relationship between Mercury, the Sun, and the messenger spacecraft, along with the deeper significance of the song. They were left in a state of astonishment. Is that really how it's interpreted? Am I truly that dim-witted? Muse Girl A, is this what the romance of an engineering man looks like? Responded Girl B. I wish to hear it once more, the sporty girl murmured. Caiwei bit her lip, her fingers already hovering over the mouse, intent on rewinding the program. At this juncture, Zhiqiu had exited the stage, and the next performer was Wang Nancheng, yet she could hardly focus on anything else. However, they were watching a live stream from Beijing television, rendering it impossible to rewind the progress bar. The girl sighed in frustration, resigned to continue watching. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the somewhat oppressive melody of Mercury's Memoir lingered in Caiwei's ears. The typically captivating performances of Wang Nancheng seemed oddly lackluster at that moment. Look, Mercury's Memoir is trending, exclaimed the sporty girl, distracted from a subsequent performance while scrolling through Weibo. The others quickly opened Weibo, and indeed, the program had not yet concluded. And Zhiqiu was trending once more. Mercury's Memoir, Execution Cycle of the Spacecraft, and Stoic Man Interview were all prominently displayed among the top trending topics. Upon clicking in, the comment section was already bustling with activity. I'm on my knees for this song. As an astronomy major, I understood this piece on the first listen. In the realm of astronomy, escape velocity denotes the speed required for an object to break free from a celestial body's gravitational pull. The escape velocity of Mercury is 435 kilometers s. However, this does not imply a desire to flee. I find myself drawn to your trajectory. Initially, I regarded this song as mediocre, presuming that this handsome gentleman had faltered, only to realize that it was my own appreciation that fell short. The fool is indeed myself. The Penguin Music app has now made this source available. Everyone should give it a listen. I have played it on repeat thrice, for this song deserves to be savored. I have fallen in love. Is this the romance of a science-minded individual? It is the romance of a tech-savvy straight man. If you observe his interview, the production team's young lady was nearly in tears. A few viewers appeared visibly excited, when suddenly, Caiwei furrowed her brow in anger, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. How can these people say such things?" The other three were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Caiwei's phone. It was filled with disparaging comments amidst numerous praises, declaring that the underperforming contestant should not be on stage and ought to withdraw from the competition. Are these people never satisfied? Hasn't a contestant already come forward to clarify the truth? Can I not see this? Enraged, Caiwei jabbed her finger at the screen, responding furiously to each comment. Already embroiled in a dispute with those individuals. I'm a girl teased. Caiwei, aren't you a fan of Wang Nancheng? Why are you so upset when others criticize Zhiqiu? Caiwei paused, then, with a haughty toss of her head, boldly declared, "Yes, I have strayed. I have discovered that the romance of a science-minded man is quite delightful. I have now switched my allegiance to Zhiqiu." Ignoring the astonished expressions of the three, Kai plunged back into her battle on Weibo, muttering to herself, "Curse you, you ignorant fools in the male dormitory of Huahai Media University." The latest round of updates concluded, and Zhiqiu casually perused Weibo as usual. Upon seeing the trending topics regarding Mercury record and the romance of the science-minded, Zhiqiu similit faintly. Many users were vocally proclaiming their innocence, asserting that the live audience failed to comprehend the song, assigning it a low score that would never have been the case had it been compared to Wang Nanqing. Additionally, Zhiqiu noted the persistent comments fixated on the two previously edited videos, unleashing a barrage of criticism. However, there were also rational voices, such as a user named Kai who disliked vegetables, who articulated the entire sequence of events with clarity and rationale, quickly garnering numerous likes. After some contemplation, Zhiqiu decided to share this Weibo post on the 900 million Girls Dream account, adding the comment, "The author speaks very truthfully. The innocent shall be vindicated." Moreover, Zhiqiu is the most handsome. Isn't Hongying Entertainment employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers with their army of online supporters? Given that I possess over 2 million followers, it is quite reasonable to utilize my own account to advocate for myself. Wouldn't you agree? As anticipated, the comment section soon erupted with activity. Has the author also seen Singing New Voices? I adore that program. I advise the author to refrain from speaking lightly on such matters. The entertainment industry can be rife with malicious detractors, so be cautious not to invite trouble. I also truly admire the singer Zhiqiu. Tonight's performance of Mercury record was exceptional. I concur with the author's perspective. Those two abruptly edited videos clearly appear heavily manipulated. The truth of the matter is undoubtedly far more nuanced than what's presented. As a former fan of Wang Nanqing, I must express my profound disappointment with the author. This incident has led me to withdraw my support entirely. Regardless of context, Zhiqiu's blatant disregard for Wang Nanqing's extended hand remains an undeniable display of disrespect. To the commenter above, this is a discussion space for devoted readers of Zhu Xian. If the content displeases you, the exit is available. No one is compelling your presence. Beneath this article, while the majority stand in agreement, a vocal minority of Wang Nanqing's supporters voiced dissent, creating quite the spectacle. Though, admittedly, some have strayed entirely from the topic at hand. You're all missing the crucial detail. Has no one noticed the author's closing remark? Disgusting. Could the author possibly be? Regardless, provide me with your contact information. In any case, through Zhu Xian's vast readership, the truth behind this video controversy is gradually coming to light. Chapter 75. The Old Fox is Cowed. Music critic Ding Dashing has once again taken to Weibo. 2 hours after the broadcast of the second episode of Singing Out New Voices, Ding, who has been closely monitoring Zhiqiu's performance, published an extensive review. The title of his critique reads Mercury's Record, another masterpiece. Following his previous works, The Wind Rises and Ordinary Road, I had harbored concerns that he might be a fleeting comet, perhaps running out of creative steam. However, I soon realized I was profoundly mistaken. I must reiterate, this young talent is indeed a once-in-a-decade prodigy of the Chinese music scene. Mercury's Record, in terms of arrangement, lyrics, and emotional depth, is an extraordinary piece. Amidst a plethora of insipid songs merely designed for superficial enjoyment, this work stands out as refreshingly unique. If I were to articulate just how remarkable this song is, in my personal opinion, I believe it even surpasses the title track The Wind Rises from the Diamond album he crafted for Yu Caiwei. It is to date my favorite of all his compositions. Ding Dashing's lengthy review, filled with thousands of words, rapidly garnered over 8 million views on Weibo upon publication. Within 2 hours of its release on Penguin Music, Mercury's Record soared to the top of various charts, including the Hot Songs and New Songs lists, as well as real-time search rankings. Amidst the overwhelming praise, the criticisms directed at Zhiqiu's voice on the internet have begun to wane. In Beijing, Liao Tao, the chief director of Singing Out New Voices, surveyed the data in his hands, his emotions a tumultuous mix. The show's peak viewership rates surpassed 3 To put this into perspective, a viewership rate exceeding 3 for a variety show is akin to the level of a national broadcaster airing high-quality programming. Should it rise by another 2 percentage points, it would cross into the realm of nationwide appeal. Initially, Beijing Television had invested heavily in this program, with the best-case scenario yielding a mere 2 viewership, and that was in the later stages. Yet, in just its second episode, the show has effortlessly surpassed this target, with much of the credit due to the contestant named Zhiqiu. It is evident that once Zhiqiu's performance concluded, the show's ratings plummeted below 2. Moments ago, the director of Beijing Television called to commend Liao Tao profusely, yet he could not find joy in the accolades. Regret consumed Liao Tao as he pondered whether his agreement with Li Dapeng of Inghong Entertainment had been a mistake. If Zhiqiu were merely a contestant with slightly above-average talent, it would be one thing. However, given the current circumstances, some individuals simply cannot be restrained. Suddenly, the ringing phone startled Liao Tao from his thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID displaying Li Dapeng's name, Liao's expression shifted unpredictably, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Upon pressing the answer button, Liao adopted an excessively polite and cheerful tone. "Mr. Li, what a surprise to receive your call at such a late hour." On the other end of the line, Li Dapeng's tone was far from composed. His words tumbled out in urgent agitation. "Director Liao, what's going on here? Wasn't it agreed we'd deal with that kid? How did he end up advancing yesterday? And as the top contestant no less. With this kind of online buzz and another episode airing soon, how are we supposed to play this game?" By the end, his voice had taken on an accusatory edge. A flicker of derision passed through Liao Tao's eyes. "Play this game? Go play with yourself. If I keep playing along, it'll be game over for me." This, Liao Tao feigned distress. "Presidently, I'm in a difficult position here. I followed your instructions to the letter, but the kid's got uncanny luck. The audience and judges gave him such high scores, there was nothing I could do." "I know." Li Dapeng cut in sharply from the other end. "The problem now is it's not enough. We must get that kid eliminated no matter what. Here's what you'll do." After listening quietly to Li Dapeng's demands, Liao Tao declined tactfully. "President Li, this doesn't seem appropriate. Going this far would mean destroying my own career." A heavy silence followed. Li Dapeng seemed to sense the shift in Liao Tao's stance. "Director Liao," came his icy voice, "what exactly do you mean by this? Getting cold feet? Decided to quit?" Liao Tao smirked soundlessly but maintained his polite tone. "President Li, I'm afraid I don't follow. Small favors within the rules. Just say the word and I'm at your service. But this, you're asking too much of me. You seen the online reactions, President Li. I've been in this business long enough to offer some advice. True talent can't be suppressed. Don't push things to extremes. Better to make friends than enemies. Go to hell." Li Dapeng's enraged roar preceded the abrupt end of the call. Liao Tao's expression remained unruffled, his conviction and his decision growing stronger. While Li Dapeng wielded considerable influence, he didn't hold absolute power. What could he really do to him? But continuing down this reckless path would lead to unpredictable consequences. In Inghong Entertainment's towering headquarters in Huahai City, Li Dapeng's thunderous outburst sent tremors through the conference room. He slammed his phone onto the table with a resounding crack, breathing heavily for several moments before growling. "That old fox Liao Tao has backed out." The subordinates exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. But Li Hongfei had no such reservations, springing to his feet. "Then what do we do, Dad? That punk's getting more arrogant by the day. If this continues, all the company's previous investments will go down the drain." Li Hongfei was genuinely panicked. In his mind, what belonged to his father was rightfully his. Inghong Entertainment had poured millions into promoting Pink Girl and Wang Nanshan. Yet after just 2 episodes of Sing a New Song, Zhiqiu had completely overshadowed Wang Nanshan, with even some of Wang's fans beginning to drift away online. This was real money evaporating before their eyes. Li Hongfei felt each loss like a stab to the heart. Li Dapeng shared the sentiment, but as a profit-driven businessman, his foresight far exceeded that of his incompetent son. With a furrowed brow, Li Dapeng pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. "This Zhiqiu has yet to sign with any company?" The crowd fell silent, and a suited executive quickly replied, "Yes. It is rumored that some companies have approached him, but it seems the terms were not agreeable, and that young man did not acquiesce." Li Dapeng nodded slightly and declared, "Call him. Offer an A-level contract and secure his signature." The group was momentarily taken aback, and Li Hongfei exclaimed, "Dad, stop." Li Dapeng snapped impatiently, silencing him. The suited executive swiftly produced his phone. Acquiring Yi Zhiqiu's number was not a challenge. Moments later, he turned to the awaiting Li Dapeng, his expression peculiar, and said, Mr. Li, the other party has set a call restriction. We cannot get through." Li Dapeng took a deep breath, as if resolved to undertake a significant decision. Let us proceed to Huahai Media University. Chapter 76. Li Dapeng's visit after the second episode of Sing a New Song aired. Yi Zhiqiu's reception on campus soared to levels akin to Yu Caiwei's. As he walked through the school grounds, he found himself the center of attention, with many staring unabashedly. Though, fortunately, as fellow students, none approached him for autographs. When his phone rang, it was his mother, Lin Huifan. "Achio, this morning when I went out to buy groceries, a bunch of people claiming to be from entertainment companies showed up at our door, saying they wanted to sign you. They were all dressed so fancy, but I couldn't tell if they were scammers." Her worried voice crackled through the line. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly understood. He had set his phone to only accept calls from contacts, but these companies had somehow tracked down his home address. "Mom, whether they're scammers or not, just ignore them," he said quickly. "Don't agree to anything they propose. Don't believe a word they say. Call me if anything comes up." Lin Huifan nodded repeatedly on the other end. "All right, I understand. I won't cause any trouble. Oh, and I watched that Sing a New Song show last night. It was wonderful. Even your father's boss at work asked about it today." Before Yi Zhiqiu could respond, the line grew noisy and the phone was snatched away. Big bro, you're so cool." It was Yi Zitong, his excitable younger sister. "Big bro, you're really a star now. You're all over the trending lists. Do you even know that? My classmates are so jealous. A bunch of them are your fans now. And even your old homeroom teacher had reporters trying to interview her. Oh, and when are you coming home? You have to sign like 10 autographs for me. No refusing. I already promised my friends." Yi Zitong's rapid-fire chatter buzzed in his ears like a swarm of bees. Yi Zhiqiu could only laugh helplessly, agreeing absent-mindedly. His sister's hyperactive personality was clearly here to stay. After chatting a bit longer and reminding Yi Zitong to keep an eye on things at home, especially to avoid being tricked by those entertainment companies, he finally hung up. No sooner had he put his phone away than his steps faltered. Two men, clearly not students, blocked his path. One of them looked vaguely familiar. "Good day. Mr. Yi, might we have a word in private?" A man in his 30s, dressed in a sharp suit and exuding an air of professionalism, spoke politely. Yi Ziyu fronted, unmoving. The suited man's outstretched hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, the one who seemed familiar, smiled and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Li Dapeng, the owner of Inghong Entertainment." Li Dapeng. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes narrowed. So this was the man who had sat on the stage with the school administrators during the graduation gala. Inghong Entertainment, Wang Nanshan's company, which meant the online smear campaigns against Yu Caiwei and himself had been orchestrated by none other than the man standing before him. What on earth did he want? Li Dapeng wore a benevolent expression, exuding warmth and approachability. With a smile, he inquired if Mr. Yi would be willing to step aside for a private conversation. Uncertain of the response he would receive. "Not convenient," Yi Zhiqiu replied coolly. Li Dapeng's smile faltered, caught off guard by such an answer. After all, he was a capital magnate with assets exceeding $1 billion, and he had lowered himself to invite a mere youth, only to be turned down. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, yet he suppressed his irritation and maintained his smile, saying, "Since it is not convenient for Mr. Yi, let us discuss matters here. Mr. Yi has not yet signed a contract with any company, has he? Inghong Entertainment holds Mr. Yi's talent in high regard and hopes to sign him." Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Li Dapeng's true intention. For the first time, he scrutinized this middle-aged man, whose smile belied a more sinister nature. They had previously clashed fiercely online in a situation that seemed irreconcilable, only for him to now extend an affable invitation to join Inghong Entertainment. One could not deny that Li Dapeng possessed a certain ruthless cunning, capable of bending and yielding for the sake of profit, even at the expense of his own dignity. Frankly, Individuals like him often thrived in the entertainment industry. However, Zhiqiu had no intention of acquiescing. Not interested, he stated plainly. Li Dapeng, unfazed, replied with a smile. Mr. Yi, please do not be so hasty in your refusal. Perhaps you might consider hearing Inghong Entertainment's terms A-grade contract, with top-tier resources for promotion and development. An immediate signing bonus of 5 million. Should Mr. Yi agree, we can negotiate further. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. Li Dapeng's audacity was indeed commendable. To be honest, the terms offered by Inghong Entertainment were the most favorable he had encountered among the many companies that had reached out to him. Seemingly pleased with Yi Zhiqiu's astonished expression, Li Dapeng locked eyes with him, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, to his surprise, Yi Zhiqiu smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I remain uninterested. Both Li Dapeng and the suited man were momentarily stunned, questioning if they had misheard, as the rejection came so decisively. They had investigated, and Yi Zhiqiu hailed from an ordinary working-class background. 5 million was undoubtedly a substantial sum for him. Repeatedly overlooked, Li Dapeng's frustration mounted. Yet he suppressed his anger, stating, Mr. Yi, you possess remarkable confidence. May I inquire what your conditions are? My conditions are simple, Yi Zhiqiu replied coolly, an S-grade contract. The establishment of a personal studio within the company, operating independently, with the company refraining from interfering in my daily activities. With each word Yi Zhiqiu uttered, Li Dapeng's expression darkened. Impossible, exclaimed the suited man, unable to contain himself. Li Dapeng's smile finally faltered, his demeanor turning as dark as stormy waters as he coldly remarked, Mr. Yi, are you jesting with me? I never joke, Yi Zhiqiu replied calmly. Li Dapeng scufa de ricibedi. Mocking, what grand ambitions you have. Just because you have penned a couple of good songs, do you truly believe yourself to be a superstar? Yi Zhiqiu smiled broadly and said, It's not just Inghong Entertainment that has approached me. These are my conditions. You agree, and I will still need to contemplate my decision. All right. Li Dapeng retorted, exasperated. Li Dapeng was utterly incensed. He had the power to dictate the fates of the company's artists, which newcomer would dare to speak boldly in his presence. Yet today, he found himself humiliated by a mere novice. An S-level contract, along with the establishment of an independent studio? How could this be possible? Even top-tier singers do not receive such treatment. Yet here was a young upstart, having penned only a few songs, daring to demand such terms. Young man, you possess quite the audacity, Li Dapeng stated coldly. But let me offer you a word of advice. Do not assume that a modicum of talent grants you the right to act recklessly. The world is far more complex than you perceive. With those words, Li Dapeng strode away. Chapter 77. Huang Xishan upon returning to Inghong Entertainment. Li Dapeng's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. Those within the company instinctively parted like the Red Sea at his approach, fearful of incurring his wrath. Damn it, this brat is even more arrogant than I am. With a resounding crash, Li Dapeng, overwhelmed by rage, swept a valuable vase off the table with a single hand. The vase shattered right at the feet of several subordinates who had just entered, startling them greatly. After venting his frustration, Li Dapeng sank deeply into his Italian-imported executive chair, taking several deep breaths as his countenance gradually returned to calm. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wang Nansheng and asked solemnly, How will we proceed with the next round? Wang Nansheng promptly replied, The teams will face off in 1v1 duels, with the losing party being directly eliminated. The theme for the song creation is individuality. I am in Li Kuan's team, which will be pitted against Yu Caiwei's team, where Yi Zhiqiu is. Li Dapeng inquired directly, What are your chances of winning against that brat? Wang Nansheng hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was that if he were to face Yi Zhiqiu, even a 1 in 10 chance would be optimistic. As Wang Nansheng bit his lip, preparing to speak, his manager interjected hastily, Mr. Li, although Yi Zhiqiu's character is lacking, he does possess a degree of talent, otherwise he wouldn't. Li Dapeng, clearly understanding, interrupted, enough. The manager immediately fell silent, exchanging a glance with Wang Nansheng, signaling that this was not the time for bravado. Leaning back in his executive chair, Li Dapeng rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. The gathered subordinates remained silent, not daring to disrupt his contemplation. After a brief silence, Li Dapeng suddenly commanded, "Huang Xishan has been in retirement for over 6 months. Summon him. For the next episode, I want him to write a song for Wang Nanqing. Purchase it for the competition. We must ensure that he is eliminated. I refuse to believe that, no matter how formidable that brat is, he can surpass a lyrical genius." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Nanqing and his manager exchanged ecstatic glances. Huang Xishan, over 60 years of age, had been writing songs for more than 40 years and had composed nearly 1,000 pieces, establishing himself as a renowned lyrical genius in the music industry. He had penned songs for numerous music legends, many of which had become enduring classics, having witnessed the rise and fall of the Chinese music scene, and was considered one of the pinnacle creators in the industry. However, one of Li Dapeng's subordinates hesitantly remarked, "But Mr. Li, Huang Xishan has already put down his pen. His temperament is quite eccentric, and he may not be willing to return." Li Dapeng scoffed dismissively. "Put down his pen? Offer him 300,000, the highest price, to write. That old man has been living it up since retirement, losing considerable sums in gambling. He likely cannot even afford to pursue women now. He merely can't bear to admit he needs to write again. With 300,000 on the table, he will agree." The subordinate was taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. Li Dapeng fixed his gaze on Wang Nanqing and coldly stated, "The path is laid out for you. You know what to do next, right?" Wang Nanqing suppressed the overwhelming joy within him and immediately lowered his head, declaring, "Understood. I will not disappoint you, Mr. Li." Li Dapeng nodded in satisfaction. What cheating! As long as Huang Xishan remained silent, Wang Nanqing could assert that the song was his own creation, and no one could contest it. Li Dapeng had resolved firmly. If Huang Xishan was inadequate, there were still Huang Xishan and Bai Xishan. He refused to believe that Zhiqiu could continue to triumph indefinitely. The narrative lay in the hands of the victors. Should Wang Nanqing prevail in the program singing new voices, there would undoubtedly be myriad ways to tarnish his reputation thereafter. On that day, Wang Nanqing's declaration of challenge swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. In the 4th episode of Singing New Voices, a 1v1 duel awaits you. Zhiqiu, are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Wang Nanqing's studio was left utterly speechless. It was absurd that Zhiqiu did not even possess a Weibo account, rendering the challenge futile, as he could not even tag the intended recipient. After 2 episodes of Singing New Voices, Zhiqiu had undoubtedly garnered a considerable following. Yet it was indeed peculiar that the principal figure lacked even a single Weibo account. Once this post was published, it immediately attracted a throng of onlookers, with the comments surging rapidly. A 1v1 duel, how thrilling. Support Wang Nanqing. My husband will surely win. My husband is so manly. Wang Nanqing, you are the best. The army of Cheng is on the march, and nothing shall remain. Hey, are the invaders at the gates? Neutral spectators expressed admiration for Wang Nanqing's courage, but cautiously noted that based on the previous 2 episodes, Zhiqiu's prowess appeared slightly superior. The previous commenter is far too polite. Are you certain it's merely a slight advantage? When Zhiqiu, engrossed in his work, read the Weibo post forwarded by Yu Caiwei, he took a while to comprehend. What kind of self-destructive maneuver was this? Zhiqiu could not fathom what had compelled Wang Nanqing to issue such a challenge, nor who had bestowed upon him such audacity. Wei Guang commented, "A challenge. Do you have confidence?" She followed with, "Should I help you gather support?" Zhiqiu pouted and replied directly, "No need. Such a minor character doesn't warrant the involvement of the illustrious Yu." Wei Guang encouraged, "I believe in your abilities." She then asked, "Why haven't you updated today?" Zhiqiu's expression darkened at his computer. He thought, "Hey, this topic has shifted too rapidly." He retorted, "I suspect you are merely using this as an opportunity to urge me to update." Wei Guang replied playfully, deciding to upload chapters en masse on the author's backend. Zhiqiu contemplated and logged into the account dream of 900 million girls. He retweeted Wang Nanqing's challenge, adding 6 words, "Grandma dives under the covers." The activity surrounding the legend of the immortals was exceedingly vibrant on Weibo, and upon Zhiqiu's nonsensical post, the comment section soon erupted in excitement. "I don't understand. Don't understand 10086. ISNT, the author supposed to be in cahoots with Zhiqiu? How could Wang Nancheng dare to issue a challenge? Rare sight. I expected the author's fiery temper to lash out immediately. The previous commenter. How do you know the author hasn't already exploded in rage? Think about the phrase grandma dives under the covers. What comes next? What does it mean? Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. In the comments section, the majority of individuals are intrigued by the meaning of these few words, and soon, an insightful netizen unveiled the mystery. The old lady crawls into bed, followed by the line, made Grandpa laugh. Is that even possible? Ha ha ha. I must admit, I'm truly impressed by this audacious author. What a twist. I wonder how the author could contain such a fiery temper. And it turns out they finally couldn't hold back. At the Inghong Entertainment Building, the manager hurriedly burst in. Nanchen, check the trending topics on Weibo. Has that young man responded? Wang Nanchen's expression brightened as he took the phone from his manager. 900 million girls' dreams. Over 2 million followers? Wang Nanchen was taken aback. What does the old lady crawls in a bed mean? A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he continued reading, only to feel darkness enveloping him. A surge of fervor rushed to his head. Chapter 78. Fans of music or literature after a considerable period of fuming. Wang Nancheng finally regained his composure, though he could no longer restrain his exasperation. What on earth was this rabid dog that had suddenly appeared to indiscriminately bite? Had he provoked it in any way? This dream of 900 million young girls seemed to be a novelist. The agent's expression was peculiar, and he admitted he found it hard to believe. It was quite a bestseller. What nonsense is this? A novelist? Wang Nancheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt utterly wronged. His recent misfortunes had been relentless. Not only had Zhiqiu disrupted the company's meticulously crafted star-making plan, but now a baffling novelist sought to bully him as well. On Weibo, Zhiqiu's sarcastic remark rapidly climbed to the forefront of trending topics, a testament to the formidable impact of the phrase grandma burrowing into bed. However, this incited the ire of Wang Nancheng's legion of fans. This group, already frustrated by their inability to locate Zhiqiu's Weibo account, now found a target in this inexplicable novelist who dared to insult their idol. Upon inspection, they saw that this account boasted over 2 million followers. No matter. This only made it more challenging and exhilarating. In an instant, the pent-up energy of Wang Nancheng's supporters surged forth as they descended upon the Weibo of dream of 900 million young girls. Yet, witnessing this unfolding drama, the fans of the novel Zhu Xian were no pushovers. Although they often derided the dog author, some were perplexed by the inexplicable hostility directed at the writer. However, their disdain stemmed from a place of love, born from a desire for updates. Who were these newcomers to intrude? Additionally, there was a significant contingent, true fans of Zhiqiu. Following the airing of 2 episodes of Singing Out New Voices, Zhiqiu had unwittingly amassed a substantial fan base, all eager for affiliation. Consequently, when they stumbled upon the Weibo of dream of 900 million young girls, they recognized it as a stronghold of allied forces and eagerly joined in. The fervent fans of Wang Nancheng, the readers of Zhu Xian, and the admirers of Zhiqiu became embroiled in a chaotic melee beneath the Weibo post of grandma burrowing into bed. The intensity of the battle could only be described as fierce, with comments skyrocketing to terrifying numbers: 100, 000, 200, 000. As the two factions gradually recognized their shared stance, they united, their combined forces outnumbering Wang Nancheng's fans by more than twofold. The tide of battle began to shift dramatically. Victory was all but assured. With a newfound sense of organization, the fans of Zhiqiu were still unsatisfied, feeling a lingering thrill. What else could they do? Now that they were here, why not explore? Zhu Xian, what is this? Curiosity piqued, they searched for it, eager to support their formidable allies. Many fans with this mindset delved into the fantastical realm of Zhu Xian, finding themselves utterly captivated and unable to tear themselves away. In the vibrant city of Shangjing, within the Orange Reading Building, Shi Nuanyuan has been enjoying a rather prosperous life lately. The performance of her work, Zhu Xian, has been remarkably stable, dominating various rankings across the website. The thought of her 5-figure salary from the previous month nearly brought a smile to her face. since befriending Yi Zhiqiu. The task of maintaining her role as the author of Zhu Xian, which once seemed daunting, now appears effortless. As her gaze inadvertently swept across the real-time data of Zhu Xian, Shi Nuanyuan, with a piece of cake stealthily tucked in her mouth, widened her eyes in shock, her face quickly turning crimson. She pounded her chest a few times to swallow the cake that had lodged in her throat, neglecting to take a sip of water. Leaning closer to her computer screen, she blinked fervently, finally confirming that the data was accurate. Within a mere hour, the number of new readers visiting Zhu Xian skyrocketed, with both book reviews and chapter comments surging dramatically. What kind of mischief had that fellow orchestrated? This was Shi Nuanyuan's immediate reaction as she hurriedly dialed Yi Zhiqiu's number. The call connected swiftly, and her first words were, "Brother Yi. The reader traffic for Zhu Xian has surged. What have you been up to lately?" "I haven't done anything," Yi Zhiqiu replied, momentarily taken aback in his dormitory. Shi Nuanyuan, perplexed, responded, "Is that so? Then it's strange. Such a rapid increase in readership is quite unusual. Where did all these new readers come from? Could it be a malicious attack from a rival?" Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu recalled something, casting a guilty glance at a few of his roommates, and vaguely suggested, "Perhaps it's from Weibo? You might want to check." Weibo? Looking at her phone after the call had ended, Shi Nuanyuan quickly logged into Weibo. Once she pieced together the sequence of events, she was astounded. Her first reaction was, is this even possible? A dream collaboration between fans of music and literature? While she had seen many ways authors promote their works, this method was truly unprecedented. Regardless, as long as it wasn't a malicious ploy, Shi Nuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many of Yi Zhiqiu's music fans had transitioned into book enthusiasts, following Zhu Xian in droves. Consequently, the Weibo follower count for 900 million girls' dreams surged, quickly surpassing 2 million before ultimately reaching over 3 million. This new wave of book fans could never have imagined that they were inadvertently following the actual creator's Weibo account. Even Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It seemed he indeed had a considerable number of fans. The following day, Yi Zhiqiu contacted Yu Caiwei in advance and returned to the Huahai Entertainment building. Although he was not an employee of Huahai Entertainment, his frequent visits had made him a familiar face at the front desk, where he was allowed to pass through without registration. Yi Zhiqiu headed straight to the luxurious recording studio to complete the theme song for the film Goodbye, X, taking advantage of Yu Caiwei's availability to record a demo for submission. Lu Mincan had been particularly attentive to him, and Yi Zhiqiu placed great importance on the tasks assigned to him, especially considering the hefty reward of 300,000. Yu Caiwei, Song Mei, along with music director Chen Haitao and a group of recording personnel, had long been awaiting in the recording studio, as Huahai Entertainment placed great importance on Yi Zhiqiu's actions. Yi Zhiqiu was somewhat taken aback by the scene, laughingly remarking, "Isn't this a bit excessive? The song isn't particularly challenging. I could sing it casually." Laughter ensued among the group, with Chen Haitao responding, "Primarily, everyone is quite curious about what new work the author of the Diamond Album songs has in store. Zhiqiu, why not indulge us a little?" Yu Caiwei gazed at Yi Zhiqiu with curiosity, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Zhiqiu, not one to hesitate, produced the sheet music he had prepared in advance and handed it to Yu Caiwei, softly saying, "Take a look." Yu Caiwei promptly accepted it, her lovely gaze fixed on the paper as her delicate lips parted to utter the title of the song. Decorous? Chapter 79. Do you wish to sing and dance? Yu Caiwei focused intently on the sheet music in her hands, her delicate features increasingly displaying a look of astonishment. The song's complexity was minimal, and she soon nodded slightly to Yi Zhiqiu, signaling her readiness. As she stepped into the recording studio, the slightly somber and restrained piano accompaniment began, and Yu Caiwei's crystal-clear voice emerged. Do not pile up nostalgia to make the plot melodramatic. After loving deeply for years, why destroy the classic? The opening lines were remarkably straightforward, and coupled with Yu Caiwei's professional emotional control, it was evident to all that this was a song about parting. With her lips gently parted and her breath remarkably steady, her singing was flawless. We are adults now, with no debts to repay. Wasting time is my own choice. Like an actor taking a bow, I watched the lights dim, with no time left for a grand finale, so I shall preserve the dignity of farewell. I love you without regret, and I respect the story's conclusion. At this juncture, Yu Caiwei paused momentarily. The audience, enraptured by her performance, felt a tightening in their hearts. Anticipating the chorus, breakups should be dignified. No one needs to apologize. What debts are there? I dare to give, so I dare to shatter. Before the camera are the echoes of our past, cheering and crying, leaving with grace, ensuring that these years of passionate love and earnest devotion are not in vain. Do not let obsession ruin yesterday. I have loved you with clarity and decisiveness. As Zhiqiu listened, he was increasingly astonished, gaining a profound appreciation for Yu Caiwei's powerful voice. The song Dignity was originally a piece from a film titled X's 3, Goodbye X's. The melody was melodious and enchanting, and under the original singer's slightly husky tone, it conveyed a sense of sadness and nonchalance, rich in nuance. However, Yu Caiwei's rendition offered an entirely different experience. Her ethereal and crystalline voice imbued the poignant lyrics with a breathtaking, heart-wrenching beauty. As the first verse concluded, their charming, slightly plump assistant could no longer hold back her tears. The most familiar street now has a different lead. I cry until I choke, my heart aching, treating it as a metamorphosis. There is no time for a grand finale. I shall preserve the dignity of farewell. I love you without regret, and I respect the story's conclusion. Yu Caiwei continued to sing, her emotions building as the lyrics progressed, gradually infused with a hint of warmth. Nearby, Song Mei and Chun Haitao's eyes sparkled brighter, with Song Mei occasionally glancing at Zhiqiu, her expression tinged with melancholy. Breakups should be dignified. No one needs to apologize. What debts are there? I dare to give, so I dare to shatter. Before the camera are the echoes of our past, cheering and crying, leaving with grace, ensuring that these years of passionate love and earnest devotion are not in vain. Do not let obsession ruin yesterday. I have loved you with clarity and decisiveness. Farewell, cherishing our encounter. As the final line of the first verse concluded, there was no need to repeat the demo. Yu Caiwei paused. Removing her headphones, she gazed outward, meeting Zhiqiu's approving thumbs up. Yu Caiwei's eyes curved slightly, her heart fluttering with joy as the corners of her lips lifted unconsciously. Stepping out of the recording room, Zhiqiu greeted her, perfect. On a scale of 10, I give you 100. As if I believe you, Yu Caiwei pouted. With me taking charge, this song was bound to pass. Now, tell me, how are you going to thank me? Zhiqiu paused for a moment before immediately replying. I owe you a meal. Missing such a golden opportunity would be foolish. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Yu Caiwei's eyes as she replied haughtily, That's more like it. Hey. You too. This is a bit much, isn't it? Song Mei, standing to the side, watched their blatant flirtation with a hint of helplessness in her gaze. Zhiqiu, Song Mei lamented. This song, using it as just a movie theme, feels like such a waste. If I'd known earlier, I would have paid 300,000 for it. Chun Haitao also sighed in admiration. From every angle, this song is incredibly polished. It could easily be the lead single of an album. I have to admit, another masterpiece. Xiaoye. He joked. Others rack their brains just to write one decent song. Yet for you, it's like pulling cabbages out of a field, effortless. You want this song too? Zhiqiu chuckled curiously. But this style doesn't really suit Caiwei, does it? He was wrong. Though Yu Caiwei had sung it beautifully, strictly speaking, the song didn't suit her. It wasn't just a matter of style. The key issue was that Yu Caiwei had never been in love, never experienced a breakup. To truly convey the emotions in decency, one needed certain life experiences. Song Mei still felt regretful, sighing in distress. Besides Weiwei, Huahai Entertainment has other singers too. Even if no one fits, I'd rather buy it, and keep it in reserve than let go to waste. Zhiqiu chose to ignore her remark. If I wrote a good song every time you wanted to stockpile one, the sheer volume would probably shock you to death. Of course, Song Mei was only joking. Xu Wenti actually snatched the song from Lu Minkong. After copying the recording of Yu Caiwei's performance, Zhiqiu suddenly remembered something and turned to her. By the way, there is something I'd like your help with. Does Huahai Entertainment have any dance instructors? I'd like to hire one. Dance? The question left everyone present stunned. Teaching who? You? The assistant girl blurted out in disbelief. Duh. Unless I'm teaching my daughter. Zhiqiu rolled his eyes. Since Zhiqiu had no daughter, the assistant girl gave an embarrassed laugh before widening her eyes in astonishment. Yu Caiwei also looked at him in surprise. Why the sudden interest in learning to dance? Zhiqiu grinned. That Wang Nanshan challenged me. Since that's the case, I'll give him a real show in the next program. ISNT singing and dancing is forte? Well, I'll play along. Defeating someone in their own domain? Now that's fun. Song Mei couldn't help exclaiming, you can sing and dance? How come I've never heard of this before? Everyone was taken aback this time. Previously, Zhiqiu's compositions were either folk songs or pop music, predominantly highlighting the lyrics. Now he proclaimed his desire to venture into singing and dancing, a considerable leap in style that left the crowd reeling. If he could master both singing and dancing, he would truly be a versatile talent. With a hint of resignation, Zhiqiu remarked, it is precisely because I lack these skills that I wish to learn. Song Mei let out a sigh of relief and smiled. There must be a dance instructor available, like Wei Wei. However, it primarily depends on the type of dance you wish to learn. Excuse me? Zhiqiu turned to Yu Caiwei in astonishment. You can dance? The assistant chimed in. Sister Caiwei not only possesses a beautiful singing voice, but is also an accomplished dancer in ethnic dance, having won awards. Yu Caiwei nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she asked, would you like to learn? I can teach you. That Yu Caiwei even knew how to dance was truly unexpected. He had never witnessed it before. Zhiqiu envisioned her graceful form performing ethnic dance, causing a flush to rise in his nostrils, and he promptly declined. No, I cannot manage such a high level of difficulty. Just help me find what is it called? A modern dance instructor would suffice. Chapter 80. Singing and dancing. Upon hearing Zhiqiu's refusal, Yu Caiwei felt a tinge of disappointment. However, it was rather reasonable. With only about a week remaining until the competition, it was unrealistic to expect Zhiqiu to learn a traditional dance. After some contemplation, Yu Caiwei suggested, let me recommend someone to you. With that, she pressed a number on her phone and dialed. Yao Yao, could you do me a favor? Yes, choreography. I'll be waiting for you at Huahai Entertainment. After hanging up, Zhiqiu inquired curiously, who is it? Tong Yao, my roommate. Yu Caiwei replied with a smile. Zhiqiu paused, recalling that she had seen her a few times. Tong Yao was indeed one of the prominent figures at Huahai Media University, with a figure that was quite striking and a forthright personality. Were it not for Yu Caiwei, she would likely be a strong contender for the title of Campus Belle. Can she choreograph? Zhiqiu was uncertain about this classmate. Yu Caiwei, elegantly tucking her hair behind her ear, reassured her, Yao Yao is majoring in modern dance. She is exceptionally talented. In truth, Yu Caiwei harbored her own intentions. Despite the presence of choreographers at the company, they were all women, and she was reluctant to let Zhiqiu interact with them too much. However, Tong Yao was different. They shared an unbreakable bond, and Tong Yao was aware of Yu Caiwei's affection for Zhiqiu. Thus, she wouldn't attempt to encroach upon her territory. Moreover, having Tong Yao teach Zhiqiu how to dance presented another advantage. Yu Caiwei felt quite clever, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Soon, Tong Yao arrived at the recording studio, clad in loose, comfortable athletic wear, though it did little to conceal her remarkable figure. Hello, Tong Yao. Thank you for helping, Zhiqiu said promptly. There's no need for such formality. You're Wei Wei's friend? Just call me Yao Yao. Tong Yao waved her hand dismissively. Yu Caiwei naturally linked arms with Tong Yao and explained, Zhiqiu mentioned wanting to perform a singing and dancing number in the next episode, so I invited you to help her choreograph. After speaking, she subtly winked at Tong Yao when Zhiqiu was not looking. Tong Yao understood immediately, a knowing smile breaking across her face. Turning back towards Zhiqiu, she adopted a serious demeanor and asked, you want to sing and dance? Do you have any prior dance experience? No, Zhiqiu admitted frankly. Tong Yao nodded, saying nothing more. As she scrutinized Zhiqiu's physique with an assessing gaze before continuing, what style of music are you thinking? Zhiqiu pondered for a moment before replying. Something akin to hip-hop, with a faster tempo. Tong Yao considered this and deemed it quite manageable. After all, singing and dancing primarily emphasize the vocal aspect, allowing for greater leniency in terms of choreography. Zhiqiu's broad shoulders and slender waist gave her an excellent physique, naturally predisposed to executing movements beautifully. With the addition of a few design gestures, a few minutes' worth of performance could be learned with relative ease. With the performance scheduled for the next episode, time is of the essence, Tong Yao stated decisively, revealing her efficient nature. Let us start by playing some music. If we work quickly, we can have the choreography ready today. Upon hearing this, Zhiqiu naturally had no reservations. Glancing around, she pointed to the Steinway piano in the recording studio and suggested, "Let me perform a live rendition." With that, she approached the piano, casually handing a USB drive to the studio staff while offering a few instructions. Her actions left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Were you not supposed to sing and dance? What was the purpose of the piano? No one could fathom how one could intertwine a piano with a hip-hop style piece of music. Tong Yao blinked in surprise, turning to Yu Caiwei, who merely shook her head gently, her expression revealing anticipation as she gazed at the figure seated before the piano. The song Trap. As the name fell from her lips, Zhiqiu's slender fingers began to dance across the black and white keys. Trap was a song performed by a singer named Lu Xianhua in a previous life, characterized by a potent blend of rhythmic electronic music and piano, possessing an addictive quality that had been adapted into multiple languages, thus rendering it a phenomenal work. Everyone was aware that this song featured a segment of repetitive two-syllable piano play before the vocals began, yet there existed another distinct version. One of the live renditions included an extended, ornate piano solo lasting several seconds, which Zhiqiu favored. In her live performance, the initial solo seamlessly melded with the electronic music that followed, creating a striking contrast that electrified the stage. Sing Out New Voices did not impose stringent time constraints on the contestants' performances, as long as they remained within reasonable limits. Thus, if time permitted, Zhiqiu leaned toward showcasing the latter version. The intricate and dazzling piano solo captivated everyone in the recording studio, leaving them entranced yet exchanging glances filled with perplexity. Wasn't this supposed to involve singing and dancing? At that moment, Zhiqiu's fingers swept across the keys from left to right, ascending in pitch, and she finally uttered the first lyric. "I'm trapped." Yu Caiwei raised an eyebrow. The delivery of this lyric straddled the line between full voice and falsetto, showcasing a technique Zhiqiu had never employed before. Suddenly, Zhiqiu exerted a slight force with both hands, amplifying the movement of her body as her fingers pressed down sharply on the keys. The repeated two-note progression surged forth, the escalating piano sound resonating like a heartbeat, sending a jolt through everyone present. Well, for the second lyric, Zhiqiu fully embraced the use of falsetto. At this moment, the electronic accompaniment began to play. Like a cat in a cage, unable to escape, trapped like a vehicle stuck in traffic, unable to move. Yeah, I can't see the exit, lost on this winding road. A broken GPS with no coordinates. Oh. Her distinctive vocal timbre, combined with the dynamic melody, created an auditory impact that swept through the room like a whirlwind, leaving everyone with goosebumps. Tong Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body involuntarily swaying to the rhythm, as she felt an overwhelming surge of inspiration, unable to resist the urge to choreograph a dance for this song. As the performance concluded, Zhiqiu paused and inquired, "Is that satisfactory?" Turning around, she was met with the astonishingly bright eyes of the crowd, which startled her. "Beautiful," was the sole appraisal from Yu Caiwei. "Zhiqiu, to be frank, why not sign with our company? Feel free to propose any conditions," Song Mei sighed. The music director, Chun Haitao, shook his head with a wry smile. He had been utterly captivated by Zhiqiu's talent. "I will take on this task. Let's commence dance rehearsals immediately," Tong Yao exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager to begin. "Oh, by the way," Zhiqiu suddenly recollected, "I have a few ideas regarding the stage design. Could you assist me in refining them?" Chapter 81. The surprise of choreography regarding the song Trap. The original stage performance was already electrifying. Thus, replicating it is not entirely out of the question. However, Zhiqiu could only recall the general framework of the dance, and he certainly could not replicate the specific movements. Moreover, while trap is not overly challenging vocally, Zhiqiu had undergone rigorous training under Lu Mingkong, which rendered him capable in terms of vocal skills. The true difficulty of a song that integrates singing and dancing lies in breath control. To perform seamlessly and consistently on stage, one must possess not only physical stamina, but also a choreographed routine that aligns with the song's unique character. This is precisely why Zhiqiu sought assistance in choreography. After all, he is not a professional. Drawing from his memories, Zhiqiu conveyed the overarching concept of the dance and highlighted several standout moves. Initially indifferent, Tong Yao's expression transformed as she listened, her eyes widening in disbelief until they reflected an utterly peculiar gaze directed at Zhiqiu. Is it not good? Zhiqiu thought nervously, feeling somewhat guilty. Tong Yao sighed. It's not that it's bad. It's simply too good. Zhiqiu, you must honestly tell me, have you truly never studied dance or choreography before? Relieved, Zhiqiu rubbed his nose and chuckled. Meanwhile, Song Mei Yu Caiwei and others grew increasingly astonished, imagining the dance scene alongside the music Zhiqiu had described, collectively shivering in anticipation. If performed successfully, it would undoubtedly set the stage ablaze. I even doubt my own relevance now, Tong Yao lamented. You've already conceptualized the entire framework of the dance. Let's proceed, as you suggested. Frankly, your creativity far surpasses my own. She shook her head in disbelief. Playing the piano, composing, singing, and now dancing. What can you not do? After a moment's thought, she added, within the framework, let me help you design the specific movements. Let us go to the dance studio. Although her role had been significantly diminished, Tong Yao's enthusiasm remained undeterred. Just imagine witnessing the birth of an exceptional piece of work. It would be a gratifying achievement. I want to be joining Yao Yao. I'm counting on you. Yu Caiwei smiled. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Tong Yao waved her hand, winking at Yu Caiwei, silently mouthing 3 words. Boyfriend. Yu Caiwei's cheeks flushed as she watched the two exit the recording studio. Tong Yao appeared remarkably familiar with the layout of Huahai Entertainment Building, leading Zhiqiu up a flight of stairs and finding an unoccupied dance studio among a row of rooms. Cool, mimic my movements. Let us assess your foundational skills. As they commenced their work, Tong Yao's expression turned serious, exuding an aura reminiscent of a teacher. As she demonstrated each movement, Zhiqiu followed suit. Clad in loose cotton athletic wear, Tong Yao's body twisted and bent, revealing astonishing curves that were nothing short of spectacular. As the difficulty of the movements escalated, Zhiqiu found himself increasingly overwhelmed, grappling with the dual torment that stemmed from both physical exertion and mental strain. One must not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. She is the close confidant of Yu Caiwei. Though Zhiqiu harbored no particular feelings for Tong Yao, being a spirited young man, found it quite arduous to suppress his desires, endeavoring to disregard Tong Yao's alluring figure. Enough of that. After a succession of movements, fine beads of perspiration adorned Tong Yao's forehead. Quite impressive, I must admit. Her physical flexibility and coordination are commendable, Tong Yao exclaimed with delight. This makes things significantly easier. Zhiqiu, too, was slightly out of breath. The final few movements had nearly overwhelmed him, but he persevered. His regular exercise routine had certainly paid off, and he felt invigorated. Having grasped Zhiqiu's general capability, it was now time to arrange the dance sequences. True to her professional caliber, Tong Yao adeptly choreographed an entire routine within a mere half hour, adhering to the framework proposed by Zhiqiu. Importantly, the difficulty level was manageable, well within Zhiqiu's abilities. The practice session commenced, with Zhiqiu dancing while Tong Yao provided guidance from the sidelines. The more Tong Yao observed, the more satisfied she became. Instructing a talented and naturally gifted student brought her immense fulfillment. Stop! Tong Yao suddenly interjected. Zhiqiu halted, puzzled, as he believed he had executed the movements correctly. Tong Yao explained, you learn swiftly, but there is one crucial aspect to consider. Performing on stage, particularly in a singing and dancing routine, differs significantly from merely singing. It involves interaction with the camera. For instance, during your last performance of People Like Me, you were seated and relatively still, allowing the camera to find you. However, in a dance routine, you are in constant motion. While the camera will follow, you must engage with it. In simpler terms, you need to showcase your most appealing self to the lens. Tong Yao provided an example. That arrogant Wang Nansheng, despite being rather disagreeable, is evidently the product of rigorous professional training. Frankly, he excels in this regard. If you aspire to surpass him in the realm of singing and dancing, you must pay heed to this detail. Otherwise, no matter how well you dance in isolation, it will fail to resonate with the audience. Zhiqiu experienced an epiphany. Tong Yao's insights were indeed profound. He felt fortunate to have chosen the right mentor. Tong Yao was not only adept at choreography, but also possessed extensive stage experience, capable of guiding him to avoid many potential pitfalls. Zhiqiu recognized the significance of having a knowledgeable teacher. No matter how talented an individual may be, it is through the guidance of esteemed mentors and diligent training that true potential is realized. However, such exceptional teachers are not easily accessible. Lu Mincan and Tong Yao are prime examples. This, too, is a facet of resources, and for Zhiqiu, a significant portion of the value in signing with an entertainment company lies in this very aspect. Unbeknownst to her, Zhiqiu had contemplated so much in such a short span. Tong Yao stood a couple of steps away from Zhiqiu and said, "Do you treat me as a camera? Focus on finding the center. I will follow your movements in the dance. Stop here. Increase the range of your movements a bit more." Tong Yao, with meticulous attention, corrected Zhiqiu's actions one by one. As they progressed, it seemed her verbal instructions were insufficiently vivid, and she stepped closer to physically assist Zhiqiu in adjusting her posture. Zhiqiu, tall and statuesque, forced Tong Yao to lean slightly forward to reach her shoulders. In that moment, Zhiqiu felt a wave of warm, humid air enter her nostrils, inadvertently glancing down. She caught sight of a breathtakingly pale and subtly prominent curve at the neckline of Tong Yao's slightly forward-leaning, short-sleeved top. Astonished, Zhiqiu quickly averted her gaze. "Maintain this angle. Do you understand?" Tong Yao sensed an unnatural stiffness in Zhiqiu's form and looked up to inquire. It was then that Tong Yao noticed the peculiar expression on Zhiqiu's face, seemingly aware of something amiss, prompting her to glance down. At that moment, the boisterous Tong Yao finally realized the situation and swiftly retreated 2 meters in a flash. Chapter 82. The Smoke Before the Recording, Part 1. Both individuals found themselves enveloped in awkwardness. However, Tong Yao, true to her robust and straightforward nature, quickly regained her composure. "Do you find me attractive?" she inquired unexpectedly. Taken aback by the sudden query, Zhiqiu hesitated momentarily. "I meant, do you think I'm beautiful?" As she posed this question, Tong Yao intentionally puffed out her chest, creating a ripple effect. Wow, this girl is quite bold. Yet, Zhiqiu knew better than to entertain such a perilous question and replied decisively, "I don't know. I haven't seen anything." Tong Yao scrutinized him for several seconds. Her gaze filled with suspicion, but Zhiqiu maintained a resolute expression. At least you're perceptive," she scoffed. Her demeanor shifting from clouded to sunny as she cheerfully declared, "Well done. You've passed my preliminary test. Otherwise, I would never approve of your pursuit of Weiwei." Zhiqiu, his face flushed with embarrassment, blurted, I didn't. Don't say such things." Tong Yao rolled her eyes dismissively and replied, "Stop pretending. I saw you escorting Weiwei back to her dorm last time. Don't bother denying it. Unless your sexual orientation is in question, I refuse to believe you have no feelings for her." Zhiqiu's face reddened further, yet he stubbornly retorted, "It was merely a polite gesture to accompany a classmate home at night. It doesn't signify anything." "Really?" Tong Yao scrutinized him for a moment before exclaiming, "In that case, I'll tell Weiwei you were peeking at me." "Don't." Zhiqiu's expression turned urgent. Tong Yao chuckled mischievously, reveling in her triumph. "And you still claim to have no interest?" Zhiqiu, feeling defeated, sighed, "Fine, I admit it, I have feelings." "Man," Tong Yao lamented, exasperated by his lack of progress. "At what stage are you? Have you even confessed yet? I must say, you are quite the failure." Yu Caiwei is the dream girl of countless admirers, and here you are, so close, yet failing to seize the opportunity. Are you waiting for someone else to snatch her away? With each admonition from Tong Yao, Yi Zhiqiu's embarrassment deepened. She continued her analysis. Listen to me. Based on my years of friendship with Wei Wei, she undoubtedly harbors feelings for you. At the very least, she doesn't dislike you. Let me share a secret. Wei Wei has a slight obsession with cleanliness. She has never been in a relationship and hasn't even held a boy's hand. But Haven Tu held her hand while filming The Wind Rises Envy. You two embraced, which indicates she doesn't mind physical contact with you. Do you not comprehend the significance of that? As Tong Yao grew increasingly agitated, she exclaimed, "You fool! It's so apparent. Surely, you don't expect the girl to confess first? I know all that." Yi Zhiqiu hesitated, but isn't it too early to confess now? She has so many fans. Revealing a relationship would have significant consequences. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until I achieve something before declaring my feelings? Are you foolish? Tong Yao sighed dramatically, chastising him. These are merely your own thoughts, aren't they? How do you know Wei Wei cares about such things? Women are inherently emotional beings, particularly wealthy ones. They do not concern themselves with your wealth or status. Rather, they place more importance on feelings. Moreover, considering your circumstances, they are not entirely unfavorable. If you intend to confess only after amassing sufficient wealth to match Wei Wei's standing, then you might as well resign yourself to a distant future. A statement from Tong Yao, profound and reasoned, left Yi Zhiqiu momentarily stunned. Is it truly so? It seems quite plausible. While Yi Zhiqiu may be capable of writing songs and novels, her actual experience in genuine romantic relationships is rather scant. As for Chun Yuan, she has little to offer, being a former overworked author with scant romantic encounters. Although she harbors thoughts of pursuing Yu Caiwei, it is merely based on hearsay from her previous life. Tong Yao's words today, indeed, sparked a moment of clarity within her. Tong Yao, this girl, is quite an influential figure. As a close confidant of Yu Caiwei, aligning herself with Tong Yao would undoubtedly yield greater results. Awakening to this realization, Yi Zhiqiu became so engrossed in their conversation that she momentarily neglected her dance practice. Glancing around, she hastily retrieved a folding stool, eagerly inviting, "Teacher Yao Yao, please take a seat." "So, according to your advice, what should I do now?" Tong Yao let out a playful huff, casually crossing her arms as she settled into the chair, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. She quickly composed herself and asserted, "That's the spirit. Listen to what I have to say." Ye Ziyu nodded fervently, and the two embarked on another round of training. Later that night, a weary Tong Yao returned to her dormitory and collapsed on her bed. "Ah, I am utterly exhausted," she exclaimed, disregarding her image. Yu Caiwei, who had returned to the dormitory slightly earlier, rushed over with concern. "How did it go? That insufferable fellow?" Tong Yao replied weakly. "Ye Ziyu, quite well, actually. Her foundation is solid, and she has a keen understanding. Haven't you seen her progress? Rest assured, the performance will be no issue." Yu Caiwei paused, dissatisfied, but there's more. Tong Yao feigned ignorance. What more could there be? Yu Caiwei's face flushed with urgency as she playfully poked Tong Yao. "Did you not take the opportunity to nudge that blockhead?" "Ha ha! Stop! I'll tell you everything." Tong Yao, highly ticklish, pleaded for mercy. Yu Caiwei ceased her antics, her expression filled with anticipation. Tong Yao, equally excited, recounted how she had assisted Yu Caiwei in charming Yi Zhiqiu and detailed Yi Zhiqiu's reactions. Of course, she conveniently omitted the minor mishap that had occurred. At that thought, Tong Yao felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Thankful that the earlier commotion had drawn Yu Caiwei's attention away. Ultimately, Tong Yao concluded, though that fellow is somewhat dense, he is not beyond redemption. I suspect he is beginning to understand. In my estimation, your days of being single are numbered. Yu Caiwei's eyes sparkled with interest, savoring her words. But she scoffed at the final remark. "Humph, I wouldn't be so sure." Despite our lengthy conversations, that blockhead remains frustratingly hesitant to confess, not even taking a step forward. It drives me mad. Yao Yao, I truly appreciate your help this time. Tong Yao sighed and expressed her exasperation, lamenting, Why must I? A single soul played a role of a matchmaker? Oh, how I long for love. Yu Caiwei, her cheeks tinged with a blush, hastily offered words of comfort. Yao Yao, you are simply the best. In the following days, Zhiqiu dedicated herself almost entirely to the dance rehearsal room of Huahai Entertainment. Under Tong Yao's meticulous guidance, she tirelessly practiced the choreography of trap, refining her skills until she finally earned Tong Yao's approval to debut. Additionally, she found time to deliver the demo of Decent, recorded with Yu Caiwei's assistance, to Lu Mingkong. After a single listen, Lu Mingkong readily approved, promptly forwarding it to the production team of Farewell to Exes. Soon, the recording of the 4th episode of Sing Out New Voice was also on the horizon. Chapter 83, The Smokes Before Recording, Part 2, in the city of Shanjing. During the evening, at the hotel reserved for the Sing Out New Voices program. After airing 2 episodes, and with the trending topics on Weibo gaining traction, the program has reached a significant level of popularity. The hotel entrance was teeming with activity. A sea of cameras and microphones from dozens of media outlets converged, accompanied by a multitude of curious fans. The hotel had to deploy security personnel to maintain order and prevent unauthorized individuals from entering. But the chaos outside was beyond their control. A taxi pulled into the temporary parking lane, causing the eyes of numerous journalists and fans to brighten as they craned their necks to glimpse the occupant. It was Li Su, emerging from the back seat while dragging a suitcase. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed as the crowd realized who it was. Yet a few entertainment reporters seized the moment and snapped a few photos. He is the roommate of Zhiqiu, sharing the same hotel room. A voice rang out. He is sharing a room with Zhiqiu. The reporter's interest peaked. Several microphones were thrust toward Li Su. Hello, contestant Li Su. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Team PK competition? Wang Nanqing has issued a challenge to Zhiqiu. Do you think he will accept? Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Questions flew in rapid succession, almost all centered around Zhiqiu. Li Su, with his shy demeanor, found it challenging to navigate this onslaught and stammered in response. At that moment, a Mercedes MPV halted in the lane, and a sharply dressed man exited from the front passenger seat, waiting by the rear door. The crowd murmured in curiosity, speculating whether a mentor had arrived. A delicate-featured man stepped out. It was Wang Nanqing. Oh my gosh, Wang Nanqing, I love you. Darling, you are the best. Among the throng gathered at the hotel entrance, a noticeable contingent of Wang Nanqing's fans, predominantly young women, erupted in enthusiastic screams upon his arrival. The entertainment reporters were even more exuberant, rushing to swarm around Wang Nanqing, leaving Li Su momentarily isolated. Microphones and recording devices clustered densely around Wang Nanqing. Mr. Wang Nanqing, what are your views on the upcoming PK? You specifically called out Zhiqiu. Is there any personal grudge involved? It is said that there was a conflict between you two during the 1st episode. Zhiqiu has yet to respond through any media channels. Do you believe he will accept your challenge? Considering Zhiqiu's evident strength in the previous episodes, do you feel confident? Facing the ravenous reporters, Wang Nanqing exhibited a calm demeanor, clearly demonstrating his experience. He shifted his gaze to a media outlet affiliated with Inghong Entertainment and offered what he believed to be his most charming smile. The videos circulating online do indeed exist, but they do not represent the entirety of the situation. I hold no personal grievances. Contestant Zhiqiu is a formidable opponent, and when it comes to a PK, one must challenge the strongest. This is the reason for my challenge, and I sincerely hope he will accept. Finally, regarding this competition, here's a little teaser. I won't be performing a dance song, but a lyrical ballad instead. I hope to engage in a fair and square showdown with Zhiqiu in his area of expertise. Thank you. With every word Wang Nanqing uttered, the eyes of the entertainment reporters gleamed brighter, while his fans erupted in excitement. Ah, my love, you're so handsome. You're the best. You'll definitely advance. No matter what song you perform, we'll support you. Big news. Everyone knew Wang Nanqing's signature style and strength lay in dance pop, making him the only contestant of that genre in the show. Yet, this time, he had shockingly chosen a lyrical ballad to go head-to-head with Zhiqiu. Where did this courage come from? But the reporters cared little for victory or defeat, Sensationalism was all that mattered. Today's headlines were secured. Having achieved his goal, Wang Nanshan smiled at his fans, waved, and basked in another wave of screams before retreating into the hotel, satisfied. The reporters, still buzzing with excitement, lingered at the hotel entrance. The other key figure had yet to appear. Zhiqiu had no social media presence, no agent, and even his mode of transportation was uncertain. His whereabouts remained a mystery. But they knew that as long as they staked out the hotel entrance, they would eventually corner him. Nearly an hour later, another taxi pulled up to the temporary lane. The reporters cast a weary glance, but didn't budge. This had happened 3 times already. None of them turned out to be Zhiqiu. Their patience was wearing thin. Damn it, it's already 8 p.m. We haven't even eaten. Could you hurry up? Or maybe the guy's already inside. Impossible. We've been camped here for 2 days. Just then, a pair of long legs stepped out of the taxi, followed by a tall figure with a backpack slung over his shoulders. It was Zhiqiu, fashionably late. What the hell? Still yawning as he exited the car, Zhiqiu was startled by the chaotic scene before him, locking eyes with the crowd. He watched in bewilderment as the reporters' faces twisted with predatory glee, their eyes flashing like hunters spotting prey. In an instant, they lunged at him. Before he could react, Zhiqiu was swallowed by the mob. Wait, what the? Holy! If Zhiqiu had to describe the scene, it would be like the most crowded subway car during rush hour, so packed that breathing became a struggle. Microphones and voice recorders jabbed at him from all directions. Some idiot with a severe myopia even managed to poke a pin up his nose. Mr. Zhiqiu, may we ask? Yi. The barrage of questions hit him like a storm, his ears ringing from the noise. Attempting to muscle his way out with his relatively sturdy frame proved futile. The moment he pushed one person aside, another immediately took their place. Listen up, back off, or I want to answer a single question. Furious and desperate, Zhiqiu roared at the sky. Perhaps the cry was imbued with such profound sorrow and indignation that the throng of reporters gradually regained their composure, exchanging glances before stepping back slightly. Yet, they still encircled Zhiqiu, fearful of his escape. Zhiqiu gasped heavily, appearing utterly disheveled. His hair was in disarray, his clothing wrinkled, and his shoes precariously close to falling off, having been carelessly trampled. His complexion darkened as he hopped on one foot to adjust his shoe, and with a brusque tone, he declared, 5 questions, raise your hands to inquire. In an instant, hands shot up in unison. Zhiqiu casually pointed to one, a middle-aged man, balding and clad in a checkered shirt with thick glasses, glowed with excitement as he thrust a recording device toward Zhiqiu's face. Hello, Sun Entertainment. What is your perspective on Wang Nanxing's declaration of challenge? The recording device glimmered with a sheen, reminiscent of the very pen that had just intruded into his nostrils, causing Zhiqiu's face to pale. What do I think? Look it on your phone. Next. Chapter 84. The Reality of Humanity. This response left the bald man momentarily stunned. It was his first encounter with a contestant so brazenly dismissive of the uncrowned king. The other journalists, however, paid no heed to his sentiments and eagerly raised their hands. What is your response to Wang Nanxing's challenge? Will you accept it? A hush fell over the crowd as they awaited Zhiqiu's reply. Everyone had already crafted their narratives. Should Zhiqiu accept, they would create a buzz around it. If he declined, that, too, would be a story worth embellishing. Yet, Zhiqiu was not one to be easily ensnared. With a grin, he remarked, I defer to mentor Yu Caiwei. It depends on our strategy. Next question. The multitude of journalists stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances, a singular thought racing through their minds. Wow, this guy is not to be trifled with. The third author called upon was a youthful individual with an inexperienced demeanor, likely new to the field. He excitedly inquired, Mr. Zhiqiu, you have quite a substantial fan base, yet you lack any official social media accounts. Are you considering launching a Weibo account or something similar? No. Next, just a reminder, that makes 3 questions already. The gathered journalists exchanged incredulous looks, directing their ire at the young reporter. Look at the questions being asked. What a wasted opportunity. The 4th journalist, more seasoned, quickly posed a pertinent question. Mr. Yi, Wang Nanxing claims there is no personal animosity between you. Yet the previously leaked video suggests otherwise. Is there truly no conflict between you two? The journalists nodded in agreement. Now, this was a question of substance, addressing the public's curiosity. Zhiqiu did not disappoint, responding candidly. There's no real conflict, but I do find him rather unpleasant. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. This was a stark contrast to Wang Nanqing's diplomatic responses. Zhiqiu's boldness was refreshing. He was still young, and such overt confidence could easily attract controversy in this industry. The journalists mused, jotting down notes without delay. Zhiqiu, however, remained unfazed, indifferent to how the journalists would portray his words. He was not an idol and bore no burden of maintaining a perfect image. The fifth journalist, having been called upon, quickly posed a question he had prepared. What type of song will you be presenting in this round? Wang Nanqing stated that his piece is a lyrical song, and he hopes to engage you in a direct confrontation in your area of expertise. Do you feel confident? Oh, this is indeed newsworthy. Zhiqiu raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that Wang Nanqing had aligned his approach with his own. He would focus on lyrical expression while Zhiqiu engaged in more dynamic performance. Nonetheless, he was only slightly taken aback. Wang Nanqing's choice of song would not affect him. Zhiqiu replied, if he is doing a ballad, I shall opt for a lively performance. And no, I do not feel confident. He mentally added, not in him. The journalists were momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying disbelief. What on earth? You're doing a lively performance? The crowd largely disregarded Zhiqiu's statement, treating it as mere jest, given the stark contrast to his performance style in the previous episodes. All right, the answer is concluded. Do not impede my departure, he asserted, waving his hand dismissively at the journalists who were eager to speak. Unperturbed by their lingering questions, he swiftly made his way into the hotel. The onlookers exchanged glances of regret, yet felt satisfied with the material they had gathered, finally parting to allow him passage. As he was about to exit the throng, a voice from the periphery called out, Mr. Zhiqiu, I am a fan of Zhu Xian. The author has repeatedly voiced support for you on Weibo. Could you elaborate on your relationship? Zhiqiu paused, turning to face the Inquisitor, a young female journalist who appeared anxious, having been unable to penetrate the crowd moments earlier. A fan of the book? His interest piqued. Zhiqiu replied nonchalantly, the author of Zhu Xian? I am indeed acquainted with him. The journalist, initially harboring little hope for a response, brightened at his admission and pressed on. Have you met him in person? What does he look like? Chuckling inwardly, Zhiqiu feigned contemplation before responding gravely. Yes, I have met him. He is quite the handsome fellow. The young woman was taken aback, exclaiming, no way. Within the realm of Zhu Xian fandom, a consensus had emerged that the author, regardless of youth, was likely a rather unappealing individual. After all, who in their right mind would adopt such a self-indulgent moniker as the arsonist of romantic longings, the dream of 900 million girls? It was human nature to covet that which one lacked, rendering this assumption highly plausible. Had Zhiqiu's image among his peers suffered so greatly? Believe it or not, that is your prerogative. I shall share a secret. The author will be present at the recording tomorrow, and when the cameras roll, just look for the most striking figure. He divulged. The journalist gasped in astonishment. Really? The author of Zhu Xian and Zhiqiu are friends in real life, and will be at the recording to support you? This revelation was monumental for the readers of Zhu Xian. As the young woman continued to revel in her excitement, Zhiqiu had already stepped into the hotel. That night, news of the interview involving Zhiqiu and Wang Nanqing outside the hotel erupted online. Wang Nanqing, ever the gentleman, claimed there was no personal animosity towards Zhiqiu, asserting that the challenge was simply to face the strongest opponent. In stark contrast, Zhiqiu exhibited a palpable animus, candidly expressing his disdain for Wang Nanqing, suggesting that even before the competition, he had already lost a degree of composure. This was disseminated by Sun Entertainment, notably featuring the moment when a voice recorder was thrust into Zhiqiu's face, met with an unwelcoming demeanor. Wang Nanqing announced a bold departure from singing and dancing, seeking to engage Zhiqiu in a lyrical duel. Zhiqiu further revealed that the author of Zhu Xian would be attending the recording to witness the event live. From the incident involving Zhiqiu's altercation to Wang Nanqing's challenge, The animosity between the two had been brewing on Weibo for 2 weeks, becoming a focal point of singing a new voice. Zhiqiu's unfiltered remark expressing his aversion to Wang Nanxing quickly ignited considerable debate. Such a lack of decorum, especially when juxtaposed with Wang Nanxing's poise, was indeed disheartening. Unrefined competitors withdraw from the competition. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Prepare yourself for elimination at the hands of Wang Nanxing. This is a comment from Wang Nanxing's fans, yet there are also many who express admiration for Zhiqiu. There is nothing amiss in this. I find it quite genuine. I simply find him unappealing. Such is the reality of life. Well said. Nowadays, there are far too many celebrities who speak insincerely, presenting a facade that contrasts with their true selves. I actually prefer his forthright demeanor. Does he not even have a manager? His shoes were almost crushed. How unfortunate. However, within the Weibo of 900 million young girls, the focal point of everyone's attention lies in the final piece of news. The author truly knows Zhiqiu and is set to appear at the event to witness it firsthand. Chapter 85, A Spectacle Unleashed, Part 1. Is this a jest? The author is undeniably charming? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. No wonder there was a post on Weibo about a hiatus this morning. It appears he went to watch a match. The author attending the live taping of Singing Out New Voices? If anyone present at the scene, please help me identify him. I would like to ask you to bring some local specialties for the author. For the first time, we have the author's precise location, igniting a fervor among readers of Zhu Xian who eagerly discuss strategies to unveil him at the event. The show is set to air on Saturday. Surely we can catch a glimpse on television? The crux of the matter is, we do not even know what the author looks like. Are you foolish? Singing Out New Voices is pre-recorded. They filmed the 4th episode, and the 3rd will only be broadcast tomorrow. There's a gap between the episodes. Not necessarily. Has anyone considered that the author takes a leave of absence every other week? If we align the timelines, it coincides perfectly with the recording schedule. A chilling thought indeed. Are you suggesting that Zhiqiu might have the author present at each recording session? It is highly plausible. There is certainly a connection between the two. The contestants are granted a limited number of tickets for live audiences. Brothers, I will be present at the venue tomorrow. So do not worry. I shall ensure that the author is located. The Weibo account dream of 900 million girls erupted in a frenzy over a statement made by Zhiqiu during an interview. While he himself has now concealed his prowess and fame. On the day of recording, at the Beijing television building, the contestants' waiting area was sparsely populated, with many seats left vacant. The atmosphere this time was distinctly different. Most contestants bore solemn expressions. The theme for the 4th episode was individuality, which, while not particularly challenging in terms of creativity, instilled a palpable sense of urgency with the 1v1 duel format, advancing from 12 to 8. Although losing in a 1v1 match does not necessarily imply elimination, it comes perilously close. Before the show commenced, the chief director, Liao Tao, announced the order of appearances and the scoring system. The first matchup featured Li Guojian's team against Chun Dan's, followed by Yu Caiwei's team facing Li Kuan's. The production team was evidently aware that the primary attraction of this episode lay in the anticipated duel between Zhiqiu and Wang Nanxing, which was strategically placed as the grand finale. To ensure fairness, this episode introduced a panel of 100 professional judges composed of media personnel and musicians, in addition to the mentors and live audience. The mentors of the competing teams were excluded from the scoring process, with the final scores calculated based on a 3-3-4 ratio among the professional judges, live audience, and mentors, with a higher score securing victory. Zhiqiu found himself perplexed as Liao Tao, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, frequently cast his gaze in his direction while speaking, his tone and demeanor surprisingly cordial. Wasn't there a hint of sabotage directed at him in the previous round? How is it that he is now so welcoming? The competitive format of the Team PK indeed heightened the atmosphere. From the very onset of recording, the tension was electric and the ambience was fervent. Zhiqiu remained indifferent to the other matches, but to his astonishment, Ding Jie was eliminated. Ding Jie returned to the waiting area, where Zhiqiu and Li Su approached her to offer comfort. "It's all right. Reaching this point has already brought me immense satisfaction," Ding Jia feigned nonchalance, though her voice betrayed a hint of emotion. Honestly, if it weren't for Xiao Yi, I would have been eliminated last round. I am truly content. Yi Zhiqiu remained silent. To be fair, Ding Jia was correct. Her opponent was Wang Ping, a well-known music producer with formidable skills. Without Yi Zhiqiu's intervention, it was likely that Wang would have been the frontrunner and Ding Jia's loss would have been justifiable. Throughout the numerous episodes of the show, Yi Zhiqiu had developed a favorable impression of this forthright and loyal woman who had often stood up for him. However, Yi Zhiqiu was not particularly adept at offering consolation. In a moment of levity, Ding Jia quipped, "Come now, there's no need for such melancholy. It's merely a pending match. I have not been eliminated yet. You all haven't performed yet, so be sure to win." Yi Zhiqiu nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. Nearby, Wang Nanqing observed with a scoff, his eyes glinting with disdain. "Win against me? Dream on," he thought. Armed with a song crafted by the lyrical genius Huang Xishan, he brimmed with confidence, determined to overshadow Yi Zhiqiu. At last, it was time for the showdown between Yu Caiwei's team and Li Kuan's team. Prior to the official performances, there was a selection process to determine the order of appearance. The stage was designed like a battleground, featuring Yu Caiwei's team, including Yi Zhiqiu and Li Su, alongside Wang Nanqing and another female vocalist from Li Kuan's team. Based on the overall scores from the previous episode, Li Kuan's team, as challengers, would send out their contestant first. Li Kuan, decisively aware of the audience's expectations, promptly designated Wang Nanqing to go forth. "Now, please have mentor Yu Caiwei select a contestant to respond," the host announced, directing everyone's attention to Yu Caiwei. Would it be Yi Zhiqiu? The female vocalist from Li Kuan's team was particularly anxious, desperate to avoid a confrontation with the formidable Yi Zhiqiu. "Wait, host, may I say something?" A voice interrupted before Yu Caiwei could respond. It was Wang Nanqing. Seizing the microphone from the host, he fixed his gaze on Yi Zhiqiu and boldly challenged, "Yi Zhiqiu, do you dare to face me?" Gasps erupted throughout the audience, igniting a wave of excitement. A direct challenge. The tension in the air was palpable. Yu Caiwei remained unfazed, her expression as cool as ever, as she turned her gaze toward Yi Zhiqiu, signaling that the choice was now his. Before Yi Zhiqiu could reply, the crowd's fervent shouts surged. "Go, Wang Nanqing!" Most of the audience seemed neutral, likely part of Wang's support group. "Accept his challenge." Yi Zhiqiu's expression shifted. Such calls could easily be misconstrued. "Yi Zhiqiu, where's that author? Tell me." A voice rang out from the crowd, belonging to a burly man towering at 180 centimeters and weighing the same. Yi Zhiqiu felt a pang of unease and quickly averted his gaze. Wang Nanqing's gaze was piercing, yet internally he was in a state of turmoil. Could this young man possibly be intimidated? The company had invested a substantial sum to acquire songs from Huang Xishan specifically for him. If Yi Zhiqiu truly refrained from competing, it would all be in vain. Meanwhile, the chief director, Liao Tao, was already reveling in delight, envisioning the explosive response this episode would elicit upon its broadcast. "Come now." With a calm demeanor, Yi Zhiqiu did not disappoint the audience, and Wang Nanqing's expression was one of unrestrained joy. "Hold on, before the competition commences, let's first interview the two mentors. What remarks do you have regarding the performances of your respective contestants?" Mentor Li Kuan, the host, seasoned in controlling the atmosphere, was adept at maximizing the program's impact, tantalizing the audience's anticipation. Chapter 86, A Thunderous Scene, Part 2. Zhiqiu is an exceptionally talented student, and his performances in the first 3 rounds have been nothing short of impressive. It is no exaggeration to say that I consider him the finest among all the contestants. His creations, both in lyrics and melody, exhibit remarkable maturity. Li Kuan's remarks left the audience momentarily stunned. "Aren't you Wang Nanqing's mentor?" While it is understandable to appreciate Yi Zhiqiu, why sing his praises so fervently before the competition? However, as expected, a twist was soon revealed. With a slight smile, Li Kuan remarked, "I was initially surprised when Nanqing announced that he would not perform his familiar singing and dancing genre. Yet, after witnessing his work, I have altered my perspective. I can confidently say that he will undoubtedly surprise everyone. Let us await the performance with bated breath." Li Kuan's statement astonished those present. Rock musicians tend to harbor a somewhat cynical disposition, and Li Kuan, in his youth, was no stranger to fiery tempers. Moreover, there was no need for him to excessively praise Wang Nancheng. Does this imply that Wang Nancheng's song is truly exceptional? Li Kuan's unwavering confidence in his student's work only heightened our anticipation. The host chuckled and turned to Yu Caiwei, asking, "What are your thoughts on the upcoming performance?" "Mentor Yu?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Caiwei replied earnestly, "This song is quite innovative. It is a piece unlike any other. Please enjoy." Her statement left the audience bewildered. Li Guojian laughed, saying, "Unprecedented? That term seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Ha! Having been in this industry for so many years, I have heard at least 8,000 songs, and I find it hard to believe. Nonetheless, Zhiqiu's previous performances have been breathtaking, so I hope to be proven wrong." Chen Dan glanced at Yi Zhiqiu curiously, asking, "Did anyone notice that Xiaoya's outfit is somewhat different today? Is he really going to perform something out of the ordinary?" It was only then that the crowd observed Zhiqiu's attire, which was a stark departure from his usual simple ensembles of plain shirts and casual trousers. Today he wore a sleek black sleeveless coat, showcasing his well-defined arm muscles, and had even styled his hair. He appeared somewhat reminiscent of a hip-hop artist. Could it be that the rumors from yesterday's interview were true, and Yi Zhiqiu would indeed be singing and dancing? The audience quickly shook their heads, dismissing this absurd notion. "Thank you, Mentor Yu and Mentor Li Kuan. We eagerly anticipate the upcoming competition." With the atmosphere sufficiently warmed, the host made a timely entrance, announcing, "First up, please welcome Wang Nancheng to the stage." Wang Nancheng took a deep breath as he stepped into the spotlight. The lights gradually dimmed, and the exquisite stage backdrop illuminated. "I really want to embrace this world," he said softly, dedicating the song to everyone, followed by a wave of cheers. As he began to sing, clad in a pristine white suit, it was evident that Wang Nancheng's performance was remarkably steady, and this song was undoubtedly a masterpiece. The warm melody and the delicately crafted lyrics, under the interpretation of Wang Nancheng, moved a portion of the female audience to tears as captured by the camera. By the conclusion of the performance, Wang Nancheng even knelt on both knees, singing passionately towards the heavens, embodying immense stage presence. As the song concluded, the auditorium erupted with the most fervent applause of the recording thus far. In the judges' seats, Li Guojian and Chen Dan exchanged glances, both displaying a flicker of astonishment and intrigue in their eyes. Wang Nancheng's work today was indeed somewhat unexpected for them. It was not a matter of poor quality. Rather, the song How I Long to Embrace This World was written with such finesse that it seemed beyond his capability. Its style starkly contrasted with Wang Nancheng's previous dance-pop numbers. It was not that the two judges underestimated him. After all, both had been immersed in the music industry for decades, having encountered countless creators. To be candid, they could easily discern the strengths and weaknesses of an average singer. However, Li Guojian and Chen Dan tacitly chose to remain silent. In the program, Sing Out New Voices, every song performed by the contestants must be free of copyright disputes, fully owned by the contestants themselves, even if there were truly a master behind the scenes. Legally and nominally, this song belonged to Wang Nancheng. During the judges' commentary, Li Guojian and Chen Dan offered high praise based solely on the merit of the work itself. Ultimately, Wang Nancheng achieved an impressive overall score of 94 for How I Long to Embrace This World. When the score was announced, gasps of astonishment filled the auditorium. Yi Zhiqiu was on edge. This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Wang Nancheng's face as he passed by Yi Zhiqiu on his way out, casting a provocative glance in her direction. "Study well, learn well," echoed Yi Zhiqiu's voice, causing Wang Nancheng to pause momentarily, but by then, her figure had already receded into the distance. Anger simmered within him, his expression darkening. "Let us see how long you can remain arrogant." During the interlude between performances, the stage lights dimmed to allow for set preparations. The lights remained extinguished for nearly 10 seconds, leaving the audience puzzled as to the delay. Just as impatience began to surface, the stage lights illuminated once more, drawing everyone's attention. A piano. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The rest of the stage remained shrouded in darkness. With a single beam of white light focusing on Zhiqiu seated at the piano, making him the sole center of attention. Against the pitch-black backdrop, the name of the song was projected on the screen. Trap? Many murmured the title softly, their expressions thick with confusion. An English song? Would it be a piano performance? No one anticipated that Zhiqiu possessed the skill to play the piano, if memory served. He was the first contestant in the competition thus far to dare to perform live at the piano. Li Guijian, an exceptional pianist himself, sat up with excitement. In the waiting area, the other contestants watched the scene unfold on stage, exclaiming in astonishment, "Little Yi can play the piano?" Ding Jia, momentarily setting aside her sorrow, curiously inquired of Li Su beside her. "I haven't heard of it," Li Su replied, her expression equally bewildered, shaking her head. "But I am certain, brother, you will be just fine." Meanwhile, Wang Nancheng, who had just finished his performance, felt a tightness in his chest as he fixed his gaze intently on the stage, his thoughts racing. Playing the piano? Merely a gimmick, I suppose? Although Wang Nancheng possessed the ability to play himself, he was acutely aware of his limitations and would never dare to perform a solo on stage. The piano, often hailed as the king of instruments, is not to be trifled with. A flawless execution would undoubtedly enhance the performance, yet any misstep would inevitably diminish its impact. At that moment, as Zhiqiu's slender fingers descended upon the keys, the sound of the piano resonated through the air. From the very beginning, it was a resounding triumph. Chapter 87, A Showstopper, Part 2. The atmosphere crackled with brilliance. As the piano melodies resonated, a singular thought permeated the minds of all present. At the center of the spotlight, Zhiqiu leaned slightly forward on the piano bench, his elongated fingers dancing gracefully across the keys. As he ascended to the higher octaves, his left hand elegantly crossed over his right, creating a mesmerizing interplay of fingers that seemed to waltz upon the black and white keys. In this moment, Zhiqiu utterly transformed the impression left by his previous performances. The depth he conveyed while singing Ordinary Road, the poignant emotion of Mercury Record, and the carefree spirit of People Like Me had all vanished. The Zhiqiu on stage now exuded a flamboyant confidence, as if proclaiming to the world, "This is the true me." For a full half-minute, he captivated the audience with a piano solo, uttering not a single lyric, yet not a soul dared voice any dissent. His fingers glided across the keys, and as the piano solo paused, an enveloping silence enveloped the venue, broken only by Zhiqiu's gentle breaths. Had it come to an end? Hearts that had been suspended in anticipation began to settle, tinged with a hint of reluctance, almost forgetting that this was a musical show. Suddenly, in the next moment, dazzling lights illuminated the stage, and Zhiqiu's fingers fell heavily upon the keys once more, striking a melody that resonated deep within the heart. Unbeknownst to him, several robust figures clad in black had gathered around Zhiqiu. As the first beat echoed, all the dancers transitioned from stillness to motion, executing a synchronized dance with remarkable precision. Accompaniment dancers. The audience, judges, and competitors alike widened their eyes in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Zhiqiu continued his performance, delivering the first line of lyrics. His slightly peculiar intonation sent shivers coursing through the skin of every captivated heart present, raising goosebumps. In the next instant, Zhiqiu abruptly ceased playing, rising to his feet, and with a graceful leap, he ascended onto the piano itself. Like a cat in a cage, trapped by iron bars, just like being stuck in a lane, unable to move, yeah. As Zhiqiu stood tall upon the piano, mirroring the dance moves of the four black-clad accompaniments below, the audience suddenly grasped the unfolding narrative. In an instant, a thunderous roar of applause erupted. Li Kuan sprang to his feet from the judges' table, while Li Guijian and Chun Dan exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment. Singing and dancing. It was an astonishing fusion. Even more remarkable was the seamless blend of classical piano with the vibrant energy of contemporary music, two seemingly disparate forms colliding without a hint of dissonance. On the contrary, it was exhilarating. Amidst this spectacle, Yu Caiwei remained the most composed of all, a smile gracing her lips as she quietly observed Zhiqiu on stage. I still cannot see the exit on this bewildering avenue. The malfunctioning GPS offers no coordinates, so. In the next moment, Zhiqiu has already leapt down from the piano, singing as he gracefully makes his way to the center position that has long been reserved for him, flanked by a line of dancers. The blissful past is something we can no longer find. There are no more choices left. I should run quickly. Now, I'm trapped. I'm trapped. After a crisp and powerful rap segment, a palpable tension ripples through the crowd. Here it comes. Suddenly, as a more explosive drumbeat reverberates, Zhiqiu spreads his hands slightly, his fingers splayed, and his long legs move in a dazzling scissor step, effortlessly commanding the rhythm. Compared to the 4 professional backup dancers behind him, his presence eclipses them all. I'm still trying to find a real me, lost along the way. I seek a path to escape from the insincerity of you. Let me distance myself further. I'm trapped. I'm trapped. Once, you and I made promises about our future, but you have long discarded them, forgotten. Yet here I remain, still here. I'm trapped. I'm trapped. What is even more astonishing is that as he dances, Zhiqiu's singing does not falter, displaying remarkable stability. I'm trapped. Oh, I'm trapped. Oh, as he reaches this point, the chorus concludes, and the first segment of the song comes to an end. Without a moment's pause, the second segment begins seamlessly. Wow! Zhiqiu! Zhiqiu! A thunderous wave of applause erupts once more, and nearly all the audience members rise to their feet, fervently waving their fists and shouting. In the contestant waiting area, without exception, everyone's mouths hang slightly agape, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon Zhiqiu on stage. What is singing and dancing? This is singing and dancing. Initially, everyone believed that among all the contestants, Wang Nansheng was the sole performer of this type, while Zhiqiu relied solely on his talent and songwriting prowess. Yet now, they realize that it is not that Zhiqiu cannot perform, but rather that he simply refuses to do so. It is apparent to all discerning eyes that in comparison to Zhiqiu's performance, Wang Nansheng's earlier display is of a distinctly lower caliber. At this moment, Wang Nansheng's complexion has turned pale, rendering him incapable of thought. How can a prisoner escape? How can I find the strength to break free from these shackles? I have long been imprisoned, suffering through the repetitive days that feel like torment, as if I am on the brink of madness. I must escape, oh. The blissful past is something we can no longer find. There are no more choices left. I should run quickly. Now, I'm trapped. I'm trapped. As the second chorus arrives, beads of sweat glisten on Zhiqiu's forehead. His thin white shirt clings to his body, revealing the distinct contours of his abdominal muscles. Many of the audience members, particularly the young women, are moved to tears. However, unlike the emotional tears shed during Wang Nansheng's performance, those moved by Zhiqiu's singing are tears of exhilaration. As she reached the lines, "Just let me forget, please allow me to forget, grant me liberation. How does one depart?" Zhiqiu halted her dance, raising one hand slightly, and released a resounding high note that reverberated throughout the venue. Nearly 3 octaves. In the judges' seats, Li Guojian gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated this. Beyond her singing and dancing prowess, Zhiqiu possessed an unparalleled gift for high notes. Previously, he had perceived her vocal abilities as merely average, something that could be improved with practice. However, the extent of one's vocal range is inherently determined by talent, not merely through diligence. This time, Zhiqiu revealed not only her song and performance techniques, but also something far more surprising. Following another vigorous display of singing and dancing, the 4 backup dancers came to a halt. Zhiqiu gracefully approached the piano, beads of sweat cascading from her hair tips, and stood there, her slightly lowered hands resting on the keys. After a phrase echoing the opening, "I'm trapped," the performance concluded. At that moment, the stage lights dimmed once more, leaving a singular beam focused on the center where Zhiqiu stood. The stage fell into silence for a brief second before an eruption of cheers and screams nearly shook the venue to its core. Chapter 88. Recording concludes as the lights flickered back to life, a breathless Zhiqiu offered a slight bow. The resounding cheers and screams persisted for nearly half a minute, only subsiding after the visibly flushed host called out 3 times for silence. Let's express our gratitude for the splendid performance by contestant Zhiqiu. Taking a deep breath, the host continued, "Now, I invite mentors Li Guojian and Chun Dan to share their thoughts on the song." Exchanging glances, Li Guojian and Chun Dan both sighed in unison. "You go first," Li Guojian graciously suggested. Chun Dan cast a penetrating gaze at Zhiqiu, remarking, "Little Yi, you are quite the enigma." This statement left Zhiqiu momentarily taken aback, a myriad of questions evident on his face. With a playful tone, Chun Dan continued, "While others on the show are eager to showcase all their skills, fearing they may miss an opportunity, I had always thought you were a sensitive soul, adept at both lyrics and composition. Yet here you are, concealing your prowess in piano, singing, and dancing, culminating in that astonishing high note. What other secrets do you possess? Do share." A ripple of good-natured laughter spread through the audience, as Chun Dan's seemingly disparaging remarks were laced with genuine admiration. Zhiqiu, unable to suppress a wry smile, quickly replied, "I truly have nothing else, Dan Jia. This is all I have learned in my life. I had no opportunity to showcase the piano earlier. The song simply wasn't suited for it. As for the singing and dancing, I never intended to hide that. I only learned these rudimentary skills last week." Upon hearing this, the crowd was flabbergasted. Such blatant humility. To claim that one had learned to sing and dance just the previous week and reached such a level. How could others possibly compete? In the contestant area, many competitors cast strange looks at Wang Nancheng, whose complexion had turned a shade of green. Chun Dan, equally astonished, waved her hand and chuckled. "All right, let us return to discussing the song itself. In truth, there isn't much to critique. The atmosphere here speaks volumes about the song's quality. From every conceivable angle, this song is impeccable. Among all similar songs in Huaxia, it is the finest I have encountered thus far, without exception." A wave of gasps resonated through the audience. Chun Dan's praise was exceedingly high. It was tantamount to declaring that Zhiqiu's song was the pinnacle of all singing and dancing categories in Huaxia. With a calm demeanor, Chun Dan showed no concern that her words might offend many. At her age and stature, she felt no need to consider others' reactions. As Chun Dan concluded her evaluation, Zhiqiu offered a slight bow of thanks, maintaining a composed expression. He understood that her remarks were in no way exaggerated. This song, Trap, had previously been translated into 4 languages and had graced the top of charts in various countries, marking it as a phenomenal work. When it was time for the second mentor's critique, Li Guojian suddenly interjected, "Zhiqiu, may I trouble you to play the piano solo at the beginning of the song once more?" Zhiqiu was taken aback, but readily agreed. Seated once more at the piano, the magnificent melodies resonated anew. Perhaps it is due to the passage of time, but I find myself less inclined towards upbeat, choreographed songs, and I lack the understanding to compose such pieces. Li Guojian, with a complex expression, remarked, "However, today, Zhiqiu, you have imparted a lesson to me. The fusion of piano compositions with lively songs has finally illuminated for me the meaning behind mentor Yu Caiwei's pre-competition words. This is an unprecedented piece. It is a masterpiece of genius, and my commentary on this song shall conclude here." In the competitors' area, with each word spoken by Li Guojian, Wang Nancheng's visage grew paler. Thank you to both mentors for your insightful critiques. The host made a reappearance, announcing the scoring segment. Before this, we invited the other contestant of the PK, Wang Nancheng, to the stage. As Wang Nancheng stepped back into the spotlight, he starkly contrasted with the composed demeanor of Zhiqiu, revealing a distinct loss of the joy he had exhibited just after his performance. The stage backdrop was divided, with Wang Nancheng and Zhiqiu occupying opposing sides. The audience, along with the professional judging panel, submitted their scores, which were subsequently calculated by computer, revealing Zhiqiu's comprehensive score beneath his name. In mere seconds, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation as everyone held their breath. Wang Nancheng was visibly sweating, his eyes fixated on the screen. A flash of light illuminated the display, followed by a collective gasp from the audience. The comprehensive score was revealed, 96 points. In this round of PK, Zhiqiu emerged victorious. Consequently, Wang Nansheng was relegated to the waiting zone. The competitors' area erupted with astonished exclamations. A score of 96 points is undoubtedly the highest recorded since the inception of the program. This does not necessarily imply that Trap surpasses Zhiqiu's previous work. Yet it is indisputable that this song has thus far delivered the most explosive stage effect. Unlike Mercury's record, which possesses a slightly subdued style requiring discerning appreciation, this piece offers the audience a direct and impactful stage experience, naturally resulting in a higher score. Alas, Wang Nansheng's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. At the moment the score was announced, he could no longer comprehend the host's words, retreating to the waiting area with a vacant stare. Upon returning, many contestants looked at him with sympathy. It was a disheartening sight. Why did he stubbornly choose Zhiqiu as his opponent? To be vanquished in his strongest domain was a devastating blow. Following this competition, many contestants began to ponder the identity of the runner-up. After Zhiqiu's performance, the final battle between Li Su and her opponent seemed rather lackluster. Li Su narrowly triumphed by a single point. Thus, the entire Li Kuan team was eliminated, and Li Kuan's expression darkened to a deep shade of despair. Ultimately, the 6 contestants relegated to the waiting area after their defeats were discussed by the 4 judges, who determined 2 revival slots. Among these was Wang Nansheng, a choice that met with no objections from the others. To speak candidly, had it not been for Zhiqiu, Wang Nansheng's performance of the song I Long to Embrace This World would have undoubtedly secured the top position. Regrettably, Ding Jie could not be revived. Thus, the second spot was awarded to a singer from Chundan's team. As she departed, the straightforward and spirited diva's eyes shimmered with tears as she embraced Zhiqiu and Li Su in farewell, which momentarily tightened Zhiqiu's heart. Following this, the chief director, Liao Tao, whose smile nearly reached his ears, announced the creative theme for the 5th episode, Fireworks, to the remaining 8 contestants. Additionally, due to a scheduling conflict with the New Year's holiday, the recording of the 5th episode would be postponed by 2 days, taking place after the broadcast of the 4th episode. With more time for rest and contemplation, the contestants readily agreed with enthusiasm. Thus, the recording of the 4th episode of Sing Out New Voices came to a conclusion. Chapter 89 Farewell to the former crew after the conclusion of the 4th recording session. Zhiqiu did not rush back to Huahai City. The following day, she arrived at a recording studio located within the film city on the outskirts of Shangjing City. The Shangjing Film City is one of the prominent film studios in China, integrating tourism, film services, and cultural entertainment. It is here that the crew of Farewell to the Former is currently filming. Zhiqiu's visit was prompted by a phone call from Lu Mingqian the previous night, informing her that the filming of Farewell to the Former was nearing its end, but they had encountered a minor issue with the recording of the interlude. It was said that when the director Zhang Kong received the demo of the song Decent from Lu Mingqian, he was utterly astonished and expressed immense satisfaction. Initially, the plan was for the lead actress, Li Wenwen, to perform the song. Although she was primarily an actress, her singing abilities were commendable and served as another promotional highlight for the film. However, upon commencing the recording, director Zhang changed his mind. Over 3 days of recording, he remained unsatisfied, feeling that Li Wenwen failed to convey the emotions embedded in the song. While it was feasible to use her version, Zhang Kong was reluctant to settle for anything less than perfection. Ultimately, he reached out to Lu Mingqian for assistance and was delighted to learn that the song's true author, Zhiqiu, who happened to be Lu Mingqian's student, was in Shangjing City. Thus, Zhiqiu's visit to the crew came to fruition. Guided by an assistant, Zhiqiu entered the recording studio. A few individuals were sparsely seated in the room, with the focus on a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, flanked by a stylishly dressed man and woman, who were presumably actors from the film. The girl had red eyes, while the man was persistently offering comfort. The assistant whispered something to the middle-aged man, who glanced at Zhiqiu with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The man rose enthusiastically, extending his hand and saying, "You must be Xiao Yi. Professor Lu has spoken highly of you. You truly are young and talented. I apologize for the inconvenience, but your arrival is incredibly timely." and we are immensely grateful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Kong, the director of Farewell to the Former. In the entertainment industry, there exists a hierarchy, often encapsulated in the saying that those who sing are generally not as esteemed as those who act, and television actors are typically regarded as inferior to film actors. Zhang Kong is recognized as a prominent director in the country. Thus, it is entirely appropriate for him to address Zhiqiu as Xiao Yi. Of course, this classification is a broad generalization and does not apply to the pinnacle figures in the music and film industries. For instance, Lu Minghan, despite being a musician, belongs to the scholarly echelon of the industry, making it impossible for many film actors to compare with him. As Zhiqiu is acknowledged as Lu Minghan's student, it is understandable that Zhang Kong would extend such courtesy upon their first meeting. Zhiqiu politely shook Zhang Kang's hand, responding, "Director Zhang, you are too kind. It is my duty. As best as I can, I am uncertain what assistance I can provide. Speak candidly, I appreciate it." Zhang Kong chuckled. Yet he refrained from initiating discussions, instead introducing, "Allow me to present our male lead, Qin. The actor, possessing a commendable appearance and standing around 1.80 meters, offered a slight nod towards Zhiqiu. "And this is our female lead, Li Wenwen. She is set to perform the song Decency." The girl's eyes were slightly red, filled with curiosity as she gazed at Zhiqiu. "Attention, everyone!" Zhang Kong clapped his hands. "This is the creator of Decency, the prodigious talent Zhiqiu. Our savior has arrived. Let us all muster our efforts to ensure we record the song within the stipulated time frame, without delaying post-production." Despite the youthful visage of Zhiqiu sparking a moment of skepticism among the group, no one dared voice their doubts, and they all nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name Zhiqiu, Li Wenwen's eyes sparkled with recognition as she exclaimed, "It's truly you, Zhiqiu." All attention turned towards her, and Zhang Kong, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "You know him?" "Indeed," Li Wenwen replied, brimming with excitement. "You're a contestant from Singing Out New Voices, right? I watched the first 2 episodes and particularly loved your Song Mercury memoir. I can't believe I am meeting you in person today." The others remained perplexed, prompting Zhang Kong to ask, Pardon my ignorance. I'm getting old and am not up to date. I only know that Xiao Yi is a student of Professor Lu Minghan. Is he quite famous?" "Absolutely," Li Wenwen elaborated enthusiastically. "Director, you may not be aware, but he is the formidable contestant from Singing Out New Voices, whose original songs topped the new song charts for 2 consecutive episodes. Furthermore, he is the composer of the only diamond album recently released in the music industry, The Wind Rises, by Yu Caiwei." With Li Wenwen's explanation, the group began to grasp the situation, and their gazes towards Zhiqiu shifted considerably. Those endowed with talent and capability command respect, regardless of the setting. Qin, the male lead, also appeared taken aback, his previously indifferent gaze now laced with scrutiny. Zhiqiu, surprised to discover that the female lead was indeed a fan, graciously expressed his gratitude. Zhang Kong remarked with a smile, "I had no idea that Xiao Yi was also a major singer. This gives me even more confidence. Shall we commence?" Zhiqiu nodded, suggesting, "Let the singer perform at once first." Naturally, Li Wenwen had no objections. Taking a deep breath, she approached the microphone and donned the headphones. Upon concluding her rendition of Decency, Li Wenwen anxiously awaited Zhiqiu's response, who appeared composed. To be fair, Li Wenwen's vocal prowess was commendable. Her projection and pitch were indeed at a professional level. However, she faced one significant issue. "What do you think?" Zhang Kong turned to Zhiqiu, urging, "Xiao Yi, speak freely. We invited you here to identify issues, so please refrain from offering lukewarm feedback." After carefully considering his words, Zhiqiu addressed Li Wenwen. "Ms. Li, your singing skills and techniques are certainly proficient. May I boldly inquire, have you never experienced a heartbreak?" Li Wenwen was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she shyly replied, "No, I haven't. I'm usually too busy filming to have dated." Zhiqiu nodded and candidly addressed Zhang Kong, saying, "Director Zhang, allow me to share my perspective on the essence of this song. Decent embodies a sense of melancholy intertwined with a carefree spirit. It primarily conveys the bittersweet lament of a heartbroken individual who, despite feeling a profound sense of loss over a past romance, must reluctantly embrace the necessity of letting go. The issue likely lies in the fact that Miss Lee has never experienced the soul-crushing anguish of a breakup. Relying solely on imitation inevitably results in a disparity. Moreover, to be frank, Miss Lee's voice is rather bright, which, by its very nature, may not be ideally suited for this genre of music. Chapter 90. Tears of Despair. To speak candidly, there is little room for improvement in singing technique. No matter how many times one sings, the outcome remains unchanged. With each word spoken by Zhiqiu, Li Wenwen's complexion grew increasingly pale until she was left biting her lip tightly, her eyes betraying a fierce unwillingness. She truly adored this song. As the leading lady of this film, her passion for singing was immense, and upon receiving the director Zhang Kang's approval to perform this song, she felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy. Yet, after numerous attempts, the perfectionist director continued to shake his head, leaving Li Wenwen disheartened. When she learned that the song Decent was penned by the very original artist she admired, Zhiqiu, who had also come to provide guidance on set, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Surely, he could assist her in satisfying the production team, she thought. However, to her dismay, Zhiqiu turned out to be the very person who dashed her hopes. Observing the director Zhang Kang's eyes brighten with understanding as he nodded thoughtfully, it was evident he was in complete accord with Zhiqiu's insights. Indeed, that's precisely it, Zhang Kang exclaimed with enthusiasm. I had been sensing something was amiss. Yet cannot quite grasp it. You articulated it perfectly, Xiao Yi. Your presence here is truly fortuitous. Zhang Kang's admiration for Zhiqiu was unmistakable, and at that moment, Li Wenwen could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down like pearls. Oh dear, Wenwen, please don't cry. The male lead, Qingge, hastily retrieved a tissue from his pocket, extending it to her with an expression of utmost concern. However, this only caused Li Wenwen's tears to flow more freely. Why does she cry so easily? Zhiqiu remarked, momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words. He had been careful with his phrasing, yet the situation unfolded unexpectedly. It's all right, Wenwen. Whatever he says, we shall believe it. Who claims you are unsuitable? I think you sing exceptionally well. Qingge continued to console her, adding, moreover, if you feel disheartened, we need not sing at all. It is no great matter. You love singing, and I can have you select a few songs for my company to release. His voice carried unabashedly, ensuring that everyone in the room could hear. The expressions of those present became oddly strained. It was clear he was openly challenging Zhiqiu's previous remarks. Zhiqiu raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. It was apparent to all that Qingge harbored feelings for Li Wenwen. Yet why must he involve him in his romantic pursuits? Qingge, how can you speak like that? Before Zhiqiu could voice his thoughts, Zhang Kang interjected sharply. Faced with Zhang Kang's reprimand, Qingge feigned innocence, shrugging nonchalantly while casting a disdainful glance, pointedly avoiding any eye contact with Zhiqiu. He exuded an air of arrogance. Convinced of his superiority in the film industry as a rising star, earning nearly 10 million for a single film, likely enough for Zhiqiu, a mere original artist, to last a lifetime. Thank you, Qingge. I recognize this is my own shortcoming. Li Wenwen, now composed, turned to Zhiqiu with an apologetic demeanor. I'm truly sorry. I just desire so much to perform well, and my emotions got the better of me. Yiziu wavit headhunt. Acknowledging that Li Wenwen was relatively polite, Qingge let out a cold snort, choosing to refrain from further comments. Zhang Kang sighed, saying, Xiao Yi, are you suggesting that there's no way forward? Alas, I can't help but feel a twinge of reluctance. I have a strong premonition that if this song is performed well, it will significantly enhance the film. If I had known earlier, I would have invited you sooner. Now, it's too late to find a replacement. Zhang Kang expressed his regrets candidly, regardless of how Li Wenwen felt, leaving her with a downcast expression. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Zhiqiu's mind. Perhaps I have someone in mind, she remarked. Zhang Kang's eyes brightened with excitement. Who is it? Which singer? He inquired. However, he paused, a wry smile spreading across his face. Xiao Yi, I must confess, the budget for the film has been quite tight. I can't afford any major singers. Zhiqiu chuckled. That one be a problem. It's a friend of mine who isn't signed with the company yet. She is also a contestant from Singing Out New Voices. I believe her vocal quality is quite suitable for this song. If director Zhang doesn't mind, I can bring her in for an audition. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kong exhaled in relief. Is your friend in Beijing? Quickly, bring her over. The notion of an unsigned amateur singer implied affordability. Hiring a renowned singer for this task would typically demand a six-figure sum, whereas an amateur could cost at least 10 times less. His only concern was whether this friend of Zhiqiu's was truly capable. Despite his lingering doubts, Zhang Kong recognized that Zhiqiu did not seem like someone who would make baseless claims. After all, it was merely an audition. He had nothing to lose. It was worth the gamble. Zhiqiu nodded. Yes, Director Zhang, let me make a call. Indeed, the friend she referred to was Ding Jie, who had recently been eliminated from Singing Out New Voices. Ding Jie's style was indeed well suited for the song Decent. Her voice possessed a unique quality, imbued with a natural huskiness. And compared to Li Wenwen, Ding Jie appeared significantly more mature. Her demeanor suggested she had experienced life's trials, embodying the essence of a woman with stories to tell. Zhiqiu perceived that although Ding Jie had initially sought her favor with the hope of assistance during the competition, it was evident from subsequent interactions that Ding Jie was a person of loyalty, willing to stand up for her friends. Thus, if an opportunity arose, Zhiqiu had no qualms about extending a helping hand. From her recollection, Ding Jie was a lounge singer, navigating her path in Beijing. As expected, when Zhiqiu provided the address, Ding Jie promptly responded that she would arrive in 30 minutes. After informing Zhang Kong, he had no objections. After all, today was dedicated to this task, and waiting a few minutes was manageable. During the wait, Qin Ge continued to shower Li Wenwen with attention, though it appeared that Li Wenwen was not inclined to advance their relationship, remaining quite courteous. Disinterested in the idle gossip, Zhiqiu engaged in a casual conversation with director Zhang Kong, discussing the plot of Farewell to Exes. To her surprise, the more they conversed, the more Zhang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he remarked, I had no idea. Zhiqiu, your comprehension of this film surpasses that of many actors in my troupe. Some of your insights are truly constructive. If only I had encountered you sooner, I would have considered casting you in the production. Please, Director Zhang, I could manage writing songs, but acting is not my forte, Zhiqiu replied, shaking her head. She was acutely aware of her own limitations and knew that one could not earn beyond their own cognizance. Zhang Kong chuckled, growing increasingly fond of the talented yet pragmatic Zhiqiu. As their rapport deepened, he began to call her simply Zhiqiu. At that moment, Zhiqiu's phone rang, and she answered, Hello? Xiao Yi here. I've arrived. The voice of Ding Jie boomed through the line. Chapter 91. Ambush so soon? Less than 25 minutes had passed since Zhiqiu made the call. My friend is here. I'll go meet her, Zhiqiu said to Zhang Kong before heading toward the door. Outside the recording studio stood Ding Jie, clad in her signature mature and sensual attire, a leather jacket, black stockings, and knee-high boots. Though her makeup was carefully applied, faint traces of her tears from the previous day lingered, her eyes still slightly swollen. Upon seeing Zhiqiu, Ding Jie teased him as usual. What asked this little brother Yi? Planning a date with me? Though I must say, inviting me to a recording studio right after my elimination, that's just cruel. Don't flatter yourself. Follow me, Zhiqiu retorted with an eye roll before turning away. Hey, wait for me. Ding Jie hurried after him, grumbling, no sense of chivalry at all. These heels aren't exactly easy to walk in, you know? She then smirked. Oh, I get it. You're not interested in me, are you? Too busy chasing Yu Caiwei, huh? Still Haven, won her over? Here I am, giving you practice, and you're wasting it. Ye Zhiqiu Sikit Inyarthi. The chattering, mischievous Ding Jie was back, proof that her elimination hadn't affected her much. When he ignored her, Ding Jie finally dropped the act and asked seriously, All right, seriously, why did you call me here? Need help recording? You spendthrift. This studio must cost a fortune. I know a few cheaper ones in Beijing if you're interested. We're here, Yi Zhiqiu announced as they entered the room where the crew was gathered. Ding Jie halted mid-step, peering past Yi Zhiqiu's towering frame to see Director Zhang Kong, Qin Gu, Li Wenwen, and others. She froze. Without preamble, Yi Zhiqiu introduced. Director Zhang, this is my friend, Ding Jie. Then, turning to her, he added, Ding Jie. This is Director Zhang Kong, currently filming The Breakup Guru along with the crew. I wrote an insert song for the film, Dignified, but Director Zhang hasn't found the right vocalist yet. I recommended you. Your style suits it. Zhang Kong greeted her warmly. Xiao Ding, right? Thank you for coming. Zhiqiu speaks highly of you. I'm quite looking forward to this. Li Wenwen studied Ding Jie curiously, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes. Ding Jie was undeniably stunning. Her bold, glamorous aura, a stark contrast to Li Wenwen's own delicate charm. Is this the kind of presence needed to sing Dignified? Qin Gu, however, brightened at the sight of her and stepped forward with a charming smile. Hello, I'm Qin Gu, the male lead. Ding Jie, still dazed, numbly shook his hand. Qin Gu maintained his polished demeanor, his enthusiasm a far cry from his earlier indifference toward Yi Zhiqiu. Just as he was about to say more, Ding Jie snapped out of her shock and blurted, Dididakdozan, my apologies. Before anyone could react, she abruptly yanked Yi Zhiqiu aside. Hin Yi es me to Stefanit. Yi Zhiqiu, dragging Yi Zhiqiu outside. Ding Jie's face was flushed, and with a tone of suppressed excitement, she demanded, What on earth is going on? Yi Zhiqiu, taken aback by Ding Jie's sudden outburst, replied, What do you mean? I'm just singing. Realizing her tone was a bit too high, Ding Jie quickly covered her lips, fixating her gaze on Yi Zhiqiu. Didn't I mention this earlier? Yi Zhiqiu continued, perplexed. I wrote a song and needed someone suitable to sing it. I thought of you and recommended you. Silence ensued. Ding Jie's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Yi Zhiqiu, making him feel quite uneasy. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Suddenly, Ding Jie lunged forward like a hungry tiger, her red lips dangerously close to Yi Zhiqiu's face. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, instinctively turning his head just in time. A wave of sweet fragrance brushed past him as her warm breath grazed his cheek. That was close. Yi Zhiqiu's heart raced. He had nearly been caught off guard. With her attempt thwarted, Ding Jie's eyes gleamed with excitement as she looked at Yi Zhiqiu and said, Little Yi, thank you. You are the first person to treat me so kindly. This opportunity is invaluable to me. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled wryly. Ding Jie, please don't get too excited. It's just a trial audition. It's not certain you'll be chosen yet.